Chapter 1. A Visit with the Children. Your Highness, a beautiful woman has arrived outside, accompanied by a pair of twins, claiming that the children are yours and demanding your responsibility. Steward rushed into the wedding hall, his eyes fixed upon the man adorned in bridal attire. The onlookers wore expressions of astonishment and intrigue. Today marked the joyous occasion of the cold prince's marriage to his legitimate wife, with lanterns hung high and an atmosphere brimming with festivity. The nobility and royal relatives of the entire capital had gathered for the event. It was common knowledge that the cold prince suffered from an ailment rendering him incapable of fathering children. The ailing emperor wished to witness his youngest son wed before his passing, which led to this grand ceremony. Little did they anticipate that before the couple could even exchange their vows, trouble would come knocking in the form of 3 audacious intruders. Cast them away. Zhang Baiyuan's voice was frigid, devoid of any warmth. He had never known a woman. How could he possibly have children? Moreover, given his condition, he was incapable of any intimate relations. Were it not for the need to appease his father, there would not have been this farcical wedding at the cold prince's residence. Your Highness, she insists that you will regret not going, Steward relayed, his reluctance evident. However, the small boy bore an uncanny resemblance to the prince in his youth that if they were indeed the prince's children, the ailing emperor would undoubtedly be stirred from his deathbed. Zhang Baiyuan's eyes narrowed as he swiftly made his way outside, the guests trailing behind him. At the entrance of the cold prince's residence, "Mother, is father truly here?" A little boy clad in a Taoist robe gazed at the grand gates. "Mother, father's home is so large," exclaimed a little girl in a similar outfit. Their mother had previously told them that their father had passed away 10 days prior. She had revealed to them that their father was still alive and that she would take them to find him. "Your father resides here. He is His Highness Zhang Baiyuan, the cold prince of the Tunglong Kingdom." Jiang Yunxi no longer concealed the truth. Were it not for her remaining 3 months of life and the fear that no one would care for the children after her demise, she would not have brought them to seek him out. 6 years ago, her adoptive parents sold her to a dying man to serve as a good luck charm for him. The man, unable to consummate the marriage, had his father take his place. It was then that the original soul collided with the wall, and she found herself traversing into this body, a vessel of her own fragmented spirit. A flurry of actions led her to flee in a heated panic, ultimately encountering a disoriented man on the mountainside, resulting in an indescribable incident. As she departed, she had taken with her a jade pendant inscribed with the character for cold. Only later did she discover that the man was the legendary god of war of the Tunglong Kingdom, Zhang Baiyuan. At this moment, the prince's residence was abuzz with celebration. Yet, she was acutely aware that the marriage would not come to fruition. She had foretold Zhang Baiyuan's fate for 3 years. He would not find a bride. Even if she had chosen not to appear today, other misfortunes would have disrupted the ceremony, such as the enigmatic nature of fate. "Your Highness, it is they," Steward gestured toward the entrance, indicating the woman and the 2 children. The crowd turned their gazes in unison. The woman, clad in a simple white Taoist robe, possessed a visage as delicate and smooth as a peeled egg, her natural beauty rivaling that of the luminous moon above or a newly bloomed peony, vibrant and captivating. The little girl had a round, cherubic face, with large, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity and charm, her smile revealing 2 delightful dimples that could melt hearts. The little boy, with his deep, dark eyes, bore an air of intensity. His handsome face was taut and expressionless, exuding a cool demeanor that suggested an impenetrable distance. The 2 little ones, each adorned with charming topknots and burdened by large bundles, presented a rather amusing yet endearing sight. Zhang Baiyuan was momentarily taken aback by the sight of his diminutive replicas. They appeared to be twins, a boy and a girl. When had he ever encountered a woman? The crowd was left in stunned silence. Wasn't the cold king afflicted with an ailment that rendered him incapable of such encounters? How could these children possibly exist? They seemed to be around 5 years old. Anyone with discernment could see the striking resemblance to the cold king, particularly the little boy, who bore an uncanny likeness to a youthful Zhang Baiyuan, with that frosty countenance and demeanor that mirrored his own perfectly. Clad in Taoist robes, had they come from a temple? "Father of the children, I have finally found you," Jiang Yunxi exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement as she approached him. The man stood there in resplendent red wedding attire, akin to a deity gracing the earth, with a tall, statuesque figure, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, and chiseled features that seemed to have been meticulously sculpted by a divine hand. An aura of coldness emanated from him, signaling his current displeasure. Zhan Beiyuan, with a stern visage, commanded halt. Do not approach this king. Jiang Yunxi stood still, momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Zhan Beiyuan's piercing gaze fixed upon her. I am Jiang Yunxi, a disciple of the Qingshu Temple. 6 years ago, on that fateful night when you were feverish and near death, it was I who aided you, and you bestowed upon me this jade pendant as a token of trust. Jiang Yunxi stated earnestly, producing a jade pendant from her bosom. Qingshu Temple? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. They had heard of various temples, yet this one was unfamiliar to them. Are you certain it was this king who gave you that? Zhan Beiyuan inquired skeptically. The pendant she held indeed bore his insignia. Yet if he had given it away, he would surely remember it that on one particular night in the mountains behind Yolan village. Do you truly not recall? Jiang Yunxi said, her expression composed, seizing the opportunity to weave her tale. Zhan Beiyuan's brow furrowed deeply. 6 years prior, he had sought refuge in Yolan village to recuperate. One night, in pursuit of relief from his injuries, he had consumed a potent concoction, leading him to flee to the mountains in agony, after which he lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself fully clothed, without any discomfort. Following that day, while his wounds had healed, he had developed a hidden ailment. As the village doctor had informed him, it was likely a consequence of that potent brew. Could something have transpired that night? Why did he retain no recollection? I do not recall anything from that night, Zhan Beiyuan stated coldly. He could not simply take her word based on the appearance of his jade pendant and a few statements. What if she were a spy from an enemy nation in disguise? Or perhaps she had taken advantage of his unconscious state to violate him. Look at me, truly look at me. Does my mother appear to be one to deceive? Momo declared, lifting his charming little face. And look at me again, observe my eyes. Do you not recognize me, my brother? Mian Mian added, her hands on her hips and a pout on her face. Enough, enough. Continuing this discussion would only make us appear unreasonable. Momo, Mian Mian, let us depart and not disrupt their wedding night, Jiang Yunxi said, taking the hands of the 2 children and preparing to leave. Internally, she counted 1, 2, 3. Stop. Zhan Beiyuan's expression darkened as he spoke in a low tone. Rest assured, Your Highness, we mother and children shall not intrude upon you further. Are you intent on silencing us? Jiang Yunxi's eyes widened in feigned terror, her demeanor that of someone who had been startled. Momo remained silent, while Mian Mian did the same. Zhan Beiyuan observed her clumsy performance, nearly choking with indignation. In the midst of a crowded gathering, how could he silence her? She had deliberately chosen the day of his wedding to create a scene. If he did not acknowledge the child, he would soon find himself branded as a scoundrel and a heartless man in the eyes of the entire capital. You shall accompany me to the manor with the child. He was determined to uncover the truth. If the child was indeed his, he would take responsibility. However, if this woman were to deceive him, he possessed ample means to deal with her. My lord, it is time for us to proceed with the ceremony. Eunuch Qin is awaiting our return to the palace to report to the emperor. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated softly. Chapter 2. I never intended to marry him. Zhan Beiyuan cast a somber glance at the woman who spoke, his expression darkening. They had previously agreed that there would be no wedding ceremony. He then turned to Jiang Yunxi, inquiring, What did you mean when you said that if this king does not come to see you, you will regret it? Upon hearing that the cold king had no heirs, the sudden appearance of a pair of dragon and phoenix twins raised questions. Wouldn't you regret it if you refused to acknowledge them? Jiang Yunxi winked at him, fully aware that he would undoubtedly accept the children. You all shall accompany this king to the palace now. Zhan Beiyuan's demeanor softened as a thought crossed his mind. With children, his father would naturally refrain from pressuring him to marry. Very well, Jiang Yunxi replied with alacrity. My lord. Lin Weiwei hurried toward him, nearly stumbling without the support of the matron beside her. Zhan Beiyuan regarded her with a cold voice. The marriage is cancelled. Upon finishing his statement, he gestured to Qi Yan, indicating for him to prepare the carriage. My lord, could you please not cancel? Now that I have come to the Wangfu, even without a ceremony, The entire capital knows I am yours. Lin Weiwei's voice quivered, her bridal veil still untouched upon her head. She had cherished him for so long. The prospect of marrying him had kept her awake with excitement throughout the night. Even if it was merely a nominal title of the Cold King's consort, she was willing to accept it. Without a ceremony, we are not husband and wife. The reasons for canceling the marriage will be explained to the public, and I shall fulfill my promises to the Lin family, Zhan Beiyuan replied coldly. The pretense of marriage was merely a transaction, a set of conditions agreed upon beforehand. My lord, could you wait until you have met the Taishang Huang before making a decision? What if the Taishang Huang still wishes for our union? Lin Weiwei persisted stubbornly, refusing to yield easily. Who was this Jiang Yunxi, this shameless woman, daring to compete with her for the Cold Prince? And those two children, could they truly be his? Very well, Zhan Beiyuan said after contemplation. Qi Yin swiftly brought forth the carriage. Zhan Beiyuan, accompanied by Jiang Yunxi and the two children, boarded the carriage. Others stood puzzled. Were they leaving or not? Eunuch Qin quickly mounted his own carriage, having watched the Cold King grow. That little boy resembled the Cold King in his youth to an uncanny degree. Heaven above, the Cold King has heirs. At Difu Palace, Taishang Huang, this old servant has returned, and so has His Highness the Cold King, Eunuch Qin announced as he hurried into the inner hall. Do they hold a ceremony? The Taishang Huang's displeased voice echoed. What nonsense is this? They should return to their chamber immediately. What chamber? Do you not know your son suffers from an ailment and cannot perform? Zhan Beiyuan retorted darkly. Jiang Yunxi felt awkward. Thankfully, the two little ones remained in the outer hall. Cannot perform? Wasn't he quite capable 6 years ago? The Taishang Huang opened his eyes, cursing vehemently. You scoundrel! I'm nearing my end, yet I must still worry about you. Why not hasten to your chamber and spare me this regret? What do you bring a female Taoist here for? I'm not dead yet. Taishang Huang, your dragon energy is still entwined. You have at least 5 more years of life ahead, Jiang Yunxi observed, glancing at him, having calculated his longevity as well. You speak nonsense. The imperial physician has declared that my illness is incurable, and I sense my end is near, the former emperor said weakly. Does he not wish to live a few more years, at least to see that wretched boy's children? As long as you wish to live, you shall, Jiang Yunxi confidently asserted. The former emperor gazed at her with piercing eyes. And who might you be? I am Jiang Yunxi, a disciple of Qingshu Temple and the legitimate daughter of the Duke of England. Due to a mix-up at birth, I was raised away from home. I have returned to the capital today to reunite with my family. Jiang Yunxi introduced herself. Over a month ago, her grandmother had come to Qingshu Temple to confirm her lineage. Initially, she had no intention of returning to the capital, but considering her dwindling time, she felt compelled to do so. She needed to ensure a proper future for Dabao and Airbao. She had long since learned about Zhan Beiyuan. She knew he would not take responsibility for her, but he would undoubtedly care for the children, and she felt at ease in trusting Mo, and Mian to him. The former emperor scrutinized her. The girl was neither humble nor arrogant, and her beauty was striking. Truly a fine young lady. Can you tell fortunes? He inquired. Yes, indeed. Jiang Yunxi replied with sparkling enthusiasm. I have always understood metaphysics, and upon returning to this body, I rejoined Qingshu Temple. Then tell me, will he have children? The former emperor asked, pointing to Zhan Beiyuan nearby. I have already borne him 2 children, Jiang Yunxi said with a deep smile. 2? Where are the children? The former emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Yunxi turned to Eunuch Qin, who promptly exited the hall and returned with 2 little ones, his face beaming. The former emperor gazed at the children, initially stunned, then suddenly sat up with a start. They resemble him. The girl bears the features of Beiyuan's mother, while the boy looks just like him in his youth. Good heavens, that wretched boy has descendants. Grandfather, Mo called out sweetly. Grandfather, Mian chimed in with a soft voice. The former emperor felt his heart melt. He wished to bestow upon them all the beauty of the world. Nearly moved to tears. Good children, your grandfather will protect you. I will also protect you, grandfather, Mo said earnestly. So will I, Mian added, her eyes crinkling with joy. The former emperor could no longer hold back his tears. How could such understanding and considerate children exist? I do not wish to die. Miss Jiang, can I live for another 10 years? No, I wish to live even longer. Jiang Yunxi found his plea both amusing and exasperating. You at least have 5 years left. I have just over 3 months. She too wished for a longer life. To see Momo and Mian grow up happily and carefree. At least 5 years. Beyond that depends on your fate, Jiang Yunxi stated solemnly. Not everyone can live as long as they desire. The former emperor, having lived most of his life, understood this truth well. Father, does this mean I no longer need to marry? Zhan Beiyuan realized his father had acknowledged the 2 children, and with heirs now secured, he felt no regret. Why not marry? Miss Jiang has borne you 2 children. You should take her as your wife, the former emperor scolded, glaring at him. I shall care for the children, but I will not marry her. Zhan Beiyuan remained expressionless, pondering the complexities of the situation. How could he possibly marry a woman of unknown origins? Uncertain if the child was truly hers, the retired emperor, incensed, felt the urge to strike. I never intended to marry him, Jiang Yunxi replied, arching an eyebrow. Indeed, the man possessed an admirable appearance. Yet with merely 3 months of life remaining, she wished to avoid any emotional entanglement with him. The retired emperor burst into laughter, casting a disdainful glance at Zhan Beiyuan. Did you think yourself a prize catch? It seems there are those who do not find you appealing. Zhan Beiyuan, with an air of aloofness, retorted, I do not covet her affection. Jiang Yunxi shot him a sidelong glance, her heart fluttering. Should he recall that fateful night 6 years prior, he would surely confront her. Yet by the time he remembered, she might no longer be present. Scanning the grand hall, she quickly discerned a troubling issue. Retired emperor, there are those who wish to harm you. He was the child's grandfather and protector. She could not turn a blind eye. Chapter 3. A night of bloodshed awaits you. What did you say? The atmosphere surrounding Zhan Beiyuan suddenly turned cold, as a dangerous glimmer ignited in his pitch-black eyes. If my calculations are correct, the Grand Emperor began to suffer from ill health 3 months ago, gradually weakening until he was confined to his bed. Jiang Yunxi articulated his suspicion that someone had meddled within the inner palace. Zhan Beiyuan furrowed his brow. How do you know this so well? Jiang Yunxi met his gaze. I am a disciple of the Qingshu Temple, adept in divination, geomancy, and physiognomy. If you wish, you may venture southeast. You are certain to find a talisman affixed there. Zhan Beiyuan strode purposefully toward the southeast. There he discovered a wooden display shelf intricately carved with floral designs, upon which sat a square blue and white porcelain flower pot. He examined it closely, but found no talisman affixed to the shelf. Moments later, he lifted the flower pot. Daddy, Moo, with her short legs, scampered over. There's a talisman stuck to the bottom of the flower pot. Saying this, she reached out and tore the talisman away. Hearing her call him Daddy, a peculiar feeling surged within Zhan Beiyuan, prompting him to set down the flower pot and reach for the talisman. Do not touch it. Jiang Yunxi swiftly intervened. Moo willingly handed the talisman to her. Jiang Yunxi performed a series of gestures, igniting the talisman, which erupted into a cloud of black mist as it burned away. The Grand Emperor, Zhan Beiyuan, Steward Qin. The talisman has been tampered with, hence it burns into black mist. A normal talisman does not ignite in such a manner. The Grand Emperor should investigate this matter thoroughly, Jiang Yunxi cautioned. Your servant is to blame for allowing someone to place a talisman in the inner palace to harm you. Steward Qin quickly knelt on the ground, panic gripping his heart. Had it not been for Miss Jiang, would the Grand Emperor have continued to languish in bed? I am aware of your loyalty. Rise. The Grand Emperor spoke solemnly, never having anticipated that his recent illness was a result of foul play. Rest assured, grandfather. Mother's talismans are incredibly powerful. With her talismans, no vile creature can approach you. Mian affectionately clutched his arm, her cherubic face adorned with a playful smile. The Grand Emperor gazed at her endearing visage. His heart softened, and he inquired with a beaming smile, Is your mother truly so remarkable? Mian nodded, pride emanating from her. Mother is extraordinarily capable. She is well liked at the Qingshu Temple. This time, she brought my brother and me to find father, and they were all very reluctant to part, crying tears of sorrow. Jiang Yunxi felt a wave of exasperation. Are you certain they cried out of reluctance, rather than joy at the departure of the three of you? Wait, how do you have children? Why have you not sought me out all these years? The Grand Emperor suddenly recognized a crucial point. 6 years ago, I had an unexpected encounter with Prince Han, which resulted in a single night together. I bore the child alone until my grandmother came to the Qingshu temple to find me, saying that Mu Mu resembled Prince Han greatly when he was a child. Only then did I ascertain that he is the child's father. Jiang Yunxi stated calmly. This is not an excuse. My grandmother indeed remarked upon Mu Mu's resemblance. The former emperor, lost in thought, suddenly burst into a jovial laugh. It is destined. You should hasten to choose an auspicious day for your wedding. Why not today? Since you have given birth, you shall be the princess consort of the Cold Prince, and Miss Lin will be the side consort. Jiang Yunxi's lips twitched slightly. She had calculated that the Cold Prince would not be able to marry for 3 years, so the former emperor ought to temporarily abandon this notion. The former emperor frowned. Then why have you brought the child to see him? Zhan Beiyuan gazed at Jiang Yunxi, equally puzzled by her sudden appearance with the child. As a child's father, he felt a responsibility to care for the little one. They could co-parent without further entanglements. Jiang Yunxi met his gaze with unwavering confidence, affirming that her purpose in bringing the child was indeed uncomplicated. She would not divulge to Zhan Beiyuan that her life expectancy was dwindling to just over 3 months. That was her concern, not his. This arrangement seemed most agreeable to Zhan Beiyuan. Then it is settled. I shall first take the child back to the Duke's residence to establish our relationship, and afterward, the child will reside in the Cold Prince's palace. I will frequently visit. The Cold Prince will not object, will he? Jiang Yunxi felt it necessary to clarify this point to prevent any future obstruction. Mother, will you not stay with us? Mo furrowed his brow, for they had never been apart from their mother. Mother, I do not wish to be separated from you, Mian exclaimed, rushing over to cling to her leg, her little head rubbing against her in a display of distress. Could you truly bear to leave the children in an unfamiliar place? You should also reside in the Cold Prince's palace. This matter is at my discretion. The former emperor decisively made the arrangements, harboring his own motives. The legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence, of noble birth, skilled in divination, appearing innocent and kind-hearted, and having borne a pair of dragon and phoenix twins for the young scoundrel, she was more than suitable. Since your father has spoken, you shall temporarily reside in the Cold Prince's palace. Zhan Beiyuan initially intended to refuse, but upon reflection, he thought it prudent to allow her to stay in the palace to ascertain her true intentions. Jiang Yunxi, perceiving the pitiful expressions on the faces of the two little ones, conceded, I shall also temporarily reside in the Cold Prince's palace. Mo and Mian exchanged glances, silently celebrating their small victory. Zhan Beiyuan raised an eyebrow. She indeed had ulterior motives, or she would not have so readily agreed. Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan departed the imperial palace together, with Zhan Beiyuan escorting them to the Duke's residence. Thank you, Your Highness, for your escort. However, you are in danger tonight. This talisman will ensure your safety. After a discount, it amounts to 100 taels of silver. Jiang Yunxi produced a talisman from her sleeve and offered it to him, insisting on collecting what was owed. I do not require such things, Zhan Beiyuan retorted, dismissing the notion as he swiftly mounted his carriage, signaling Qi Yin to depart. Jiang Yunxi clicked her tongue, leading the two children toward the entrance of the Duke's residence. Who goes there? Demanded the gatekeeper, his expression fierce and unfriendly. I am Jiang Yunxi, the legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence. Jiang Yunxi narrowed her eyes. She had arranged to return home today with her grandmother-esque guidance, and the gatekeeper's demeanor was unacceptable. The servant cast a disdainful glance at them, stating, I will report this first. After a brief moment, the servant returned with, Come with me. Jiang Yunxi, accompanied by her two children, made her way to the main hall of the front courtyard, where a multitude had gathered. Yunxi, my precious little ones, you have finally returned. The matriarch approached them with a beaming smile, having awaited their arrival since morning, despite Yunxi's earlier assurance that they would not arrive until evening. Grandmother, Jiang Yunxi called out cheerfully. Great-grandmother, Mo and Mian sweetly chimed in. The old lady's face radiated joy as she turned to the woman beside her. Come here. This is Jiang Yunxi, your biological daughter. From now on, she shall be the legitimate heiress of the British Duke's household. Suddenly, a maid rushed in, flustered and distressed. It's terrible, it's terrible. The third young lady has taken her own life. No matter how I call her, she won't awaken. Please, you must hurry and see. The maid began to sob uncontrollably. Jiang Yunxi, with a flick of her fingers, reassured them. Do not worry. There shall be no deaths within the British Duke's household today. Chapter 4. Sister Yunxi. I apologize. Mu's expression momentarily faltered, and upon grasping the situation, she trembled with rage. What are you saying? Chunyu is your sister. Even if you choose to disregard her, how can you claim that there will be no death in the family? Although she was short-lived, it was true that she would not perish at this moment, so there was no cause for concern. Jiang Yunxi's demeanor remained indifferent. It was evident that this woman was her mother, albeit one whose mind was far from clear. The onlookers were taken aback. Mu's gaze fell upon Yunxi, who was clad in Taoist robes, her displeasure unmasked. Coldly, she remarked, You had better pray that Chunyu remains unharmed. Otherwise, I shall not acknowledge you as my daughter. With that, she hurriedly made her way outside. Jiang Yunxi blocked her path, asserting, What does her potential suicide have to do with me? It seems she wishes to harm me. Her words rendered the assembly utterly silent, all eyes turning toward her. She learned of your return and prepared everything you might need, even offering her own quarters for your use. And yet you accuse her of wanting to harm you. Do you not possess a heart? Mu's chest heaved with indignation. On the very first day of my return, she threatens to take her own life. Those unaware would think I coerced her into it, thus casting me into an unjust light. Jiang Yunxi declared, Her return to the capital is not for the purpose of being a mere pawn. You harbor a heart of malice. Mu retorted, dissatisfied with the notion that she could think ill of Chunyu. I am your daughter, born after 10 months of gestation. I understand that she was raised by your side since childhood, thus fostering a deeper bond. However, you ought not to harbor animosity towards me. A mother should not act in such a manner. Regardless of your affection for Jiang Chunyu, remember this. From this day forth, I, Jiang Yunxi, am the legitimate eldest daughter of the Duke of England. With a frosty gaze and an air of confidence, Jiang Yunxi's presence radiated an undeniable grace. The old matron, witnessing her demeanor, felt tears welling in her eyes. This was indeed how the legitimate daughter of the Duke of England should present herself. Mu was momentarily intimidated by Jiang Yunxi's aura, at a loss for words to counter her. Mother, please check on Chunyu's condition. The old matron commanded sternly. Yes, replied Spring Mama, hastily departing. Mother, Mu attempted to follow. The old matron's piercing gaze silenced her, her voice authoritative. You shall remain silent. Yunxi is your biological daughter. Today is her day of recognition. I shall see who dares to stir trouble. A warmth blossomed within Jiang Yunxi. She understood that her grandmother truly cared for her. As for her grandmother's visit to Qingshu Temple, it was said that her grandfather had appeared in a dream, revealing that a child had been mistakenly raised, and it was imperative to reclaim his true granddaughter. In truth, she too had dreamt of her grandfather, a kind-hearted elder, beseeching her to safeguard the Duke of England's household. The Duke's family had a long-standing tradition of loyalty and valor in battle. Presently, her father and elder brother remained on the battlefield, yet the legacy of loyalty continued through her. Regrettably, her own lifespan was limited to just over 3 months. She would offer guidance where possible, but the remainder lay in the hands of fate. Who are these 2 children? Suddenly, a young maiden exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, all gazes converge upon Mo and Mian. This is my son, Mo, and this is my daughter, Mian. Jiang Yunxi introduced them with grace. You have given birth to a child outside of wedlock, and according to your grandmother, you are still unmarried. How could you engage in such shameless behavior? This is indeed a misfortune for the Jiang family. Mu felt a throbbing ache in her head. How could she have such a daughter? It seems that the Jiang family will become the laughingstock of the entire capital. They are the children of His Highness, the Cold King, whose status surpasses yours. Jiang Yunxi retorted without hesitation. Have you sought out the Cold King? The old lady smiled at her. Jiang Yunxi nodded. Not only did I meet the Cold King, But we also visited the palace to see the Grand Emperor, who acknowledged the two children. The old lady beamed with joy. Wonderful, wonderful. Did he mention when the wedding will take place? I have no intention of marrying the cold king. I only plan to raise the children with him. Jiang Yunxi candidly replied. The old lady was somewhat perplexed by her reasoning. The children are already 5 years old. Should they not be married and raise the children together? Others around them were equally bewildered. What were they discussing? The cold king's children? Do not deceive here. Everyone in the capital knows the cold king has an affliction that prevents him from fathering children. Today he is to wed a princess, and you, a mere Taoist, cannot aspire to such heights. Mu's expression darkened with sarcasm. Jiang Yunxi turned to her grandmother. Grandmother, please take us to the ancestral hall to meet our ancestors. The old lady kindly replied, very well. Mu was taken aback, feeling utterly disregarded. Moments later, the group arrived at the ancestral hall of the Duke of England. Upon entering, Jiang Yunxi was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pure and righteous energy, invigorating her spirit. Perhaps it was due to the loyalty of the Jiang ancestors. Even a single tablet could not diminish that aura. She was filled with deep respect and admiration as she brought the two children to offer incense and bow in reverence. Yunxi, the matter of entering the family register will be addressed when your father returns from the battlefield, the old lady said with a smile, wishing it could happen sooner. But it required her father's presence. Very well, Jiang Yunxi replied, unhurried. When her grandmother had sought her out previously, she had calculated that her father and elder brother would return safely. Soon after, the old lady introduced Jiang Yunxi to everyone in the Duke of England's household. The branches of the family remained united, and the married daughters returned today because of Yunxi's arrival. Jiang Yunxi felt a bit overwhelmed by the number of people, struggling to remember them all. Grandmother, Jiang Xinyu quickly entered the ancestral hall and knelt before the old lady with a thud. Xinyu, what are you doing? Quickly rise. The ground is cold, and your cold has not yet healed. Mu rushed forward to assist her, her face filled with concern. Upon learning that she was not her biological daughter, Mu felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, she eventually came to terms with it, realizing that having grown up beside her, Xinyu was still her daughter regardless of blood ties. Jiang Xinyu looked at her with pleading eyes. Mother, please allow me to finish speaking. Mu met her tear-filled gaze and reluctantly released her grip. The old lady frowned and reached out to help her get up and speak. After all, she had watched her grow up. How could she not feel affection? Jiang Xinyu shook her head, tears blurring her vision as she spoke. Grandmother, I had taken medicine and fell into a deep slumber. Xingji tried to wake me, but to no avail. She feared that I could not bear the thought of my sister returning home and had succumbed to despair, prompting her to report in a flurry. I understand now that my servant merely worried when she saw the third miss remained unresponsive, and I was wrong to think otherwise. Please, punish me. Xingji knelt on the ground, prostrating herself in fear of standing. Indeed, a punishment is warranted. Take her out and administer 20 strokes, Jiang Yunxi declared with unyielding resolve. Hearing the sentence, Xingji turned pale with fright. Jiang Xinyu glanced at her, her delicate and pallid visage softening as she said, Sister Yunxi, I apologize. It is my failure to properly oversee my maid that has led to this misunderstanding. I am willing to bear her punishment. Chapter 5, The Transgression. Release her Mu-Si cast an unhappy glance at Jiang Yunxi, feeling that a mere misunderstanding could have been resolved with a conversation. So why resort to 20 lashes? Was such cruelty truly necessary? It was she who had misspoken, not Jiang Yunxi who had wronged her. Jiang Yunxi asserted confidently, recognizing that from the very first day of her return, this pair of master and servant sought to establish their dominance over her. She refused to sacrifice her dignity for the sake of a favorable image. This was her home, and she needed them to understand who truly held the title of the young lady of the Duke of England's household. Mother, Sister Yunxi is correct. It is I who failed to manage the servants properly, and I shall accept the punishment, Jiang Xinyu said, feigning contrition. Mu-Si, observing her daughter's demeanor, felt a pang of sorrow, believing Jiang Yunxi to be excessively unyielding. Madam, old madam, it is I who acted without authorization. The third young lady is not to blame. I am willing to accept the 20 lashes, so please do not hold her accountable, Xingji said, her eyes brimming with tears. The young lady treats me exceptionally well. How could I allow her to suffer for my mistakes? From this day forth, I am the third young lady of the Duke of England's household, and the servants shall address her as Miss Jiang, Jiang Yunxi declared unequivocally. Jiang has grown up in the Duke's household. Everyone knows she is the third young lady. You have returned and act so excessively. Mu Si furrowed her brow. Is this truly my daughter? Such a lack of reason. The Duke's household has nurtured her for 22 years, without any deprivation. I have endured hardship from a young age, and on the very first day of my return, you, as my mother, have not offered a single word of concern. Is that not more excessive? Mu Si was rendered speechless. Jiang Yunxi turned her gaze towards Jiang Qinyu, a smile dancing on her lips as she said, You are well aware that I returned today, yet you chose not to come. Do not claim it was due to illness. You are here in the ancestral hall now. Sister Yunxi, it is not as you think, cough, cough. Jiang Qinyu began, but was suddenly seized by a violent cough, her body swaying before collapsing to the ground. Qinyu, Mu Si exclaimed in alarm, rushing to support her. Third young lady, Qingxi cried out in worry. It is Miss Qinyu. Jiang Yunxi corrected her. In that moment, the onlookers regarded Jiang Yunxi with a myriad of expressions. Surprise, shock, admiration, scrutiny, reverence, disdain, scorn, curiosity. Suddenly, a young man in a green robe strode up to Jiang Yunxi. Her gaze was as cold as ice as she spoke each word with conviction. Think carefully before you speak. I, Jiang Yunxi, am your biological sister. You may treat her kindly, but you must also show me the respect I deserve. Jiang Jingyan choked on his words, his imposing demeanor faltering. I merely believe that you need not be so particular upon your return. I meant no offense, and I would never show favoritism. He hastily clarified his position, feeling as though she bore a resemblance to their grandfather, instilling a sense of fear. Should you show me respect, I would have no reason to be resentful. Jiang Yunxi replied coolly. If Jiang Qinyu were not to act unruly and harbor good intentions, I would be more than willing for her to remain in the Duke's household. Jiang Jingyan fell silent. Grandmother, we have traveled a long way today and wish to rest early, Jiang Yunxi said, casting a glance at the old matriarch. Uninterested in the theatrics of Jiang Qinyu feigning faintness, she set down her words. If she were to cause any more trouble, she would handle it herself. I shall take you to rest. You may reside in the courtyard next to mine, the old lady said, her face beaming with a smile, her eyes brimming with admiration. She had expected the newcomer to be timid in this unfamiliar place, yet was taken aback by her assertiveness. Today's display exuded the commanding presence of a noble daughter of the British Duke, effectively establishing dominance over the situation. Mother, Mu's expression was one of bewilderment. Had she completely disregarded Qinyu? After all these years, it was Qinyu who had remained by her side, dutifully honoring her. The old lady urged, Quickly take her back, so the doctor can examine her properly. With that, she led Jiang Yunxi and her two children away. In the chamber, Jiang Yunxi returned to her room only after ensuring the two little ones were sound asleep. From her bundle, she retrieved a silken pouch given to her by her master when she departed from Qingshu Temple, instructing her to open it only after establishing kinship with the British Duke's household. She unfolded the paper within, revealing the words, Seek the Ziwei star. It may aid in prolonging your life. Upon reading this, Jiang Yunxi felt no stirrings of emotion. She had lived not just one life, but several, each time meeting her end before the age of 22. Yet she had always accepted death with equanimity, for she was unencumbered and solitary. This time, however, it was different. She had a pair of beloved children and some family who cherished her, igniting within her a yearning to live a little longer. Each life, her soul had never been whole. Even now, as she returned to this body, her 3 souls and 7 spirits remained incomplete, unless her soul was made whole. Even if she found the Ziwei star, she would still meet an early demise. Yet, if she could extend her life by a few months, it would be worthwhile. Thus, she resolved to begin her search the following day. Reflecting on the calamity that awaited Zhan Beiyuan, she changed her attire and stealthily exited the British Duke's estate. The streets lay desolate and eerily silent, yet she perceived many entities invisible to others, ghosts. Suddenly, Her ears twitched, and in the next moment, she darted forth like a specter, racing down 2 streets until she halted by a pond, where she beheld a girl of about 15, writhing in agony beneath a locust tree. "Vile wretch, release her!" Jiang Yunxi shouted, sending forth a talisman. A flash of light erupted, and a ghostly figure clad in red materialized. The girl, who had been struggling, fainted. "Little girl, mind your own business. Ah, your incomplete soul would make it even easier to seize your body. How delightful." The red-clad ghost shifted from anger to elation, sensing the heavy aura of negativity surrounding her target, making her an ideal vessel. Jiang Yunxi replied with a radiant smile, "That depends on your abilities." The red ghost, realizing that her opponent was no ordinary person, let out a cold laugh, a fierce wind swirling around her as her long hair danced wildly, her visage contorting into a grotesque snarl, baring sharp, white teeth. This body was hers for the taking. The thought of living like a normal person exhilarated her, prompting her to laugh maniacally. "From this day forth, I shall live in your stead," declared the red ghost, launching herself toward Jiang Yunxi. In response, Jiang Yunxi swiftly produced a brush from her sleeve, drawing intricate symbols with deft strokes. "Ah, what have you done? Let me go." The specter clad in red found herself ensnared mid-flight, as if an invisible force bound her, rendering her immobile and devoid of power. Jiang Yunxi, wielding her brush, made a sweeping motion, and the red-clad ghost was cast to the ground. "You should have long since embraced reincarnation. It is one thing to linger in the mortal realm, but to harm the innocent is an unforgivable transgression." Jiang Yunxi advanced towards her, emanating an aura of lethal intent. She had never shown leniency towards spirits who clung to the world of the living. Unless they posed a threat to others, she would ensure their departure. Suddenly, the ghost erupted into a haunting, sorrowful laughter. "To harm the innocent? I too was once innocent. I was slain and denied the chance to reincarnate. Who stood up for me? Who cared for my plight? Am I not innocent? That does not absolve you of your transgressions. Grievances have their origins, and debts must be repaid." Jiang Yunxi replied with icy detachment. "So you wish for my soul to be shattered?" The red-clad ghost inquired, her laughter lingering in the air. Chapter 6. Your matter, I shall handle it. Jiang Yunxi approached her step by step, paintbrush in hand. "Speak. How did you meet your demise?" The ghost in red froze. "You do not intend to vanquish me? Since you claim to be an innocent victim unable to reincarnate, I shall assist you first, and then we will address the grievous sin of harming the innocent," Jiang Yunxi declared, touching the ghost with her brush, causing the binding array to vanish in an instant. "Are you truly willing to help me?" The ghost in red wept with joy, kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head to Jiang Yunxi. "Remain here and guard her until I return. I must now assist the father of my child," Jiang Yunxi said before turning and sprinting away. The ghost in red was left speechless. On the bustling street, the carriage of the cold king moved steadily along, when suddenly it came to a gradual halt. "Master, someone is blocking the way," Qi Yin reported. "Resolve it," commanded Zhan Beiyuan, his expression unperturbed. Such occurrences were not new to him. Qi Yin hesitated, saying, "Master, I fear I cannot manage alone. There are over a dozen individuals, and they do not appear ordinary." Zhan Beiyuan's eyes shot open. He had just returned from the military camp and was taken aback to find himself facing an assassination attempt. Suddenly, he recalled Jiang Yunxi's words, "Blood calamity?" He lifted the curtain and dismounted the carriage, spotting a group of black-clad figures wielding gleaming swords not far off. He glanced towards the houses flanking the street. There were ambushes. Were they so intent on his life? "Master, they seem quite malevolent. Perhaps you should retreat," Qi Yin advised gravely. "If I were to flee, you would be left to report to the king of hell," Zhan Beiyuan replied, then leaped towards the dark figures, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Every time he encountered those seeking his life, he merely regarded them as practice. Qi Yin's lips twitched. What a blunt truth. Yet, he felt a surge of emotion welling up inside. As his master was surrounded by the black-clad assailants, Qi Yin drew 2 swords from beneath the carriage and rushed forward, throwing one towards Zhan Beiyuan. "Master, catch!" Zhan Beiyuan deftly seized the sword in midair. The master and servant swiftly launched their counterattack. but the black-clad figures were well-trained and formidable. On the second floor of a nearby inn, a window creaked open, and another window across from it followed suit. Two figures at the window exchanged glances and knocked their arrows, their target being Zhang Beiyuan. Sensing something amiss, Zhang Beiyuan swung his sword in a sweeping motion, the sharp sound ringing out as an arrow fell to the ground. He turned to flee, but was a moment too late. Another arrow grazed his arm, tearing through his clothing and causing blood to flow freely. "Master!" Qi Yin cried out in alarm, gripping his sword with renewed ferocity. Zhang Beiyuan remained unfazed, continuing to engage in combat. The archers, having failed their initial attempt, readied their arrows once more, their mission clear, to eliminate Zhang Beiyuan, or would be their own lives at stake. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, a cheerful female voice rang out from behind him. The archer swiftly turned, but before he could utter a word, Jiang Yunxi struck him on the head with a brick, resulting in a resounding thud as he crumpled to the ground. Jiang Yunxi picked up the bow and aimed at the opposing window. The archer was focusing intently on Zhang Beiyuan, his face twisted with anger as the latter moved restlessly, making it impossible for him to aim accurately. He was utterly unaware of where Zhang would dart next. Indeed, the initial failure had heightened his vigilance. Suddenly, he let out a pained grunt. An arrow had pierced his arm. He cautiously glanced across the way, where stood a woman in ethereal white, her grace apparent as she waved her bow in greeting. Jiang Yunxi ascended the window, employing her lightness skill to glide across to the opposite side. Observing this, the archer, gritting his teeth against the pain, yanked the arrow from his arm and fled. As Jiang Yunxi entered the room, she wielded a brick and struck precisely at the back of his head, causing him to sway and collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, on the street, Zhang Beiyuan and Qi Yin had dispatched a dozen black-clad assailants. "My lord, I warned you of the impending bloodshed tonight. Do you believe me now?" Jiang Yunxi sauntered towards Zhang Beiyuan, her gaze fixed upon his arm, which was stained with a considerable amount of blood from his dark attire. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Beiyuan reigned in the aura of slaughter surrounding him. "You ought to be grateful. I incapacitated both archers, allowing you to take them back for questioning," she replied with a radiant smile, as brilliant as the brightest star in the night sky. Zhang Beiyuan furrowed his brow. "Why you assist me? You are the father of my child. Otherwise, I would not involve myself." Jiang Yunxi arched an eyebrow, declaring, without the child, we would merely be two individuals with no intersections in life. "Let's hope it remains so, and that you harbor no ulterior motives," Zhang Beiyuan retorted coldly. Jiang Yunxi pondered. What ulterior motive could she possess, save for securing a path for her children? "Qi Yin, drive her home," Zhang Beiyuan commanded, noting her audacity in venturing out alone at such an hour. "No need. You may attend to your matters," Jiang Yunxi replied before departing. Zhang Beiyuan watched her slender, upright figure until it vanished into the night, then averted his gaze. Jiang Yunxi hastened back to the pond. The red-clad, ghost woman sighed in relief upon her return, having feared she would not come back. Strangely, she felt that only Jiang Yunxi could assist her. Jiang Yunxi roused the woman from the ground and escorted her home, subsequently leading the red-clad ghost to the Duke of England's residence. Along the way, she listened to the ghost's plight, feeling a surge of compassion. "Your troubles are now mine. I shall help you find rebirth," Jiang Yunxi assured her. Accumulating virtue through good deeds had been her family's legacy for generations. It was only in this life that she had committed a wrongdoing. She had interfered without Zhang Beiyuan's consent, marking her only transgression. "Are you truly willing to help me?" He holds considerable power in the capital. Confronting him could be perilous. The red-clad ghost expressed her concern, initially contemplating seizing the woman's body to exact revenge, intending to return it afterward. "I am the legitimate daughter of the Duke of England, the most formidable disciple of Qingshu Temple. Do you think I fear him?" Jiang Yunxi replied nonchalantly, her tone laced with arrogance. Moreover, fulfilling the righteous path was her calling. Such a person deserved to descend into hell. The woman in the red dress widened her eyes, only to feel a sense of relief shortly thereafter. However, she had never heard of this Qingshu Temple before. "The Snow Lotus Pavilion. Mother, I apologize. It is because of me that our sister's first day back has been marred by such unpleasantness," Jiang Yu said, her eyes tinged with red and her voice laced with a hint of tears, though her heart brimmed with resentment. She never expected that Jiang Yunxi could be so arrogant and domineering. Mu felt a deep pang of sympathy, exclaiming, "This is not your fault at all. It is merely a misunderstanding. She is the one who clings to her grievances too tightly. You should rest now." Chapter 7. Personally going to fetch them, mother. You mustn't speak of my sister in such a manner. She has endured years of hardship. You should show her more concern. Once I recover from my illness, I will depart from the Duke's residence, Jiang Yunxi gently implored. Upon discovering that she was not the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household, she felt as though the sky had collapsed around her. Raised in privilege, adorned in fine garments, and relishing the respect and special treatment that her status afforded her, she had grown accustomed to being courted by many noble women. The abrupt revelation of her true identity filled her with trepidation and dread, making the thought of leaving unbearable. How could she survive without this identity? Despite knowing that she ought to relinquish her fantasies and attachments, she found it impossible to immediately sever ties with the Duke's household. Leave the Duke's residence? Absolutely not. I will not permit it. Mu vehemently objected. Jiang Yunxi abruptly rose and knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Mother, I ultimately do not belong to the Duke's household. For years, I have enjoyed the wealth and splendor that rightfully belonged to my sister. Now that she has returned, everything should revert to her." Witnessing her daughter's understanding, Mu's heart ached even more. She quickly helped her to her feet and seated her by the bed. "You have grown up here. You are a part of the Duke's household. The mix-up at birth was not your fault, and you need not feel guilty. But Jiang Yunxi faltered. You have given me joy and laughter since my childhood. You have been by my side, fulfilling your role as a mother. You will always be my daughter." Mu firmly grasped her hand, aware that Jiang Yunxi was her biological child, yet they had never shared bond, making it difficult for her to feel a connection. Blood relations aside, it was unthinkable to cast Jiang Yunxi out. Such an act would be devoid of compassion. "Mother," a tear streamed down Jiang Yunxi's face. "Say nothing more. Focus on your recovery, and leave the rest to me." Mu gently patted her hand in reassurance. As the lady of the Duke's household, she still possessed the authority to decide who would remain. Jiang Yunxi buried her face in her embrace, her heart swelling with emotion. The following day, the matriarch rose early to seek out Jiang Yunxi. Meng Meng and Mian Mian had already risen, and the three engaged in their daily morning exercises in the courtyard, filling the air with laughter. As Jiang Yunxi emerged, drawn by the sounds of joy, she was greeted by the sight of her children rushing toward her, their rosy cheeks brightening the scene. "Mother," they exclaimed, each clinging to one of her legs, their little heads affectionately nuzzling against her. Jiang Yunxi felt a stirring in her heart, choosing not to disclose her remaining time, wishing instead for their moments together to be filled with joy rather than worry. She reached down to caress their heads and turned to the matriarch, saying, "Grandmother." The matriarch gestured to Mama Chun, instructing her to fetch breakfast from the kitchen. Knowing that the three of them were to visit the cold King's residence today, she had much she wished to discuss with her daughter, and the front hall would not suffice for a proper conversation. Understanding the request, Mama Chun swiftly departed with the maids. Moments later, a lavish breakfast was laid out before them. "Dear beloved grandchildren, you must consume more nourishment to grow tall. The matriarch has prepared an abundance of delicacies for Mo and Mian, and then for Jiang Yunxi. Grandmother, you should also partake," Jiang Yunxi prompted, offering her some food. The old lady looked upon her actions with great satisfaction, saying, "Your mother's demeanor should not weigh heavily upon your heart." Jiang Yunxi took a bite of her bun and replied with clarity, "Whether she likes me or not is of no concern to me." Sighing, the matriarch remarked, "Since Chunyu has been raised by her side since childhood, you two have never truly bonded. It is understandable if she feels distant. With time, I believe your relationship will improve." The old lady, naturally wishing for a harmonious bond between mother and daughter, lamented, "Such ties are often fragile and should not be forced." Jiang Yunxi remained unperturbed. Her return to the Duke of England's residence was not driven by desire for maternal affection. "Dear grandmother, do not fret. I have Mo, Mian, and you," she said with a bright smile. Seeing her granddaughter so resolute, the old lady refrained from further discussion, content as long as Jiang Yunxi was happy. She felt a pang of sorrow for her granddaughter, who had been lost to the world for so long, wishing only to compensate for the time lost. Do you intend to reside in the Cold Prince's residence indefinitely? I have no such plans. Once Mo and Mian are accustomed to the Duke's residence, I will return, Jiang Yunxi considered before replying. The two little ones exchanged glances and continued their meal. It is not feasible for you to remain at the Cold Prince's residence without purpose. Perhaps a better arrangement would be to alternate between the Cold Prince's residence and the Duke of England's, the matriarch proposed, reluctant to let her granddaughter go elsewhere before they had a chance to bond. That sounds agreeable, Jiang Yunxi responded. The old lady beamed with joy at her agreement and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" "I will set up a fortune-telling stall," Jiang Yunxi declared. She also sought the ZY star. Though she could not entirely alter her fate, living an additional month would be preferable to simply counting the days. As long as you are content, the matriarch encouraged, not wishing to deter her. After finding her at the Qingshu temple, the temple master praised her as a genius, possessing remarkable talents that should not be concealed but rather used to assist others. This warmed Jiang Yunxi's heart. Knowing her grandmother did not view her fortune-telling as a disgrace to the Duke's residence, there were indeed individuals worth returning for. Grandmother, Jiang Chunyu is nearly 22. Why is she yet to marry? Jiang Yunxi inquired. She has always been infatuated with the crown prince, but after he wed the crown princess, she fell gravely ill. Since then, she declared she would not marry, and we cannot compel her, which has led us to this point. The old lady sighed, feeling helpless. She was unwell for a long time, and my heart ached for her, so I allowed her wishes. Jiang Yunxi smiled wryly. She is quite the romantic. The matriarch pondered and suggested, "Now that you have returned, should we send her to Yulan village?" Having learned of her granddaughter's plight while at Qingshu temple, she had nearly been driven to despair. Had Yunxi not been fortunate enough to escape, she could hardly bear to contemplate her fate. Jiang Chunyu is not from Yulan village. As for her future, you and the others may decide. However, let me be clear, if she remains compliant, that is well and good, but should she act otherwise, I will not hesitate to take action, Jiang Yunxi stated coldly. The Duke of England's residence had cared for her for 22 years. The bond formed through such daily interactions was undeniable. She would not hastily expel Jiang Chunyu upon her return. However, should she choose to act recklessly, she would certainly not hold back. The matriarch understood. The elderly lady grasped her intent, hoping that the girl Chunyu would not disappoint them. Suddenly, the steward approached, a broad smile adorning his face as he reported, "Madam, His Highness, the Cold King, has arrived, stating he is here to escort the third miss and the young master and young miss." The elderly lady's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Jiang Yun, she raised an eyebrow, not expecting the man to come so early to fetch them. In the front courtyard, Mu spoke with a flattering smile, "Your Highness, please take a seat. The steward has gone to the back courtyard to fetch them and should return shortly." She had not anticipated that he would personally come to collect Jiang Yunxi and her children. Chapter 8. This prince will not marry, no need, I shall merely stand, declared Zhan Beiyuan, his demeanor icy and detached. He had initially been reluctant to attend, yet upon reflection, he deemed it necessary to come in person. After a night of contemplation, he still could not recall the events of that fateful night 6 years ago behind Yulan village. Even more perplexing was his complete amnesia regarding what transpired after his loss of consciousness, coupled with the sudden appearance of his affliction. He now questioned whether it was the result of the medicine or if Jiang Yunxi had done something to him. Mu Shi, perceiving his indifferent attitude and evident desire to avoid her, found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Jiang Chunyu entered the room. "I have the honor of meeting His Highness, the Cold Prince," she said, bowing gracefully, her liquid gaze resting upon his stern and resolute visage, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. Zhan Beiyuan responded with an air of indifference. Observing his aloof demeanor, Jiang Chunyu approached Mu Shi and whispered, "Mother, what brings His Highness here?" In a hushed tone, Mu Shi replied, "He comes to take Jiang Yunxi and the children." Jiang Chunyu's face registered surprise. She had heard her mother mention the 2 children the previous night and had dismissed the notion. for the entire capital was aware that the cold prince was afflicted and incapable of fathering children. How could Jiang Yunxi's children possibly belong to him? Yet here he was, personally visiting the Earl's residence to fetch them. It would be best for him to take them away. Congratulations, Your Highness. Do you intend to marry Sister Yunxi? Otherwise, her residence in the cold prince's manor will surely give rise to gossip, she remarked with a composed smile. Zhan Beiyuan regarded her coldly. You seem quite concerned for her. She is my sister. Naturally, I care, Jiang Yunxi replied earnestly. Given your concern, should you not leave the Earl's residence? Otherwise, outsiders will undoubtedly speak ill of her. Zhan Bin's demeanor remained frigid, his tone unfriendly. Monsieur, Jiang Yunxi, father. The twins, Mo, and Mian, rushed into the hall upon spotting the handsome man, swiftly embracing his legs with an air of familiarity. As Zhan Beiyuan was enveloped by the small figures, he felt as though his heart was being gently scratched by their tiny hands, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within him. As a new father, he found himself somewhat bewildered. He had never interacted with children before and was utterly unsure how to engage with them. Have you eaten breakfast? After a moment's thought, he finally found the words to say. Mo, and Mian nodded, their innocent, bright eyes gazing up at him. Where is Jiang Yunxi? Why hasn't she come yet? What do you enjoy doing? Zhan Beiyuan continued to seek conversation, reflecting on his own joyless childhood, which had been filled only with books and martial arts. I love reading, Mo declared, explaining that he had read every book he could comprehend at the Qingxu Temple. I enjoy martial arts, Mian chimed in, her eyes sparkling with delight, expressing her love for swordplay. Wow, you are both remarkable. Your master has always cherished reading and martial arts since childhood as well, Qi Yin noted, observing his lord's awkwardness in interacting with the children, pleasantly surprised to find that the young masters shared similar interests. Mo, and Mian's eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly urged Zhan Beiyuan to recount tales from his childhood. Initially, Zhan Beiyuan spoke with a certain stiffness, but gradually, under the adoring gazes of the two little ones, he became increasingly at ease. When Jiang Yunxi arrived, she beheld her son and daughter, their chins resting on their hands, their eyes twinkling with delight as they listened intently to Zhan Beiyuan's words. The man sat upright, seriousness etched upon his face as he communicated with them. Witnessing this scene, she felt a sense of relief. Her decision had indeed been wise. The old lady had met His Highness, the cold king, and she greeted him with a beaming smile. Zhan Beiyuan promptly rose, holding deep respect for the long-standing loyalty of the British Duke's household, particularly for the old Duke himself. Had it not been for him during that crucial battle, the Tunglong Kingdom would have surely lost several cities. Jiang Yunxi, along with Mo, and Mian, had spent many years at the Qingxu Temple, and there were many customs they were unfamiliar with, so she hoped the Cold King would be understanding. Naturally, the old lady wished for them to get along splendidly. When Jiang Yunxi expressed her reluctance to marry, it was merely because the two were still unfamiliar with one another. With time, feelings would naturally blossom. Zhan Beiyuan cast a glance at the woman standing beside him. The old lady reassured herself. He was not an unreasonable man, and as long as she did not overstep, he could be accommodating. Jiang Yunxi thought, am I truly the kind of person who oversteps? A moment later, the group escorted Zhan Beiyuan out of the British Duke's residence. Jiang Yunxi exhaled a sigh of relief once the carriage had disappeared from view, yet a wave of conflicting emotions washed over her. She did not wish for Jiang Yunxi to return to the British Duke's residence, but she also did not want her to reside in the Cold King's manor. Qinyu, come with me, the old lady said, watching her. She allowed her to choose her own path from there. Yes, Jiang Yunxi replied anxiously, sensing her grandmother's evident favoritism towards Jiang Yunxi. At the Cold King's manor, Zhan Beiyuan addressed Jiang Yunxi seriously. You shall reside in this courtyard from now on. You may move freely within the palace, but my quarters are off limits without permission. Jiang Yunxi responded readily, all right. She had no interest in his main quarters. If you need anything, consult Butler Bai. He will arrange everything for you, Zhan Beiyuan continued, assuring her that he would not treat them poorly since he had brought them back. Your Highness, When do you plan to announce Mo and Mion's identities? Jiang Yunxi inquired, determined to secure a rightful status for her children and pave their way forward. I will enter the palace today to request their identities. As for you, I have no intention of marrying, Zhan Beiyuan replied candidly. Her arrival had prompted him to reveal the children's identities, yet if he did not marry her, he could only imagine how the populace would speculate. Nevertheless, he remained firm in his decision not to wed, as he had yet to unravel the events of that night 6 years ago. Oh, I have no intention of marrying you either, Jiang Yunxi replied with an innocent smile. Zhan Beiyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Butler Bai entered, announcing, Your Highness, Master Qin has arrived with an imperial decree and a plethora of gifts for the young master and young princess. Lord Qin entered the courtyard with a beaming smile, first offering his respects before presenting the imperial decree. Your Highness, this decree has been personally inscribed by His Majesty at the behest of the retired emperor, announcing the identities of the young heir of the young princess. Zhan Beiyuan took the decree, opened it, and upon seeing the seal of jade, handed it to Jiang Yunxi. Can we rest assured now? After perusing its contents, Jiang Yunxi exhaled in relief. Regardless of whether the prince would wed a princess or have more children in the future, she hoped he would treat Mo and Mion with kindness. Since the birth of the 2 children, she had been diligently nurturing them, wishing for their well-being, irrespective of her presence in their lives. They are the children of this prince. Naturally, I shall treat them well. Furthermore, I have no intention of marrying a princess or having any other offspring, Zhan Beiyuan stated with utmost clarity, asserting that having heirs sufficed to silence his father. Chapter 9. Shattering your reputation, Jiang Yunxi curled her crimson lips, speaking with profound significance. I foresee that you will undoubtedly marry the princess. It was for this reason that she had just uttered those words. You are gravely mistaken this time. I, the prince, shall never marry the princess, Zhan Beiyuan asserted with unwavering certainty. He had long intended to remain solitary until old age, and had it not been for his father's grave illness, he would not have even considered marriage. I have never been wrong in my predictions, Jiang Yunxi replied, brimming with confidence. Raising an eyebrow, Zhan Beiyuan retorted with arrogance. It seems I shall have to shatter your reputation this time. With a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, Jiang Yunxi responded, Oh, I am quite looking forward to it. However, I wonder if I will still have the chance to witness it. Elder Qin, with a twinkling gaze, observed the 2 of them and said, Your Highness, Miss Jiang, the Grand Emperor requests that you both bring the children to the palace for dinner this evening. I have conveyed his message. I shall return to the palace now. With that, he bowed and turned to leave. If he were to relay their recent conversation to the Grand Emperor, the latter would surely be overjoyed. It must be said that Miss Jiang truly possessed remarkable abilities. After the talisman she burned yesterday, she proceeded to draw 4 more, placing them at the 4 cardinal points. Later, she administered acupuncture to the Grand Emperor, and upon awakening today, he appeared rejuvenated and full of vigor. Familiarize the children with the palace. I have official business to attend to and shall return to fetch you both this evening, Zhan Beiyuan declared before departing. Jiang Yunxi grasped his sleeve and remarked, Attend to your duties, but make sure to spend your free time with Mo and Mion. They are your children. After all, you must learn how to be a father. She aimed to foster a deep bond between him and the children. Although he possessed a sense of responsibility, it was still insufficient. Zhan Beiyuan glanced at her delicate, fair fingers gripping his garment. Once you release me, I shall spend more time with them. Perhaps it was the wondrous bond of blood. He found no aversion to the 2 children. After spending some time with them at the Duke of England's residence, the initial awkwardness had dissipated. Once Zhan Beiyuan departed, Jiang Yunxi turned back to the courtyard, intending to help the 2 little ones become well acquainted with the palace. For this would be their home henceforth. That morning, 2 sensational events occurred in the capital. The first was the unexpected emergence of the Cold Prince's 5-year-old dragon and phoenix twins, whose identities were officially acknowledged by the royal family. The second was the return of the true daughter of the Duke of England, Jiang Yunxi, with the crucial detail that she was the biological mother of the Cold Prince's children. However, the Cold Prince acknowledged the children's identities without any intention of marrying Jiang Yunxi. This sparked a flurry of gossip throughout the capital, with most mocking Jiang Yunxi upon learning she was a Taoist from Qingshu Temple, a place they had never even heard of. It was presumed to be a small and inconspicuous temple. No wonder the cold prince was reluctant to marry her. He wielded immense power and held a prestigious status. How could he possibly marry the legitimate daughter of the Duke of England? Lost to the world? The Wenxin Marquis residence. Is this the place? Jiang Yunxi patted the pouch hanging at her waist, having instructed the red-clad female ghost to remain within, for she could not emerge during the day. Yes, this is indeed the place. Sairu's voice was laced with animosity. She usually longs to approach this place, but it has always been impossible. Lu Zan employed a master to arrange formations within the Wenxin Marquis residence and set up magical instruments at home, driven by his fears. Despite having already devised a malevolent formation to suppress the souls of her entire family in a desolate well, he remained apprehensive. I will take you inside now. The rest shall be entrusted to me. I will rescue the souls of your family, Jiang Yunxi pledged. Sairu, filled with gratitude, replied, "Thank you, Miss Jiang. Your immense kindness can only be repaid in the next life." With resolute strides, Jiang Yunxi approached the entrance and addressed the servant on guard. "May I inquire if Lord Lu is present? Who are you? Do you have an appointment?" The servant scrutinized her, noting her white attire that gleamed like snow, her ethereal beauty akin to a plum blossom blooming in the winter moonlight, both striking and solitary. "I am Jiang Yunxi. Please inform your master of the words desolate well. He will understand. It is imperative that you convey this to him, or the consequences will be dire," Jiang Yunxi stated with a grave expression. The servant, sensing the weight of her words, hurriedly entered to deliver the message. Jiang Yunxi stood at the entrance, her gaze falling upon a statue directly ahead, and she smirked inwardly, recognizing that the Wenxin Marquis truly harbored fear. Otherwise, he would not have positioned a statue facing the entrance to ward off malevolent spirits. She surveyed the courtyard, noting the arrangements and concealed magical items. Moments later, two servants emerged. "You're Miss Jiang, correct? Our master invites you inside," the steward said with a warm smile. "Please, lead the way," Jiang Yunxi replied coolly. The steward gestured for her to follow. In the front hall of the Wenxin Marquis residence, Lu Zan sat upright, deep in thought. A fleeting glint of ruthlessness crossed his eyes upon hearing the mention of the desolate well. Jiang Yunxi? The name rang familiar. He quickly recalled the tumultuous events of the morning that had stirred the capital. At the lunch table, he had learned that the true daughter returned from the British Duke's residence was named Jiang Yunxi, the mother of the Cold King's child, hailing from an obscure Taoist temple. As he pondered her humble origins, his tense demeanor gradually relaxed. "Master, Miss Jiang has arrived," the steward reported upon entering the hall. Lu Zan nodded, signaling him to withdraw. "Lord, you have implemented several arrangements and magical instruments in your residence. Are you warding off evil spirits?" Jiang Yunxi cut to the chase, observing the seemingly refined gentleman before her, unaware of his ruthless nature. "Miss Jiang, you perceive this?" Lu Zan's heart, which had only just eased, tightened again. He had assumed she was merely a novice, but to his surprise, she had discerned the intricacies of the protective measures he had painstakingly arranged. "To me, it is hardly a challenge," Jiang Yunxi asserted with confidence. Lu Zan smiled, curious about her purpose in visiting the Marquis residence. "Surely, you are aware of the circumstances surrounding the death of your legitimate wife a decade ago." Jiang Yunxi's gaze turned icy as she regarded him. "According to the records from 10 years ago, the CF family matron accidentally fell into the water and drowned," Lu Zan replied with composure, realizing that she had come seeking answers regarding the events of a decade past. With a countenance steeped in sarcasm, Jiang Yunxi remarked, "While you were embroiled in your struggle, she fell into the water. Initially, you were frantic to rescue her, yet you soon hardened your heart, watching as the CF family was engulfed by the depths. You erased the footprints of your struggle before quietly departing." Lu Zan's expression remained unchanged, yet a tempest raged within him. "Miss Jiang, I am at a loss as to what you are implying. Since Lord Lu is reluctant to acknowledge the truth, I shall resort to my own means of resolution. By the way, Sairu has confided much to me," Jiang Yunxi replied with a profound smile. Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, Lu Zhan's countenance shifted. Siru? Wasn't her soul confined there? Chapter 10. The four-legged tortoise. Miss Jiang, what are you saying? The Xie family has been deceased for 10 years. Lu Zhan said darkly, his voice low and stern. What does it matter that she was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of England? Can she speak so recklessly? Besides, she is merely a country bumpkin returned from an unknown temple. The Duke's household may not regard her, the true heiress, with any seriousness. I have already offered the Duke a chance. Since you refuse it, then take care of yourself. Having finished her words, Jiang Yunxi turned to leave. She had come to the Wenxin Marquisate in hopes that the other party would reconsider, but it seemed they were unwilling. Accustomed to wealth and privilege, who would willingly forsake it? Yet one reaps what one sows. Lu Zhan gazed at the woman's haughty silhouette, his expression darkening. Even if she knew what transpired a decade ago, what of it? Justice demands evidence. Siru had died 10 years ago, and no one else was present at the time. He was curious to see how she would investigate. Jiang Yunxi departed the Wenxin Marquisate. How blind I was to choose to marry him, even nurturing this ungrateful child for 6 years. Siru's heart brimmed with resentment. She had long believed herself incapable of bearing children, burdened with guilt. Eventually, the Lu family proposed adopting a newborn, and she consented. She cared for him tenderly, striving to provide the best, only to discover the child was sired by Lu Zhan and his mistress. This is a calamity destined for you. Even without this incident, other tragedies would befall you, Jiang Yunxi declared, her words piercing. Is my fate truly so dismal? Siru lamented, her heart heavy with despair. Accumulating virtue through kind deeds may not entirely alter one's fate, yet can certainly improve one's circumstances. As for those who commit evil, retribution will inevitably come, Jiang Yunxi asserted resolutely. Villains do not escape retribution. It is merely that their time has yet to arrive. Siru reflected on her own life. As the daughter of a wealthy merchant, she had known no want, yet lacked compassion. She had looked down upon beggars, never offering alms, ultimately realizing she had missed her opportunity to change her fate. At the Jingzhou Yin's residence, Jiang Yunxi struck the drum of grievance with great force, soon drawing the attention of a constable. The resounding beat of the drum captivated passers-by, who gathered to watch. Who are you, and why do you beat the drum? The leading constable inquired, studying Jiang Yunxi intently. I wish to see your lord, Jiang Yunxi replied, placing the drum aside. Come with me, the constable commanded, turning to lead her into the government office. Jiang Yunxi straightened her back and followed closely behind. Who is present in the hall, and what grievance do you bear? Chu Xinwen straightened his posture, regarding the woman standing at the center of the hall. I wish to accuse the Marquis of Wenxin, Lu Zhan, of having caused the death of his lawful wife, Lady Xie, 10 years ago. I implore you, my lord, to seek justice for Lady Xie, Jiang Yunxi declared, her words resonating with conviction. Chu Xinwen's eyes widened in astonishment. You wish for me to reopen a case from a decade ago? Do you possess new evidence? Currently, I do not, Jiang Yunxi admitted. Since you lack evidence, on what grounds do you ask me to revisit a case from 10 years past? Chu Xinwen responded, laughter tinged with irritation escaping him as he emanated palpable displeasure. Are you implying that if a commoner dies in their home without evidence, they cannot report it to the Jingshuan office? Jiang Yunxi retorted. Chu Xinwen was momentarily taken aback and inquired, did you just say that Lord Wenxin caused his wife's death? He recalled some details about the incident involving the Wenxin Marquis. The couple had quarreled by the water's edge, resulting in her falling in. He could have saved her, but chose to watch her drown, discreetly erasing their footprints before leaving. Jiang Yunxi stated seriously, how do you know this so clearly? Chu Xinwen's brow furrowed deeply. He remembered that it was the wife's family who reported the case, and he had personally examined the lakeside, where there were no signs of struggle. Ultimately, the case concluded that Xie had accidentally fallen and drowned. Xie told me, Jiang Yunxi replied. Xie passed away 10 years ago. Chu Xinwen said in a low voice. The coroner confirmed her death by drowning. There were no injuries or signs of poisoning. Her spirit conveyed this to me, Jiang Yunxi said softly. Chu Xinwen's face turned pale with fury. This is the Jingshuan office, not a playground. Please conduct yourself with seriousness. I am indeed serious. As the head of the Jinghuan office, you should recognize that the common people have the right to report cases here. It is your duty to investigate thoroughly. I am Jiang Yunxi, currently residing at the Han Wangfu, she concluded before leaving. Chu Xinwen's eyes widened. Jiang Yunxi? The mother of the dragon and phoenix twins of Prince Han. Hasn't she just returned to the capital? How audacious to bring a charge against the Wenxin Marquis so soon. Sir, should we investigate? An officer nearby asked. Yes, or else what will we do if she complains to Prince Han? Chu Xinwen replied angrily, knowing that if the matter escalated, they would have to look into it. At the Han Wangfu, Jiang Yunxi had dressed the two children nicely, as this was their first time dining in the palace, and there would likely be others present besides the emperor. When Zhan Beiyuan arrived at the Fanghua courtyard, he found a trio in a pavilion. Jiang Yunxi appeared to be teaching the children to write. However, as he approached, it became evident that she was instructing them in drawing talismans. Father, look how well I'm drawing, Mian Mian exclaimed, lifting her talisman high for him to see. Not bad, Zhan Beiyuan said, uttering words he did not truly believe, for it resembled a turtle with 4 legs. Yet, to avoid discouraging the child, he offered praise. Mian Mian blinked her big, watery eyes and smiled adorably. This is for you. It's a talisman for peace. Zhan Beiyuan accepted it with a furrowed brow. Thank you. Remember to keep it with you at all times. It will ensure your safety, Mian Mian said earnestly. I will, Zhan Beiyuan replied, folding the talisman and placing it in his sleeve. Jiang Yunxi smirked slightly. Noticing he accepted it, she refrained from further comment. Are you here to escort us to the palace? Zhan Beiyuan looked at her and said, At dinner, besides father, there may be others present. So be mindful of your words to avoid gossip. I will do my utmost to be cautious, Jiang Yunxi replied after some consideration. Zhan Beiyuan mused. What does as much as possible truly mean? The carriage swiftly arrived at the grand entrance of the imperial palace. Zhan Beiyuan walked on the left, flanked by the two children in the middle, with Jiang Yunxi on the right. The man exuded handsomeness, while the woman radiated an icy elegance. The two little ones presented contrasting expressions, one with a serious demeanor and the other with a playful, beaming smile. Together, they formed a captivating tableau that drew the attention of onlookers. Eagerly awaiting their arrival at the gates of Difu Palace was eunuch Qin, who welcomed the family of 4 with a beaming smile. Your imperial grandfather, the children exclaimed as they dashed towards the elderly emperor seated at the table. The former emperor's face lit up with joy upon seeing the two little ones, who were promptly ushered to sit beside him. Your humble son greets the father emperor. Your Majesty, Zhan Beiyuan said as he stepped forward to pay his respects. The humble daughter greets the former emperor. Your Majesty, Jiang Yunxi followed suit. Then cast a glance at the young man seated beside the emperor, sensing a shared affinity in their respective paths. Chapter 11. A youngster clinging to power, please. Take your seats, the Grand Emperor beckoned with a smile, casting a cold glance at the Emperor Su Ming, his expression revealing unmistakable disdain and displeasure. Su Ming Emperor forced a smile, glancing at the two little ones, and addressed the person behind him. Cui Hai, you are to promptly fetch some fine gifts from the Ministry of Internal Affairs for the young lord and young princess as a token of greeting. Yes, Cui Hai responded and swiftly departed. Father, they resemble the emperor's younger brother in their youth. It is evident they are his children. Now you need not worry about his lack of heirs, Su Ming Emperor remarked, his face adorned with a beaming smile, surprised by the sudden appearance of the two children. The presence of these two little ones has rejuvenated me. Without them, I fear I may have met my end soon, the Grand Emperor expressed with a radiant smile, referring to them as his little blessings. What do you mean by that, father? Su Ming Emperor's expression shifted slightly. Fortunately, it was yesterday when Yunxi brought the children, allowing Bei Yuan to escort them into the palace. It was then that Yunxi discovered a harmful talisman placed within my inner chamber. The Grand Emperor continued leisurely. After Jiang Yun, she destroyed the talisman yesterday. He chose not to publicize the matter. Why are you only now disclosing such a significant issue, father? Su Ming Emperor's brow furrowed, his anger palpable. Even now is not too late, for you are all present. The Grand Emperor retorted with a cold snort. Rest assured, I shall unearth the true culprit behind the harm done to you. Su Ming Emperor vowed with unwavering determination. The Grand Emperor regarded him with a knowing expression, stating solemnly, "In the end, the investigation will likely only yield a scapegoat. There is no need to pursue it further." Su Ming Emperor remained silent. Jiang Yunxi believed the Grand Emperor spoke the truth. Should an investigation occur, it would surely end with a eunuch or palace maid bearing the blame. However, with the talisman of the maiden present in the Grand Emperor's palace, safety was assured. Is the young lady a practitioner of the mystic arts? A man in white regarded Jiang Yunxi with a smile. "I am a disciple of the Qing Su Temple. I presume you too are a member of the mystic realm." Jiang Yunxi assessed him closely. The man, clad in snow-white garments, with brows like ink and eyes resembling water, appeared as if he had stepped from a painting, exuding an aura of ethereal grace and nobility. "I am Lu Qingbai. My master is the national teacher of the Tunglong Kingdom. As he is currently in seclusion, I am temporarily residing in the palace in his stead." Lu Qingbai introduced himself. Jiang Yunxi's lips twitched slightly. The name was indeed unique. "Might I see your right hand?" Though puzzled, Lu Qingbai extended his right hand. His fingers were long and slender, as white as jade. "May I touch your hand?" Jiang Yunxi inquired with sparkling eyes, eager to ascertain whether he was the embodiment of the Ziwei star. As his entire demeanor suggested, he was no ordinary individual. Mo, Mian. "Mother, is it truly appropriate to touch another man's hand before father?" The Grand Emperor. Su Ming Emperor. Jiang Yunxi. "What are you doing?" Zhanbei Yuan's expression darkened with displeasure. This was the imperial palace, and both his father and the emperor were present. How could she dare to touch another man's hand? "I merely wish to examine Lu Gongzi's palm." Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow, gazing at him. "He is the most outstanding disciple of the national master. Do you need to read palmistry?" Zhanbei Yuan remarked coldly, his gaze fixated on her, as if he harbored ulterior motives. Jiang Yunxi, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Perhaps I do." The retired emperor's lips twitched as he turned to Eunuch Qin and instructed, "Prepare the evening meal." "Yes," Eunuch Qin responded promptly. Mo, Mian. "This is your royal uncle, the emperor of the Tunglong Kingdom." The retired emperor shifted the topic, hoping to prevent further disputes between the two. "Hello, royal uncle," Mo said obediently. "Royal uncle, you look so impressive," Mian exclaimed, tilting her head in admiration. The Emperor Su Ming laughed heartily in high spirits and declared, "No matter how impressive I am, I cannot compare to your royal grandfather." "Wow, royal grandfather. Could you please teach me and my brother in the future?" Mian said, playfully tugging at the retired emperor's hand. Aware that their royal grandfather wished for their mother and father to be together, a desire they shared. "I would be most willing," the retired emperor replied, delighted by the affection of the two children. Jiang Yunxi silently praised them. At such a young age, they had learned to forge connections. Indeed, they were her promising offspring. "Royal brother, since you have a child with Miss Jiang, why not permit me to arrange a marriage for you?" The Emperor Su Ming suggested. He had annulled a previous engagement the day before, which had caused quite a stir in the capital, but this matter was soon overshadowed by two other events. The entire capital was abuzz with discussions about the two children and Jiang Yunxi. Upon hearing this, the retired emperor's opinion of him softened somewhat, but he knew that a marriage would not materialize between the two, leaving him with a tinge of melancholy. "Thank you, your majesty, but I have no intention of marrying at this time," Zhanbei Yuan flatly refused. "That is not right. Miss Jiang has borne you two children, and you ought to take responsibility," the Emperor Su Ming remarked sternly. Zhanbei Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yunxi beside him, his voice cool. "She bore the children for me, but I am yet to comprehend how they came to be." The Emperor Su Ming wore an expression of intrigue. "How could you not know? That night, you were injured and unconscious on the back mountain." Zhanbei Yuan replied nonchalantly, "At that time, I was injured. How could I require her to sacrifice herself to save me? You didn't force yourself on him while he was unconscious, did you?" The Emperor Su Ming fixed a sharp gaze on Jiang Yunxi, deeply suspicious, knowing his royal brother would not lie about such a significant matter. "I did not," Jiang Yunxi hastily denied. "Your Majesty, you have been misled." But could she admit it? Certainly not. Lu Qingbai smirked softly, his demeanor as gentle as jade. Those of Xian men would never engage in such acts. Your Majesty can rest assured. Only upon hearing this did the Emperor Su Ming retract his scrutinizing gaze. I will investigate the events of that night thoroughly. I shall not wrong the innocent, nor shall I spare the guilty. It cannot be dismissed merely by a word from young Master Lu. Zhang Biyuan's dark eyes resembled a cold pool, his tone somber. If I were truly a villain, Jiang Yunxi interjected, would I dare to parade before you with the children? Why must she be suspected? Zhang Beiyuan cast a cold and distant gaze upon her. What is your hurry? I assure you, I will not wrong the innocent. Oh, then please expedite your investigation, Jiang Yunxi replied, averting her gaze. Investigate as you wish. After all, he cannot recall the events of that night. At the dinner table, a warm and cheerful atmosphere enveloped them. The Grand Emperor and the Emperor Su Ming continuously served dishes to the two children. Jiang Yunxi engaged in lively conversation with Lu Qingbai, while Zhang Beiyuan remained expressionless. Young Master Lu, let me read your palm. Perhaps we can exchange insights later, Jiang Yunxi suggested, unwilling to give up. She thought it might be a while before she would see him again, so she decided to seize the opportunity today. Chapter 12. Did the prince hear that? Good. Lu Qingbai replied with alacrity, rising to take a seat beside Jiang Yunxi, extending his right hand. Jiang Yunxi was once again captivated by the man's hand. His fingers were long and fair, with distinct knuckles resembling meticulously carved jade, so beautiful that it was difficult to look away. She grasped his hand, examining it closely. This is the first time I have seen someone requiring a hands-on approach to fortune-telling, Zhang Beiyuan remarked coldly, his tone indicating his disapproval of her disregard for the differences between men and women. There are various methods of palmistry. One involves a superficial glance, while the other entails examining the bones. The prince, not being versed in the mystical arts, could not comprehend this. Young Master Lu, would you not agree with my assessment? Jiang Yunxi released his hand after speaking. Regrettably, I am not the star of fortune, Lu Qingbai concurred, noting that the lady's hands were somewhat cold, explaining the heavy energy surrounding her, an energy that eludes many but is discernible to someone of his background. Did the prince hear that? Jiang Yunxi said, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she glanced at the man who had been put in a difficult position. Zhang Beiyuan snorted in response. Young Master Lu's palmistry is quite promising. He is destined for great wealth and happiness in his later years, Jiang Yunxi commented on her observations. However, there exists an impending calamity in his fate. Should he stray from the righteous path, he may plummet into an abyss. Thank you for your auspicious words, Miss Jiang. Lu Qingbai replied with a gentle smile. I must impart a piece of advice to young Master Lu, she said. Please do. Do not forget your original intention, for that is the key to achieving your goals. Jiang Yunxi articulated each word with conviction, hoping he would truly heed this counsel and remember it well. Otherwise, no one would be able to rescue him in the future. Lu Qingbai's expression grew solemn for a moment before he responded with a warm smile. I shall remember Miss Jiang's words. Jiang Yunxi smiled back, choosing not to elaborate further. After dinner, Jiang Yunxi and Zhang Beiyuan returned to the manor with the two children, along with a plethora of gifts sent by Emperor Suming from Momo and Mian. Upon arriving at the gates of the prince's residence, she declared, You will take care of the two children tonight. I must go out to attend to some matters. She entrusted the children to Zhang Beiyuan, allowing the father and sons to bond. What business do you have at this hour? I am going to the Jingzhao Yin's residence to seek justice. I must now find evidence. You have grievances? Zhang Beiyuan frowned, pondering what matters could arise on her second day back in the capital. It is not my issue. It concerns her, Jiang Yunxi replied, patting the cloth bag hanging from her waist. The bag? It contains the souls within, she stated. Zhang Beiyuan was taken aback. Jiang Yunxi turned to Momo and Mian, instructing, Be sure to listen to your father. Mother will return once her task is completed. With that, she turned and departed, determined to locate the place where Xie Sairu's family's souls were sealed. Xie Sairu had mentioned she did not know where the dry well was located. Father, do not worry. Mother will be just fine, Mian said, tugging at his long robe with a smile. Mother is very capable. Momo added proudly, his handsome face beaming. Zhan Beiyuan muttered in acknowledgement, inwardly dismissing any concern for that woman, and naturally took one child in each hand, leading them towards the direction of Fenghua courtyard. Does she often go out at night? Mother is indeed busy, Mian said with a smile. She spends her days healing the sick and her nights resolving issues with various spirits, while also dealing with some nefarious individuals and ghosts. Zhan Beiyuan pondered. She tells the children about these matters, yet does not fear that they will be frightened. After bringing the two children to Fenghua courtyard, Zhan Beiyuan assisted them in unwrapping the gifts sent by Emperor Su Ming, and then instructed the nurse to give the children a bath. Only after they had fallen asleep did he take his leave from the courtyard. Qi Yan, go to the Jingshuian mansion and inquire about the grievance that Jiang Yunxi reported today. Zhan Beiyuan commanded as he walked. Understood. Qi Yan acknowledged and swiftly set off to carry out the task. The following day, Jiang Yunxi was awakened by the sounds of conversation in the courtyard. She quickly threw off her blanket and got out of bed, only to find Zhan Beiyuan teaching the two little ones martial arts, which brought her great satisfaction. Does the prince not have court today? She asked with a yawn, approaching him in a half-awake state. She had searched for the withered well that suppressed the souls of Sairu's family last night, but had found nothing. No, Zhan Beiyuan replied coolly. Last night, Qi Yan informed me. I did not expect you to investigate a case from 10 years ago. After such a long time, how do you intend to find new evidence? Jiang Yunxi's eyes sparkled as she cheerfully said, Today, I entrust the two children to your care. Zhan Beiyuan's handsome face darkened slightly. Although I do not have court today, I must attend to matters at the military camp. Take them along. Let them train with the soldiers. Jiang Yunxi exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident. They're only 5 years old. Zhan Beiyuan reminded her. Jiang Yunxi looked at him earnestly and replied, 5 is the perfect age to begin training. Zhan Beiyuan's voice turned serious. Do you not think you are being too harsh? A lenient mother often spoils her child. A strict mother raises a talented one. I do this for their own good, Jiang Yunxi asserted. Though Mian and Mo may not learn anything, they will still have a life of comfort. Yet I hope they become useful individuals, rather than mere playboys of the privileged class. Was the person you intended to accuse at the Jingshuian mansion the Marquis of Wenxin? Zhan Beiyuan shifted the topic. The prince is quite well informed, Jiang Yunxi replied. That night when I assisted you on the street, I happened to encounter the spirit of Madame Xie, the Marquis's wife, from whom I learned the entire story. As a member of the Xianmen, I must see this through to the end. She made it clear that no one would deter her from her course. It has been 10 years. The deceased cannot speak. Zhan Beiyuan dampened her enthusiasm. Unless you find new, useful evidence, then let the living speak, Jiang Yunxi declared, a chilling resolve gleaming in her eyes. Sairu devoted herself tirelessly to the Marquis's household, only to be watched drowned by her own husband. Her family questioned her death, only to be silenced by the Marquis, who also seized the Xie family's fortune. Such heartless individuals deserve to be punished severely. Zhan Beiyuan noted the determination on her face and found himself somewhat admiring her boldness. She had just returned to the capital and was already daring to take such action. Few would risk stirring the pot over a matter from a decade ago. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. You are willing to help? Jiang Yunxi exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. If the grievances are indeed true, I shall not remain idle. With unwavering conviction, Zhan Beiyuan declared, for he has always held a profound disdain for those devoid of conscience and steeped in heinous crimes. Seeing his willingness to intervene, Jiang Yunxi naturally did not feign reluctance. He was more familiar with the capital than she was. Thus, she recounted the plight of Sairu and the Xie family. How despicable! Father, mother, you must ensure that the wicked are brought to justice. Mo clenched her tiny fists, her face flushed with indignation. Father, mother, please hurry and capture the wrongdoers. Mian, with her dark eyes shimmering, chimed in with a sweet, childish voice. The two little ones exchanged a knowing glance, realizing that through more time spent together, their parents would come to appreciate each other's virtues. Chapter 13. Perhaps it is you who seeks my hand in marriage. Jiang Yunxi gazed at the two little ones, her eyes brimming with confidence as she brightly declared, Has your mother ever failed when she takes action? Mian, filled with admiration, chimed in, never. Mother is the strongest. Mother, when you said that father would surely marry a princess, did you mean to marry you? Momo, with his clear eyes, fixed his gaze on Jiang Yunxi. His curiosity piqued by this question. During their time at the Qingsu temple, every time they saw other parents bringing their children to offer incense and pray, it would be disingenuous to say they did not feel envious. However, their mother had mentioned that their father had passed away, leaving them with a sense of regret. Yet, suddenly their mother proclaimed that their father was still alive. They had now met him, and from their observations, he seemed to be a fine man. For all these years, their mother had to shoulder the burden of raising them alone, which had been quite arduous. It was only right that someone should assist her, so she would not have to bear such a weight alone. Son, let us change the subject, Jiang Yunxi said with a smile, her eyes narrowing with amusement. She had calculated that Zhan Beiyuan would not marry for another 3 years, and as for whom he would marry, that was something no one could predict. Moreover, his fate was quite unique. She could only perceive the superficial aspects, while the deeper intricacies remained beyond her reach. Will you marry father? Momo inquired earnestly. Jiang Yunxi hesitated. Son, can we not enjoy ourselves? Mother, please speak. Why are you not answering? Mian looked at her with hopeful eyes, silently cheering for her brother. Zhan Beiyuan observed Jiang Yunxi leisurely, having already surmised her response. He was certain she would say she would not marry. The future was uncertain, and that was a matter to be discussed later. Jiang Yunxi pondered for a moment and provided an ambiguous reply. She had raised her son and daughter. How could she not be aware of their thoughts? It was more prudent to give a vague answer. Does that mean you wish to marry me? Zhan Beiyuan's gaze deepened as he regarded her. Perhaps it is you who seeks my hand in marriage? Jiang Yunxi replied with a playful smirk. Zhan Beiyuan was taken aback. He had encountered vanity before, but never such unabashed self-adoration. He had always had little interest in women, having lived 26 years with minimal interaction, and marriage had never been part of his life's blueprint. Momo and Mian exchanged glances, sensing an opportunity. Given the number of wells in the capital, you should have a way to investigate, correct? Jiang Yunxi inquired of the man. Indeed, Zhan Beiyuan nodded. This is a minor matter. Could you please have someone compile a list of the locations of the dry wells? I will then visit each one, Jiang Yunxi suggested, believing this approach would enhance efficiency, sparing her from wandering aimlessly like a headless chicken in search of dry wells. Zhan Beiyuan replied calmly. Do you truly believe that the Marquis of Wenxin would recklessly confine the souls of the Sief family within a dry well? Jiang Yunxi contemplated this before responding. Of course not. If it were so haphazard, the Sief family would have located them long ago. Although I am a disciple of the Xianmen, I am not omnipotent. You are quite the pragmatic individual, Zhan Beiyuan remarked, surprised by her acknowledgement of her limitations. Naturally, however, it is best not to let me discover that you have deceived me, he added. As Jiang Yunxi met his piercing gaze, reminiscent of a hawk, her heart trembled slightly, and she let out an innocent sigh. Why does the prince always suspect me, making me seem like some great villain? Intuition. Zhan Beiyuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Jiang Yunxi. This topic can no longer be pursued. After breakfast, Jiang Yunxi requested Zhan Beiyuan to take the 2 children to the military camp. Just as she saw them off, someone from the British Duke's residence arrived, none other than her second brother, Jiang Jingyan. What brings you here? Jiang Yunxi asked, her tone indifferent. Father and elder brother sent someone back with news that they will arrive in the capital today. Grandmother asked me to come and fetch you home. Jiang Jingyan explained his purpose. Oh, let us go. Jiang Yunxi replied briskly. Since Jiang Jingyan had walked over, the siblings could only return home on foot. In truth, Jiang Jingyan deliberately chose not to take the carriage, wishing to take the opportunity to stroll through the streets with Jiang Yunxi. Although this sister was somewhat unfamiliar to him, she was correct in saying that they were bonded by blood, and he ought to treat her well. Upon reaching the bustling main street, Jiang Jingyan, having held back for a considerable time, awkwardly asked, "What do you like? I will buy it for you." Not one to dampen the mood. Jiang Yunxi gladly accepted his kindness, responding, "I like beautiful hairpins. I know where to find them." Seeing her acceptance, a radiant smile illuminated Jiang Jingyan's handsome face. Moments later, The siblings entered a shop that specialized in women's items, featuring an array of cosmetics and jewelry that dazzled the eyes. "Shopkeeper, bring out your finest hairpins." Jiang Yunxi boldly instructed the shopkeeper near the counter. The shopkeeper promptly agreed, personally presenting a tray of the best hairpins in the store. 10 in total, each distinct in design and craftsmanship, yet all exquisitely beautiful. "Young master, these are our finest hairpins, each one unique. Please feel free to choose whichever you like. If you fancy them all, you may purchase them all." Jiang Yunxi replied readily, though he felt a bit financially strained. He was determined to buy them all if she wished. She had grown up away from home, and he had never treated her well. It was time to make amends. "Can you truly buy them all? I believe these 10 hairpins are quite expensive," Jiang Yunxi said with a smile. Jiang Yunxi straightened his posture, trying to appear strong. "So what? I can afford it." Jiang Yunxi was satisfied with his words. "Shopkeeper, I don't like these. I will browse on my own. Please feel free to look. The others are also quite exquisite," the shopkeeper said with a beaming smile, undeterred by their disinterest. Zhao shopkeeper, someone who has lived in the countryside, cannot appreciate fine goods. "How could you show her such fine items?" A sarcastic female voice chimed in. "Zhao shopkeeper, not everyone is worthy of the finest offerings from the exquisite pavilion." Several noble ladies chimed in, their tones dripping with condescension, their gazes towards Jiang Yunxi filled with disdain. She is the legitimate eldest daughter of the British nobility. Yet she has spent her life in the countryside. So what if she has given birth to a pair of twins for His Highness the Cold King? The royal family may have acknowledged the children, but they have not granted her any status. Moreover, one cannot help but wonder what means she employed to clandestinely bear the Cold King's offspring. Such cunning. What do you all have to say? Jiang Yunxi listened to their barbed remarks, seething with indignation. Despite his sister's upbringing in the countryside, it was not their place to cast aspersions. "Master Jiang, we are merely speaking the truth. Is it not a fact that she was raised in the countryside? I have never even heard of Qingshu Temple." Yu Qingwan replied with a smile that held no warmth. Lin Weiwei, her closest confidant, was sent back on her wedding day by the Cold King. If it were not for Jiang Yunxi's interference, she would have been the Cold King's consort by now. Chapter 14. You are nothing with a face full of indignation. Jiang Yunxi retorted, "What of growing up in the countryside? If you had been raised in the wild, you would likely be even less than she is." Yu Qingwan took a deep breath and, with an air of pride, replied, "Unfortunately for you, I was raised in the capital, a pampered noblewoman, incomparable to those who hail from the countryside." You. Jiang Yunxi was infuriated, yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. According to his grandmother, Qingshu Temple was a remote little shrine, and when she first laid eyes on Jiang Yunxi clad in Taoist robes, it was clear she could not measure up to the dazzling noblewomen. "Which family do you hail from?" Jiang Yunxi inquired with a smile after examining her opponent's features. "My father is a deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue," Yu Qingwan declared, revealing her lineage. Jiang Yunxi laughed. "The daughter of a deputy minister, you say? I thought your father was the minister himself. How dare you compare yourself to me, when my father is a duke, holding a rank 2 levels higher than yours?" As she continued, her tone dripped with disdain. So it was a matter of status, a contest of paternal lineage. Her rank surpassed Yu Qingwan's, her father holding a higher official title. Yu Qingwan ground her teeth in silence, dismissively retorting, "What of your father being a duke? You weren't raised at home. Who knows if he even cares for you? I've heard the Duchess has little affection for you." A smirk played on her lips as she spoke. They had indeed heard about the Duchess's indifference towards this daughter, yet she was fiercely protective of Jiang Qinyu. "Your disdain does not alter the fact that I am the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household. I hold a higher station than you," Jiang Yunxi replied, her stunningly cold visage radiating arrogance, an undeniable powerful aura enveloping her. The onlookers were left speechless. They had presumed Jiang Yunxi to be a naive girl from the countryside, lacking exposure to the world, and thus expected her to appear timid and inconsequential. To their astonishment, she exuded an overwhelming presence. "All you possess is a title." Yu Qingwan scoffed. "What does it matter that you are the Duke's legitimate daughter? Which noblewoman in the capital would regard you with esteem? I remain superior to you." Jiang Yunxi smiled serenely. Yu Qingwan felt a surge of frustration. In terms of status, indeed, the Duke's legitimate daughter was more noble. But what was there to be proud of? She was merely a Taoist priestess from an obscure temple, unheard of by many. I'm still nobler than you, Jiang Yunxi declared with a beaming smile. Yu Qingwan was once again driven to madness. Is that all you can say? Can you not utter anything else? Jiang Yunxi pondered for a moment before exclaiming, I, Jiang Yunxi, possess a status far superior to yours. Jiang Jingyan chuckled, finding his sister rather amusing. Yu Qingwan, utterly flustered, retorted with contempt, a scheming woman like you is hardly noble. Who knows what tricks you employed to bear the child of the cold prince? No wonder he refuses to marry you. And what of that? I am still the mother of his child, while you are nothing. Jiang Yunxi shot her a dismissive glare. Yu Qingwan was so incensed she nearly struck her opponent, but upon glancing at Jiang Jingyan, she ultimately restrained herself. Mind your words. It would do you well to cultivate some virtue, lest you invite misfortune, Jiang Yunxi said meaningfully before turning to select hairpins. Jiang Jingyan hurriedly followed. Yu Qingwan was so furious that she stomped her feet, her eyes blazing with anger. The other noble ladies glared indignantly at Jiang Yunxi's retreating figure, astonished that someone from such a humble background would not only fail to lower herself to foster good relations with them, but also display such arrogance. Surely, she was riding high on the fact that she had borne a pair of dragon and phoenix twins for the Cold Prince. She overestimated her own worth. The Cold Prince would never look at her. Jiang Yunxi selected a smooth, white hairpin, utterly unembellished and devoid of any carvings, strikingly ordinary. She had no interest in adornments, favoring simple hairpins for their convenience in styling her hair. Jiang Jingyan was taken aback by her choice. Are you certain you want just this pin? Absolutely. Now, let us pay, Jiang Yunxi replied, promptly inserting the pin into her hair. As the two exited the shop, Jiang Yunxi spotted a vendor selling candied hawthorn. I want some Tang Lu. Isn't that something MOMO and Mian love? I'll try it for them and see if it's good. The siblings each enjoyed a skewer of Tang Lu as they walked. Along the way, Jiang Jingyan inquired if she desired anything else that he could procure. Jiang Yunxi expressed that she had no further needs. Her desires were minimal, and knowing her lifespan was limited made her feel purchasing was unnecessary. She wouldn't indulge in impulsive spending just because her time was short. She would eventually reincarnate. Upon returning to the Duke of England's residence, Jiang Yunxi made her way directly to the old lady's courtyard. As she entered, she was greeted by the sounds of laughter. Grandmother, is the massage from Chunyu comfortable? It's a new technique I've learned that alleviates fatigue. Jiang Chunyu stood behind the old lady, gently massaging her neck and shoulders. The previous day, the grandmother had spoken to her, and she had sensed the grandmother's affection. After all, she had been by her side since childhood. The grandmother encouraged her to get along well with Jiang Yunxi, assuring her that while Jiang Yunxi was the third young lady, she remained Miss Chenyu. She could continue living in the Duke's residence, and even if she found her biological parents in the future, this would always be her home. Hearing this had moved her deeply. She had previously worried that her grandmother might favor Jiang Yunxi and cast her aside. Yet, the grandmother had explained that Jiang Yunxi had endured considerable hardships while growing up alone, and now that she had returned, the Duke's residence would treat her with more kindness. Comfortable indeed. Your skills have improved, the old lady praised with a smile. As long as grandmother is pleased, Jiang Chenyu replied softly, resolved to endear herself further to her grandmother, mother, father, and brothers during her time in the Duke's residence. The old lady patted her hand gently. You're so thoughtful. Sit and rest for a moment. I'm not tired. Quickly sit down. I have something to discuss with you. Only upon hearing this did Jiang Chenyu take a seat beside her. What is it, grandmother? The old lady looked at her with a benevolent smile. Yunxi already has 2 children. You are of the same age and should be thinking of marriage. I do not wish for you to leave the Duke's residence, but I hope for your happiness. Jiang Chenyu lowered her head. At my age, who would be willing to marry? I don't wish to marry. I want to stay by grandmother's side for a lifetime. Oh, foolish child. How could your grandmother ever allow you to squander your entire life? You are the daughter of the Duke of England, possessing both beauty and intelligence. Countless noblemen would yearn to take you as their bride. With a beaming smile, the elderly lady remarked that although in the past she was disinclined to marry, now it appears that such a union would be the most advantageous. She has prepared a dowry for her daughter, having nurtured her for 22 years, and there remains a bond of affection. She would not treat her as a stranger simply because she has found her long-lost granddaughter. The initial mix-up happened when she was but an infant, entirely innocent. Grandmother. Jiang Yunxi stepped inside, her mind clouded with confusion as to why Jiang Qinyu would refuse marriage and choose to remain in the Duke's residence. Was it true love? Her demeanor did not suggest it. Chapter 15. Working in the underworld, Yunxi has returned. Come here quickly. Where are Momo and Mianmian? The old lady gazed behind the siblings, but did not spot the two little ones. Jiang Yunxi took a seat beside her and explained, the Cold King has taken them to the military camp. To the military camp? The old lady expressed surprise, yet upon considering that Zhan Beiyuan would willingly take the children to such a formidable place, she surmised that he must hold a fondness for them. It's essential for the three of them to bond well, Jiang Yunxi remarked with a smile. Oh dear, you should have accompanied them. The military camp is fraught with danger, and men can be rather inattentive. You ought to keep a watchful eye, the old lady insisted. It's not just the three of them. It should be the entire family of four that bonds. Jiang Yunxi discerned the underlying message in her words, but chose not to elaborate further. Next time, I'll join them. The old lady's face brightened with satisfaction at this response. Jiang Qinyu felt a pang of bitterness within her. It had become evident that there was an undeniable distinction between kin and non-kin. Since Jiang Yunxi's arrival, their grandmother's attention had been entirely captured by her. Sister Yunxi, she called with a faint smile. Why do you hesitate to marry? Jiang Yunxi inquired directly. Do you wish for me to wed, Sister Yunxi? Jiang Qinyu whispered, biting her red lip, revealing her struggle to accept the situation. Qinyu, please hold your tongue for a moment, Jiang Yunxi said, her gaze fixed on a man who had spoken. Oh, Jiang Jingyan fell silent, intimidated by her piercing gaze. Your marital status is of no concern to me. I merely find it curious that while other noble girls marry at the tender age of 16 or 17, you, the legitimate daughter of the British Duke, remain unwed. Why is that? Jiang Yunxi articulated clearly. I have my heart set on the crown prince, but once he wed the crown princess, the thought of marriage vanished. Jiang Qinyu replied, meeting her gaze, her eyes slightly reddened. Is that truly the case? Jiang Yunxi's expression conveyed a sense of intrigue. Yes, I have cherished feelings for the crown prince for quite some time. Even my grandmother and second brother are aware of this, Jiang Qinyu affirmed as their eyes locked. The old lady interjected. She indeed harbors feelings for the crown prince, but aspiring to become the crown princess is no simple feat, Qinyu. You must let go and seek someone who will genuinely cherish you for a lifetime. The latter part of her words was directed at Jiang Qinyu. Grandmother, I will consider it. Jiang Qinyu appeared on the verge of tears. You may leave for now. I wish to speak with grandmother alone. Jiang Yunxi wore a pensive expression, feeling that Jiang Qinyu's unmarried status bore an inexplicable peculiarity. Jiang Jingyan and Jiang Qinyu exited together. The old lady affectionately grasped Jiang Yunxi's hand. What is it you wish to discuss with me? Both your eldest and second brothers remain unmarried? That is my greatest concern. Jiang Yunxi replied. Your eldest brother is 24, and your second brother is 23. Neither has taken a wife. Even your cousins from the second and third households remain single. It truly troubles me, the old lady lamented with a furrowed brow. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yunxi's expression turned serious. Grandmother, Jiang Qinyu can no longer remain in the British Duke's residence. The old lady's expression shifted slightly. Why do you say that? I harbor suspicions that someone has tampered with the Duke of England's household, which has resulted in my brother and others being unable to marry. It appears that their intention is to ensure the extinction of the Duke's lineage. Jiang Yunxi's expression gradually grew cold, her gaze sharp and piercing. In light of your words, it seems that the daughters married off from the Duke's household also bear no offspring. The old matriarch's countenance darkened dramatically, her eyes widening in shock. Several young ladies have been wed for years without any children. Despite being the head matron, life is far from easy. In the inner chambers, which woman does not rely on children for support? Over the years, these young women have sought every remedy and treatment, yet they remain unable to conceive. Hearing her speak thus, Jiang Yunxi became increasingly convinced that her judgment was correct. As for her own potential for motherhood, it likely stemmed from her soul originating from another realm, combined with the unique fate of Zhan Beiyuan, which allowed her to bear a child. Grandmother, I must thoroughly examine the feng shui of the Duke's household. I shall speak with you shortly. With that, she swiftly made her way outside. In truth, upon her initial entry into the Duke's estate, she had felt an unusual sensation, attributing it to the strangeness of being in a new environment. However, upon reflection, it was likely that she sensed a discordant energy even then. Jiang Yunxi meticulously surveyed the Duke's estate in the briefest time possible, and this time she could distinctly perceive the anomalies, though she remained unaware of the specific machinations at play. A low chuckle escaped her lips. It seemed she had encountered a formidable adversary. Upon her return, the old matriarch hastily approached her. Did you discern anything? While I cannot be absolutely certain, I am convinced that someone has indeed meddled with the Duke's household, Jiang Yunxi replied, her brow furrowed. It appears to be a formation of sorts. To engage in such clandestine acts, the perpetrator must possess significant skill and likely harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Duke's household. Otherwise, how could they orchestrate such a ruthless plan against the Jiang family? With a hand pressed to her chest, the old matriarch spoke in fury. Does the Duke's household have any deeply entrenched enemies? Jiang Yunxi inquired. After careful consideration, the old matriarch responded. The Duke's household has always been preoccupied with military affairs and is seldom engaged in courtly matters. I have not heard of any long-standing adversaries. Was I born into this family? Indeed. Then there should have been no mix-up. Someone must have deliberately swapped me at birth and subsequently abandoned me. A chilling glint flashed in Jiang Yunxi's beautiful eyes. This was a conspiracy that had begun at the moment of her birth. Her adoptive parents had treated her with violence and scorn, never concealing that she was a child they found. Thus, she was certain that Jiang Xinyu was not their biological daughter. The old matriarch trembled in anger, her lips quivering as she said so. The scheme against the Duke's household began over 20 years ago. Fortunately, you have returned. Otherwise, the Duke's lineage would have faced total annihilation. It is fortunate that your grandfather visited you in a dream. Without that dream, I would not have realized the mix-up between you and Xinyu. My grandfather also visited me in a dream, and I even spoke with him, Jiang Yunxi replied with a smile. You spoke with him. The old matriarch's expression turned to one of astonishment. That old man has been dead for over a decade. Should he not have reincarnated by now? Jiang Yunxi discerned her thoughts. Her grandfather had not reincarnated, but instead served as a minor official in the underworld, assisting in the management of souls. The old lady was once again taken aback. Could it truly be so? She had believed that upon death, one would drink the Mengpa soup and inevitably be reborn. Logically, her grandfather should have been reincarnated, yet chaos had ensued in the underworld at the time of his arrival. Utilizing his military acumen, he managed to restore order, prompting Yama, the king of hell, to retain him in the underworld and bestow upon him a minor position. Due to his commendable performance, he was granted the opportunity to convey dreams to you and me. Jiang Yunxi spoke slowly, suggesting that this was likely a manifestation of the merits accumulated by their ancestors of the Duke of England's lineage over generations. It was through such fortune that her grandfather was afforded the chance to remain in the underworld. Otherwise, it is feared that on the day of the Duke of England's family's tragic demise, they would not have discovered the eldest legitimate daughter's misplacement. Chapter 16. I am one of the Xian sect. The elderly matron could hardly comprehend the revelation, stammering, "Is it truly so? Shouldn't souls merely reincarnate after death? Those who have committed egregious sins must labor in the underworld, and depending on their deeds, they may eventually be reborn into the human realm. Some may find themselves in the realms of beasts, hungry ghosts, or even hell. In any case, their fate is far from favorable. Those who have not yet reached the end of their lifespan and choose to end their lives must also toil in the underworld until their appointed time for reincarnation arrives. Alternatively, if they exhibit commendable behavior during their time in the underworld, along with a history of virtuous deeds, they may be granted an earlier rebirth. Not all deceased souls can be immediately reincarnated. The King of Hell assesses their actions in life before rendering judgment. In essence, one should refrain from wrongdoing. for they must inevitably face the consequences of their actions. Jiang Yunxi articulated slowly. How do you possess such knowledge? The matron, today, had gained a new perspective, having been previously oblivious to these matters. I am one of the Xian sect, capable of conversing with the spirits laboring in the underworld. However, such interactions are detrimental to my own well-being, which is why I seldom engage in them. Jiang Yunxi candidly revealed her abilities, having lived several lifetimes, each imbued with memories. Thus, she was well acquainted with the affairs of the underworld. The matron, once again astonished, solemnly advised, avoid actions that may harm your own self. Jiang Yunxi nodded, expressing her suspicion that Jiang Qinyu had been placed in the Duke of England's household by someone with ulterior motives. I shall investigate further. I am certain to uncover what machinations are at play within the Duke's residence. Do not rush. Take your time. I shall endeavor to secure a suitable marriage for her. As a means of repaying her kindness, the matron reflected, recognizing the stakes concerning the future of the Duke's household. Regardless of whether Jiang Qinyu was merely a pawn, she could not afford to be lenient. The Duke's family had endured for a century. It must not vanish under her watch. I am grateful for your trust, grandmother, Jiang Yunxi remarked, knowing that had she shared this sentiment with Mu Shi, she would have been met with scornful words. The matron smiled warmly at her. I naturally believe in you. In truth, she had once harbored her own doubts. On the day of Yunxi's birth, she had cradled her and noticed a pale, blue lotus-shaped birthmark on her wrist. As Yunxi grew, she observed that Qinyu bore no such mark and had mentioned it to Mu Shi, who suggested that perhaps the mark had faded with age. She had been persuaded by this explanation and thought little of it thereafter. Later, the old man visited her in a dream, revealing that his beloved granddaughter was at Qingshu Temple. She promptly went and indeed saw the pale blue lotus birthmark beneath Yunxi's wrist. Madam, the Duke and young master have returned, came the excited voice of Mama Chun from the doorway. The matron's face lit up with joy as she swiftly ushered Jiang Yunxi to the front courtyard. In the main hall, father, brother, you have finally returned. We have all been so worried for you, Jiang Qinyu exclaimed, clinging to the Duke's arm with feigned innocence. For her father had always cherished her and would never cast her aside. Do not fret. We are safe, Jiang Jing'an replied with a hearty laugh, feeling particularly buoyant after having driven the enemy into a rout despite the lengthy endeavor. With you all safe, how could I not worry? Mu Shi gently remarked. Jiang Jinghui glanced around, noticing the absence of Yunxi, and his grandmother informed him that she had already returned. Although he was on the battlefield with his father, he had long received a letter from his grandmother, revealing that, unbeknownst to them, the child had been mistakenly swapped years ago. It was not Chunyu who belonged to the British Duke's household, but Yunxi instead. Elder brother, she is with grandmother and will be here soon, Jiang Jingyan quickly interjected. Is she well? Jiang Jinghui inquired, feeling a sense of curiosity about this sister of his. The letter had detailed her plight, inciting anger in both him and his father at the treatment she had received from her adoptive parents. Thankfully, she had cleverly escaped. You will understand when you meet her, Jiang Jingyan teased, deliberately withholding information. Jiang Jinghui remained silent. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Chunyu felt an indescribable pang of bitterness and discomfort swell within her. After 22 years of companionship, could it truly be that blood ties outweighed all else? Qinyu, regardless of whether you are a daughter of the Jiang family or not, you are still my sister. With Yunxi just returning, it is natural for us to focus on her a bit more. Do not take it to heart. I will treat you both equally, Jiang Jinghui reassured her, noticing her troubled expression, aware of the thoughts that must be racing through her mind. Elder brother, I understand. It's just that this sudden revelation leaves me feeling rather disoriented. Please do not worry. I will adjust soon enough. After all, I have been enjoying everything about Sister Yunxi, Jiang Qinyu replied, her eyes reddening as she choked on her words. She did not wish to harbor resentment. But how could she not feel a stir within her heart? The British Duke's estate had once been her home, filled with those she cherished most. Suddenly, she was told that none of it belonged to her, and they began to extend kindness to another. It was impossible for her to remain unperturbed. I understand your feelings. Regardless of blood relations, we will always be a family who loves you, Jiang Jinghui spoke gently. Having watched her grow up, He could never regard her as anything but a sister. You are right, Jinghuai. You are still my daughter. We will treat you fairly, Jiang Jingyan said with a warm smile, gazing at her fondly. After 22 years, even if she were not his biological daughter, he could never cast her aside as a stranger. He could provide for 2 daughters. Mu Shi, upon hearing their words, felt a pang in her heart and, thinking of Jiang Yunxi, was filled with a surge of anger. This is what family truly means, she reflected, contrasting it with her own narrow-mindedness, unable to accept Chenyu. Ah, you have returned. Come, let me introduce you. This is Yunxi, Our Lady of the British Duke's estate, the old lady said as she led Jiang Yunxi into the main hall, relieved to see her son and grandson unharmed. Jiang Yunxi surveyed Jiang Jingyan and Jiang Jinghuai. Both elder brother and second brother bore a striking resemblance to their father. The 3 of them exuded an air of righteousness, embodying loyalty and integrity. She perceived in them a quality that was invisible to ordinary eyes. Yunxi, I am your elder brother, Jiang Jinghuai. Welcome home, he said, approaching her without any sense of unfamiliarity. Likely due to his prior knowledge of her circumstances, all he felt was compassion. Yunxi is undoubtedly my daughter. Just look at how much she resembles me, radiating a noble spirit. You have suffered greatly in these years, but henceforth, the British Duke's estate will stand as your support, Jiang Jingyan proclaimed, stepping forward with a hearty laugh. Father, elder brother, it brings me great joy to be reunited with you both. Jiang Yunxi harbored genuine affection for them, and she could discern that they felt the same toward her. Jiang Jingyan endeavored to present himself as a benevolent father, fearful of intimidating her, and gently said, Feel free to express your desires. I shall prepare anything you wish. Mu could not help but interject. Everything that needs to be arranged at home has been taken care of. There is no need for further preparations, especially since she does not reside at the Duke of England's estate. If she does not live at the Duke's estate, then where does she live? Jiang Jingyan asked, utterly bewildered, for he believed his daughter should certainly reside at home. Chapter 17. There must be a limit to favoritism. She bore a pair of dragon and phoenix twins for His Highness the Cold King, and the royal family acknowledged the 2 children, yet they did not arrange marriages for them. She temporarily resided in the Cold King's mansion. When Mu spoke these words, her expression was frosty. For the past few days, she felt too embarrassed to venture outside, lest the other ladies mock her. What does the royal family mean by this? Yunxi has given birth to 2 children for the Cold King. He ought to marry her and make her his consort. I shall enter the palace, Jiang Jingyan declared angrily. His face darkened. His daughter was not to be trifled with. Stop, the matriarch commanded with authority. Mother, still so impulsive. You should first ascertain all the facts. The matriarch said, pleased to see her son concerned for Yunxi, yet wary of his rashness. Jiang Jingyan turned to Jiang Yunxi. Daughter, do tell me what transpired. Jiang Yunxi had no choice but to recount the events between her and Zhang Beiyuan, concluding with, Father, it is my own decision not to marry. There is no need for 2 individuals devoid of feelings to be forced together. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Jiang Qinyu scoffed inwardly. Was it truly her choice not to marry? Was it not the Cold King who was reluctant to wed her? However, Jiang Jingyan still hoped for a favorable match for his daughter. He admired the Cold King and was surprised by the entanglement between him and Yunxi, which could only be termed fate. Since Yunxi had children, the rest was up to her, but for Chenyu, her marriage was of utmost importance. You should all carefully consider which young gentleman would be suitable for her. The matriarch seized the opportunity to shift the conversation to Jiang Chenyu. Mother, do you intend to marry off Chenyu? Mu asked, frowning. The matriarch looked at her disapprovingly. What do you mean by marrying her off? She is 22. Other noble ladies have already wed and borne children. It is time for her to marry, unless she intends to remain single for life. Remaining unmarried is not an issue. The Duke of England's residence can support her, Mu replied coolly. It feels as though Jiang Yunxi returning means pushing Chenyu out. Mother, although the Duke of England's residence could sustain Chenyu for a lifetime, ultimately a woman should marry, just as Yunxi will. Jiang Jinghuai spoke gently. Brother is correct. Everyone knows that Jiang Chenyu is not of the Duke of England's lineage. If she remains unmarried in the Duke's residence, one can only imagine what the common folk might say, Jiang Yunxi added. The more Jiang Yunxi wished to avoid marriage, the more determined they seemed to be to see her wed. Say what you will, does the Duke of England's residence fear this? Mu said, displeased. Chen Yu has indeed reached the age for courtship. She should be carefully considered. The Duke of England's residence will treat her as a daughter and prepare the dowry. Jiang Jing'an interrupted, sensing Mu's disfavor towards Yunxi. The matriarch turned to Jiang Qinyu, speaking earnestly. Grandmother does not wish to cast you out. The young ladies of the second and third households have all married. I hope for you to have a good match as well. Do you understand? Grandmother, I am willing to marry, but can it wait until I find someone I truly admire? As Sister Yunxi said, there is no need for two people without feelings to be forced together. I do not wish to settle for a lifetime, Jiang Qinyu pleaded with reddened eyes. That will not do. You must be married within 3 months, Jiang Yunxi set the timeline for her. Wait until you find your ideal partner. At that moment, could she use this excuse to indefinitely postpone her marriage? What do you mean? I understand now. It is you who wishes to drive Chen Yu away. Why can't you accept her? From the very first day of her return, you have targeted her. Mu Shi could no longer contain her anger. Her gaze icy as if ready to devour. Jiang Yunxi looked at her with a frigid stare, asserting that had she been unable to accept Chen Yu, she would have sent her away on the very first day back to the Duke's residence in England. Yet upon my return, you have offered me nothing but disdain. There must be a limit to your favoritism. Mu Shi glared. Silence. Upon her return, you indeed have shown her nothing but coldness and uttered not a single word of concern for her. The matriarch interrupted her sharply, her eyes piercing. Jiang Jing'an frowned, addressing Mu Shi. What is the matter with you? I understand Chen Yu has grown up by our side, harboring a unique bond, but Yunxi is our daughter. At the very least, you should treat them equally. Mother, if grandmother speaks the truth, then your actions are indeed excessive, Jiang Jinghui remarked, his gentle demeanor suddenly taut, profoundly disapproving of his mother's behavior. Father, elder brother, it is all Chen Yu's fault. Within 3 months, I will find a suitable match for her. I do not wish for discord among you because of me, Jiang Qinyu said, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice quivering with emotion. Mu Shi, witnessing her distress, felt her heart ache. Qinyu, mother, I have indeed reached the age of marriage, and as I am not of the Duke's bloodline, I cannot remain here indefinitely. I am willing to wed. Tears streamed down Jiang Qinyu's face, her heart brimming with resentment. It is all that wretched Jiang Yunxi's doing. She is the one who banished me from the Duke's residence. And grandmother, why did she doubt my lineage and ultimately confirm my lowly status, casting me into an abyss? Otherwise, I would still be the esteemed and carefree legitimate daughter of the Duke's household. With reddened eyes, Mu Shi understood she could not intervene. However, if Chen Yu were to marry now, at least she would still carry the title of a daughter of the Duke's residence, and they would prepare a substantial dowry for her. Jiang Yunxi gazed coolly at Jiang Qinyu, observing her demeanor as if the Duke's household had wronged her. Suddenly, a servant rushed in. Master, someone from the Jingzhou Yin residence has arrived, seeking the third young lady. It is for me. Let him come in, Jiang Yunxi replied, raising an eyebrow, surprised that the Jingzhou Yin residence would seek her so promptly. Mu Shi, already seething with anger, upon hearing of the arrival from the Jingzhou Yin residence, remarked expressionlessly, "What have you been doing out there to warn a visit from them? Whatever the matter is, we shall learn it once they arrive. Why do you harbor such malice towards Yunxi, believing she has done something wrong outside?" Jiang Jing'an retorted angrily, perplexed by her unreasonable behavior. Father speaks wisely, Jiang Yunxi said with a smile, applauding. Mu Shi took a deep breath, meeting Jiang Jing'an's gaze, and could only fall silent. Moments later, having met the matriarch and the duke, Chu Xinwen performed his respects. He had initially gone to the cold king's residence to find Jiang Yunxi, but upon learning she had returned to the Duke's household, he had no choice but to seek her here. "What brings you here, Lord Chu?" Jiang Jing'an inquired with a smile. Miss Jiang arrived at the Jingzhoyan's residence, beating the drum of injustice, claiming that a decade ago, Lord Wenxin had caused the death of his legitimate wife. However, upon our investigation at the Wenxin estate, we found no evidence to support her allegations. Lord Lu stated that Miss Jiang was unjustly accusing him. Chu Xin succinctly remarked that after 10 years, he truly did not know how to conduct the inquiry. Hearing this, Madame Mu's anger surged. She exclaimed, "What are you doing? You return only to cause a disturbance at the Wenxin estate. Where were you 10 years ago? How can you be certain that Lord Wenxin was responsible for his wife's demise?" Chapter 18. Manipulation. Yunxi, what is going on? Jiang Jing'an inquired, perplexed as to why she would delve into events from a decade prior. Aware of his principled nature, Jiang Yunxi recounted the encounter with Siru's spirit that fateful night, along with her tragic circumstances, deeming there was no need for concealment. Jiang Jing'an was taken aback, finding it utterly unfathomable. If true, the Duke of Wenxin was indeed heartless. "Yunxi, is this true?" the matriarch asked gravely, recognizing the significance of the matter, especially given the Duke of Wenxin's long-standing lineage and the fact that the elder duke had a daughter serving in the palace. "Grandmother, it is precisely because it is true that I intend to seek justice at the Jingzhao Yin's office. I could have remained ignorant. But now that I am aware of such a grave injustice, I cannot turn a blind eye," Jiang Yunxi declared resolutely, observing the determination in her eyes. The matriarch inevitably recalled her grandfather. Their spirits were alike. "I support your investigation. Had your grandfather been alive, he would have certainly taken action. Such a grave injustice must indeed be investigated," Jiang Jing'an exclaimed with fervor, astonished that the seemingly cultured Duke of Wenxin could exhibit such cruelty, witnessing his wife's demise while obliterating the entire CF family. He recalled that the CF family was a prosperous merchant household. "I, too, support the inquiry," Jiang Jinghui concurred. "I share your sentiments," Jiang Jingyan added indignantly, having heard numerous sordid tales but never imagined that the reputable Duke of Wenxin's household could engage in such inhumane acts. Mu Si, listening to their fervent discussions, felt a throbbing headache. How can you take her word at face value? Can one truly believe the grievances of a ghost? The Duke of Wenxin has a daughter in the palace. "Mother, Sister Yunxi will undoubtedly uncover the truth. We must support her investigation," Jiang Chenyu softly interjected, firmly backing Jiang Yunxi. "As you said, the Duke's household has a daughter in the palace. Yunxi's inquiry would offend the nobility, and she would be the one to suffer the consequences. She is utterly unaware of the dangers, seeking to avenge a ghost and incurring the wrath of the Duke's household." Mu Si lamented. "How can you not support Jiang Yunxi?" Chu Xinwen, momentarily stunned, had never anticipated that the Earl of England's residence would side with Jiang Yunxi. Was this a confrontation with the Duke of Wenxin? "Lord Chu, I am not slandering the Duke of Wenxin. If the Jingzhao Yin's office lacks the time to investigate, I shall undertake it myself, hoping that they remain impartial," Jiang Yunxi stated with a serious demeanor. "What are you saying, Miss Jiang? The Jingzhao Yin's office has always been just and fair," Chu Xinwen replied earnestly. "That is reassuring," Jiang Yunxi responded with a smile. With nothing more to discuss, Chu Xinwen took his leave. After his departure, the matriarch turned to Jiang Jing'an. "Now that you have returned, choose an auspicious day to add Yunxi's name to the family register. Today appears to be a propitious day. Summon the second and third branches to the ancestral hall, and I shall personally inscribe her name without the need for elaborate ceremonies." Jiang Jing'an readily agreed, stating that henceforth, Yunxi would be the legitimate eldest daughter of the Earl of England's household. In the ancestral hall, members of the first, second, and third branches gathered. Jiang Jing'an personally inscribed Jiang Yunxi's name into the family register. Sister Yunxi's name has been added. What of Sister Chenyu? She is not of the lineage of the British Duke's household. In the crowd, a girl of approximately 15 years, with wide, innocent eyes, spoke candidly. "Elder brother, this is the family tree of the British Duke's household. It can only record the names of the Jiang family bloodline," remarked Jiang Shaoan from the second branch. "Indeed, since Chenyu lacks Jiang family blood, her name should be removed. Otherwise, it would violate the ancestral rules," chimed in Jiang Hian from the third branch, expressing their indifference towards Jiang Chenyu, focusing solely on the Jiang lineage. "Chenyu has lived in the British Duke's household for 22 years. Aren't you being too heartless?" Mu, unable to contain her emotions, interjected, her chest rising and falling with agitation. "Sister-in-law, The British Duke's household has not wronged her in those 22 years. They owe her nothing. Logically, upon learning she is not of their blood, she should return to her own family, Yang from the second branch remarked with a faint smile. For many years, Jiang Yunxi, as the legitimate daughter of the British Duke's household, had basked in the limelight, cherished by Mu, who had long overshadowed the daughters of the second and third branches. Now that she was no longer considered part of the household, she should not cling to the Jiang family. Sister-in-law, what second sister said is correct. We are not devoid of compassion. If a child is misplaced, it is only right to return her to her family, added Tong from the third branch. Over the years, Jiang Yunxi, as the legitimate daughter, had enjoyed the finest in clothing and resources, not realizing the considerable expenses incurred by the British Duke's household. Jiang Yunxi bit her rosy lip, tears welling in her eyes. Father, please strike my name from the family tree. I am grateful for the upbringing I received from the British Duke's household. I will move out tomorrow. I disagree. Where would you go alone? Mu embraced her tightly, having watched her grow over the past 22 years. Even raising a cat develops feelings, let alone a daughter. No one is to send Xinyu away. The main branch can support her, Jiang Jingyan declared sternly. Even if the child were to be returned, he could not simply cast her aside without first helping her find her family. Until Xinyu locates her family, no one is permitted to expel her. The matriarch asserted with gravity, causing the second and third branches to fall silent. Jiang Yunxi did not intervene. She understood the family sentiments after 2 decades of shared life. However, within 3 months, Jiang Yunxi must be married. Finding her family would likely prove difficult, for it was orchestrated that she and I were switched, and I was subsequently abandoned, Jiang Yunxi remarked coolly, recalling that when this body retained memories, it was already with her adoptive parents. Could be her parents? Yang questioned skeptically. Uncertain. However, I must inform everyone of the matter. 22 years ago, someone tampered with the British Duke's household, resulting in the men remaining unmarried and the married daughters unable to conceive. The intention was to render the British Duke's household extinct, Jiang Yunxi stated earnestly, noting that everyone had gathered in the ancestral hall, making it an opportune moment to disclose this revelation. Except for the old lady, everyone else wore expressions of shock, their complexions shifting constantly. Upon reflection, the current situation in the household mirrored precisely what Jiang Yunxi had described. Good heavens! It was unfathomable that someone had meddled with the Duke of England's estate over 20 years ago, and they had remained completely oblivious. The intent to obliterate the Duke's legacy was nothing short of malicious. Yunxi, your 2 cousins have been married for several years and have yet to conceive. Could you possibly lend them your assistance? Yang approached Jiang Yunxi with an earnest gaze, filled with hope. As a mother, her heart ached for her daughter's struggles, feeling both pained and powerless. The medicine had never ceased, and countless physicians had been consulted, yet still, there was no sign of pregnancy. Ultimately, it was the concubine who succeeded, which only served to highlight the plight of the young ladies. Upon learning of her daughter's grievances in her marital home, Yang found herself lacking the confidence to speak up on her behalf. Chapter 19, if you wish to search. You must first discern the specific machinations within the British Duke's residence. Only by dismantling what has been wrought can normalcy be restored. Yet I cannot presently ascertain the exact nature of the interference, Jiang Yunxi remarked with a calm demeanor. It is a formation, and not an ordinary one at that. The adversary must have employed an illusionary technique within the Duke's estate, rendering it undetectable even to those of the Xianmen sect. Hearing this, Yang's body swayed slightly, her expression clouded with concern. Do you have any formidable senior brothers, or perhaps your master, or any other capable individuals who could be summoned to investigate? There is no need. I cannot determine what it is, and neither can they, Jiang Yunxi replied evenly. It is not a matter of underestimating her master and seniors, but rather an acknowledgement of their limitations. The others exchanged glances, taken aback by her audacity. Surely her master must possess greater prowess than she. Mother, elder brother, perhaps we should seek out other adept practitioners. There are certainly renowned masters in the capital, Jiang Shaoan suggested gravely, for the future of the British Duke's estate weighed heavily upon his mind. Indeed, there are formidable masters in the capital who could be consulted. Yang interjected, her eyes lighting up with hope, wishing for her daughters to conceive and bear children sooner rather than later, for life is long. And how would they fare otherwise? Jiang Yunxi smiled brightly and casually remarked they would not be able to discern it either. She did not harbor a sense of superiority. Rather, she spoke a truth. The individual orchestrating the disturbances within the Duke's estate was assuredly not a member of the Xianmen. They must belong to a realm beyond its confines. The others pondered this. Could it be that she was overly confident? In a world teeming with masters capable of divination and mystical powers, who possessed the wisdom of ages and the foresight of the future. It was well known that the dignitaries of the capital often sought such masters for feng shui consultations or rituals to enhance their family fortunes. You certainly overestimate your own significance. At merely 22 years of age, such arrogance is unbecoming. Do you not understand that there are greater forces beyond your comprehension? Mu scolded coldly, criticizing her for flaunting her superficial knowledge gained from the temple. Furthermore, she insinuated that Jiang Yunxi and Xinyu had been deliberately swapped over 2 decades ago, casting Xinyu in a negative light. What can an infant possibly understand? Jiang Yunxi merely smiled, unperturbed by the scorn. You may indeed seek the masters. I shall not hinder you. Jiang Xinyu gazed at her unwaveringly, a cold smile forming within her heart. This girl from a humble temple speaks with such bravado, looking down upon others. If word of this were to spread, how many masters would she offend? An idea began to take shape in her mind. Jiang Yunxi turned her gaze toward her, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Sister Yunxi, is it truly the case that the other masters cannot see through this? Jiang Chunyu inquired, her clear eyes wide with curiosity. Indeed, Jiang Yunxi simply affirmed with a single word. No matter her intentions, she would not intervene. Every action has its consequence, and in the end, she would bear the fruit of her own deeds. I suggest we still consult the masters. If they too cannot perceive it, we shall then consider alternative methods. After careful consideration, Jiang Hian spoke up, noting that Jiang Yunxi had said she could not discern anything for the time being, and they could not simply wait idly. The old matriarch pressed her lips together and said, if you wish to search, then search. She naturally had faith in Yunxi. However, preventing them from searching would likely leave them unconvinced, so it was better to allow them to seek answers. Once those masters were unable to provide clarity, they would come to trust Yunxi. Upon hearing their mother speak, the second and third branches of the family were eager to pursue renowned masters. Everyone should disperse, Jiang Jingyan suggested, observing that the second and third branches were no longer inclined to remain. They promptly departed. Yunxi, grandmother does not doubt you. The old matriarch attempted to explain, wishing to alleviate any worries in Yunxi's heart. Grandmother, I understand your intention. I will find a way to discern what the other party has done as quickly as possible. Jiang Yunxi winked at her, fully aware of her grandmother's reasoning behind that decision. The second and third branches certainly did not believe in her abilities, in their eyes. She had come from a humble Taoist temple. It was better to let them search rather than have them constantly ponder the matter. Pleased that her granddaughter comprehended her actions, the old matriarch felt a sense of comfort. At lunchtime, Jiang Yunxi dined at the Duke of England's residence, marking the day she officially recognized her kinship. The second and third branches congratulated her and held a favorable view of her. Had she not revealed the manipulation at the Duke of England's estate, they might have remained oblivious to the truth until their dying days. Jiang Xinyu felt a heaviness in her chest as she observed everyone conversing with Jiang Yunxi. They had once gathered around her in the same manner, and the stark contrast was difficult for her to accept. Nevertheless, she knew she had to swallow her feelings in silence. She was no longer the legitimate daughter of the Duke of England, and no one adored her as they once had. This is your favorite dompa pork. Mother mentioned you were unwell recently, so eat more to replenish your strength. Jiang Jinghuai picked up his chopsticks and placed 2 pieces of lean dompa pork into her bowl. Thank you, big brother, Jiang Xinyu replied sweetly, her eyes glistening as she recalled her brother's kindness towards her. He had always been steady and gentle, never losing his temper, and spoke softly with a smile. No matter the trouble she faced, he always found a way to assist her. Her second brother was equally wonderful. He would procure whatever she desired. Her father and mother cherished her like a precious gem, and her grandmother adored her immensely. Yet, all of that would no longer be the case. "What is with all this, thank you? Just eat," Jiang Yunxi said with a warm smile, having watched her grow up and understanding her current feelings. Jiang Yunxi nodded with a smile and began to eat the dompa pork. After lunch, Jiang Yunxi expressed her desire to leave. Jiang Jingyan felt a twinge of discomfort. "Yunxi, when will you bring Mo and Mian back to the Duke of England's residence for a few days?" He was quite dissatisfied. The royal family had not granted Yunxi a formal title. Why should she take the children to the cold king's manor? He wanted to spend quality time with his daughter and grandchildren. "We'll return in a few days. Mo and Mian still want your generous red envelopes," Jiang Yunxi said, requesting the red envelopes for her son and daughter. She did not lack for money, but it was necessary. She sought not only protection for her children at the cold king's manor, but also at the Duke of England's estate. "Haha, this is essential." Jiang Jingyan laughed heartily. He would prepare shortly. Having just returned today, he hadn't had the chance to prepare anything for Yunxi. Next time, he would ensure to prepare for the three of them: father, elder brother, and a second brother. "I'm off now," Jiang Yunxi said, smiling as she looked at the three of them. She did not allow her grandmother and others to see her off. By the way, although the Wenxin Marquisate is merely a marquisate, it is, after all, a family with a century-long legacy, and there is a noble lady in the palace. Please take care of your safety. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to let us know," Jiang Jingyan said, his expression turning serious as he offered his advice. He held a deep fondness for Yunxi. How could they have remained oblivious to the fact that the child had been switched? Chapter 20. I shall not engage in false advertising. I genuinely require assistance, Jiang Yunxi said with a smile that illuminated her eyes. "Speak swiftly," Jiang Jingyan urged, eager to aid his daughter, motivated by a sense of righteousness. "I need you to amplify the matter concerning the Wenxin Marquisate, ensuring it becomes widely known throughout the capital," Jiang Yunxi articulated, emphasizing her singular request. Jiang Jinghui glanced at his brother Jiang Jingyan beside him, suggesting, "Let your second brother handle this. He has a plethora of acquaintances outside, and I am confident he can manage it without issue." Jiang Jingyan protested loudly. "Eldest brother, you are tarnishing my reputation. Is that so?" Jiang Jinghui regarded him with a penetrating gaze. "Enough. My friends are indeed a mixed bag. I shall disseminate this news and guarantee its proper handling," Jiang Jingyan responded, his willingness to assist Jiang Yunxi stemming from a desire to compensate her. "Thank you, second brother. However, I implore you to exercise caution and refrain from interfering in others' decisions, lest it lead to unfortunate outcomes," Jiang Yunxi cautioned earnestly. Though he was aiding her, she felt it necessary to remind him. "I shall remember," Jiang Jingyan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. What had she discerned? Would misfortune befall him? She had mentioned that as long as he refrained from meddling in others' affairs, no harm would come to him. He would bear this in mind. "Yunxi, aside from spreading this news, do you require my assistance in any other matters?" Jiang Jingyan cast a cool glance at Jiang Jingyan, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction that, despite his help, he had yet to contribute as a father. Jiang Yunxi shook her head. "Are we not to verify the evidence?" Jiang Jingyan inquired, perplexed by her apparent calmness. 10 years have elapsed, and the evidence has long since vanished. Ghosts cannot manifest to provide testimony, yet the living can. "We shall patiently wait for a few days," Jiang Yunxi replied, her smile laden with meaning. This was precisely why she wished to spread the information. The three men stood in bewilderment, yet they were compelled to heed her words. After departing from the Duke of England's residence, Jiang Yunxi did not return to the Cold King's manor, but sought a shop to create a sign, establishing a fortune-telling stall on the busiest street in the capital. However, over an hour passed without a single customer. Business is truly dismal. Suddenly, a carriage halted before her stall. Jiang Yunxi looked up abruptly. Recognizing the driver as Qi Yan, her excitement tempered by the anticipation of a customer. Mother, Mo and Mian were the first to disembark, racing toward the stall. Observing the rosy cheeks and sparkling eyes of the two little ones, Jiang Yunxi knew they had enjoyed themselves at the military camp. She affectionately ruffled their hair and turned her gaze toward the man alighting from the carriage. Cold King, would you care for fortune reading? I do not partake in such matters. Zhang Beiyuan coldly declined, steadfast in his belief that one's fate is governed by one's own actions. Surely, you could feign a reading and become my stall's inaugural customer. The common folk will flock to me upon seeing you here, Jiang Yunxi proposed, convinced of her entrepreneurial acumen. Zhang Beiyuan raised an eyebrow, retorting frostily, I shall not engage in false advertising. Jiang Yunxi. Suddenly, a woman of about 40 approached. Casting a glance at Zhang Beiyuan and beaming with a smile, she said, Wealthy families seek your fortune-telling. You must possess great accuracy. I desire to have my fortune told. Very well. What would you like to inquire about? Jiang Yunxi asked cheerfully. Zhang Beiyuan. He yearned to clarify that he was not there for fortune-telling. Yet Momo and Mian Mian tugged him aside. Father, let her go first, Mian Mian implored, her little voice sweet and innocent. Meeting his daughter's sparkling eyes, he reluctantly acquiesced. In the morning at the military camp, the two little ones had not caused any ruckus. Rather, within a short span, they befriended the soldiers. He had been quite incredulous when he emerged after handling military affairs. Master, I wish to inquire when I shall have a grandson. The woman pressed eagerly, longing to cradle a grandson, lamenting that her daughter-in-law had given birth to 3 granddaughters. Her heart ached with disappointment. You shall not have a grandson. Jiang Yunxi assessed her as she took a seat, deducing her intentions. Ah, you mean there will still be granddaughters? The woman widened her eyes, her expression souring. Jiang Yunxi spoke candidly. Not merely granddaughters. Your grandson is also lost, for your son's vitality is compromised. How can this be? You must be spouting nonsense. That King Han, despite his affliction, has a pair of twins. Do you truly possess the ability to tell fortunes? The woman's eyes turned fierce, her face contorted with anger. She yearned for a pair of twins herself. Zhang Beiyuan, Momo, Mian Mian, Qian. Jiang Yunxi's lips twitched as she stole a glance at the man beside her, whose countenance was as dark as a soot-covered pot, and couldn't he suppress a chuckle. Are you mocking me? Dare to laugh again, and I shall overturn your stall. The woman leapt to her feet, exuding a fiery defiance. Whether I speak nonsense or not, you may inquire with your son. If you desire a grandson, it would be wiser to nurture your 3 granddaughters well. In time, they may attract a son-in-law, ensuring your family legacy continues. Out of kindness, considering she was her first customer, Jiang Yunxi offered her advice. The woman was taken aback. How could she know about her 3 granddaughters? I shall verify this. Ensure your son speaks the truth. Otherwise, he may send his wife to another man's bed, and the child born shall not belong to your family. Jiang Yunxi said with a smirk, kindly warning her once more. Zhang Beiyuan. How could she know everything? Even events yet to unfold? The woman's eyes widened. You, HMPF. With that, she turned to leave. Fortune-telling without payment invites misfortune. Today, provide me with a copper coin. Should I prove accurate, remember to return with 10 more coins. Jiang Yunxi called after her. The woman hastily tossed a copper coin and scurried away. Are you certain you are not deceiving her? Zhang Beiyuan said coldly, feeling that her words were too mystical. How could anyone know of future events? No. How could you know so precisely? Jiang Yunxi's sparkling eyes met his gaze, filled with curiosity. I shan't tell you. Zhang Beiyuan remained silent. Jiang Yunxi began to pack up, intending to return the next day. As she had someone to promote her stall, setting up again today would attract no visitors for fortune-telling. Mo and Mian assisted in tidying up. Observing the 2 little ones, Jiang Yunxi felt a wave of tenderness wash over her. Suddenly, a grave concern struck her mind. The individuals scheming against the Duke of England aimed to sever its bloodline entirely. Since Mo and Mian were her own offspring, they naturally possessed the Duke's lineage. Would those behind this plot harbor murderous intentions towards them? Chapter 21. An exception made for him on the way back to the Wangfu. Mo and Mian recounted their experiences in the military camp to Jiang Yunxi. Upon hearing their stories, Jiang Yunxi cast a glance at the impeccably seated man, noting with approval that the father and sons appeared to be enjoying each other's company, a promising sign indeed. Tomorrow, you shall continue your training at the military camp with your father. Make sure to strengthen yourselves so that you may protect your mother in the future. Jiang Yunxi said with a warm smile. Absolutely. Mo and Mian nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Zhang Biyuan's lips twitched slightly as he shot a cold glance at Jiang Yunxi. How could she place such heavy responsibilities on children so young? Was she truly fit to be their mother? Suddenly, he felt a surge of curiosity regarding how she had managed to raise the children all these years. How have you and the children fared over the years? He inquired, a hint of genuine interest in his voice. Jiang Yunxi, pleased by his question, began to share her experiences. I have been both a mother and a father. When they were infants, I was often overwhelmed, waking at all hours to tend to them, while during the day, I had to wash, cook, and earn a living. Once they were able to walk and talk, I taught them to read and write, as well as to engage in physical activities. The worries never ceased, but thankfully, Mo and Mian are both obedient and understanding. Daddy, Mother has worked very hard to care for me and my sister. You must treat her well. If it weren't for Mother, you wouldn't get to see how handsome I am and how beautiful my sister is, Mo said, sitting upright with utmost seriousness. Daddy, Mother is truly remarkable, and it's not easy for her. You should help us protect her. Mian chimed in, her eyes sparkling with innocence. Jiang Yunxi winked at her son and daughter, proud of her little superheroes and their heartfelt sentiments. She suddenly understood the feelings of the Emperor Emeritus. She too wished to live for many more years. Zhang Beiyuan glanced at the woman, not doubting her words. It was indeed no small feat for a 16-year-old girl to raise 2 infants to the age of 5. You have endured much hardship over these years, he acknowledged. Regardless of what transpired 6 years prior, it was undeniable that she had raised Mo and Mian for the past 5 years, contributing more than he had. I have endured for 5 years. In the next 5, you must take on more responsibility for the children, Jiang Yunxi suggested, envisioning a time when Mo and Mian would be 10 years old and capable of caring for themselves. Agreed, Zhang Beiyuan replied, accepting his share of the responsibility. During dinner, Qi Yin presented a sheet of paper detailing the locations of all the dry wells in the capital. Your efficiency is commendable, Jiang Yunxi remarked as she took the paper, realizing this approach was far more effective than her previous method of inquiry. Having connections certainly had its advantages. Miss Jiang, the master has mobilized many individuals to investigate simultaneously, Qi Yin replied cheerfully. Jiang Yunxi tucked the paper away and turned to Zhang Beiyuan with a grateful smile. Thank you. Zhang Beiyuan inquired nonchalantly, when do you plan to investigate each dry well? I intend to start tonight. I cannot afford to waste any time. My primary concern is whether when Xanho will allow the souls of C.S. Sairu's family to be utterly obliterated, Jiang Yunxi answered, her tone tinged with urgency. Daddy, it's dangerous for Mother to go alone. You should accompany her, Mo suggested with a smile. Daddy, Mother is so beautiful. What if she encounters a rogue? Mian added, her brow furrowed in concern. They're merely fretting unnecessarily. Jiang Yunxi sighed, wondering if it was not the ruffians who would meet their demise when encountering her. I shall accompany you, Zhang Beiyuan interjected, acknowledging her 5 years of nurturing a child. He was also curious to witness her capabilities. There is no need, Jiang Yunxi replied, wishing to avoid troubling him. This matter has reached the capital's magistrate's office. It is my duty to intervene, Zhang Beiyuan stated resolutely. Jiang Yunxi fell silent. After dinner, the two engaged in play with the child for some time before entrusting Qi Yin to watch over them, and then they departed the palace together. The first dry well was not far from the palace. Upon reaching it, Jiang Yunxi discerned it was not the place she sought. She proceeded to the second, then the third, until she reached the 7th, none of which were the wells she was searching for. Zhang Beiyuan quietly followed, refraining from speaking, though he occasionally scanned the surroundings. Despite seeing nothing, he sensed an unseen gaze upon them. Jiang Yunxi glanced at the paper in her hand, noting several more dry wells. She looked at Zhang Beiyuan, who remained vigilant. Rest assured, there are no assassins, he replied, retracting his gaze. Then what are you observing? Jiang Yunxi inquired with a playful smile. Many could not perceive the spirits that roamed at night. However, Tonight was peculiar. The streets were teeming with spirits, all casting glances in their direction. Zhang Beiyuan met her gaze. It is nothing. A mischievous smile flickered in Jiang Yunxi's eyes. Would you like to see? I would rather not, he replied, but she suddenly pressed her finger to his forehead. Zhang Beiyuan felt a warmth at the center of his brow, followed by visions he had never encountered before. Numerous figures appeared, specifically the souls of the deceased, all their gazes fixated upon him and Jiang Yunxi, their expressions vacant and emotionless. I do not wish to see, he stated. Yet you've already seen, Jiang Yunxi responded, continuing on to the next dry well. Zhang Beiyuan's handsome face darkened instantly. You have prevented me from looking. Jiang Yunxi cheerfully remarked, it cannot be avoided. In 7 days, you shall no longer see them. Zhang Beiyuan was taken aback. He had a week to see. Throughout their journey, his striking features remained taut, an unsettling aura surrounding him that deterred the spirits from approaching. He found it peculiar that the spirits continuously followed them. Jiang Yunxi was equally perplexed. She had ventured out at night before, usually coexisting with the spirits without interference. However, tonight they trailed closely behind. Suddenly, she cast a peculiar glance at the stern man behind her, shrouded in an aura of frost. Could it be due to him? His fate was indeed quite extraordinary. Zhang Beiyuan noticed Jiang Yunxi's strange gaze, as if it were a dagger. She slightly twitched her lips, realizing that it was indeed unavoidable. For the next 7 days, he would gain an extended experience, as others sought to glimpse what he would not be permitted to see. Zhang Beiyuan was convinced she was doing this on purpose. The two of them ventured to inspect several dry wells, yet Jiang Yunxi found no success. As time grew late, they were compelled to make their way back home. I have an idea that might expedite our search for the dry wells, Zhang Beiyuan suddenly declared. What idea? Jiang Yunxi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Noticing her interest, Zhang Beiyuan shared his thoughts with her. After considering his suggestion, Jiang Yunxi acknowledged it as a reasonable approach worth trying. If it proves successful, I shall grant you a reward. What reward? He inquired. A fortune-telling session. Just a single copper coin will suffice. Zhang Beiyuan was left speechless. Jiang Yunxi suddenly became quite curious about him. Previously, when she had used his birth date and time, she could only glimpse the superficial aspects of his fate, unable to penetrate deeper layers. This time, she wished to make an exception and offer him her insights. She yearned to uncover the essence of his destiny. Perhaps he was a being of extraordinary significance, a Z-Way star? Chapter 22. How could he be deceived the following day? Zhang Beiyuan did not take Mo and Mian to the barracks. Instead, he and Jiang Yunxi made a grand expedition to inspect the abandoned wells, accompanied by guards, creating quite a spectacle that drew a crowd from the entire city. The events surrounding the Wenxin Marquis had already circulated throughout the capital. As Zhang Beiyuan and Jiang Yunxi examined the wells, the citizens inevitably connected the two incidents, leading to fervent discussions. They began to speculate whether the rumors about the Wenxin Marquis were true. Witnessing the legitimate wife drown, along with the tragic demise of her father's entire family, and their souls being trapped in the wells, was enough to incite the wrath of both gods and men. Jiang Yunxi and Zhang Beiyuan meticulously searched each well, encouraging onlookers to share the locations of the abandoned sites. The citizens, filled with enthusiasm, readily provided information, viewing Zhang Beiyuan as a paragon of justice, who would not wrong the innocent nor spare the guilty. As the day wore on, Jiang Yunxi and Zhang Beiyuan inspected numerous wells, leaving only a small portion for the following day. At the Cold King's manor, in the evening, the Grand Emperor arrived quietly. Grandfather, Mo and Mian sprinted towards him, each clinging to a leg and affectionately nuzzling their small heads against him. The Grand Emperor's heart melted at their embrace, and he could not contain his laughter. Unable to bring the children to the palace, he had come alone, having missed them dearly these past few days. Be good. Let me show you what I have brought for you, he said, glancing at Eunuch Qin behind him. Eunuch Qin promptly stepped forward, holding a delicate brocade box, and beamed at the two little ones. Young master, young princess, let us see what the Grand Emperor has for you. Thank you, grandfather, Mo and Mian exclaimed, rushing to inspect their gifts. Zhang Beiyuan regarded the Grand Emperor with a detached expression, asking why his father left the palace. The Grand Emperor frowned, displeased. What kind of attitude is this? Do you not wish for me to visit your manor? I did not come to see you. He admonished. Thinking too much is bad for your health. Zhang Beiyuan retorted with 8 words. The Grand Emperor, Jiang Yunxi, observed the banter between father and son with amusement. Aware of the Grand Emperor's deep affection for Zhang Beiyuan, as he was the son of his beloved woman and the youngest child, the Grand Emperor must have other matters to attend to as well, right? I heard you sounded the drum of injustice at the Jingzhou Ines residence. Is that true? The Grand Emperor inquired, not intending to hinder her investigation. On the contrary, he supported it. He had heard about their joint inspection of the wells the previous night and their subsequent expedition today, which was precisely what he had hoped for, the two spending time together. It is true, Jiang Yunxi replied earnestly. Last night, after returning to the manor, I released Xie Sairu's soul, allowing her to express her grievances directly to Zhang Beiyuan. The Grand Emperor's expression darkened, his gaze sharp. The Wenqin Marquisate had once enjoyed great prestige, with its ancestors possessing admirable character. How could such a descendant emerge? He felt a profound anger on behalf of the ancestors of the Wenqin Marquisate. An unfilial descendant could indeed bring ruin upon an entire family. The principle of reaping what one sows was the only way to explain it. Thoroughly investigate and unveil the truth to the public, commanded the Grand Emperor with an air of authority. Only through prolonged interaction could they truly understand one another and deepen their relationship. I shall ensure that the Wenqin Marquis pays the appropriate price, declared Jiang Yunxi, her beautiful eyes aflame with a bloodthirsty intent, deeming the other unworthy of being human. In the past, the Wenqin Marquis had married Xie Sairu, a merchant's daughter, due to the family's financial struggles. She brought with her a substantial dowry and, possessing a keen business acumen, revitalized the Marquisate's failing enterprises, leading to prosperity. Thanks to her, the Wenqin Marquisate flourished, yet in the end, she suffered the most. The Wenqin Marquis had wronged Xie Sairu. After enjoying a decade of affluence, it was time to repay the debts owed. The Grand Emperor regarded her with admiration, exclaiming, "Your sense of justice resembles that of your grandfather." Jiang Yunxi replied, "Indeed, I am akin to my grandfather. Even in the underworld, he remains just." What did you say? The Grand Emperor was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Beiyuan, who heard clearly, remarked, "You mean to say the old British Duke resides in the underworld?" Jiang Yunxi candidly stated, "My grandfather has not yet reincarnated. Hasn't he passed away more than a decade ago? Still no reincarnation?" The Grand Emperor's face was one of shock and disbelief. Jiang Yunxi reiterated what she had previously shared with her grandmother. The Grand Emperor and Zhang Beiyuan were both left bewildered, hearing such extraordinary tales for the first time. At dinner, the Grand Emperor remained at the Cold King's residence, where he encouraged Jiang Yunxi to share more of her wondrous stories, to which she willingly obliged. After dinner, Jiang Yunxi and Zhang Beiyuan accompanied the Grand Emperor as he departed. Initially, he intended to take Mo and Mian to the palace for a few days. But Jiang Yunxi informed him that her father had returned from the border and planned to visit him with the children the following day. Thus, the Grand Emperor had to defer his plans to take the children to the palace. Jiang Yunxi felt compelled to caution the Grand Emperor, reminding him to be vigilant, lest he suffer injuries. Injuries are but injuries. I can still live for at least 5 more years. I fear nothing, he replied nonchalantly. The Grand Emperor remained unfazed by her warning, as long as his life remained intact. Jiang Yunxi was left speechless, thinking to herself how remarkably open-minded he was. What impressive mindset. Truly the Grand Emperor. At the Wenqin Marquisate, Madame Yao, gripping her handkerchief tightly, expressed her disdain. This Jiang Yunxi is utterly detestable. Her demeanor suggests she is intent on opposing our Marquisate. Lu Xin's face bore no trace of his former elegance, now shadowed with gloom. He had expected that after the inquiries by Lord Shu from the Jingzhou Yin's office, Jiang Yunxi would relent. Little did he know, she not only persisted, but had also involved His Highness the Cold King. During the day, they had launched an extensive search for the dry well, and if he was not mistaken, they sought the souls of the Xie family that had been suppressed. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated that C.S. Sairu's soul would escape. It seems she is unaware of the location where they were initially suppressed. Otherwise, she would have informed Jiang Yunxi by now. Without evidence, even if His Highness the Cold King were involved, there is little that can be done against the Wenxin Marquis. Lu Xing quickly regained his composure. The commotion was clearly orchestrated to instill a sense of urgency in him regarding the handling of the CF family souls. How could he possibly fall into their trap? If he refrained from guiding them, they would be unable to locate that place. Upon hearing his words, the Yao family finally relaxed their anxious hearts. This Jiang Yunxi truly deserves her fate. It was evident that she would not relent. Her persistent disturbances would not bode well for the Wenxin Marquis. Suddenly, the steward entered in haste, reporting, "Master, the Empress Li has sent Granny Su to the residence." Chapter 23. Do not even think of touching this prince's hand. In a brief moment, an older matron entered the room. "Madam Su, what brings you here on the orders of Lady Li?" Lu Zan inquired, stepping forward with the utmost courtesy, for Lady Li was his beloved elder sister. "My lord, the lady has instructed you to promptly resolve the matters within the estate, lest the idle gossip from outside tarnish the reputation of the Ho residence, or even affect the fifth prince," Madame Su conveyed sternly, delivering her mistress's message. Lu Zan had already surmised her intent, and quickly replied, "Madame Su, please inform Lady Li that I shall resolve this matter post-haste." Madame Su then turned her gaze toward Yao Shi, commanding, "You may exit. Lady Li wishes to speak with the lord in private." Taking a deep breath, Yao Shi wondered why she was being dismissed. Lu Zan signaled her to leave with his eyes, and reluctantly, she stepped outside. Yet, she did not stray far, remaining nearby in the courtyard. As the door shut, she could not hear their conversation, but it was not long before Madame Su emerged, passing by her without so much as a glance. Yao Shi watched her haughty demeanor with growing frustration. However, as a matron in the service of Lady Li, she dared not voice her discontent. "My lord, what did Lady Li say?" she inquired eagerly upon seeing Lu Zan exit. "She urged me to conclude this affair swiftly," Lu Zan replied. "And what is your plan?" "To eliminate Jiang Yunxi." Yao Shi's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "My lord, she indeed deserves death. All this turmoil stems from her. Once she is gone, no one will pay heed to this matter." Lu Zan nodded in agreement, knowing that as long as Jiang Yunxi lived, this incident would continue to escalate. The following day, Jiang Yunxi, accompanied by Zhan Beiyuan, took the children to the Duke of England's residence, intending to leave them there while they continued their search for the remaining dry wells. Last night, the Wenxin Marquis residence had remained inactive, leading her to conclude that the souls of the CF family were not in the wells they sought. Otherwise, Lu Zan would undoubtedly have acted out of urgency. Nevertheless, she resolved to inspect all remaining dry wells. "Grandfather," Mo and Mian called out softly upon seeing Jiang Jing'an, displaying no shyness and exuding familiarity. Jiang Jing'an looked upon the two little ones with immediate fondness. It was no wonder Yunxi brought her children to visit, as Prince Han had acknowledged them. Mo was a spitting image of his younger self, while Mian, though less similar, bore a resemblance to her mother. If he were to deny them, the citizens of the capital would surely scorn him as a heartless man. "Good children. Here, take this. It is a red envelope from your grandfather," Jiang Jing'an said, producing two large red envelopes from his sleeves and presenting them. They were filled with silver notes. Uncertain of what to buy, he opted to give the money so they could choose what they desired. "Thank you, grandfather," Mo and Mian exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with joy, since their mother had brought them to the capital to find their father. They had received an abundance of gifts from their imperial grandfather, their great-grandmother, and their second uncle. Mo, Mian, this is from your granduncle," Jiang Jinghui announced, producing a prepared red envelope. These two children were indeed endearing. "Thank you, granduncle." Mo and Mian approached with smiling eyes. Jiang Jing'an turned to Zhan Beiyuan and suggested, "Why not allow the two children to stay at the Duke of England's residence for a few days? I shall reside there with them and return to the royal mansion after some time." Jiang Yunxi also wished to stay at the Duke's residence to investigate what schemes the other party had implemented. Indeed, Zhang Beiyuan did not refuse. Having just reunited with her family in the capital, he had no grounds to prevent her from staying at the duke's residence. You may attend to your affairs. The children will remain here, the old lady said with a beaming smile. After giving some instructions, Jiang Yunxi departed with Zhang Beiyuan. Once they had left, Mu Shi cast a detached glance at Mo and Mian, devoid of any joy, likely due to her dislike for Jiang Yunxi, which naturally extended to the children. After Jiang Yunxi and Zhang Beiyuan left, they went directly to examine the dry wells. Last night, the Yunxi Marquis's residence made no move. Could it be that the souls we seek are not within these wells? Zhang Beiyuan inquired. You are correct. Will you search again today? Jiang Yunxi replied, her exquisitely beautiful face holding a profound meaning. The search for the wells was merely a ruse to mislead the Marquis of Yunxi. Zhang Beiyuan asked, do you have other plans? Were they? One person, Jiang Yunxi responded with a half-smile. Who? Extend your hand, and I shall read your palm, she teased. Zhang Beiyuan's handsome face grew dark and cold as he curtly refused. In 3 days, I shall know for myself. The implication was clear. Do not attempt to touch the prince's hand. Later that afternoon, they inspected all the dry wells but found no suppressed souls. You tend to your matters. I shall go set up a fortune-telling stall, Jiang Yunxi told Zhang Beiyuan. His records of the wells were accurate. Yet some individuals might be secretly digging wells at home, which went unaccounted for. Are you in need of money? Zhang Beiyuan asked. Jiang Yunxi shook her head. Not at all. Fortune-telling is a means of doing good for me. Suddenly, a gentle female voice broke the air. Your Highness, the Cold King. Jiang Yunxi turned to locate the source of the voice. It was Lin Weiwei, the daughter of the Minister of War. Had she not sought them out with the children that day, she might have become the Cold King's consort. Miss Lin, do you require something? Zhang Beiyuan's demeanor remained indifferent. He felt no remorse over the annulment of their engagement, which had merely been a transaction. Lin Weiwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she managed a faint smile. I thought I should come over to greet the prince. After he had sent her home that night, she had wept bitterly, spending the following days bedridden and disinterested in everything, her heart aching at the thought of Zhang Beiyuan's cold, handsome face. She had been so close to becoming his princess. Even if it had been merely in name, she would have willingly remained trapped in the Cold King's residence for life. There is no need for future greetings. Zhang Beiyuan replied coldly. Lin Weiwei's expression turned to one of shock. Then she bit her red lip. My lord, must we be so distant? That night, we were on the verge of marriage. Zhang Beiyuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze chilling and distant. We are scarcely acquainted. On the day of their marriage, it was merely a matter of the royal family acquiring an additional woman. Thereafter, there would be no excessive interactions, as they had previously agreed. Lin Weiwei's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her face portraying a wounded expression, tears nearly spilling forth, embodying a sense of fragility. Jiang Yunxi, unwilling to remain a mere spectator, remarked, please continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. This prince shall accompany you, Zhang Beiyuan retorted coldly. I intend to set up a stall. It is not on your way, Jiang Yunxi declined, aware that his presence would only exacerbate Lin Weiwei's disdain for her, which had already begun. This prince states it is on the way. Thus it is, Zhang Beiyuan asserted with unwavering firmness. Chapter 24. If they dare to come, I shall not hesitate to strike Miss Jiang. May we have a conversation? Lin Weiwei ventured after a moment of contemplation, her heart brimming with unspoken jealousy. It was common knowledge that Prince Han possessed a cold and indifferent demeanor, never approaching women uninvited. Yet now, he seemed to be drawing closer to Jiang Yunxi. Was it because she had borne him a pair of twins? That evening, she had encountered the 2 children who were undeniably charming. However, her disdain for the trio of mother and children was palpable. Had they not appeared, she would have been wed to the prince of her dreams. You need not speak with her. The annulment of our engagement is my decision alone, declared Zhang Beiyuan, his voice firm. Had she not appeared, we would have been wed. Lin Weiwei voiced her thoughts. How can I not resent Jiang Yunxi? She shattered my happiness. Our union was never genuine. It was merely a transaction. A fact you were well aware of, Zhang Beiyuan replied, his gaze as deep and cold as a frozen lake. Lin Weiwei felt as if her heart had been pierced. Yes, It had always been a false engagement, yet she had still been willing. The day I brought the children to find the prince was merely coincidental. I did not intend to disrupt your lives. It was your fate to never become husband and wife. Even if we had not shown up, another circumstance would have obstructed your union. Believe it or not, such is the way of destiny, Jiang Yunxi asserted. One could only say that her timing was unfortunate. The trouble Lin Weiwei sought was a consequence she must bear. I do not believe in fate. You came intentionally to ruin everything, Lin Weiwei retorted. Her eyes reddened with anger. After days of restraint, she could no longer hold back her wrath. What a false engagement. I remain the nominal princess of Han. One day, you shall come to believe in destiny, Jiang Yunxi replied, her posture unwavering and her expression serene. Lin Weiwei, observing her demeanor, felt her resentment intensify. It was she who had disrupted her engagement, yet spoke as if it were nothing of consequence. Zhan Beiyuan moved to shield Jiang Yunxi, his voice chilling. If you seek to lay blame, direct it towards me. I advise you not to harm Jiang Yunxi. Otherwise, I shall not show mercy. Jiang Yunxi regarded the man who stood protectively before her, feeling a profound sense of security. He was indeed a man of loyalty. Confronted by Zhan Beiyuan's piercing gaze and the hostility he emanated, Lin Weiwei felt a shiver run down her spine. My lord, she stammered, fear gripping her heart. Zhan Beiyuan turned to Jiang Yunxi, let us depart. As Jiang Yunxi prepared to leave, she addressed Lin Weiwei, do not ensnare yourself. You will encounter the right person. Otherwise, you risk missing out on true happiness, leaving you with nothing in the end. With those words, she turned and walked away. Having offered a warning, should Lin Weiwei choose a different path, it would be her own consequence to bear. Lin Weiwei clenched her hands tightly beneath her sleeves, a flash of hatred crossing her eyes. Her happiness was to wed into the Han royal household, a dream now tarnished. Jiang Yunxi proceeded to her stall, stating, I have arrived. My lord, you may attend to your matters. Be cautious in the coming days. Some may act out of desperation, Zhan Beiyuan cautioned after a moment's thought. If they dare to come, I shall not hesitate to strike, she replied resolutely. On Jiang Yunxi's exquisitely beautiful face lingered a mischievous smile. Their absence only heightened her eagerness to take action. Zhan Beiyuan, silent and contemplative, chose to depart without further delay. As Jiang Yunxi arranged her stall and settled down, it wasn't too long before the first customer of the day rushed in, sitting directly across from her. Master, could you possibly save my son? Restore his vitality? The customer implored. After returning home that day, she refrained from inquiring immediately. That night, she stealthily overheard her son and daughter-in-law through their window. The commotion within led her to believe Jiang Yunxi was merely spouting nonsense. Until today when, while returning home to quench her thirst after a day of laboring in the fields, she discovered her son had brought a man home, leading him to his room. He then exited, shutting the door behind him, which sent her mind reeling. Grabbing a hoe, she stormed towards the door. The man was in the process of undressing, intending to take advantage of her daughter-in-law. With the hoe in hand, she charged at him fiercely, causing him to flee in terror. Only under her relentless questioning did her son reveal the truth. He was unable to perform, rendering him incapable of fathering a child with his wife. At that moment, she felt as if she might faint from rage. Was this how a person ought to behave? It was utterly inhumane. Recalling the fortune-teller's words, she comforted her daughter-in-law before rushing over. It seems your fate is to have no sons in this life. However, your granddaughter has great potential. She could attract a son-in-law who will produce a son among her offspring who may one day become a scholar, Jiang Yunxi stated with solemnity. What good is a life source if one is on the brink of death? Upon hearing the first part of Jiang Yunxi's message, Feng Shi felt as if the heavens were collapsing upon her. Yet, upon hearing the latter part, her heart raced with excitement, her hands trembling at the thought of a descendant becoming a scholar. Is it truly so? Is this for real? Believe it or not, Jiang Yunxi replied. I charge 10 copper coins. Feng Shi, eager to believe, produced a small cloth pouch filled with coins. 9 will suffice. I won't take more than I owe. Jiang Yunxi returned a coin to her, explaining that her fees varied with the wealth of the individual. Those with means would pay more. while the less fortunate would only need to provide 10 coins. Seeing that she would not accept more, Feng Shi expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, master. Were it not for your guidance." She hesitated to continue, feeling a sense of embarrassment. What you sow is what you reap. Regardless of what transpires in the future, remember to accumulate virtue and do good. The Yang family shall prosper. Jiang Yunxi spoke with grave seriousness. The future of the Yang family depends on their own endeavors. I will hold this close to my heart, and I will ensure my family embraces virtue and kindness. Feng Shi vowed, astonished by Jiang Yunxi's insight, especially as she had not mentioned her family name. Jiang Yunxi nodded, signaling that she could take her leave. With a beaming smile, Feng Shi departed, eagerly sharing tales of Jiang Yunxi's accurate fortune-telling for merely 10 copper coins. In no time, a crowd gathered around Jiang Yunxi's stall, though many were merely spectators. However, once she began revealing personal details about the attendees' lives, astonished expressions spread across their faces as they remarked on her uncanny accuracy. In an instant, those present clamored to receive their own fortunes. Until the evening, when Jiang Yunxi concluded her stall, numerous townsfolk approached her, inquiring about her return the following day so they could visit her again. Uncertain of her schedule, she casually responded that those wishing to seek their fortunes could simply come here, as there were tea houses, taverns, and snack shops nearby, where they could comfortably wait. Jiang Yunxi, with a hint of mischief, declared that she was confident in her future clientele. As she secured her stall and made her way back to the British Duke's residence, she sensed someone trailing her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The desperate would come forth. "Miss Jiang, I sense a peculiar aura. Do be cautious," warned Xie Sairu from within her bag. "Fear not," Jiang Yunxi replied, her expression enigmatic. Realizing that the Wenxin Marquis was quite formidable, dispatching not mere assassins, but something altogether different. Chapter 25, a glimpse. Jiang Yunxi, contemplating the entity trailing behind her, altered her course and departed the capital, venturing into the adjacent mountains. As twilight descended, the wilderness grew desolate and chilly, punctuated occasionally by the calls of birds and the chirping of insects. Upon reaching a deserted clearing, she finally halted. "Come forth," she commanded, her voice clear and melodic, standing with an upright posture and a playful smile gracing her lips. The sound of footsteps echoed, crackling like dry twigs underfoot. Soon, a towering man emerged, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze as cold and venomous as that of a serpent, exuding an aura of chilling menace that suggested he was far from ordinary. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow, a slight smile curving her lips. She was taken aback to discover that the house of Wenxin had indeed taken to nurturing a ghostly servant. It was an eye-opening revelation. "This individual has become a ghostly servant," C.S. Sairu exclaimed in shock, realizing that Lu Xing had committed such a heartless act. When she first encountered him, he had appeared refined and cultured, instantly capturing her admiration. Little did she know that beneath his gentle facade lay a heart of malice. Indeed, Jiang Yunxi affirmed solemnly, a ghostly servant is the soul of a deceased individual that has seized control of a living person's body, merging completely. This soul can continue to exist through this vessel, potentially extending its lifespan through cultivation. A mere Taoist from a small temple ought not to meddle in affairs beyond his station, the man retorted coldly, his expression dripping with disdain. Jiang Yunxi laughed derisively, countering, "A mere ghostly minion dares to act brazenly before me? If you seek your own demise, do not blame me." With that, she swiftly produced a brush from her sleeve, deftly painting in the air. In an instant, a golden circular formation emerged, encircling them. Upon sensing the formidable pressure emanating from the formation, the man's expression shifted, contorting into a menacing snarl, his eyes glinting with ferocity as if he were a predator ready to devour. "Trivial skills," he scoffed, charging towards Jiang Yunxi. Unmoved, she remained in place, waiting until he approached to strike. In a flash, she evaded, darting to another position where she inscribed a rune within the formation, followed by swift movements to sketch 4 additional runes in various locations. In an instant, the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, erupted in a riot of colors. As she beheld the enraged figure charging at her, Jiang Yunxi bit her finger, allowing her blood to drip into the formation's core. "It is over," she declared. Leaping from the formation, the man dashed towards her, yet upon reaching the boundary of the formation, he found himself ensnared, as if an invisible barrier had arisen to impede his escape. Enraged, he bellowed within, his murderous intent palpable. Quickly, the powers within the formation bound him. His knees buckled, forcing him to the ground, his visage contorted in agony as his body trembled violently. "You wretched!" He howled at Jiang Yunxi, his expression a mask of torment. "Having lived so long by inhabiting another's body, it is time for your demise," she stated, rapidly drawing another symbol with a brush. "No, no." The man screamed in terror, his eyes wide with dread as he sensed his impending fate. The formation erupted in a blinding radiance, engulfing him entirely. When the light finally receded, the man who had once knelt upon the ground was nowhere to be found. Jiang Yunxi carefully put away her paintbrush and turned to leave. The fact that the Wenxin Marquis could raise a ghost servant truly surprised her. After all, ghost servants are not easily cultivated, and it is something that ordinary individuals cannot accomplish. It seems that the Wenxin Marquis is acquainted with formidable figures from the mysterious realm. By the time Jiang Yunxi returned to the Duke of England's residence, night had completely fallen. "The third young lady has returned. The old lady and others are waiting for you in the dining hall to have dinner," announced Steward Zhou, who was personally waiting at the door, greeting her with a beaming smile upon her arrival. As she approached, Momo and Yin joyfully ran towards her, calling out for their mother with soft, tender voices. Though she had returned late, they knew in their hearts that their mother was invincible. Jiang Yunxi affectionately patted their heads and led them forward. "Grandmother, if I'm not back by mealtime in the future, you may start eating without waiting for me. Just save some food for me." "Well, that seems acceptable." The old lady pondered before agreeing. "Yunxi, why have you returned so late?" Jiang Jingyan inquired with concern. "I encountered a minor inconvenience, but it has already been resolved." "It's nothing serious," Jiang Yunxi replied with a bright smile. Her curiosity about how the Wenxin Marquis raised ghost servants piqued. However, having killed a ghost servant, she knew the Marquis would discover it soon. Jiang Jingyan, with a warm smile, said, "If you need assistance, do not hesitate to inform your father." "Thank you, father." Jiang Yunxi replied with a twinkling smile. "Why are you setting up a fortune-telling stall on the street? You are the legitimate daughter of the Duke of England. How can you engage in such activities?" Musher said with a displeased expression. In the afternoon, she had taken Jiang Xinyu out to see potential suitors and happened to witness her doing so on the main street, which had infuriated her. Though she was in a hurry and did not confront her then, no one has decreed that the legitimate daughter of the Duke of England cannot set up a fortune-telling stall. Jiang Yunxi remarked as she picked up her chopsticks to eat some meat. The old lady coldly interjected, "I approved of it. If you have any objections, direct them at me." Jiang Jingyan turned to Musher and said, "Our daughter has just returned. She should be free to pursue what she desires. Fortune-telling is not a disgraceful endeavor. It can help others avert misfortune and bring about good fortune. This is a virtuous act." But Jiang Xinyu interjected gently, "Sister Yunxi is doing a good deed. We need not concern ourselves with how others perceive it." She hoped that Jiang Yunxi would step into the limelight, thus inviting scrutiny from others. Musher glanced at her, but chose not to say anything further, though she remained displeased. The Duke of England's residence did not lack for sustenance, so why should she engage in fortune-telling that could tarnish their reputation? "Uncles, have you invited anyone to the house for a consultation?" Jiang Yunxi asked Jiang Shaoan and Jiang Hian, recalling something. Jiang Shaoan looked slightly uncomfortable, admitting that they had invited someone, but the person had claimed they could not discern anything. "You may continue to seek out more capable individuals, but they will likely find nothing as well," Jiang Yunxi replied with a smile. After dinner, Jiang Yunxi returned to her courtyard with Momo and Yin. "Third sister," Jiang Jingyan hurriedly called out as he chased after her. "Second brother, is there something you need?" Jiang Yunxi asked, smiling at him. Jiang Jingyan gently touched the back of his head, his expression revealing a hint of discomfort. "Fortunately, you reminded me that day. Otherwise, I would have unwittingly allowed a friend to accept a costly counterfeit. It was your words that prevented me from intervening. Today, while at his friend's pawn shop, He encountered an antique that sparked his curiosity. Initially, he intended for his friend to acquire it swiftly, but recalling Jiang Yunxi's advice, he allowed the other party to make their own decision. His friend proceeded with the transaction, only to discover by evening that it was, in fact, a forgery. Jiang Yunxi smiled. As long as everything is well. Jiang Jingyan, intrigued, inquired, "How did you know about this beforehand?" Jiang Yunxi blinked playfully, responding with a glance. Jiang Jingyan cautioned, "Remember, in our forthcoming discussions, refrain from speaking thoughtlessly to avoid unnecessary disputes." Jiang Yunxi met his gaze, offering a gentle reminder. "I will heed your advice." Jiang Jingyan affirmed with a nod. Jiang Yunxi chose to say no more, leading the two children back to the courtyard. After ensuring their comfort, she retreated to her room, sitting cross-legged on the floor, preparing to surreptitiously delve into the affairs of the British Duke's estate. Chapter 26. How did you spit blood? The British Duke's residence had been subjected to malicious machinations, and as a daughter of the Jiang family, she could not bear to witness the obliteration of her lineage, renowned for their loyalty and valor. According to the laws of causality, those who perpetrate such vile acts would inevitably face retribution. She yearned to comprehend why her adversaries would resort to inflicting harm upon themselves to execute such cruel deeds against the British Duke's estate. Jiang Yunxi swiftly entered a meditative state, reciting incantations as a circular formation materialized beneath her. Positioned at the center of this formation, it gradually expanded outward. Moments later, fine beads of sweat began to trickle down her pale face, rendering her complexion increasingly ashen, and her body swayed precariously. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, but upon confirming that the formation had enveloped the entire British Duke's estate, she halted her chanting, abruptly opened her eyes, and rose to walk outside. Her steps were sluggish, a testament to her near-fatal condition. It was rare for her to resort to forbidden techniques, resulting in such profound weakness. Upon exiting the courtyard, she arrived at the heart of the British Duke's residence, a garden, where she pricked her finger, allowing her blood to flow as she inscribed a symbol on her forehead. In an instant, the surroundings transformed. Jiang Yunxi's pupils constricted sharply as she beheld a myriad of crimson lines crisscrossing the sky above the British Duke's estate, shimmering like a colossal spider's web, engulfing the entire manor. Within this web were countless paper figures representing the inhabitants of the estate, each adorned with a flickering red light upon their chests. Only her grandfather's figure was devoid of that glow. The presence of red light signified life, while its absence indicated death. Jiang Yunxi was genuinely taken aback, and a fierce anger ignited within her icy gaze. The Annihilation Killing Formation. This was among the most brutal of the 10 forbidden formations. Each paper figure was ensnared tightly by the crimson threads. As her gaze swept across the scene, she soon spotted herself alongside the paper figures of Mo and Mian. The Annihilation Killing Formation targeted the bloodline of the British Duke's family. Any new bloodline entering this formation would be ensnared and eradicated. Jiang Yunxi gradually transitioned from her fury to a state of calm, continuing to observe. After scrutinizing all the paper figures, she noted the absence of Jiang Qinyu. She was not of the British Duke's bloodline, thus her absence was expected. Just as she prepared to locate the core of the Annihilation Killing Formation, an imperceptible force collided violently with her, and in her current state, her spiritual awareness was helpless against it, causing her to be forcefully thrust back into her body. Yunxi Jiang Jinghuai's expression shifted as he rushed forward. He had just seen her standing in the garden, calling out to her without receiving a response, and was puzzled until he witnessed her body collapse to the ground. Jiang Yunxi lost her footing and fell, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, her face as pale as parchment. "Yunxi, how did you spit blood?" Jiang Jinghuai hastily knelt beside her, helping her sit up. "Elder brother, I am fine. Just let me rest for a moment." Jiang Yunxi waved her hand, her voice faint. Her rare foray into forbidden knowledge had already strained her, and the force from the Annihilation Killing Formation had overwhelmed her, leading to her momentary loss of control and subsequent bleeding. Jiang Jinghuai took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her lips, observing her pale face. His brows furrowed tightly. Her condition appeared quite dire. Would anything untoward happen? After feeling her body regain some strength, Jiang Yunxi jested, "Elder brother, look at you so anxious." "I am perfectly fine." Jiang Jinghuai's face remained taut as he replied solemnly, "You do not appear to be fine at all." After finally returning home, "I wish for your well-being." A bright smile blossomed on Jiang Yunxi's face, stirring her heart. Had she not found the Ziwixing to prolong her life, she would have to report to the underworld after this year's New Year's Eve, destined for rebirth. In her previous incarnations, she had always been solitary. Yet this life entangled her with so many people that the thought of death no longer appealed to her. "Do not worry, elder brother, I truly am unscathed," Jiang Yunxi said, shrugging her shoulders with a radiant smile. "Then what about earlier?" Jiang Jinghuai frowned. Her complexion was gradually regaining its color. Yet recalling her earlier state left him deeply concerned. "Do you remember when I mentioned the manipulations at the Duke of England's residence?" Jiang Yunxi knew her elder brother was mature and steady. Some matters could be shared with him. "I do remember. I made an exception to probe my own body briefly and discovered that the Duke's estate has been ensnared in an extermination formation. The lives of all members of the Jiang family are bound by this formation. Your generation will not bear descendants. My having children would be an exception, likely due to the unique fate of the Cold King. Had that man that night not been Zhan Beiyuan, I would not have conceived." Jiang Jinghuai's mind was consumed by her initial statement, and he gravely responded, "Do not ever harm your body again. You just returned home. We have yet to compensate you properly. It pains me to see you injure yourself for the family." "Very well," Jiang Yunxi replied with a beaming smile. Now that she understood the extermination formation, there was no need for further probing. "I shall escort you back," Jiang Jinghuai said, supporting her as they rose. The two departed together. A moment later, a figure appeared, fixated on the bloodstains in the grass, then squatted down to collect some blood before swiftly departing. At the Wenxin Marquis, dead? How could that be possible? Lu Zhan was left in utter disbelief upon hearing the report from the man in black. That was a ghostly servant, not an ordinary person. He had accompanied Jiang Yunxi outside the capital, and only she returned unscathed. "When I located the place, I could only sense a faint trace of his aura, and then it disappeared," the man in black muttered. Lu Zhan's pupils contracted. This meant Jiang Yunxi had eliminated the ghostly servant. Such beings could not be slain by blades or swords. Only those with formidable skills from the Xianmen could reduce them to nothingness. He swallowed hard. Initially, he thought Jiang Yunxi to be a mere novice priest and dismissed her, but it now appeared she was no ordinary priest and possessed considerable prowess. "You may leave now," he commanded. "Yes." The man in black departed swiftly. Lu Zhan paced restlessly, believing the ghostly servant's attack would surely succeed. Little did he know that Jiang Yunxi had survived. Now, she would undoubtedly be on high alert, even suspecting his involvement. Caring for a ghostly servant demands considerable sacrifice, yet now it has been ruined by Jiang Yunxi. The thought ignited a furious blaze within him, his eyes reflecting a chilling malice. Jiang Yunxi could no longer be spared. In the next moment, he swiftly strode outside. The following day, when Jiang Yunxi awoke, she was beset by an excruciating headache, her strength seemingly siphoned away. It took her a while to regain her composure, and she could not help but sigh, realizing she had never anticipated such a wretched day. Previously, she had not cared for anyone, and thus she would not, in the twilight of her life, indulge in actions that would harm her own body. She quickly rose and made her way outside. The annihilation formation had existed for several years. To establish such a formation at the Duke of England's residence would require that the adversary had spent a considerable time there in the past. She needed to consult her grandmother. As she opened the door, she beheld a man in an elegant dark robe, his tall and stately figure exuding an aura of nobility. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his facial features were strikingly handsome and profoundly attractive. Sunlight cascaded upon him, as if bestowing a delicate golden glow, reminiscent of a deity descending from a lofty realm. Chapter 27. Jiang Yunxi, please conduct yourself with dignity. Why has the prince arrived? Jiang Yunxi approached him, her mind racing with schemes. Regardless of the means, she was determined to touch his hand to discern if he bore the mark of the Ziwei star. "I am not here for you. I have come to see Mo and Mian, Zhan Beiyuan replied coldly. though the children resided in the Duke of England's manor. As their father, he believed it his duty to check on them daily rather than remain indifferent. Jiang Yunxi suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. Was it not sufficient to simply state the latter? She hadn't even inquired whether he had come seeking her. "Where are Mo and Mian?" she asked. "They have gone to the kitchen to have breakfast prepared for us here," Zhan Beiyuan informed her. Jiang Yunxi remained silent, contemplating her next words. Noticing her reticence, Zhan Beiyuan continued, "I shall be heading to the military camp shortly. If Mo and Mian have no pressing matters at the Duke's manor, I intend to take them with me." "Very well, but ensure that someone is assigned to watch over them to prevent any potential harm," Jiang Yunxi replied earnestly. The one who had laid the annihilation array must have been aware of their existence. She worried whether they might be targeted. "With me present, who would dare to harm them?" Zhan Beiyuan stated, an ominous aura enveloping him, his dark eyes sharp as blades. "There may still be threats against them." "Who?" Jiang Yunxi pondered before revealing the matter of the annihilation array that had been clandestinely set around the Duke's manor. Upon their return, they found themselves ensnared, indicating that the one who had cast the array was indeed aware of their presence. Zhan Beiyuan was taken aback. It was shocking to learn that such a cruel act had been inflicted upon the Duke's manor over 20 years ago. No wonder Jiang Jinghui and Jiang Jingyan remained unmarried at their age. "Do you know who was responsible?" he inquired. "I do not, but I am certain that the perpetrator belongs to the Xianmen and possesses considerable strength. The extent of their grievances must be profound to warrant the annihilation of the Duke's lineage," Jiang Yunxi mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Zhan Beiyuan then posed a curious question. "How is it that you are able to conceive? Was it not said that the Duke's lineage would cease with your generation?" Jiang Yunxi lifted her gaze to meet his, amusement dancing in her eyes. "A splendid question. Extend your hand, and I shall reveal the answer through palmistry." "I have no need for palmistry," Zhan Beiyuan replied, crossing his arms behind him, his handsome visage taut with seriousness. "I offer my services free of charge," she insisted. "Unnecessary," he retorted. Jiang Yunxi arched an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing her fair and delicate face. "What if I insist on helping you?" With that, she lunged toward him. Zhan Beiyuan's expression darkened as he beheld her advance, his handsome features clouded with displeasure. He swiftly retreated, his demeanor radiating an unmistakable chill. "Jiang Yunxi, please conduct yourself with dignity. I merely wish to examine your palm. I mean you no harm. Why the excessive wariness?" She scoffed, wondering if his aversion to physical contact was truly that severe. Her thoughts inevitably drifted to that night 6 years prior. At that moment, although he was in a state of unconsciousness, he fiercely resisted as she removed his clothing. Ultimately, she unbuckled his belt, binding his hands. Her body was so heated that it felt as if it might explode. There was no time for hesitation. It was indeed a transgression, the only wrongdoing she had committed in several lifetimes. This prince despises the touch of any woman, even the practice of palmistry. Zhan Beiyuan's handsome face was taut and cold. Since childhood, he had shunned proximity to the opposite sex, and as he matured, his aversion only intensified. Following a hidden ailment 6 years prior, his disdain for women grew even stronger. Jiang Yunxi thought to herself, it would suffice to wait until he next slumbered to explore surreptitiously. In the garden, Mian, with a cherubic face full of concern, asked, "Brother, do you think father and mother will get along well?" "Fear not. As long as we create ample opportunities for them, they are sure to find common ground," Momo confidently replied, his handsome visage radiating determination. Mian, her dark eyes twinkling, chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, with us around." "Momo, Mian, what are you doing here? Where's your mother?" Jiang Xinyu approached the two youngsters upon spotting them. Unable to refrain from admiring Jiang Yunxi's ability to bear such lovely children with the esteemed cold king. The two children were undeniably charming and endearing. Mian looked up at her, her voice icy as she responded, "Mother is not certain if she has arisen yet. Father is outside watching over her. Do you have business here?" She harbored no fondness for the woman. "Mother instructed us to minimize contact with you. I haven't yet given you gifts. I'm unsure of your preferences, but I would be delighted to purchase something for you," Jiang Xinyu said with a gentle smile. "There's no need, sister. We shall take our leave, Momo retorted coldly, taking Mian Mian's hand and turning to depart. Jiang Yunxi blocked their path, speaking sweetly. I genuinely wish to buy you something. If you sincerely wish to do so, why did you not buy us anything during our time at the Duke of England's residence? Momo's small face was stern, his gaze frigid. They had no desire for her offerings. Jiang Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. Her mood had been dismal, and her disdain for Jiang Yunxi had clouded her thoughts regarding gifting them anything. Hypocritical, Mian Mian scorned. The siblings quickly departed hand in hand. Jiang Yunxi watched their retreating figures, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. They exhibited no manners, much like their mother, utterly lacking in humility. In the courtyard, Jiang Yunxi recounted to Zhan Beiyuan her encounter with the ghostly servant the previous evening. Noticing his lack of reaction, she inquired, "Are you not surprised? This prince is aware of the existence of ghost servants. Those who employ such beings shall ultimately face retribution. Yet, those with nefarious intentions will still take risks. The kingdom of Tunglong prohibits the keeping of ghost servants, so I'm astonished that the Wenxin Marquis would engage in such practices," Zhan Beiyuan replied, his expression grim. "It seems the Marquis of Wenxin has been driven to desperation," Jiang Yunxi remarked with a light-hearted tone. "Otherwise, he would not dare to risk deploying a ghost servant." Suddenly, Jiang Jinghua, dressed in elegant azure garments, entered, his gaze shifting to Jiang Yunxi as he inquired with concern, "Yunxi, are you feeling better?" Only then did he notice Zhan Beiyuan beside her. "I have the honor of meeting His Highness, the Cold King." Zhan Beiyuan nodded slightly. "Elder brother, I am quite well now," Jiang Yunxi said with a cheerful smile. "Were you harmed by the ghost servant?" Zhan Beiyuan inquired, gazing at her intently. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow, a hint of arrogance glimmering in her eyes. "I utterly annihilated that ghost servant. My malaise stems from my use of forbidden techniques to spy on the Duke of England's residence last night. After a night's rest, I feel rejuvenated." Zhan Beiyuan remained silent. Jiang Jinghua appeared puzzled. Was this ghost servant? Jiang Yunxi had no choice but to explain why she returned home late the previous evening. "In the future, you must never undertake such perilous endeavors alone. You can always return to us," Jiang Jinghua admonished. Astonished by her audacity in luring the ghost servant outside the city all by herself. "Come back to you? Do you truly believe you could vanquish a ghost servant?" Zhan Beiyuan remarked. Jiang Jinghua remained speechless, as did Jiang Yunxi. Chapter 28. The witness she waited for after breakfast. Zhan Beiyuan took Mo and Mian to the military camp, coincidentally meeting Jiang Jingyan, who was also headed there, and they proceeded together. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunxi and Jiang Jinghua visited the old matriarch's courtyard. Upon hearing about her clandestine observations from the previous night, the old lady was deeply shocked, soon followed by furious indignation, her body trembling with rage. She believed that the British Duke's residence had never harmed anyone. Why then, she pondered, would they act so malevolently towards her family? "Grandmother, please consider if anyone knowledgeable in feng shui visited our residence over 20 years ago," Jiang Yunxi asked with a serious demeanor. She needed to uncover the individual who had set up the extermination formation. Otherwise, it could not be completely dismantled. She was certain that this person was still alive, as the formation and its creator were inseparable. If the person perished, the formation would vanish. The old matriarch contemplated carefully before shaking her head. "Your grandfather claimed that all our ancestors were loyal and valiant, and their noble spirits would protect the Jiang family. Thus, we have never invited a feng shui master to arrange anything in our home." Jiang Yunxi believed this assertion. Indeed, the British Duke's residence had never summoned anyone specifically for feng shui arrangements. Were there any other notable individuals who resided here? Perhaps they appeared ordinary, but were secretly adept in the mystical arts. "I will think about it," the old matriarch endeavored to recall. "Grandmother, do not rush. Take your time. Just jot down the names of those who stayed here, especially around the time of my birth," Jiang Yunxi encouraged, understanding how challenging it must be for her to recall after so many years. The old matriarch nodded, acknowledging the time lapse. "By the way, is our branch the only one in the British Duke's lineage?" Jiang Yunxi recalled the numerous paper figures she had witnessed the previous night. suggesting there were more than just the people residing in their household. Your grandfather had a younger brother, your great-uncle, who moved out of the capital long ago. Have they also been affected by this extermination formation? The old lady's eyes widened in surprise. Grandmother, we can invite this great-uncle to the capital and inquire about the situation there, then inform him about the extermination formation. I will dispatch someone immediately to send a letter inviting him, the old matriarch affirmed. Very well, I must go now to consult the divination, Jiang Yunxi said, rising to depart. Jiang Jinghua, old matriarch. As Jiang Yunxi stepped outside, she sensed someone discreetly following her. Come out, she called. Jiang Jingyan appeared, his face flushed with embarrassment. Had he been discovered so easily despite his carefulness? Third sister, Jiang Jingyan, approached her with a grin. What are you following me for? Jiang Yunxi smiled at him. Jiang Jingyan inquired, where are you headed? To set up a fortune-telling stall. I shall accompany you. Jiang Yunxi regarded him with a smile. What will you do there? Jiang Jingyan cleared his throat and replied earnestly, as a young lady. What if you encounter any ill-intentioned individuals? I will stand by your side, ensuring not to disturb you, while also expanding my horizons. Would you take me along? His expression turned pitiful towards the end. Very well, Jiang Yunxi acquiesced. His eloquent words resonated with her, and she admired his thirst for knowledge. Wonderful, Jiang Jingyan exclaimed with excitement. However, before proceeding to the stall, Jiang Yunxi first made a visit to the Wenxin Marquis' residence. Upon her arrival, the steward, upon learning she sought the master, promptly went to announce her presence and escorted them inside. Miss Jiang, what brings you here? Lu Xin inquired with a cultivated smile, though his heart harbored murderous intent, for she was the cause of his loss of a ghost servant. I have come to deliver a word of caution to the Marquis. Oh, pray do share. Those who commit numerous injustices will ultimately meet their demise, Jiang Yunxi declared, each word resonating firmly. The dark aura between Lu Xin's brows thickened, signaling impending misfortune. Lu Xin comprehended her meaning, yet maintained his smile. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Jiang. I have dealt with that ghost servant, turning him to ash. I advise the Marquis against sending any more ghost servants to eliminate me. 1, I will vanquish, and 2 shall meet the same fate. Jiang Yunxi stated with a knowing smile. Jiang Jingyan's eyes widened in shock. Ghost servants wish to harm you? His gaze burned fiercely as he glared at Lu Xin. Was he indeed plotting to eliminate his younger sister to prevent her from investigating the Wenxin Marquis' affairs? Infuriating. Miss Jiang, I am at a loss. What is this ghost servant you speak of? Lu Xin feigned ignorance, inwardly seething. Had she come to the Marquis' residence today merely to flaunt her superiority? I have delivered my message. I shall take my leave now, Jiang Yunxi stated, turning to depart. Jiang Jingyan, casting a defiant look at Lu Xin, declared, Do not bully my sister. Though I may lack prowess, my sister is formidable. Jiang Yunxi merely sighed. As Lu Xin watched the siblings depart, a fleeting glimmer of malice crossed his eyes. Last night, he had sought counsel from the elder, who advised him against deploying further ghost servants, and thus he was compelled to heed that counsel. The elder had also informed him that Jiang Yunxi was targeting the Wenxin Marquis' residence. If she were not eliminated, her actions could have dire consequences for the house. The elder assured him that he would take care of the matter himself. Damn Jiang Yunxi. Let her revel in her arrogance a while longer. With the elder's intervention, her fate is sealed, far more formidable than any ghost servant. Once outside the Wenxin Marquis' residence, Jiang Jingyan inquired curiously, Sister, what exactly is a ghost servant? Is it formidable? He had heard of other types of servants, but this was his first encounter with the concept of a ghost servant. A ghost servant is a soul that, after death, merges with a living person, Jiang Yunxi elucidated. Jiang Jingyan's eyes widened in astonishment. So, the souls of the deceased can possess the bodies of the living? How terrifying! Jiang Yunxi smiled faintly. They cannot simply take over at will. It requires someone to sacrifice part of themselves to cultivate them into ghost servants. Normal individuals would never commit such acts. Only those with malevolent intentions tread this treacherous path, harming both themselves and others. Thank goodness for that, or the world would surely descend into chaos. Jiang Jingyan sighed in relief. The two soon arrived at their designated stall. Jiang Jingyan eagerly assisted in setting up the table, ensuring the sign was properly displayed. As Jiang Yunxi took her seat, a multitude of citizens gathered around, many of whom had not been accounted for the previous day. Jiang Jingyan maintained order, signaling everyone to line up, while ensuring that no strangers approached Jiang Yunxi, lest ill intentions arise. Not far away, several fortune-tellers watched Jiang Yunxi's stall with discontent. Her fortune-telling prowess had spread throughout the capital, and now her stall was bustling with customers. If this continued, their own businesses would surely suffer. Could they tolerate such a situation? Certainly not. They quickly huddled together to conspire, intending to create some trouble for Jiang Yunxi, insisting that as the legitimate daughter of the Duke of England, she had no need to encroach upon their livelihoods. By the stall, Jiang Yunxi diligently attended to each customer. Jiang Jingyan observed with great interest. Though he did not comprehend the intricacies of her craft, he found her words to be nothing short of magical and impressive. Suddenly, several officers from the Jingzhou prefecture arrived, prompting the crowd to part ways. "Miss Jiang," the leading officer called out as he approached the stall, "please wait until I have finished assisting this customer, and then I shall accompany you to the Jingzhou prefecture." Jiang Yunxi beamed with joy. The witness she had been awaiting had finally arrived. Chapter 29. A brief encounter in a sudden burst of fervor. Jiang Jingyan rushed to the front of the officials, hands on his hips, demanding, "What do you intend to do? You shall not take my sister away." "Jingyan, how can you address the officials in such a manner? They are here to take Jiang Yunxi, and she must have committed some misdeed." Mu Shi interjected, having learned of Jiang Yunxi's fortune-telling stall and come to investigate. Little did she know, upon her arrival, she was met with several officials standing before her daughter's booth. What trouble had she found herself in this time? "Mother, you know nothing of the situation. How can you so readily assume my sister is at fault?" Jiang Jingyan frowned, his displeasure evident. He felt his mother was being unreasonable. After all, Yunxi was her own daughter. Why not consider her in a more favorable light? Just because she hadn't been raised by her side since childhood? "Mother, my elder brother is right. You shouldn't think ill of Sister Yunxi," Jiang Qinyu gently persuaded, surprised by the success of Jiang Yunxi's fortune-telling business, with many clients queuing up. "This cannot be good. The officials are certainly not here for a pleasant matter," Mu Shi said, her discomfort apparent as she noticed Jiang Yunxi ignoring her entirely, igniting a fire of frustration within her. What sort of attitude was that? Jiang Yunxi, unbothered, continued her divination, eager to conclude her work and head to the Jingzhou prefecture. Jiang Jingyan, observing the official from the Jingzhou prefecture, casually inquired, "What brings you here?" "Indeed, Miss Jiang, there is a new development regarding the Wunshin Marquis estate, and Lord Chu requests your presence," one of the officials replied candidly. "Did you hear that, mother?" Jiang Jingyan turned to Mu Shi, his small face puffed in indignation. Seeing her son so supportive of Jiang Yunxi pained Mu Shi, who had raised him. After only a few days back, he had already taken her side. "Elder brother, could you please ride to the military camp and fetch Prince Han? Bring him to the Jingzhou prefecture," Jiang Yunxi instructed him, believing that Zhan Beiyuan should be present. "Understood." Jiang Jingyan nodded and promptly set off to acquire a horse, knowing the location of the military camp from prior visits with their father. Once he departed, Mu Shi cast a cold glance at Jiang Yunxi and quickly pulled Jiang Qinyu away, her chest constricted with frustration. How had she raised a child who so blatantly disregarded her elders? Sensing her mother's anger, Jiang Qinyu softly said, "Mother, Sister Yunxi was preoccupied with her clients. That is why she did not greet you. Please do not take it to heart." Her words, however, only ignited further fury in Mu Shi. "Do not speak on her behalf. She has no time to greet you, yet she made time to arrange for your elder brother. Mother, I believe you should have a heartfelt conversation with Sister Yunxi. It's all my fault. Had it not been for the misunderstanding on the day she returned, your relationship would not have soured like this," Jiang Qinyu lamented, filled with guilt. "It is not your fault. It is her narrow-mindedness. Enough of her. I shall take you to a tea gathering with the prominent families of the capital. Perhaps you will find a suitable match among them." Mu Shi redirected the conversation, wishing to avoid further discussion of Jiang Yunxi. "I truly appreciate how much you care for me, Mother," Jiang Qinyu said affectionately, clinging to her arm in a playful manner. Though her father and brothers still treated her kindly these days, a subtle change lingered in the air. Their hearts and minds no longer belonged solely to her. They were increasingly preoccupied with Jiang Yunxi. The second brother, who once delighted in her company, now trailed behind Jiang Yunxi, even standing by those inconspicuous stalls, an act he would have once deemed beneath his dignity. "You are my daughter, and I hope you find a good family and lifelong happiness." Mu gently patted her hand, genuinely feeling for her. These days must have been difficult for her, yet she never complained, displaying remarkable understanding. "Thank you, mother. Regardless of whether I find my biological parents in the future, you will always be my dearest mother," Jiang Yunxi replied, her voice quivering slightly. Mu felt a warmth in her heart. Nurturing her since childhood made an undeniable difference. In the Jinghuoyan mansion, Jiang Yunxi entered alongside the officials. In the grand hall stood a young man clad in a white scholar's robe, tall and delicately featured, appearing no older than 16. "Miss Jiang, you have arrived." Chu Xinwen greeted her with a broad smile. The case concerning the Wenxin Marquis estate was no ordinary affair. The emperor had summoned him to inquire, insisting he investigate thoroughly, ensuring that no innocent person was wronged while not sparing the wicked. "I wonder why Lord Chu has summoned me," Jiang Yunxi inquired with a smile. Chu Xinwen glanced at the young man in white, his expression growing complex as he spoke. "This is Lord Lu Zhili, the eldest son of the Wenxin Marquis household. He claims to possess a lead, and I thought it prudent to invite you." "Lord Lu, you have come," Jiang Yunxi greeted him warmly, for he was the one she had awaited. "Miss Jiang," Lu Zhili called softly. Chu Xinwen looked on, astonished. "Do you two know each other?" Their demeanor suggested a familiarity that belied a first meeting. "We have met once," Jiang Yunxi replied with a faint smile, recalling her discreet visit to Qingshan Academy in search of Lu Zhili, prompted by C.S. Sairu's revelations. 10 years ago, when she fell into the water, she vaguely remembered seeing a small figure behind the nearby flowers. At that time, the only young soul in the Marquis' estate she had personally raised was Lu Zhili. She had chosen his name, nurturing him as though he were her own son, instilling patience and care, and he had grown to be obedient and affectionate toward her. Upon learning this, she resolved to seek out Lu Zhili, for he was her sole lead. She kept this matter to herself, deliberately diverting the Wenxin Marquis' attention by searching for a dry well. That night, she found Lu Zhili, a 16-year-old youth exuding refinement. She learned that after enrolling in Qingshan Academy, he seldom returned to the Marquis' estate. She candidly disclosed her intentions, allowing him to witness the spirit of C.S. Sairu, recounting all that had befallen the Xie family, while also informing him that she had sounded the drum of injustice against his father at the Jinghuoyan mansion. Then she departed, imposing no demands upon him. As she left Qingshan Academy, she felt assured that Lu Zhili would come, for his countenance revealed him to be a man of conscience. Today he had arrived. Chu Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, then spoke. "Since Miss Jiang has arrived, young Master Lu, regarding the clues you mentioned." Jiang Yunxi interrupted him. "Wait, His Highness the Cold King is about to arrive." Chu Xinyan remained silent. Jiang Yunxi turned to Lu Zhilin. "Have you made your decision?" "I have," Lu Zhilin replied, standing tall. If he had not contemplated thoroughly, he would not be present here today. "You are commendable," Jiang Yunxi praised, acknowledging the immense courage it took for him to step forward, considering that the individual in question was his biological father. Lu Zhilin pressed his lips together, choosing to remain silent. Jiang Yunxi addressed Chu Xinyan. "Lord Chu, please send someone to invite Marquis Wenxin." Chapter 30. You unfilial child. Lu Zhan was taken aback when the officials from the Jingzhao Yin's office came to summon him, and his astonishment deepened upon learning that there was a witness. After a decade, where could this witness possibly come from? When he arrived at the Jingzhao government office, Zhan Beiyuan was also present, along with Jiang Jing'an. Upon hearing of the new lead, they had all gathered. "Your Highness, the Cold King, the Duke of England." Lu Zhan greeted them with a smile, but his surprise grew when he noticed Lu Zhili standing beside him. "Shouldn't he be at the Qingshan Academy? What brought him to the Jingzhao office?" "Lord Lu, there has been a new development regarding the complaint Jiang Yunxi has filed against you," Zhan Beiyuan stated, his expression stern and his voice devoid of warmth. He never expected that the person Jiang Yunxi had mentioned was the eldest son of the Wenxin Marquis, Lu Zhan's own son. I have heard there is a witness. Who is this witness? Lu Zhan inquired, already forming a guess in his mind. There was no way Lu Zhili could be the witness. Zhang Beiyuan looked towards Chu Xinwen. Lord Chu, it's your turn. With that, he moved to sit beside him. Jiang Jingyan took a seat as well, wearing a look of anticipation. Lord Chu, Lu Zhili is the witness I have summoned. He was present at the scene of the incident a decade ago, Jiang Yunxi stated, addressing Chu Xinwen, who sat at the table. Lu Zhili, are you certain you were at the scene of the incident? Chu Xinwen asked, his demeanor serious. This was the first time in his years of service that he witnessed a son pointing fingers at his own father. If this were to spread, the uproar would be unimaginable, considering the prestigious status of the Wenxin Marquis. Yes, I was there 10 years ago, Lu Zhili replied calmly. Zhili, what are you saying? You were only 6 years old then. Are you sure you are not mistaken? Lu Zhan stepped closer, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized his son. Did he truly understand the gravity of his actions? To accuse his own father? Lu Zhili cast a glance at him, then turned to Chu Xinwen. 10 years ago, my father and mother had a quarrel by the lakeside. During the struggle, my mother accidentally fell into the water. Initially, my father attempted to save her. However, he ultimately did not. After my mother sank, he erased their footprints before calling for help. Upon finishing, his face was etched with pain. His mother had been exceptionally kind to him since childhood, teaching him to read and write at the tender age of 4, imparting numerous life lessons. He cherished her deeply, as she was the closest person to him in the Marquis. Being merely 6 at the time, he was bewildered by the events. By the time he comprehended the situation, it was already too late. Fear gripped him, and even after his mother's funeral, that fear lingered, leaving him ill. His father personally took care of him. Having lost his mother, he could not bear the thought of losing his father too. Thus, he remained silent about what he had witnessed that day. Not long after, his father brought home a woman, announcing his intention to marry her as a second wife. After Yao Shi entered their home, his father told him she was his biological mother, the one who had borne him after enduring 10 months of hardship. Gradually, he accepted this reality. Yao Shi treated him well, much like his mother, even considering his needs more thoughtfully. However, as he matured and began to comprehend more, he found it increasingly difficult to ignore the events of that fateful year when he was 6, yet he could not bring himself to speak of it to anyone. After attending Qingshan Academy, he expressed his desire to move into the institution, believing it would enhance his studies and improve his chances of achieving academic success, ultimately persuading his parents to comply. In truth, he was grappling with how to face them. For years, he had endured a life of repression and turmoil. It was not until that fateful night, when Jiang Yunxi sought him out, that he encountered the spirit of his mother, who had passed away a decade prior, and learned of the circumstances surrounding the Xie family. Before the age of 6, his maternal grandparents and uncles had treated him with great kindness, memories he recalled vividly. Thus, he arrived today, unable to remain silent any longer. Zhili, what are you saying? Why would you defame your father? Lu Zhan exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation as he emphasized the last 5 words. At that moment, he felt a surge of panic, never expecting that the 6-year-old Lu Zhili would be in the vicinity. Lu Zhili met his gaze and declared, Father, wrong is wrong. I have suffered for so many years. The reason I moved to the academy was to avoid confronting you. With that, he turned to Chu Xinwen and asserted, Sir Chu, every word I speak is the truth. My father watched my mother drown without intervening or calling for help. Sir Chu, he is spouting nonsense. What could a 6-year-old possibly understand? He must have misinterpreted what he saw, or perhaps he's been possessed, Lu Zhan retorted, his eyes narrowing like daggers directed at Jiang Yunxi. What do you want from me, Lord Lu? Jiang Yunxi replied with a sardonic smile. Realizing that Ciesaru had not been mistaken, the faint silhouette she recalled was indeed Lu Zhili. Though he had remained silent all these years, he was now willing to step forward as a witness, indicating a flicker of conscience. It is you, a disciple of Qing Su Temple. A 6-year-old child could not comprehend. It must be that you employed sorcery to manipulate him into saying these things. Lu Zhan seethed, his face ashen with fury. Jiang Jing'an charged forward. You scoundrel! Who are you accusing of sorcery? My daughter is upright and would never engage in such deceitful practices. Lu Zhan scoffed. She has just returned to the Duke's residence. How can you be so certain of her character? She is a member of the Jiang family, known for their integrity. Unlike some who appear cultured yet possess hearts as vile as beasts, Jiang Jing'an retorted, disdain etched across his face. You! Lu Zhan fumed, his temper flaring. If the Jingzhaoyin court accepted Lu Zhili's testimony, he would be branded a perpetrator. Chu Xinwen cleared his throat. Bring Lord Lu into temporary custody. Lu Zhan's expression shifted, and he spoke in a low tone. Sir Chu, I suspect someone has used sorcery on my son, causing him to speak erratically. You cannot conclude that I am the culprit based solely on his words today. Since you believe someone has bewitched your son, you may summon a master to determine if he has indeed been afflicted. Jiang Yunxi responded, ensuring his defeat would be absolute. Qi Yan, go to the palace and summon the Grand Master's chief disciple, Lu Qingbai. Zhan Beiyuan instructed Qi Yan, who promptly acknowledged and departed. Jiang Yunxi regarded Lu Zhan with a smile. Lord Lu, think carefully about how you will confess later. Lu Zhan shot her a glare before turning to Lu Zhili. Zhili, what is truly troubling you? 10 years ago, why did you not speak up upon witnessing the events? Such concealment is a grave sin that could jeopardize your prospects for scholarly success. Jiang Yunxi scoffed silently as he realized that, in this moment, he was being threatened by his own father. The implication was clear. If Lu Zhili were to persist in his testimony, it would adversely affect his future examinations. After such an incident, do you believe I still have the audacity to participate in the imperial examinations? Lu Zhili chuckled bitterly, recognizing that his decision to come to the Jingzhoin's residence had irrevocably closed off his own future. At this moment, all he desired was to testify and restore justice for his mother, as well as for the Xie family. This was his debt to them. You ungrateful wretch. Lu Zhan could no longer contain his fury and erupted in rage. Chapter 31. A suitable match. Ah, how infuriating. Once, you brought back the child born from your extramarital affair to be raised by your legitimate wife, and upon witnessing her demise, you hastily married your mistress. You truly bring shame upon the Wenshin Marquis. Jiang Jing'an coldly mocked. Lu Zhan trembled with rage, yet he found himself at a loss for words, utterly flustered. Lu Zhiliao was his biological son with Yao, a fact that could not be concealed. As for the incident by the lake a decade ago, he indeed watched as the Xie family sank into the depths, erasing all traces of their struggle before finally calling for help. He had not intended for it to be so ruthless. It was Xie who was relentless. Otherwise, she would have remained the Marquise of Wenshin for her entire life. Everything was of her own making. Lu Qingbai arrived at the Jingzhaoyin's residence, still bewildered. The Cold King's guards merely requested his presence without revealing the purpose of their summons, and he was taken aback to find Jiang Yunxi also present. Cold King, Miss Jiang, Lu Qingbai greeted with a gentle smile. Young Master Lu, do see if he has fallen under any sorcery. Jiang Yunxi pointed at Lu Zhiliao, who was dressed in scholarly attire beside her. Lu Qingbai approached Lu Zhiliao, scrutinizing him closely. He appeared to be a normal person, unaffected by any enchantment. Jiang Yunxi nodded, turning to Lu Zhan and inquired, Lord Lu, do you have anything to say? No, that's not it. He is lying. I did not commit the act. He is slandering me. Lu Zhan dared not challenge Lu Qingbai, a disciple of the current state master and a figure from the palace. Zhan Beiyuan glanced at Chu Xinwen. After regaining his composure, Chu Xinwen commanded with authority, bring Lord Lu into custody. Wait, Jiang Yunxi interrupted him. Chu Xinwen. Jiang Yunxi stepped before Lu Zhan and coldly asked, where have you imprisoned the souls of the Xie family? Lu Zhan was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. You won't find them. You won't find them. Ha ha ha. His laughter grew more self-satisfied. It seems you admit to having caused the demise of the Xie family, and have imprisoned their souls. Jiang Yunxi responded with a smile that did not reach her eyes, noting his quick reply. Realizing he had been ensnared, Lu Zhan's heart filled with rage, and he lunged at Jiang Yunxi. Her gaze turned icy as she swiftly kicked him away, sending him crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. after which he tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Zhan Beiyuan, Jiang Jingyan, Lu Qingbai, Lu Zhuya. Chu Xinwen was also taken aback, astonished by her speed. Sir Chu, it was he who struck first. I acted only in self-defense, Jiang Yunxi stated slowly, making it clear that her actions were justified. You're not at fault. Chu Xinwen could hardly claim she was in the wrong. After hitting the ground, Lu Zin emitted a muffled groan of pain, his eyes blazing with hatred, wishing he could tear Jiang Yunxi to shreds. If it were not for her meddling, he would still be the Marquis of Wenxin, and the Marquisate would not bear such scandal. Jiang Yunxi approached him with an innocent smile and said, You may choose not to speak, yet after your demise, you will be suppressed in a dark abyss, devoid of any opportunity for reincarnation. This was her way of returning his tactics against him. You. Lu Zin's expression turned to one of palpable fear. He should contemplate how to confess, and ponder whether he wished for his soul to be eternally suppressed after death. Jiang Yunxi allowed him to make his own choice. Even if he remained silent, she would eventually locate the souls of the CF family, albeit it would require some time. Naturally, Lu Zin could not accept the notion of his soul being imprisoned, nor was he inclined to confess at that moment. A sudden thought straightened his posture. His elder sister was the beloved concubine of the Tonglong Kingdom's palace. She would surely not abandon him. And there was the ancestor. He would come to his rescue. He had no reason to fear. I do not comprehend your words. Who exactly has instructed you to target me? Lu Zin glared at Jiang Yunxi, his countenance stern. I relish upholding justice and fair play. Do not harbor illusions about the beloved concubine saving you. She would never jeopardize the reputation of the fifth prince for your sake. As for your ancestor, he must first defeat me if he wishes to save you. Jiang Yunxi stood tall and resolute like a sturdy pine, her brows and eyes radiating an indescribable arrogance and dominance, her entire being exuding elegance, noble, enchanting, and dazzling, akin to the most resplendent star in the night sky. Drawing the gaze of all, Lu Zin's pupils constricted, his face reflecting profound astonishment. How could she possibly know of the ancestor? This ancestor was shrouded in mystery, unknown to outsiders. Lord Chu, do you know how to handle the subsequent matters? Zhan Beiyuan turned to Chu Xinwen. I understand, my lord, Chu Xinwen replied promptly, arranging for Lu Zin to be taken away. Lu Zhilai served as a witness, and Lu Zin had admitted to suppressing the souls of the CF family, thereby effectively confessing his guilt. Next, he would extract the location of the suppressed souls and unveil the truth regarding the death of Lady Wenxin from a decade ago. Jiang Yunxi approached Lu Zhilai and remarked, I knew you would come that night, for you are different from your father. You possess a conscience deep within. I am guilty. Had I spoken sooner, the truth would not have waited a decade. Lu Zhilai expressed, riddled with guilt and self-reproach. His cowardice, selfishness, and timidity had caused his mother and the CF family 10 years of torment. To recognize one's errors and amend them is a virtue of the highest order. What are your plans henceforth? Jiang Yunxi speculated. I will depart from the Wenxin Marca residence and embark on a journey. I do not know if I shall return. Lu Zhilai articulated his intentions. In light of recent events, he could not bear to remain in the capital, nor did he wish to confront the household. That is for the best. You are still young. Venturing out will enhance your knowledge and experience. Upon your return, the Marquis residence will require your support. Jiang Yunxi replied with a bright smile, asserting that the fate of the Wenxin Marquis household was not yet sealed. Lu Zhilai gazed at her, uttering a heartfelt thank you. Those two words encapsulated so much: gratitude for her advocacy on behalf of his mother, appreciation for her understanding, and a vow to become a forthright and sincere person in the future. He departed swiftly. Jiang Yunxi turned her attention to Lu Qingbai, saying, Young Master Lu, I appreciate your efforts in this matter. It is truly commendable of you to lend a helping hand. Miss Jiang praised Lu Qingbai, having just overheard a portion of the conversation. Furthermore, the matter concerning the Wenxin Marquis' residence has long since circulated throughout the capital, and he was certainly aware of it. Young Master Lu is indeed a paragon of elegance. May I inquire whether you have taken a wife? Jiang Jingyan approached with a beaming smile. For he is a disciple of the national master, which aligns him with Yunxi, as both belong to the realm of the Xinmen. The two standing together appear remarkably suited. Lu Qingbai replied with a gentle smile, "Not yet. What do you think of Yunxi? Although she has 2 children, it was an unforeseen circumstance. In the future, with His Highness the Cold King to provide for them, it shall not hinder your lives." Jiang Jingyan promptly expressed his intentions. "Jiang Yunxi, Zhan Beiyuan." Suddenly, an official rushed in hastily, reporting, "Lord Chu, another young girl has gone missing from Fushunfeng." Chapter 32. No need for your worries. What? Another little girl has gone missing? Chu Xinwen felt a throbbing pain in his head. This marked the 5th disappearance. He had dispatched numerous individuals to search for the first 4, yet there were no signs, neither the missing girls nor their remains. It was as if they had evaporated from existence. What would be the reason? Zhan Beiyuan turned towards Chu Xinwen, explaining that Fushunfeng was an orphanage in the capital, a place dedicated to caring for abandoned infants, where the children lacked any familial ties. Your Highness, initially in May, then June, July, and August, each month, a little girl has vanished from Fushunfeng. I have consistently sent people to investigate, yet we have uncovered not a single clue. Now in September, yet another has gone missing. Chu Xinwen's voice grew weaker with each word. It was now 5 consecutive months, with a girl disappearing each time. What sort of place is Fushunfeng? Jiang Yunxi inquired. Unfamiliar with the capital. A place for the relief of orphans. A sanctuary for abandoned children. Both Zhan Beiyuan and Lu Qingbai replied in unison. Jiang Jingyan cast a glance at the two, subtly pressing his lips together, before turning to Chu Xinwen with a frown. Lord Chu, it has been over 4 months, and you have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the missing girls? Your Grace, I also wish to uncover the truth, but we have thoroughly questioned those at Fushunfeng and the surrounding areas, yet there remains no trace. Chu Xinwen lamented, his brow furrowed. This matter had not escalated to a public outcry, and those in higher authority were still unaware. He continued his investigations nonetheless. What were the times of the previous disappearances? How old were the little girls? Jiang Yunxi probed, sensing the peculiarity of the situation. An orphanage, with a girl vanishing each month for 5 months, was indeed alarming. Most of the disappearances occurred during daylight. The first was a 6-year-old, followed by a 7-year-old, then an 8 and a 9-year-old. Today we have reports of a 10-year-old. Chu Xinwen responded, glancing at the officer who had come to report. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on Chu Xinwen. I wish to assist in this investigation. You would not deter me, would you? Of course, Miss Zhang's willingness to help is most welcome. Chu Xinwen replied eagerly. Now that 5 girls had gone missing and Prince Han was aware, the situation was bound to escalate. If he did not resolve the case swiftly, he would surely face repercussions from above. My daughter, I will aid you in this inquiry, Jiang Jingyan declared, thumping his chest. It is truly distressing that 5 such young girls have vanished, their fates unknown. Jiang Yunxi nodded with a smile. We must act swiftly. October is approaching, and if we do not uncover the perpetrator soon, we may witness yet another disappearance. October, November, December. She had these 3 months left, over 90 days, to accomplish much. It appeared that the young girls were being abducted, and there seemed to be a pattern in their ages. Would the next victim be an 11-year-old? Fushunfeng certainly had girls of that age who needed to be watched closely. You are right, Jiang Yunxi agreed, recognizing the evident malice behind these crimes. Zhan Beiyuan's gaze turned colder, his voice grave. It is possible that the perpetrator may alter their strategy, opting not to abduct an 11-year-old, but rather a 5-year-old. Catching us off guard, Jiang Yunxi gazed at the man's taut expression and conceded. You are right. We must strive to apprehend him before his next move, preventing any opportunity for him to act. From this moment forth, every child in Fushunfeng must be diligently safeguarded. Zhan Beiyuan turned to Chu Xinwen. Lord Chu, have you heard? Indeed, I have. I shall immediately arrange for patrols around Fushunfeng, ensuring that no villain has the chance to commit further misdeeds, Chu Xinwen assured, his voice resonant, though he felt an immense pressure and discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Yunxi. His hopes now rested solely upon her. After all, she had resolved the case from a decade past involving the Wenxin Marquisate. Miss Jiang, I wish to assist you in this matter, Lu Qingbai offered, eager to contribute. Young Master Lu, it is best for you to remain in the palace as the national masteress representative. I shall take full responsibility for investigating the disappearance of the orphans in Fuxianfang. You need not concern yourself, Zhang Beiyuan stated coldly. Unperturbed by the rejection, Lu Qingbai replied with a warm smile. As a disciple of the national master, it is my duty to protect the kingdom of Tonglong. Given the grave matter of the abducted orphans in the capital, I feel compelled to lend my assistance. Jiang Jingyan interjected, his eyes glinting with enthusiasm. Your Highness, many hands make light work. Allowing young Master Lu to aid in the investigation may expedite our quest for the perpetrator. Father speaks wisely. We should collaborate, Jiang Yunxi concurred. Zhang Beiyuan could only remain silent in response. Upon exiting the Jingshuian's residence, Jiang Yunxi inquired, What of Mo and Mian? They are at the military camp. I have arranged for attendants to watch over them and instructed them not to wander. I shall fetch them later, Zhang Beiyuan replied, having taken precautions after her mention of potential harm to the children. I shall accompany you later. Let us first visit Fuxianfang, Jiang Yunxi proposed, her thoughts lingering on Mian, though she was not among the missing orphans. Nonetheless, vigilance was paramount. Zhang Beiyuan merely acknowledged her with a casual hum, the tension in his features easing slightly. Jiang Jingyan looked at Lu Qingbai with a warm smile and asked, May I inquire as to your age, young Master Lu? 25. Lu Qingbai responded candidly. Ah, then you are of marriageable age. What are your thoughts on my daughter, Yunxi? Though she has just returned to the capital, and we are not yet well acquainted, I assure you she is a fine young lady, Jiang Jingyan declared proudly. Jiang Yunxi felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. She had just reunited with her family. Was there truly a need to hasten her betrothal? However, if he was willing to marry Yunxi, it would be a year before they could wed, allowing her to bond with her family and for them to ascertain their compatibility. Jiang Jingyan continued without waiting for Lu Qingbai's response. You see, my dear Yunxi, you truly are my father, she exclaimed, momentarily overwhelmed by the warmth of familial ties and the wondrous connection of blood. Despite their brief acquaintance, their interaction felt effortlessly natural, devoid of any awkwardness. As for the Mu family, their bond is rather tenuous, and she does not feel compelled to force it. Instead, she cherishes those relatives who genuinely care for her. I truly admire Miss Jiang. She possesses a strong sense of justice, remarked Lu Qingbai candidly. So you all. Jiang Jingyan's eyes sparkled with delight as he spoke of his daughter being well-liked. As for the cold king's reluctance to marry Yunxi, that merely reflects his poor judgment, and he certainly does not feel the need to impose. The British Duke does not seek a son-in-law in such a manner. Jiang Yunxi has only met young Master Lu twice. Zhang Beiyuan could not restrain himself from interjecting. Jiang Jingyan's gaze shifted, a smile playing on his lips as he inquired, What does the Cold King believe would be the proper way to select a son-in-law? Chapter 33. Did she just decline? At the outset of their acquaintance, there should be no hasty matchmaking. Rather, one ought to first discern the character of the other. Above all, compatibility is paramount, especially when contemplating a lifelong commitment. Zhang Beiyuan expressed his views. Much like his father, the emperor insisted he marry Jiang Yunxi. It would be utterly irresponsible to take her as his wife simply because she bore his child without truly knowing her. However, the most crucial point remained. He had no intention of marrying. You make a valid point. From this day forth, I shall take the time to understand the character of young Master Lu. Yunxi can also spend time with him, if they find common ground. It could blossom into a beautiful union, Jiang Jingyan remarked cheerfully. Zhang Beiyuan, was he not, in fact, attempting to match Jiang Yunxi with Lu Qingbai? Jiang Yunxi was both amused and exasperated as she turned to Lu Qingbai, saying, Young Master Lu, I have no desire to marry just yet. Please disregard my father's fanciful notions. She did not wish to hold him back. Would you be willing to consider me as a friend? Lu Qingbai smiled gently, his demeanor as warm as jade. He genuinely wished to befriend her. Of course, Jiang Yunxi replied with alacrity. Yunxi, my dear, I am not speaking nonsense. Jiang Jingyan said, his eyes wide with sincerity. He truly sought happiness for her. The circumstances of her becoming a mother out of wedlock did not define her worthiness of joy. Moreover, that fateful night had been an accident, one she had not desired. "Father, I shan't marry for the time being. Just as you suggested, we shall revisit this matter in a year." Jiang Yunxi offered a casual excuse. Until she discovered a means to prolong her life, the notion of a lifelong partnership was not on her agenda. Seeing the resolve in her eyes, Jiang Jingyan, aware of her recent return, could not bear the thought of her marrying off so soon. He indulgently said, "Very well, I shall heed your wishes. You pursue your happiness, and when the time is right, ensure you find a worthy son-in-law." "Certainly," Jiang Yunxi responded with enthusiasm. Zhan Beiyuan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yunxi. Had she truly just rejected Lu Qingbai? Futian Alley. Upon their arrival, officials from the Jingzhao Yin's residence were present, and upon spotting Zhan Beiyuan, they promptly saluted. "Lead us to the master of Futian Alley," Zhan Beiyuan commanded, for the manager of Futian Alley would possess the most accurate information they sought. "Yes," the official replied respectfully. Jiang Yunxi scrutinized the grand entrance of Futian Alley, adorned with a plethora of festive decorations, evidently crafted by children, as their crooked designs betrayed their novice hands. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious courtyard, resplendent with flora and fauna, where tables and benches were scattered about. Children gathered in small clusters, reading, writing, painting, playing chess, and engaging in handicrafts, creating a vibrant and warm atmosphere. Jiang Yunxi observed closely. The children were clad in clean, tidy attire, their hair neatly combed, and their faces radiated health. Clearly, they were well cared for, having neither suffered from the cold nor hunger. As they ventured further inside, they discovered several individual courtyards. To the far left lay the kitchen and dining area, while the far right housed the children and caregivers. The entire layout of Futian Alley was meticulously planned. Directly ahead was the place where the master typically conducted affairs, as well as the classroom where the children studied. "Your Highness, the woman teaching the children to plant flowers is Dong, the matron of Futian Square, where she oversees all affairs." The officer pointed to a woman not far away, instructing children on how to dig holes for planting. Zhan Beiyuan strode directly toward her, followed closely by Jiang Yunxi and her companions. "Matron Dong, this is His Highness, the Cold King. He wishes to inquire about the recent disappearance of child," the officer stated as he approached Dong. Dong set down her small hoe and wiped the dirt from her hands before bowing. "This humble woman pays her respects to His Highness. I have heard that another child has gone missing here. When did this happen?" Zhan Beiyuan inquired directly, having observed that the children were well cared for and that the matron was diligent in her duties. "The child went missing yesterday, just before dusk. We searched throughout the night, but when we found no trace, we reported it this morning. I humbly beseech His Highness to assist us in locating the child," Dong pleaded, kneeling on the ground. "Did this occur within Futian Square?" Zhan Beiyuan asked. "If it had happened here, perhaps the neighbors would have seen something." Futian Square was not in a secluded area, surrounded by streets. Two elderly women took some children to pick fruits on Biluo Mountain yesterday afternoon, and when they prepared to return, they realized one child was missing. They searched the vicinity, but could not find Zhu Chui, Dong recounted, her eyes reddening and her face weary. She had barely slept the previous night. "What about the other 4 children who went missing?" Jiang Yunxi queried. "One was lost during the day on the street, another when we went to work at the farm, one while playing near Futian Square, and one disappeared during the Lantern Festival. We reported them to the authorities immediately when we could not find them." Dong's voice trembled with emotion. Jiang Yunxi frowned. Logically, children should be easy to locate given the time and place, yet months had passed with no sign of them, nor any remains. It was evident that these disappearances were deliberate, leaving no traces behind. "After reporting to the authorities, we searched the area where the children picked fruits yesterday, but found no trace of them," the officer informed Zhan Beiyuan. "Post the children's portraits with a reward for information. We shall put up images of all 5 children, offering a generous reward for any leads. I shall provide the funds," Zhan Beiyuan decisively declared, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Understood," the officer replied respectfully. Zhan Beiyuan turned to Dong, instructing, "You'll provide the portraits of the 5 children to the officers at the Jingzhao Yin's office. The humble woman will arrange for a teacher to draw the children's portraits." "Please wait a moment," Dong responded, bowing before hastily seeking the teacher responsible for instructing the children in art. Once Dong departed, Jiang Yunxi began to explore the surroundings. After inspecting all the courtyards, she made her way to the kitchen, where the workers, upon seeing her, could not help but scrutinize her. "Miss, this is the kitchen. It is best if outsiders do not enter," an elderly woman spoke up. "I am here from the Jingzhao Yin's office to investigate the case of the missing children." Jiang Yunxi elucidated her identity, having just assessed that Fu Xinfang posed no issues. There were no arrangements of feng shui or any discernible malevolent energies. A few matrons appeared momentarily taken aback, likely surprised that a young lady would engage in an investigation. "Miss Zhu Chui, this child is 10 years old, well-behaved, sensible, and diligent. You must find her." The other 4 girls are also unaware. As Lu Matron's voice faltered towards the end, it became apparent that with the passage of time, the situation was likely dire. "Rest assured, we shall exert every effort to locate her," Jiang Yunxi asserted with unwavering resolve, her gaze surveying the lunch ingredients, which were ample and varied, with a predominance of meat dishes. It was no wonder the children appeared vibrant and were not suffering from malnutrition. "I appreciate your assistance. It is my duty, yet I must inquire about something." Chapter 34. Our Father is the Cold King. What would you like to inquire about? Feel free to ask. "We shall share all that we know," declared Granny Lu, expressing her genuine concern for the children, pledging to speak freely in hopes of swiftly locating them. Jiang Yunxi nodded with a smile, clearly perceiving their heartfelt worry for the little ones. Thus, she proceeded to pose her questions. As she completed her inquiries, Zhan Beiyuan arrived. "What are you doing in the kitchen?" he inquired, his brow furrowed. He had just visited the study to assess any deficiencies here and discovered that arrangements could be made for a martial arts instructor to teach the children self-defense techniques. Chatting, Jiang Yunxi responded with a smile. Zhan Beiyuan remained silent. Not wishing to disrupt the grannies any further, Jiang Yunxi noted that it was nearly lunchtime, and they needed to prepare the meal. Zhan Beiyuan accompanied her as they departed. "Will the court allocate funds to Fu Tianfang?" Jiang Yunxi asked. "Indeed, the court provides reasonable funding for Fu Tianfang and other establishments that aid orphans and the elderly, ensuring their livelihoods," Zhan Beiyuan explained. "Without such support, orphans and the elderly would struggle to sustain themselves." Jiang Yunxi pondered this, remarking, "I had assumed the provisions at these places would be rather meager. Yet I have just observed that the children are well fed, even better than the average citizen." Zhan Beiyuan was not surprised by this revelation. There are indeed benevolent individuals who contribute funds. Moreover, as the children grow and gain the means, they strive to assist, naturally improving their circumstances. "That makes sense," Jiang Yunxi acknowledged, recognizing the logic behind it. Fu Tianfang appeared to have been established for quite some time, and the fact that those who had grown up there were able to assist indicated that the headmaster and teachers had imparted valuable lessons on gratitude. The teachers at Fu Tianfang soon completed portraits of the 5 young girls. Zhan Beiyuan instructed the officials to take them back to the Jingshoyan mansion, where the artist would create additional portraits for display in prominent locations throughout the capital. In the Wenxin Marquise, upon learning of the events at the Jingshoyan mansion, Madame Yao felt as though the sky had fallen, nearly fainting from the overwhelming grief that left her breathless. With the evidence now revealed, how could her husband ever return? What would become of her? "Jili, how could you testify against your own father? He is your father," Madame Yao lamented, unable to bear the thought that her husband could face imprisonment due to the actions of their own son. The potential for the scandal to spread would surely tarnish the reputation of the Wenxin Marquise among the citizens of the capital. "I merely spoke the truth. I have concealed this matter in my heart for far too long," Lu Jili replied calmly, feeling an unexpected sense of relief now that the truth was out, freeing him from the burden he had carried. Madame Yao shouted in anger. "He is the one who raised you. Without him, there'd be no you. How can you ally with outsiders to commit such a heinous act?" "Outsiders? Xie is my mother, and has always been. It is you who caused her demise." Lu Jili's voice gradually took on a tone of indignation. In his youth, he had lacked understanding, but now, at 16, he grasped the full extent of the situation. They had conspired against their mother, returning their child to her under false pretenses. This was their betrayal. She merely raised you for 6 years, while we have nurtured you for 10. We are your true parents. Yao's heart ached with anger. Had it not been for the support of the matron beside her, she might have collapsed. Is this truly her son? Just 6 years, during which he was only 6 years old. Yet he has harbored the memory of the Xie family all this time, revealing nothing of it over the past decade. She believed he had long forgotten them. Even if she had only raised him for 6 years, she remains my mother, Lu Zhili declared with unwavering conviction. Mother, you have arrived. Upon seeing the old matriarch enter, Yao quickly suppressed her fury and approached her. Grandmother, Lu Zhili greeted respectfully. The old matriarch did not acknowledge Yao, but instead moved directly to Lu Zhili. Zhili, your grandmother understands your sense of justice, but that man is your father. If you go to the Jiang Yunxi's residence now and explain that someone instigated you to speak thus, you may yet save your father. Naturally, she had been informed of matters concerning the Jiang Yunxi's residence. This is calamity indeed. Yet, Lu Zhang is still her son. She cannot remain indifferent. Should his charges be substantiated, it would not only tarnish the one Xianho residence, but also implicate the Li Fei in the palace and the fifth prince. Grandmother, please forgive your grandson's disloyalty. I cannot commit such an act. From this day forth, I shall depart from the one Xianho residence, and I'm grateful for the care I have received over the years, Lu Zhili stated, kneeling and bowing 3 times. You. The old matriarch was taken aback, her expression one of shock. One day, your grandson will repay the kindness of the Ho residence. Take care, grandmother. With that, Lu Zhili resolutely turned to leave. His belongings at Qing Shan Academy awaited his retrieval. He would not take anything from the Ho residence again. Seeing his determination, the old matriarch was overwhelmed with grief, tears streaming down her face as she staggered backward. The matron beside her hurriedly supported her. Zhili, you come back. Please come back. Yao panicked as she witnessed his departure, realizing in that moment that she hardly knew her own son. Be silent. The old matriarch glared furiously at her. It is all your fault. Had it not been for you, Zhang would not have developed a rift with the Xie family, nor would he have stood by as she fell into the water without offering aid. Yao trembled at the old matriarch's outburst, biting her lip, utterly silenced. The master is imprisoned, and we do not know if he will face the death penalty. Now, her son has left the Ho residence. Where will she find support in the future? No, she still has her daughter. If she nurtures her well, she will surely enter the palace as a consort. The Li Fei will surely lend her a hand. In the military camp, Mo and Mian were playing joyfully, having just explored every weapon they could handle. Unfortunately, they were still too small to manage many of them and had to concede defeat. As twilight descended, they made their way to the courtyard where Zhanbei Yuan usually conducted his affairs. The soldiers in the camp were well aware of their identities and allowed them to go wherever they pleased without obstruction. Upon entering the courtyard, they were met by an unfamiliar young woman. Who are you? Who permitted your entry? Ling Jingyi glared at the 2 children who had unexpectedly entered. Her voice laced with authority. How audacious of you to trespass into a military camp, let alone the courtyard of His Highness, the Cold King. We're in our father's courtyard, so of course we can come in, Mian declared, her delicate face flushed with indignation. Who are you, and why are you in our father's courtyard? Mo's handsome little face was taut with tension. Ling Jingyi furrowed her brow. Their father? It was a privilege to enter this courtyard, especially for children. Are you the son and daughter of Deputy General Mu? She inquired, recalling that Mu's children were approximately of this age. Wrong. Our father is the Cold King, Mian asserted, enunciating each word with conviction. Ling Jingyi's expression hardened, her countenance filled with fury. Nonsense. His Highness, the Cold King, suffers from a hidden ailment. How could you possibly be his children? To lie at such a tender age. Someone, seize them. Chapter 35. Are you not excited? In her recollection, Zhanbei Yuan had always maintained a pristine reputation, never allowing women to approach him, and there had been no rumors of any romantic entanglements. How could he possibly have 2 such large children? The audacity of these young ones to impersonate him was astonishing. As she cried out loudly, 2 men clad in military attire emerged from the left side of the courtyard, one in his 40s, the other in his 20s. Miss Ling, what has happened? The younger man, Mu Yuan, stepped forward and inquired. "Young master, young princess, you have returned." The older man, Xiao Zhenhai, greeted with a beaming smile, clearly fond of them. They were indeed the offspring of the Cold King, bright and clever, evoking affection from all around. "Uncle Xiao, what do you call them?" Ling Jingyi was momentarily taken aback, though she had heard him clearly. "Young master, young princess," he reiterated. "Miss Ling, allow me to introduce them. They're the children of His Highness the Cold King. This is Mo, and she is Mian Mian." Xiao Zhenhai explained, realizing that she had been absent from the military camp and was unaware of the Cold King's progeny. Ling Jingyi's pupils contracted in disbelief. How could the Cold King have children? Wasn't he afflicted with a hidden ailment? No, she refused to believe it. Upon learning that Zhang Beiyuan was to wed a royal consort, she had been aware that it was merely a nominal union, yet it still pained her deeply. Seeking solace, she had excused herself to gather medicinal herbs, unwilling to witness him wed another woman. Thus, she had returned to the military camp today. To her astonishment, she was met with news even more difficult to accept. Initially, she had thought that even if Zhang Beiyuan married a consort, it was merely in name, allowing her to continue waiting and hoping to win his heart. She believed that one day, she would be the one by his side. Little did she know, he had children, 2 of them. They appeared to be around 5 years old. This meant that 6 years ago, a woman had born his children. Who could it be? The story was lengthy, yet simple. 6 years prior, the Cold King had been recuperating in Yolan village and accidentally spent a night with Miss Jiang, resulting in Mo and Mian Mian. Xiao Zhenhai chuckled, grateful for that fateful evening. Otherwise, with the Cold King's hidden ailment, his lineage would have been cut short. "Miss Ling, you're from Yolan village as well. Perhaps you were acquainted with the young master and young princess's mother," Mu Yuan suggested thoughtfully. Ling Jingyi felt a jolt of realization. 6 years ago in Yolan village was indeed when Zhang Beiyuan had been recuperating at her home. However, during that time, he had not formed any close ties with the village maidens. How could there have been an unexpected encounter? Suddenly, it struck her. One night, Zhang Beiyuan had not returned home. Could that have been the night in question? What is her mother's name? Ling Jingyi asked, her heart ablaze with fury. She recalled that night when Zhang Beiyuan had consumed potent medicine for his injuries and claimed he had ventured out to avoid disturbing them due to his pain. Jiang Yunxi, the legitimate daughter recently acknowledged by the Duke of England, Xiao Zhenhai replied. Ling Jingyi frowned, the name unfamiliar to her. In her memory, there had been no woman in Yolan village by that name. It seemed imperative for her to meet this person, if she truly was from that night 6 years ago. It indicated she had been present in Yolan village at the time, perhaps having changed her name since then. Do you know her mother? Montak in Kviat, inexplicably sensing an aversion towards the other party, as he could perceive that the individual did not harbor fondness for him and his sister either. It is quite possible that we are acquainted. Perhaps we even grew up together. Ling Jingyi donned a smile, eager to ascertain the identity of the woman who, that fateful night, had taken advantage of Zhang Beiyuan during his moment of vulnerability. The very thought infuriated her. Had she known he would venture out, she would have accompanied him, ensuring that the woman of that night would have been her. Montak, Mian. Jiang Yunxi was visiting the military camp for the first time. After that night, she had departed from Yolan village, only to encounter her senior brothers and sisters on the road, who were being bullied. She intervened to assist them, and upon realizing she was alone and possessed knowledge of mystical arts, they warmly invited her to Qingshu Temple. Recognizing them as kindred spirits and feeling lost in unfamiliar territory, she decided to accompany them back to the temple. Upon arrival, she discovered it to be a rather dilapidated and modest establishment, lacking in fervent worshippers, though she cared little. For with her presence, how could it not flourish? As the soldiers observed Zhang Beiyuan's arrival, they bowed respectfully, unable to suppress their curiosity towards Jiang Yunxi, whose striking beauty and porcelain-like skin held their gaze not merely for her physical allure, but for the tranquility exuded from her bright, clear eyes, coupled with an aura of unique sanctity that set her apart from other women. Their primary intrigue, however, lay in her identity and the reason behind the Cold King's presence with her in such a significant place. Suddenly, one of them realized Could she possibly be the mother of the young heir and young princess? Upon further reflection, the young princess bore some resemblance to her. Zhan Beiyuan led Jiang Yunxi to his office within the military camp. Your Highness, you have arrived. Xiao Zhenhai was about to step out when he noticed a man entering with a woman. Unable to restrain his scrutiny, he quickly deduced her identity. I have come to fetch Mo and Mian, Zhan Beiyuan declared. After leaving Fuxianfang, they dined at an inn before visiting Biluo Mountain, checking around the area where Zhu Chui had gone missing, and, subsequently, he and Jiang Yunxi arrived at the military camp. Xiao Zhenhai smiled. They are with you? Oh, Miss Ling has returned and mentioned that she might know the mother of the young heir and young princess. Zhan Beiyuan turned to Jiang Yunxi. I almost forgot. You mentioned that 6 years ago, we had that night in Yolan Village. Miss Ling is from Yolan Village. You should be familiar with each other. People from Yolan Village? Jiang Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. How could there be anyone from Yolan Village here? Could it be someone she recognized? She had been taken in by a couple from Yolan Village, only to be sold to another family in the village for fortune. Years ago, I recuperated at the medical home of the Ling family in Yolan Village, and Miss Ling is his daughter. She possesses medical knowledge, and in gratitude, I invited her to serve as a military doctor in the camp. Perhaps you can identify her when you meet, Zhan Beiyuan said, his demeanor calm and composed. How could he have forgotten Ling Jingyi? She hails from Yolan Village, and is likely acquainted with Jiang Yunxi. Thus she would be aware of whether or not she has spoken falsely. Jiang Yunxi pondered. Why hadn't she consulted an oracle before venturing out today? The entire village must have been aware of her being sold for a joyful occasion, and subsequently, how she fled that very night. If this Miss Ling were to discover her connection with Zhan Beiyuan, would she not surmise something? What if she were to divulge it to Zhan Beiyuan? What's the matter? Are you not excited to encounter someone from your hometown? Zhan Beiyuan inquired with a nonchalant tone, yet his gaze was sharp as an eagle's, and her reaction made him suspect that she had something to hide. Chapter 36. Believe it or not, Jiang Yunxi inwardly scoffed at the notion of excitement. She had no interest in such fervor and would rather avoid confrontation altogether. However, she quickly regained her composure. Having lived several lifetimes, she had become quite adept at navigating challenges. With a resolute mindset, she thought, let them come. I have nothing to fear. Even if Miss Ling harbored suspicions, so what? She was not an eyewitness, and Zhan Beiyuan had no recollection of that fateful night. Ultimately, it was Jiang Yunxi who held the narrative in her hands. With this perspective, her confidence surged. Why should she be concerned about an irrelevant person, especially someone who was not her confidant? Zhan Beiyuan and Xiao Zhenhai exchanged glances, momentarily speechless as the trio made their way towards the central row of rooms in the courtyard, where Zhan Beiyuan typically conducted his affairs. In the study, Momo and Mian were engrossed in their artwork. Ling Jingyi sat nearby, initially hoping to glean some information from the children. However, these two clever little ones proved to be quite elusive, revealing not a shred of useful information. If the children were this astute, their mother must possess considerable cunning. After all, how could she have conceived Zhan Beiyuan's child overnight, only to vanish until the child was older? That was undoubtedly a calculated maneuver. Suddenly, someone entered the room. Ling Jingyi looked up and was immediately struck by the imposing figure of a tall, striking man. His refined features and deep-set eyes exuded an intimidating chill and undeniable nobility, capturing her attention. After all these years, each encounter with him still set her heart racing uncontrollably. Yet, she was acutely aware that this man was emotionally detached and would never be swayed by a woman's affections. Despite this knowledge, she remained irresistibly captivated. As she approached him, her gaze fell upon the woman standing behind him. Ling Jingyi halted, her eyes fixated on Jiang Yunxi, a sense of familiarity washing over her, though she could not quite place it. Who was she? Father? Mother? Mo and Mian set down their brushes and scampered toward Zhan Beiyuan and Jiang Yunxi with their little legs. What are you drawing? Jiang Yunxi inquired with a smile, scanning the room before turning her attention to the young woman who was observing her intently. She presumed this was Miss Ling from Yolang Village, who bore a faint herbal scent. There was something familiar about her. Perhaps they had crossed paths in the village before. but surely they had no significant connection, or else she would have remembered. "Mother, I'm drawing you and father. Look how well I've done," Mian exclaimed, rushing back to present her artwork like a treasured offering to Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan. Zhan Beiyuan remained silent, while Jiang Yunxi felt a pang of embarrassment. The drawing was not without merit, but she added, "Perhaps next time you could draw something else instead." She was at a loss as to where the child had learned to depict her and Zhan Beiyuan in such an intimate embrace. It was quite unseemly. "Oh," Mian blinked. "If I can't draw us hugging, then I'll draw us holding hands instead." "I'm so clever." "Miss Jiang," Ling Jingyi interjected, "I heard from Uncle Xiao that you hail from Yulong Village. I wonder which family you belong to. I feel certain we must have met before." In her recollection, there had been no woman of such striking presence from Yulong Village. Yulong Village is a remote and impoverished place, devoid of affluent families. Furthermore, the prevalent preference for sons over daughters among the villagers results in a lack of resources devoted to nurturing their daughters. It was only upon her arrival at the military camp that she shed her aura of poverty. The Yang family at the end of the village, upon hearing from Cold King that she is the daughter of the village doctor, acknowledged having seen her around, but believed they were unfamiliar with one another. Jiang Yunxi replied with an air of indifference, explaining that she had resided there for 16 years without ever encountering the village doctor. Perhaps she had seen him, yet remained unaware of his identity. In her childhood, when she fell ill or sustained injuries, the Yang couple never sought a physician for her. "What are your parents' names?" "I recall there are several families with the surname Yang." Ling Jingyi continued her inquiries, convinced that Jiang Yunxi was not fabricating her story. They may have crossed paths, but had never interacted. Otherwise, she would have recognized her. "Yang Xiong, Su Lanhua," Jiang Yunxi replied candidly, revealing their names. At this juncture, she felt compelled to be forthright. Upon hearing those names, Ling Jingyi's memory was instantly jogged. 6 years prior, a significant incident had occurred in the village involving her. "You were the one who, 6 years ago, went to the Du family for a joyous occasion and fled that very night." The Du family, regarded as relatively well off in Yulong Village, had unfortunately fallen on hard times. Their eldest son suffered a fatal accident while working, which led them to seek her father as assistance. Upon assessment, her father realized there was no hope and conveyed this directly. Yet the Du family refused to accept defeat. After hearing from other villagers that marrying a bride could bring good fortune, no family wished to send their daughter into such a predicament, yet the Yang couple consented, enticed by the substantial bride price offered by the Du family. At that time, Jiang Yunxi felt a degree of sympathy for the Yang daughter, aware that such a marriage would be akin to living as a widow without hope for a better future. "You are correct. I did flee that night," Jiang Yunxi admitted generously, acknowledging the fact that her departure would have been common knowledge throughout the village. "Why did you run?" "Your parents accepted the bride price from the Du family," Ling Jingyi questioned, her tone tinged with indignation, more so due to her anger at Jiang Yunxi's involvement with Zhan Beiyuan. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Yunxi responded bluntly, "Firstly, I was not willing to participate in this joyous occasion. Secondly, Du Dalong was in a comatose state, rendering him incapable of consummating the marriage, while his father sought to take his place. Why should I stay?" Zhan Beiyuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that she had endured such circumstances. Had she not escaped that night, her life would have been irrevocably tarnished. He recalled the uproar in Yulong Village during those days, with discussions revolving around the Du and Yang families. Yet he never imagined the girl at the center of it all was Jiang Yunxi. How could this be? Ling Jingyi's eyes widened in astonishment. The villagers were unaware of the full story. They only knew that the Yang daughter had fled on her wedding night, deeming her actions as dishonorable, which led to a bitter dispute between the two families. The Yang family claimed that once their daughter arrived at the Du household, she became their responsibility, and if she chose to leave, it was for the Du family to resolve. Even if it meant escalating to the authorities, they had nothing to hide. The Du family, naturally, was unwilling to accept such humiliation. It was only when the village head intervened that the matter eventually settled. Such disgraceful affairs. How could the Du family possibly acknowledge them? Jiang Yunxi said coldly. That does not grant you the right to speak so freely. Who knows if you are fabricating this tale? Ling Jingyi replied sternly. Jiang Yunxi chuckled lightly, her demeanor casual as she remarked, "Believe it or not, it matters not to me. Rest assured, I have not spoken a falsehood." Ling Jingyi gazed at her haughty demeanor, grinding her teeth in silent fury. "According to Uncle Xiao, you are the child conceived from a chance encounter with the cold king 6 years ago. Is it not true that it occurred on the night you departed from the Du family?" Jiang Yunxi did not refute this assertion. "It is. Her mind certainly operates with remarkable swiftness. The cold king was rendered incapable of resistance that night due to the effects of the drug. He could not have taken advantage of you. Surely, it was you who exerted influence over him." Ling Jingyi's piercing gaze accused her, recalling Uncle Zhao's words that Zhan Beiyuan had no recollection of that night. This woman must have employed some underhanded tactics. Chapter 37. "Oh, what does it matter to me? Did you witness my involvement with the Cold King?" Jiang Yunxi inquired with a smile, seemingly aware that the other party had not seen anything. Otherwise, such a speculative tone would not have been adopted. "I did not see," Ling Jingyi replied, somewhat frustrated. If she had indeed witnessed it, she would not have allowed Jiang Yunxi to bear the offspring of Zhan Beiyuan. The mere sight of these two little ones incensed her, for according to Uncle Xiao, the royal family had recognized them. Fortunately, Zhan Beiyuan had no intention of marrying Jiang Yunxi. However, the existence of their children would inevitably create ties. And Jiang Yunxi was indeed cunning. "Since you did not see anything, how can you assert so confidently that I had a hand in it with the Cold King?" Jiang Yunxi's gaze was piercingly cold. Meeting her eyes, Ling Jingyi pressed her lips together and said, "The Cold King was in agony due to the effects of the medicine. He could not possibly have involved himself with you. Mian, why don't you go play in the courtyard for a while?" Jiang Yunxi instructed, deeming the ensuing conversation unsuitable for their tender ears. Exchanging glances, Mo and Mian obediently departed. What could possibly be so inappropriate for them to hear? Once they had exited, Jiang Yunxi turned her bright gaze upon Zhan Beiyuan and earnestly stated, "I ran to the back mountain and found you curled up in pain on the ground. I approached to express my concern, but who would have thought you would grasp my hand with such force? I tried to withdraw, but it was futile. In desperation, I pushed you away, only for you to unexpectedly pull me into your embrace and hold me tightly. Then you tore at my clothing. As a frail woman, how could I withstand your brute strength?" Ultimately, upon finishing her tale, she couldn't help but admire her own storytelling prowess, having spun quite the yarn. Zhan Beiyuan, observing her animated recounting, remained expressionless, casting doubt on her words. "Are you certain that what you say is true?" "Indeed," Jiang Yunxi replied, meeting his gaze, hoping to evade the matter for the time being. "Alas, today my merit has diminished yet again. I was in great pain that night. I do not believe I could have harbored such thoughts toward a woman." Zhan Beiyuan's inscrutable eyes were dark and cold, revealing his conviction that she was lying. It seemed prudent to send someone to Nyolan village to investigate how she, a seemingly fragile woman, had managed to escape from the Du family that night. Jiang Yunxi's expression soured, and she feigned indignation. "If you inquire of me, whom shall I ask? How could I possibly know you would suddenly lose control?" Zhan Beiyuan. Ling Jingyi, believe what you will, but the truth remains. Later, when you realize your misdeeds, you returned the jade pendant you wore to me. After such an incident, I merely wished to flee Nyolan village, Jiang Yunxi proclaimed with an unflinching demeanor. Zhan Beiyuan scrutinized her for a while, unable to discern any hint of deceit in her countenance. "You may leave." "Very well," Jiang Yunxi replied, standing tall as she exited. "Your Highness, I cannot shake the feeling that she is lying. How did she escape the Du family alone that night, when the Du family is still intact and numerous?" Ling Jingyi approached Zhan Beiyuan anxiously, her heart aflame with frustration. "Why was it Jiang Yunxi who encountered him that night?" "I shall send someone to the Du family to investigate thoroughly and to ascertain the veracity of her claims," Zhan Beiyuan resolved. Zhan Beiyuan's handsome visage was taut, his eyes harboring a sinister glint. If what she spoke was indeed true, then that Du Dalao's father was a wretch beyond measure. Should he succeed in his designs, how could Jiang Yunxi possibly endure? However, one question remained perplexing to him. How did they come to share such an intimate bond? Indeed, it would be prudent to inquire at the Du household. An unsettling intuition gnawed at him, suggesting that she had manipulated him, perhaps even engaged in acts that would cause him to forget the events of that night. Ling Jingyi articulated her perspective, hoping fervently that Zhan Beiyuan would come to despise Jiang Yunxi. Is there a method to temporarily erase memories? He inquired, a lingering uncertainty festering within him since that day Jiang Yunxi had appeared with the children. He recalled everything leading up to their encounter in the back mountains. Yet the events thereafter remained shrouded in obscurity. I have studied medicine under my father since childhood. While I am not versed in such techniques, I have heard of their existence. Ling Jingyi responded with unwavering certainty. Zhan Beiyuan pressed his lips together, lost in contemplation. Jiang Yunxi belonged to the Xian sect. Her skills in fortune-telling and healing made such capabilities plausible. This matter will be investigated thoroughly by me. You may attend to your own affairs, Zhan Beiyuan stated coolly. Indeed, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out, Ling Jingyi offered, refraining from further discussion as she sensed his growing suspicion. Upon stepping outside, she observed Jiang Yunxi laughing merrily with the two children in the courtyard. The sight was jarring to her. She vowed to unveil Jiang Yunxi's true nature to the world. According to Uncle Xiao, Zhan Beiyuan had not wed Lin Weiwei due to Jiang Yunxi's appearance with the children, which implied that the position of his current princess remained unoccupied. Does Miss Jiang not intend to visit Niulan village to see the young couple? Regardless of circumstances, they are your adoptive parents who raised you, Ling Jingyi remarked. Her heart a tempest of jealousy upon realizing Jiang Yunxi was the legitimate daughter of a noble house, a true lady of high birth. After all, they sold me years ago, which should offset any gratitude owed for raising me. Moreover, I have toiled for them from childhood, which accounts for a considerable debt as well, Jiang Yunxi replied, asserting that materially she owed nothing to the Yangs. As for the debt of upbringing, they had never regarded her as their daughter. They merely sought another laborer to exploit until she could fetch a good price when grown. Ling Jingyi replied icily, I never imagined that Miss Jiang could be so heartless. When you abandoned them, you left a mess for the Yangs to clean up. Even if the Du family mistreated you that night, you could have returned to tell the Yangs or the villagers. Miss Ling speaks with such ease, yet the Yangs never considered me their daughter. If I returned to speak with them, they would only send me to the Du family. Would the villagers even believe me? If I stirred trouble with the Du family, I might find myself ensnared in their web. Jiang Yunxi retorted, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Ling Jingyi coldly remarked, your adoptive parents are faring poorly. Oh, and what concern is that of mine? Jiang Yunxi replied dismissively, her demeanor chilling. Ling Jingyi cast her a glance before hastily departing. She resolved to write to Niulan village, seeking assistance in gathering intelligence on the Du family. She was determined to expose Jiang Yunxi's duplicitous nature. Upon seeing Zhan Beiyuan emerge, Jiang Yunxi smiled. Attend to your military matters. I shall escort the children home. Let us return together, Zhan Beiyuan replied in a somber tone. He suddenly recalled a matter of great significance. She had previously mentioned that it was he who forcibly pulled her into his embrace in a display of bravado. Shouldn't a woman subjected to such an ordeal harbor resentment and animosity towards him? Yet, she seemed devoid of any hatred. How could they coexist so amicably otherwise? She must be deceiving him. Before they could exit the military camp, Xiao Zhanhai, accompanied by a eunuch, hurried towards them. Your Highness, the Grand Emperor has been injured. You must enter the palace at once to see him, the anxious attendant implored, explaining that eunuch Qin was attending to the Grand Emperor and could only venture out to summon assistance. Chapter 38. A brush with the King of Hell when Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan arrived at Difu Palace with the children. The outer hall was bustling with attendees, concubines from the harem, princes, princesses, as well as dukes and young ladies of noble lineage. Upon learning of the serious injury sustained by the emperor, everyone had gathered. As they spotted Jiang Yunxi and the children, curious glances were cast their way. Some had previously met the trio on the day of Zhan Beiyuan and Lin Weiwei's wedding, while those who had not attended the festivities were seeing them for the first time. Jiang Yunxi stood tall and composed, gracefully allowing herself to be scrutinized. Uncle, you have arrived. The Grand Emperor has sustained a grave injury and remains unconscious, said the sixth prince, Zhang Luocheng, as he swiftly approached Zhang Beiyuan. He then turned his gaze to Momo and Mian Mian, his little cousins. He had witnessed the astonishing scene of their recognition that night, leaving him utterly astounded. Indeed, Zhang Beiyuan replied coolly, leading Jiang Yunxi and the two children towards the inner hall. Is that all? So few words, Zhang Yuyang remarked with a teasing smile, noting their uncle's aloof demeanor. He maintained a distance from the other princes, exuding an air of indifference, which naturally discouraged their attempts to draw closer. I relish it. It is none of your concern, Zhang Luoqing shot back defiantly. Although their uncle appeared cold and distant, he recognized Zhang Beiyuan's integrity, unlike his brothers, who feigned affection while harboring ulterior motives, each more cunning than the last. Yet, no matter how warm their gestures may be, Zhang Beiyuan remains as frosty as ever. Zhang Yuyang observed. In the inner hall, Emperor Su Ming, the empress, the crown prince, and the crown princess stood by the bedside, as the imperial physician attended to the grand emperor. Your Majesty, I pay my respects, Zhang Beiyuan announced as he approached. I pay my respects, Your Majesty. Jiang Yunxi followed suit, bowing gracefully. Uncle, Momo, and Mian Mian called out obediently. There's so many people today. Upon seeing their arrival, Emperor Su Ming waved them forward. Jiang girl, you possess medical knowledge. You healed the Grand Emperor last time. You must take a look at him now. Upon hearing that another healer had arrived, the physician's tense posture gradually relaxed. This was due to the Emperor's recent declaration that if the Grand Emperor did not regain consciousness, he would face dire consequences. Jiang Yunxi quickly approached the bedside. During their journey, Xiao Qiao had informed them that the Grand Emperor, taking advantage of the fine weather, had ventured to the viewing pavilion, remaining there for a considerable time before descending. Unfortunately, he had misstepped while admiring the scenery and fell down a flight of stairs, rolling to the very bottom, and had remained in a state of unconsciousness since. The Grand Emperor's fainting is due to a head injury. I will administer acupuncture, and he will awaken shortly. You may step outside and wait, Jiang Yunxi stated confidently, perceiving this as a mere minor injury that could be remedied with silver needles. At his advanced age, it was likely that, aside from the head trauma causing his unconsciousness, he bore additional injuries. She cautioned him, but he disregarded her warning, which would inevitably lead to his suffering. However, she could only foresee that he would sustain injuries in the near future. The specifics of when and how those injuries would occur remained beyond her foresight. Upon hearing the sound, Emperor Su Ming exhaled in relief and gestured for everyone to leave. In the outer hall, the crowd rushed forward upon seeing the emperor emerge. Father, how is grandfather? Zhang Luocheng inquired anxiously. Jiang Yunxi is treating him. She said he will awaken soon. Emperor Su Ming replied, somewhat skeptical, yet with no other option. He allowed her to proceed with the treatment. That is good news. Zhang Luocheng's eyes sparkled. Previously, when grandfather was gravely ill, it was shocking to learn that Jiang Yunxi had healed him. Everyone had believed he would not survive this time. Yet, within days of her intervention, he was lively once more. Who would have thought Jiang Yunxi possessed such remarkable skills? I have never heard of Qingshu Temple, Zhang Yuyang remarked with a smile. Although they had yet to interact with Jiang Yunxi, her reputation was rapidly ascending. Not only had she cured the ailing grandfather, but she had also boldly confronted the Duke of Wenxin, who happened to be her uncle, a priest from a humble temple, yet so audacious. Surely, she does not presume that having borne 2 children for Zhang Beiyuan grants her a formidable ally? I have heard that Zhang Beiyuan is reluctant to marry her. Regardless of Qingshu Temple's origins, what matters is Zhang's capabilities, replied concubinely with a smile, though in her heart, she regarded Jiang Yunxi as a thorn in her side. Having effectively dismantled the Duke of Wenxin's household, Zhang Beiyuan cast a glance at her, aware that the case concerning the Duke was nearing conclusion. With Liu Zhili stepping forward to testify against Lord Liu, who had admitted to suppressing the souls of the CF family. Surely, concubine Li would not target Jiang Yunxi over the Duke's affairs. Before the law, all are equal. The Duke of Wenxin must face the consequences of his misdeeds. How could I be so unjust as to target Miss Jiang? Concubine Li declared with righteous indignation, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation and recognizing that defending the Duke was a grave error. My brother is exceedingly foolish, allowing a concubine to witness the rightful wife drown before his very eyes. His foolishness has led to this outcome, tarnishing the reputation of the Duke of Yunxi. So it is, Zhang Beiyuan replied solemnly. Yet he understood that concubine Li would not rest easily. Emperor Sumin remained silent, aware that the magistrate's report had already been submitted, and he was fully cognizant of the case's outcome. This Liu Zhan has truly brought disgrace upon the Duke of Yunxi. In the inner hall, Jiang Yunxi concluded her acupuncture session. Momo and Mian approached, speaking sweetly to the emperor. Seeing the children's maturity, Eunuch Qin was quite pleased and turned to Jiang Yunxi, saying, "Thank you for your efforts today. It was no trouble. Just compensation is sufficient," Jiang Yunxi replied as she gathered her silver needles. "That is assured," Eunuch Qin responded. Recalling the moment he accompanied the emperor and witnessed him tumble down the stairs, terrified that he himself might have been the one to fall. Following that, the emperor had remained in a deep coma, with the doctors at a loss for solutions. He had advised the emperor to summon Prince Han and Jiang Yunxi. Just days prior, when the emperor's condition had deteriorated severely, it was Jiang Yunxi's acupuncture that had brought him back, demonstrating her unparalleled medical prowess. "Grandfather, you have awakened." Upon witnessing the Supreme Emperor opening his eyes, Mian joyfully exclaimed, "Grandfather, do not be afraid. Mother has healed you." Momo softly reassured him. The Supreme Emperor's eyes darted about. Yet he remained motionless as he turned to gaze at Jiang Yunxi, his face etched with regret. "I was wrong. I should have heeded your counsel. When I fell from the viewing pavilion, I nearly encountered the King of Hell." Indeed, he had acted recklessly, failing to pay attention to the path as he descended the steps, instead allowing his gaze to wander towards the distant scenery, which ultimately led to his misstep. Mian, Momo, Eunuch Qin, Jiang Yunxi, radiating with a smile, remarked, "It is of no consequence. Consider this an opportunity for growth, and you shall not err in the future." Chapter 39. She is too bold. The retired emperor was struck with a sense of dread, pondering the wisdom he had accumulated over the years. "You are right. I must heed your counsel from now on. With age comes the necessity of submission. But wait, I shan't end up crippled, shall I?" Upon uttering these words, he found himself on the brink of tears. Reflecting on that day when Jiang Yunxi had cautioned him, he realized how recklessly he had acted, failing to consider his advanced age. Even if his life were spared, the thought of a broken leg or paralysis would be far more torturous than death itself. "Fear not, for it was but a fall from halfway down. Had you plummeted from the top, it would have been a different tale," Jiang Yunxi reassured him. "You were once an emperor and a revered one at that. Surely fortune will shield you." The retired emperor exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his features. "That is good to hear. However, for the next 10 days to half a month, you must rest and recuperate properly." "Do not, I shall listen to you." "Entirely," he replied, his demeanor earnest. Though the coming days would be arduous, he had no choice but to comply with her wishes. Jiang Yunxi, in a moment, Eunuch Qin ushered in Emperor Su Ming and others. Jiang Yunxi briefed them on the retired emperor's condition, assuring them that there was no grave concern, merely a need for rest. Upon hearing this, Emperor Su Ming was filled with delight and beamed. "You have healed the retired emperor. What reward do you seek?" "The minister's daughter wishes to request your intervention in compelling Marquis Yunxi to disclose the location where the souls of the Xie family are suppressed. Should he refuse, we shall seize his estate and exile him, even demote the 5th prince to the borders," Jiang Yunxi declared before the assembly. "Seizing the opportunity is essential. Otherwise, I would have to expend time searching for the souls of the Xie family. They are the victims. If they could be reborn sooner, they would suffer less." Her words fell, enveloping the room in a heavy silence. All eyes were fixed upon her. Her audacity was indeed remarkable. Some could not help but revel in the unfolding drama, anticipating the ire of concubine Li and the 5th prince. "Very well, I grant your request." Emperor Su Ming agreed readily. "Thank you, your majesty. Oh, I harbor no ill will towards concubine Li or the 5th prince. I merely intend to use their names to exert pressure on Marquis Yunxi." Jiang Yunxi felt compelled to clarify, aware of their presence. "However, I am not acquainted with them. Concubine Li and the 5th prince are magnanimous. They shall not take offense," Zhang Beiyuan interjected. Indeed, that is reassuring, Jiang Yunxi responded with a gentle smile. Emperor Su Ming cast a piercing gaze towards concubine Li. She promptly stepped forward, her demeanor poised and graceful. Miss Jiang, should you expedite the resolution of the case concerning Marquis Yunxi's estate, I shall offer my utmost cooperation. Jiang Yunxi observed the woman before her. Though she was nearing 40, her visage bore the freshness of youth, her complexion as delicate as snow, making her an unforgettable presence. A subtle smirk played on her lips, recognizing the extraordinary methods the woman must employ to maintain such an ageless appearance. It seemed both siblings had a penchant for unconventional means. Surely, she would seek an audience with the venerable elder of the Marquis Yunxi's household. Since Her Highness has spoken thus, I shall trouble you to visit the prison of Jingzhou Yin and inquire about the location where the souls of the Xie family are confined. Jiang Yunxi remarked that her personal involvement was undoubtedly the best course of action. Li Fei, unable to refuse, felt a weight in her heart. As the night deepened, adorned with a myriad of stars, Jiang Yunxi and Zhang Beiyuan arrived at an abandoned courtyard. Earlier that evening, Li Fei and the fifth prince had visited the Jingshuoyan mansion, swiftly uncovering the location where the souls of the Xie family were suppressed, a place they had never anticipated. After the demise of the Xie family, the courtyard fell gradually into disrepair. Lu Zhan refrained from selling it, visiting annually to pay homage to the deceased, earning a reputation as a devoted son-in-law in the eyes of outsiders. For a decade, none were privy to his true nature. Zhang Beiyuan pushed open the creaking gate. Although the courtyard was not in disarray, it was far from clean, with dust, cobwebs, and rampant weeds betraying its neglect. They traversed the front yard and discovered a concealed, desiccated well beside an old locust tree in the back. There is never a dry well here. Lu Zhan must have excavated it anew, Xia Sairu said, her eyes aflame with fury upon seeing the well's mouth. It was no wonder she had been unable to locate her family's souls, hidden right within the Xia residence. Go into your bag. There's a formation within the well that I must dismantle for your family's souls to emerge, Jiang Yunxi stated calmly, sensing the formidable array. I appreciate your assistance. Please be cautious, Xia Sairu replied before vanishing. Jiang Yunxi produced a brush from her sleeve, a unique wolf hair brush, a magical artifact that had accompanied her through countless lifetimes. She approached the well's edge, swiftly inscribing a talisman at the 4 cardinal points before reciting an incantation. In an instant, the leaves of the locust tree rustled ominously, a chilling wind arose, and the fallen leaves swirled upward, forming a vortex that surged toward Jiang Yunxi. With a frown and a cold smile, she swept her brush, reducing the leaves to ashes. The wind gradually subsided. I shall descend. You wait above, Jiang Yunxi declared, preparing to leap into the abyss. I will accompany you, Zhang Beiyuan asserted, stepping forward. Despite his skepticism regarding her, he could not allow her to descend alone. Jiang Yunxi regarded him, stating, You will not be of assistance down there. How can you be certain that I cannot aid you? Zhang Beiyuan replied, his expression darkening with displeasure. Though not a practitioner of the mystical arts, he possessed skills of his own. Very well, we shall go together, Jiang Yunxi conceded, contemplating the opportunity to discern whether he was indeed the Ziwei star. They located a rope in the Xie residence, securing it to the locust tree. Take this. Jiang Yunxi offered him a talisman. Zhang Beiyuan accepted it without objection, aware of the peculiarities that awaited in the well. Jiang Yunxi decided to descend first, knowing that the depths likely concealed even more potent formations, designed not only to suppress the Xie family souls, but also to deter intruders. Zhang Beiyuan did not contest her lead. Once she grasped the rope and began her descent, he followed slowly behind her. It is uncertain how much time had elapsed before Jiang Yunxi finally touched the ground. The surface was dry and unyielding, precisely as she had anticipated, enveloped in darkness, chilling and ominous, emanating a palpable malevolence. Upon sensing something amiss, she let out a derisive laugh. It appeared that someone had descended in recent days, tampering with the well, likely predicting her eventual arrival and aiming to ensure she would never escape. To think that a mere formation within a formation could seek to restrain her. Zhan Beiyuan soon landed, and an icy chill surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head, sending shivers coursing through his entire being. He could even hear fervent roars, reminiscent of famished souls encountering a delectable feast. Dongji, that was his immediate instinct. Can we ignite a flare? Zhan Beiyuan inquired, knowing well that he had brought one along for the nocturnal venture. No, Jiang Yunxi replied, moving closer to him amidst the pitch-black darkness. She was curious to see how he would evade the impending threat. Chapter 40. Hurry and put it on. As Zhan Beiyuan sensed her approach, he instinctively evaded swiftly. Even without having sent someone to inquire with the Du family, he was aware that Jiang Yunxi was deceiving him about that night 6 years ago. Thus, he did not wish for her to draw closer. Jiang Yunxi lunged forward but grasped only the air, realizing too late that he was nearby. Must he be so guarded against her? Was she truly a beast of flood and fury? Where have you been? Jiang Yunxi inquired. I am right here, Zhan Beiyuan replied, his voice icy. From the tone of his voice, Jiang Yunxi discerned that he was maintaining a distance from her. With exasperation, she said, light the fire stick. You said it cannot be lit, he retorted. If you're unwilling to leave with me, then light it. Otherwise, I fear I might inadvertently harm you. Jiang Yunxi casually sought an excuse, not in a hurry, knowing full well they would remain trapped in this dry well for some time, with ample opportunity ahead. Once she deciphered the array here and released the souls of the CF family, they would proceed. Zhan Beiyuan remained silent. He produced a fire stick and ignited it. In an instant, a faint glow illuminated the dry well. Jiang Yunxi gazed around the expansive space, somewhat astonished. Although she had sensed it was not a small area upon her descent, she realized that Lu Zhan had indeed gone to great lengths to suppress the souls of the CF family by excavating such a vast underground chamber. Not far away, several small piles of stones resembled graves. They were likely arranged as a formation. The stone walls surrounding them bore strange runes drawn in blood, if she were not mistaken. These markings had been inscribed recently by the ancestor of the Lu family, as the color of the blood was not very dark, clearly indicating its freshness. Stand behind me. Jiang Yunxi instructed Zhan Beiyuan. He cast her a glance before stepping behind her. Jiang Yunxi took out her brush and began to paint in the air with great flourish. A golden talisman materialized, its radiance illuminating the depths of the well. Before them lay 5 pitch-black coffins, each secured with blood-stained nails. What enmity, what grievance! Lu Zhan had audaciously bound the souls of the CF family in such a manner. Was it merely because they had questioned the circumstances surrounding Xie Sairu's death? At that moment, her fury surged, and she longed to turn Lu Zhan to ashes. The souls of the CF family were beyond salvation. They would never have the chance to be reborn. Suddenly, the 5 coffins shook violently, as if something were striving to emerge from within. Jiang Yunxi turned to Zhan Beiyuan, her tone grave as she commanded, "You must go up, right this instant." "There is no time," Zhan Beiyuan replied coolly. Witnessing the lids of the 5 coffins being flung open, revealing 5 souls emerging, cloaked in darkness, with blood-red eyes filled with an aura of annihilation. The 7 days had not yet elapsed. He could see those souls. Jiang Yunxi dashed toward Zhan Beiyuan, removing an object from around her neck and putting it on, a red cord tied to a golden gourd. "You gave this to me. What about you?" Zhan Beiyuan did not take it, though he was certain it was a protective talisman from the realm of the mystical. "Hurry and put on. I must confront them, or we shall never escape today. Think of Mo and Mian. They cannot be without us," Jiang Yunxi assertively declared, forcefully placing the gourd into his hand. At that moment, she was not inclined to ascertain whether he was indeed the Ziwei star. Her focus was solely on eliminating the 5 malevolent cultivators first. As Zhan Beiyuan gazed at the gourd resting in his palm, an unusual sensation welled up within him. Upon witnessing Jiang Yunxi charging towards the 5 soulless fiends, he swiftly donned the gourd around his neck. Jiang Yunxi surveyed the 5 thoroughly incapacitated evil cultivators, her emotions swirling in a complex dance. If she did not annihilate them, they would surely kill both her and Zhan Beiyuan, Yet if she extinguished them, Siesiru would forever be deprived of seeing her family again. They're my family. They're my family. I can feel it. Siesiru's voice echoed from the pouch, tinged with sorrow. They have already been transformed into malevolent beings, forever barred from reincarnation. Although Jiang Yunxi found this revelation harsh, she felt it imperative to convey the truth. What did you say? Siesiru's eyes widened in disbelief. Having drifted in the void for so many years, she inherently understood the implications. Instantly, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, her heart aching to the point of breathlessness. Consumed by self-loathing. If it were not for her, her loving family would not have met such a tragic fate. Their souls would not be imprisoned here, nor would they have been transformed into puppet-like fiends, forever losing the chance to be reborn as humans. Regret and hatred for herself overwhelmed her. They attacked. I had no choice but to vanquish them. Otherwise, they would be exploited by those with ill intentions, harming innocent lives, Jiang Yunxi stated coldly. As a practitioner of the Xianmen, she would never permit these malevolent entities to roam free and inflict harm. Siesiru's pupils constricted. She yearned to shout in protest, but she felt unworthy to do so. Jiang Yunxi, undeterred by the potential enmity she would incur on behalf of Siesiru, sought out the location of her family's souls. Should Siesiru attempt to impede her, it would amount to condoning her family's actions that led to the deaths of her and the Cold King. She could not commit such a heartless act. The 5 members of the CF family had completely lost their autonomy. They only knew the urge to kill those who intruded upon them, to devour their essence for sustenance. With her right hand gripping the brush, Jiang Yunxi charged towards them, her left hand sending 5 talismans flying to affix upon their foreheads. The 5 stood as if ensnared, motionless in their place. Jiang Yunxi remained vigilant, swiftly drawing a talisman upon the chest of one of them. "Watch your back," Zhang Beiyuan shouted. Having noticed one of the malevolent beings stirring behind her, its eyes gleaming with a fierce crimson light, Jiang Yunxi pivoted, delivering a powerful kick. "Ah!" The fiend let out a wail, only to continue its ferocious assault towards her. Gradually, the other cultivators began to stir as well. Only the one upon whom Jiang Yunxi had inscribed the talisman remained frozen in place. Jiang Yunxi moved with the agility of an eel, her brush wielded like a sword. Having been nurtured for 10 years, they were no ordinary fiends. Even if she wished to obliterate them, it would require considerable time. Suddenly, the blood-inked runes upon the wall illuminated, radiating a crimson glow, coalescing towards the 5 malevolent beings, who were now stirring from their stupor. In an instant, the fiend's power surged, clawing and snapping as they lunged towards Jiang Yunxi, encircling her. Zhang Beiyuan observed this scene, his fists clenched tightly, just as he prepared to charge forward. "Stand still," Jiang Yunxi exclaimed with a fierce voice, recognizing that as an ordinary individual, no matter how formidable his strength, he could not harm these malevolent cultivators. Conversely, they could easily rend him apart. As a father, he felt the weight of responsibility. With his own life waning, he had to survive. He regretted bringing the child along. "You need assistance," Zhang Beiyuan stated solemnly. Although he had never faced these dark practitioners before, he felt an urge to confront them now, devoid of any trepidation. "No need," Jiang Yunxi replied, closing her eyes to recite an incantation. In an instant, a radiant golden light surged around her, causing the 5 malevolent cultivators to retreat in distress, emitting cries of agony as the surrounding dark mist thickened ominously. Chapter 41. Piercing the palm, Zhang Beiyuan could sense the extraordinary power emanating from Jiang Yunxi, a force he had never encountered before. The golden light enveloped her like a divine radiance, rendering her both sacred and majestic, an embodiment of purity that seemed untouchable. "Kill her, kill her, kill her," shouted the 5 malevolent figures, their faces twisted with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, they transformed, their forms swelling to that of giants, making Jiang Yunxi and Zhang Beiyuan appear as mere ants in their eyes. The runes upon the walls erupted with a more dazzling crimson glow. Within the dry well, 2 torrents of energy surged violently, creating intense fluctuations. Jiang Yunxi's expression darkened as she fixed her piercing gaze upon the peculiar runes. She realized she was truly up against formidable opponents. The nature of these runes eluded her understanding, yet they continuously bestowed power upon the wicked. The golden light surrounding her could not endure for long. With each passing day, her lifespan dwindled, her strength waning, rendering her incapable of unleashing her full might. Otherwise, she could effortlessly annihilate these fiends in mere moments. Upon witnessing the diminishing brilliance of Jiang Yunxi's golden aura, the malevolent figures roared in unison, launching a frenzied assault upon her. Jiang Yunxi retaliated, wielding her brush with determination. The clash between one woman and 5 wicked beings caused the ground to fracture and fissures to form, while the walls bore the brunt of their power. Pockmarked, yet the runes remained unscathed. Zhang Biyuan's brow furrowed deeply as he observed Jiang Yunxi being cornered. He dashed towards her. "Do not come any closer," Jiang Yunxi shouted. "I shall divert some of them. You can handle the rest," Zhang Biyuan responded calmly, recognizing that it was too arduous for her to face 5 malevolent beings alone. Jiang Yunxi thought to herself, while his intention was sound, could he withstand their onslaught? 2 of the wicked figures, sensing an impending attack from behind, turned to confront Zhang Biyuan, raising their feet to strike. Like lightning, he evaded their assault, his demeanor icy as he declared, "Is that all?" Futile. His words incited their fury, and they charged at him, fists raised to strike. Jiang Yunxi's eyes glinted with a chilling bloodlust. In a swift motion, she broke free from her corner and headed toward Zhang Biyuan. Despite his speed, she knew he would eventually exhaust his strength and be seized by the fiends, torn asunder. Just then, one of the wicked figures swung a hand towards Zhang Biyuan's back. "Beware," Jiang Yunxi gasped, alarm coursing through her. If he failed to evade, that blow could either kill him or leave him gravely injured. Zhang Biyuan could not react in time. Another wicked figure stood in his path. As the malevolent hand drew near, an overwhelming surge of divine light erupted from his being, momentarily solidifying the air around them. The 5 wicked figures froze in place. Jiang Yunxi was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly sketched a circular totem on the ground with her brush. Seizing the opportunity, while the 5 malevolent beings remained immobilized, she charged towards them, rapidly inscribing the same totem upon their bodies. Such a precious moment could not be squandered. Having completed the totem, she approached Zhang Biyuan, whose form still shimmered with resplendent divine light, a pure and pristine force. Seizing the moment of his distraction, she pressed her hand against his chest. Upon sensing something profound, an indescribable exhilaration coursed through her heart. It was him indeed, the purple star. It truly comes effortlessly. Jiang Yunxi nearly burst into laughter, but managed to restrain herself. "What are you doing?" Zhang Biyuan inquired, casting a disapproving glance at his chest where her hand rested. "I was merely checking for injuries." "Fortunately, all is well," Jiang Yunxi replied, swiftly retracting her hand. Zhang Biyuan. He had just felt an inexplicable surge of power within him, formidable enough to fend off the onslaught of the evil cultivators. Yet now, upon further reflection, that force had vanished without a trace. Jiang Yunxi guided Zhang Biyuan to a spot where they had descended, instructing him, "Stay here." With that, she approached the totem drawn on the ground, biting her finger to let her blood drip onto its center. In an instant, the totem erupted with a dazzling crimson light. Ah! The totems on the 5 evil cultivators flickered to life, spreading outward as if seeking to envelop them entirely, eliciting agonizing cries and desperate struggles from each of them. Jiang Yunxi remained stationary, anticipating the moment the totem would consume them, leading to their utter obliteration. As the runes on the wall witnessed the cultivators' suffering, they continuously supplied them with power. However, as the cultivators writhed, the totem's spread began to slow. Jiang Yunxi smirked, armed with a brush as she approached the wall. Previously hindered by the evil cultivators, she was now determined to obliterate the runes. She bit her finger once more, using her blood-soaked brush to inscribe symbols on the wall. Regardless of the nature of these runes, under her blood ink, they would be annihilated. In a moment, the runes on the wall detonated beneath her blood symbols. With the disappearance of Aruns, the struggling power of the 5 evil cultivators diminished. Miss Jiang, could you allow me to see my family? I long to meet them. Sairu's pleading voice resonated. They are beyond recognition and would not recognize you. Moreover, if you emerge, the forces here will attack you, Jiang Yunxi replied. But I still wish to see them. Sairu understood that this might be her last opportunity to meet them. Jiang Yunxi said nothing further and released her from the pouch. Sairu gazed upon her family, utterly transformed. They were unrecognizable, yet she could still sense the bonds of kinship. Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother. I am Sairu. She cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Initially, when their souls were taken, it was her family who desperately created an opportunity for her to escape. This separation had spanned a decade, and now, upon reunion, they had become like this. Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother, I have come to find you. Please wake up. Lu Xin has been imprisoned, and it was Lu Zhili who stood as a witness against him. He will receive his due punishment, and I can reunite with you. Sairu wept bitterly. She had envisioned that once she located her family's souls, they would reincarnate together in the afterlife. Why has it come to this? Sairu cried out in despair upon the ground. But no matter how she pleaded, the evil cultivators remained unresponsive, merely writhing in pain, struggling against the encroaching crimson totem, but to no avail. After listening for a while, Jiang Yunxi was ultimately moved. She plucked a hairpin from her coiffure. What are you doing? Zhang Beiyuan questioned coldly. Let her bid farewell to her family for the last time. After Jiang Yunxi spoke, she deftly used the sharp end of her hairpin to pierce her palm. The trickle of blood was insufficient. Her blood was extraordinary, unlike any ordinary blood, a discovery she had made by chance. Zhang Beiyuan watched as the delicate palm of the woman was cut open, a significant gash from which blood flowed forth in an instant. Her actions took him by surprise. He had not anticipated that she would harm herself for the sake of a foreign soul. Jiang Yunxi approached the 5 malevolent cultivators, using a brush dipped in her blood to inscribe small totems upon them. Gradually, the malevolent cultivators ceased their struggles, and the dark energy enveloping them began to dissipate. Chapter 42. Go reincarnate father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother. Upon witnessing their return to their true forms, Sairu was overwhelmed with joy, swiftly rising to rush towards them, calling out incessantly, My blood will not sustain them for long. We must converse while time permits. Jiang Yunxi reminded her that this was all she could do. Sairu turned to her, expressing her gratitude. Were it not for her, she would have never seen her family restored to their former selves. As she shouted, the members of the CF family began to regain their awareness. Sairu, have they captured you? Why haven't you reincarnated? Hurry, leave this place, Mrs. Xie exclaimed in shock upon seeing her daughter, having thought she had already been reborn. When they learned of Lu Zhan's cruelty, they had desperately endeavored to send her soul away, only to be suppressed thereafter, ultimately being transformed into sinister cultivators, becoming mindless puppets. It was far too perilous for her to be here. Sairu, you must flee. It is dangerous, the head of the Xie family shouted fervently. Sister, what has happened to you? The eldest young master of the Xie family looked bewildered. He noticed 2 strangers in the distance and was astonished that they were unscathed. Little sister, has Lu Zhan still not spared you? The eldest young mistress of the Xie family spoke with indignation, recalling how she accompanied Sairu for a visit, believing Lu Zhan to be gentle and refined, utterly unaware of his malicious intentions. Sairu, you must leave. We have become sinister cultivators, and when we lose our awareness, we will inevitably attack you, the second young master urged anxiously. Listening to their words, tears streamed down Sairu's face as despair engulfed her. Even at this moment, they were still concerned for her, while she felt utterly powerless to save them. Miss Jiang helped me overturn the case. Lu Zhilia has come forward to testify against Lu Zhan. He has been imprisoned in the capital's jail and will receive his due punishment. Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother, I am so sorry. Sairu felt a deep sense of guilt and remorse. Had it not been for her, they would undoubtedly be living a life of luxury now, with opportunities for future lives. Now, They have been deprived of even the chance to reincarnate. Foolish child, it is not your fault. It is that beast Lu Zhan's wrongdoing. The head of the CF family scolded angrily, lamenting his own poor judgment in selecting a son-in-law, mistaking a wolf for a benevolent creature. Sairu, you must go and reincarnate. Since Lu Zhan is imprisoned, he will surely meet a fitting end. We can rest easy now, Mrs. Xie said gently, though they all understood the fate that awaited them. Yet, to see their daughter once more today brought her immense satisfaction. Sister, hurry and reincarnate, urged the eldest young master. Little sister, go swiftly. Remember to observe carefully when choosing your husband in your next life, the eldest young mistress said with a smile. Little sister, please leave. It is far too dangerous here. I am losing my awareness. The second young master cradled his head in his hands, feeling something gnawing at his consciousness, fearing that he might inadvertently harm her. Sairu's tears fell like pearls from a broken string, her hands clenched into fists. She could not bear the thought of their souls scattering. Suddenly, she approached Jiang Yunxi and knelt before her, pleading, Miss Jiang, I implore you to save my family. Everything is my doing. I am willing to pay any price for them to have a chance at rebirth. As she spoke, she repeatedly bowed her head in reverence. The members of the CF family, upon hearing her words, hastily interjected to stop her. Jiang Yunxi asked, her tone indifferent, Are you truly prepared to pay any price? She was indeed moved by this family. Initially, she had facilitated Sairu's escape, and now that she had regained consciousness, all she wished was for her to leave quickly, fearing for her safety. If my soul should scatter in exchange for their rebirth, I would gladly do so, Sairu declared with unwavering determination. This calamity was hers to bear. Her family should not have to endure it. Throughout their lives, her parents, elder brother, sister-in-law, and second brother had treated others with kindness, never committing any heinous acts. She hoped they could continue to be reborn as humans. Very well, then, I will exchange you for them, Jiang Yunxi resolved to his sister. The fate of the CF family certainly did not deserve to be obliterated, even if it required the use of forbidden techniques. It was not an act of defiance against heaven, but rather a restoration of order. However, such an act would deplete her blood, indicating that she would need to begin a regimen of blood replenishment the following day. Thank you. I am unable to repay your immense kindness. Sairu expressed her profound gratitude. Without Jiang Yunxi's intervention, she would have been unable to seek justice or save her family. She felt fortunate to have encountered her. No need for repayment. I am accumulating merit for myself, Jiang Yunxi replied as she swiftly resumed her work, sketching a complex formation with her brush. Once the formation was complete, she once again sliced her palm, allowing her blood to drip into the center of the array. Her blood spread throughout the intricate patterns of the formation. This was the rebirth technique. Evil practitioners were meant to be eradicated, yet once, out of compassion, someone had devised a rebirth technique to save the remaining benevolent among them. However, it faced significant opposition and was ultimately classified as forbidden, with practitioners facing backlash. Were it not for her impending demise, she would not resort to its use. As her blood enveloped the entire formation, Jiang Yunxi cast the 5 members of the CF family into the array. In an instant, the power within the formation began to cleanse their souls. This process would subject them to excruciating pain, but it would also offer them a chance at rebirth. Enduring suffering to attain new life, such was the fairness of it. Sairu watched her family endure their torment. Although her heart ached for them, she felt a greater sense of joy. Your hands need tending, Zhan Beiyuan remarked, surprised as he observed her actions. Both of her palms had been cut, bleeding profusely, and her complexion appeared quite poor. Her already pale skin now seemed almost translucent, as if she might faint at any moment. Yet her eyes sparkled like stars, radiant and captivating. It is nothing, merely a little blood, Jiang Yunxi dismissed it nonchalantly. Zhan Beiyuan, upon closer inspection, noted that her palms were no longer bleeding. Logically, such significant wounds should continue to bleed if left untreated. Her lack of blood indicated a serious deficiency. Moments later, the rebirth technique formation dissipated. The souls of the 5 members of the Xie family collapsed onto the ground, devoid of any trace of malevolent power, appearing entirely restored to normalcy. Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother. Xie Sairu sprinted towards them. The 6 family members embraced tightly, overwhelmed with emotion and tears. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow, feeling no regret for her decision. Go and be reborn. Although Xie Sairu felt an immense reluctance, she also felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Having no regrets, she smiled and said, Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother, hurry and be reborn. In your next life, you will surely find happiness. Remember to love yourselves dearly. You can go with them, Jiang Yunxi remarked with a smile. I can be reborn too? Isn't there a price to pay? Xie Sairu was taken aback. The 5 members of the Xie family were initially startled, but soon their faces were filled with joy. They had just been worried about Sairu. Although they could be reborn as humans, she would be left with her soul scattered. Let us test you, Jiang Yunxi said, a playful smile gracing her lips. Xie Sairu's mouth twitched slightly, and then she bowed deeply 3 times before her. Miss Jiang, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. I wish you and the Cold King a lifetime of unity and everlasting love. Chapter 43. The first time carrying a woman, Jiang Yunxi's lips twitched involuntarily. Although I have a child with the Cold King, our relationship is not of that nature. It is inappropriate to meddle in matters of love. Let's exchange a different blessing instead. Xie Sairu, realizing her misunderstanding, smiled and said, Then I wish Miss Jiang all her desires may be fulfilled, and may her future be peaceful, smooth, and filled with auspiciousness. The only way she could repay Jiang Yunxi was through blessings, which she graciously accepted. Jiang Yunxi found comfort in her words. The 5 members of the Xie family bowed thrice to Jiang Yunxi. Had it not been for her intervention, their family would not have had the chance to reunite, nor to be reborn into this world. She was their benefactor. Miss Jiang, if you encounter Ji Li again, please convey my gratitude to him, Xie Sairu said. If he is unwilling to come forward as a witness, the Jingzhou Yinfu cannot take any action against Lu Zan. Jiang Yunxi nodded. While you may be given a second chance at life, you nearly caused harm that night. Upon reaching the underworld, you will receive the punishment you deserve. I am willing to face the consequences, Xie Sairu replied with a smile, acknowledging her impulsive actions stemming from desperation. However, I will accept responsibility for what I have done. By the way, my grandfather is in the underworld. His name is Zhang Lin Yuan, a minor official. If you have the chance to meet him, please send my regards and inform him that I have returned to the Duke's residence to reunite with my family, Jiang Yunxi instructed. I will ensure your message reaches him, Xie Sairu promised, feeling indebted to Jiang Yunxi for her family's salvation. You should leave now, Jiang Yunxi stated, as the matters of the mortal realm had been resolved, and they ought not to linger. The 6 members of the Xie family expressed their gratitude with glances before vanishing from sight. We should depart, Jiang Yunxi said to the man beside her, smiling despite the bloodshed endured that night, for she had found the Ziwei star. Can your hands grasp the rope? Zhan Beiyuan inquired. Not an issue. You go ahead, Jiang Yunxi shrugged. It is merely a minor injury. Zhan Beiyuan gave her a glance before ascending first. Once he was climbing the rope, Jiang Yunxi swiftly drew a talisman on the ground with her brush. As she left, the talisman vanished. Upon reaching the ground, Jiang Yunxi felt a wave of dizziness. She hurriedly leaned against a nearby locust tree, her vision gradually blurring, a consequence of excessive blood loss and exertion. Are you all right? Zhan Beiyuan noticed her distress. I'm not well, Jiang Yunxi admitted frankly. Seeing her struggle to steady herself against the tree, Zhan Beiyuan reluctantly crouched before her, saying, Come on, I will carry you back. Thank you. Jiang Yunxi did not refuse, as she truly could not walk. When she climbed onto his back, Zhan Beiyuan's body stiffened momentarily, but he soon steadied her legs and stood up, carrying her outside. This was his first experience carrying a woman at the Duke's residence. What has transpired? Jiang Jingyan and the others had not rested, anxiously awaiting news of Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan's mission to rescue the Xie family souls. They had intended to follow, but were dissuaded by Jiang Yunxi, so they remained in the front yard. Now, upon witnessing Zhan Beiyuan returning with Jiang Yunxi on his back, They all gathered around. "Father, I am perfectly fine. It was merely the exertion of breaking the formation that drained my energy, leaving me somewhat fatigued." Jiang Yunxi did not lose consciousness, and Zhan Beiyuan was quite amiable, indeed carrying her back. While shattering the array, she had cut her palms and lost considerable blood. The Duke of England has arranged for her to receive nourishing meals to replenish her vitality tomorrow. Zhan Beiyuan remarked that she had not mentioned her bleeding. "Cold King, why not take Yunxi back to your residence to care for her? I must train at the military camp for a few days, starting tomorrow, and Jinghuai will be accompanying me. Yunxi has a strained relationship with her mother, and I fear she may not receive adequate care at home," Jiang Jingen implored. Zhan Beiyuan's act of carrying his daughter back genuinely astonished him. The entire capital was aware of his aversion to allowing women to draw near. His willingness to carry Yunxi today indicated that he did not harbor disdain for her. "Father, I am at home. I can take care of my sister." Jiang Jingyan quickly interjected to assert himself. Jiang Jingen shot him a glare, expressing disdain. "You only know how to indulge in revelry. You know nothing of caregiving. I would never entrust Yunxi's care to you." "Jiang Jingyan, am I truly that inadequate?" Jiang Yunxi gazed skyward in exasperation. "Dear father, you are once again being unreasonable." However, this time, she was quite willing to go to the Cold King's residence. "Father, you and elder brother need not worry about military training. I shall recuperate at the Cold King's manor for a few days." Mo and Mian were in the palace accompanying the retired emperor. He would be lying down for 10 to 15 days and finding it exceedingly dull. She had asked the children to keep him company, fostering familial bonds. Zhan Beiyuan's lips twitched slightly. Did he ever agree to this? "Rest assured, Duke. I shall take good care of her," he assured. "Then I must trouble the Cold King. Upon my return from the military camp, I shall come to bring Yunxi back," Jiang Jingen said with a smile, feeling quite clever, as this arrangement would allow the two to coexist under the same roof. "Very well, we shall take our leave," Zhan Beiyuan stated. "I will prepare the carriage for you. Please wait," Jiang Jingyan exclaimed, rushing outside, determined to make a good impression. Jiang Jingen, that brat, always more trouble than he's worth. Jiang Jinghuai rubbed his nose, fully aware of his father's intentions. He saw through the situation clearly, knowing his younger brother was rather simple-minded and oblivious to it all. At the entrance of the Duke of England's residence, Zhan Beiyuan carried Jiang Yunxi into the carriage and seated her beside him. "Was it worth it?" he asked, recognizing that she had damaged her own health to ensure the demise of the Xie family. Doing so was indeed worthwhile. Jiang Yunxi smiled, resolute in her decisions, vowing never to regret her choices. Zhan Beiyuan closed his eyes. "Rest for a while. Upon arrival, I shall awaken you." "All right," Jiang Yunxi replied. Yet, when the carriage reached the Cold King's manor, she had already drifted into slumber. Zhan Beiyuan did not rouse her. Instead, he carried her directly to the Fanghua courtyard where she and the children resided. The servants in the manor were astonished by this sight. It was their first time witnessing their master carry a woman, seemingly the mother of the young lord and young princess. Gently placing Jiang Yunxi on the bed and tucking her in, Zhan Beiyuan then departed back to the main courtyard. He did not rest immediately. Rather, he contemplated the events of the evening, having witnessed the formidable powers of the Xianmen for the first time, much to his surprise. What perplexed him further was the formidable power that had erupted within him at that moment. It was undeniably potent. Lost in thought, he eventually succumbed to slumber. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, yet he felt an unsettling sensation as if a pair of eyes were fixated upon him. Abruptly, he opened his eyes to discover someone seated by his bedside. With a sudden change in expression, Zhan Beiyuan swiftly sat up, ready to strike. Unable to fathom how someone could approach him so stealthily and be so close, an unacceptable breach of his personal space. "It's me," Jiang Yunxi spoke up. Zhan Beiyuan was taken aback by her presence, retracting the murderous aura that enveloped him, and with a displeased tone, he inquired, "What brings you to my bedside at such an ungodly hour?" Chapter 44. Some skill, but not much restless, Jiang Yunxi candidly admitted her insomnia. Upon awakening, she found herself in the room of Fanghua courtyard. After tossing and turning for a while, she stealthily made her way to Zhang Beiyuan's quarters, despite his prior admonition against her visiting his main residence. However, tonight, she felt compelled to intrude, sensing that he harbored some enigmatic secret she wished to explore. The old man Xingxiu had mentioned that finding the Z-Way star might prolong life, yet he had not divulged the method for doing so. She had never engaged in such practices before. Although there were forbidden techniques that could extend a normal person's life, they were morally questionable paths. For one to extend their life, another must perish or face an early demise. If the pursuit of the Z-Way star involved such forbidden practices, she could not bring herself to commit such a morally reprehensible act. Are you unable to sleep, and thus come to disturb this king? Zhang Beiyuan's handsome visage darkened further at her presence. It was the first time in years that someone had silently seated themselves by his bed. I am quite familiar with the royal residence. Thus, I sought you out, Jiang Yunxi asserted with confidence. Zhang Beiyuan responded with a hint of incredulity. Do you not find your behavior peculiar? Jiang Yunxi leaned in closer. Zhang Beiyuan instinctively recoiled. Despite the darkness enveloping the room, he sensed her movements. Are you referring to the power that erupted from me tonight? Indeed. Have you ever experienced anything of the sort before? She inquired, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Never, Zhang Beiyuan replied. It seems you have not encountered any malevolent practitioners. Their attacks must have awakened the dormant power within you, Jiang Yunxi mused, contemplating the implications of his uniqueness. Otherwise, such extraordinary power would not reside within a mere ordinary individual. At present, I sense nothing, Zhang Beiyuan remarked, straining to perceive anything beyond his internal energy. This is a power imbued with righteousness, and I hope you can fully awaken to possess it, Jiang Yunxi stated earnestly. Why? Zhang Beiyuan was curious about her reasoning. Not all practitioners of the mystical arts embody righteousness. For instance, those who assist the ancestral figure of Wengsenhao, the individuals engaging in treachery within the Earl of England's estate, and those who employ despicable means to manipulate the fates of others, or who resort to unnatural methods to retain their youth, even at the expense of others' lives. These individuals are steeped in malevolence and commit heinous acts, requiring the righteous power within you to confront them. Jiang Yunxi articulated her rationale for wishing for his complete awakening. She envisioned that should she no longer be around in the future, he would uphold justice. Given his character, she was confident he would rise to the occasion. His strength would also enable him to protect Mo and Mian, as well as safeguard those he cherished. Very well, Zhang Beiyuan assented without hesitation. Witnessing Jiang Yunxi's actions tonight had indeed left him astounded. If he possessed that power, he could combat all the evils of the world. Listening to his resolute response, Jiang Yunxi felt reassured that she had chosen wisely. If I were to say that fully awakening the power within you could be perilous, would you still be inclined? Do you think this king fears danger? Zhang Beiyuan's tone was imperious. In his world, the concept of fear held no weight. You, as the god of war, surely have no fear. The next time you encounter a formidable evil cultivator, engage them in battle. Thus, you shall fully awaken the righteous aura within you. Jiang Yunxi said with a playful smile, this is the swiftest method. Zhang Beiyuan recalled the oppressive presence of the evil cultivator in the desolate well. Indeed, he had felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Very well, you should rest, Jiang Yunxi remarked cheerfully. Aren't you leaving? I shall depart once you have fallen asleep. How can I possibly sleep with you here? Zhang Beiyuan replied, his expression taut. Although the room was shrouded in darkness, he inexplicably felt her gaze was particularly luminous, fixed upon him as though she beheld a sumptuous morsel. Oh, Jiang Yunxi said, rising to take her leave. Zhang Beiyuan. The following day, Jiang Yunxi gazed in astonishment at the breakfast laid before her. Red bean porridge, red date eggs, wine-soaked eggs, pig liver porridge, lean meat porridge, and glutinous rice porridge with longan and red dates, all nourishing for vitality. In truth, after a restful sleep, her spirit had already been rejuvenated, and the weakness of the previous night had dissipated. Nevertheless, she still needed to partake in the blood-nourishing meal. After breakfast, Jiang Yunxi resolved to venture out, her mind preoccupied with another matter, the disappearance of several young girls from Futianfang. She wondered if the Jingzhou Yinfu had distributed their portraits. The continuous monthly disappearances of young girls were certainly not mere coincidence. Given the incident involving the Xie family's desolate well, she feared that someone might be using these innocent girls for unspeakable and horrific purposes. Jiang Yunxi proceeded directly to the main street, where her fortune-telling stall was located. She first visited the usual place for postings and noticed a gathering of citizens. What had happened in Futianfang? A girl went missing every month, clearly indicative of premeditated wrongdoing. Such young children, unaware of their fate, were truly pitiable. How cruel it was to prey upon innocent children. They were already unfortunate orphans with no parents. She hoped the Jingzhou Yinfu would find them soon. Sighing, Jiang Yunxi observed that the portraits of the 5 missing girls had been posted and the news had spread. She then made her way to her fortune-telling stall, where several individuals had already gathered in anticipation. Upon surveying them, a subtle smile graced her lips. The expressions of the newcomers revealed their ill intentions. Before stepping out that morning, she had foreseen that trouble awaited her today, and it seemed these individuals were the source. As usual, Jiang Yunxi dragged her table to the roadside, unlocked the cabinet, and retrieved the fortune-telling sign. Once everything was prepared, the group approached her. "I've heard your predictions are remarkably accurate. Could you read my fortune today?" A middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, seated himself at the table. Jiang Yunxi scrutinized him, a playful smile lingering on her lips. "You are a fortune teller yourself. Why seek my counsel? Do you believe yourself inferior to me? Or are you merely looking for trouble?" Feng Sheng was taken aback. How did she know he was a fortune teller? He seldom practiced in this street, and he was certain they had never met before. "I don't know what you're talking about. Can you even tell fortunes?" Jiang Yunxi remained silent, choosing instead to direct her gaze towards the others standing behind him. "You few are merely fortune tellers plying your trade in the capital. While you possess some skill, it is of a rather superficial nature. You manage to deceive the unsuspecting for a modest sum, yet the prospect of substantial wealth eludes you." The group, including Feng Sheng, was taken aback. It is likely that previously only passers-by sought your services, with seldom any return clientele. Affluent families would not consult you. Otherwise, you would not be relegated to fortune-telling on the streets. Your laziness and reluctance to engage in honest labor have compelled you to resort to this endeavor in hopes of easy earnings. Jiang Yunxi continued. Feng Sheng and the others were astonished. How could she know such intimate details about us? They had once toiled in laborious, grim, and exhausting jobs. Witnessing the wealthy families lavishly compensating esteemed masters with generous fees, they felt envious and resentful. Thus, they devised a plan to acquire some books on fortune-telling. After studying them, they mistakenly believed they had acquired sufficient knowledge and embarked on this new vocation. Indeed, it must be said that, although they had not achieved great wealth, their new path was far less arduous than their previous toil. Chapter 45. Her perceptions cannot be erroneous. Are you planning to set up a stall after having investigated us? Feng Sheng inquired, astonished. How else could she possess such precise knowledge? We have not disclosed our birth dates. It is impossible for her to deduce anything. You are all unworthy to be my adversaries. Why would I need to research you? Jiang Yunxi replied with a smile that belied her true feelings. They were far too self-important. Feng Sheng's expression darkened as he retorted angrily. Then how do you know about our circumstances? I can merely observe, Jiang Yunxi replied leisurely. She did not require their birth dates to discern their fates. At that moment, she noted the faint gray hue in their foreheads, signaling impending misfortune. Impossible, Feng Sheng scoffed, refusing to believe that they could discern such things through mere observation of faces or palms. Oh, you shall experience great misfortune in the coming days. I advise you to exercise caution. 10 copper coins per person. Pay up, Jiang Yunxi stated, wishing to avoid further trivial conversation. She had offered a well-meaning warning. Whether they heeded, it was entirely their choice. Feng Sheng was taken aback. Is that really necessary? You may choose not to pay. But if you encounter calamity and return seeking my assistance, I will not help you, Jiang Yunxi declared. Her purpose in setting up the stall was to accumulate merit for herself. She only engaged in basic fortune-telling, which would not adversely affect her. Unless she were to undertake actions contrary to fate, divulging secrets that ought to remain concealed, which would jeopardize her merit and invite backlash. The group exchanged glances, ultimately complying and producing 10 copper coins. The numerous townsfolk seeking her counsel indicated her considerable skill, and given her prior accuracy, 10 copper coins was a modest price to validate her abilities. Should she prove inaccurate, they could dismantle her stall. After their departure, other townspeople soon arrived seeking their fortunes. After attending to approximately 15 individuals, Jiang Yunxi prepared to close her stall and head to Fuxianfang. "Sister, I thought you were unwell. Why are you out here running a stall?" Jiang Jingyan rushed to her stand, believing she was resting at the cold king's residence, only to find her here. "Do I appear unwell to you?" Jiang Yunxi replied with a radiant smile. Jiang Jingyan scrutinized her from head to toe, although he could not treat ailments. Her complexion indeed appeared vibrant. "Since you are well, let's return home today. Although father and eldest brother are away, I can care for you." "No, I wish to remain at the cold king's residence," Jiang Yunxi firmly declined. During this period, she needed to be with Zhan Beiyuan, awaiting the opportunity to assist him in awakening his righteous energy. Jiang Jingyan was left speechless. Had he been deemed undesirable? "I am going to Fuxianfang to see the children. Would you like to join me?" Jiang Yunxi inquired. "Yes," Jiang Jingyan responded without hesitation. Since his sister had extended the invitation, he was eager to accompany her. It seemed he had not been dismissed. Otherwise, she would not have invited him along. Subsequently, the two purchased items that the children would enjoy, with Jiang Jingyan insisting on covering the expenses. Upon their arrival at Fuxianfang, they were warmly welcomed and the food, toys, and necessities were distributed to the children, who received their gifts with immense joy. "Miss Jiang, we are deeply grateful," Dong Shi expressed with heartfelt appreciation. "There is no need for formalities. I shall frequently visit the children henceforth. Caring for so many little ones is undoubtedly a laborious endeavor for you." Jiang Yunxi was aware of the genuine hardships they faced. As children of varying ages inevitably exhibit a degree of mischief, the effort involved in their care is indeed considerable. "It's not burdensome. We adore children and find joy in our work," said Dong. "If one does not cherish children, they cannot remain here for long. Do your family members mind your presence here? What about your own children?" Jiang Yunxi inquired curiously, observing that her interlocutor seemed to be around her age. "Likely already married with children. I have no children. My husband has passed away, and now I am alone. For the remainder of my days, I shall remain in Fuxianfang to accompany the children. This place is my home," Dong replied, her gaze softening as she looked at the children, a gentle smile gracing her face. Jiang Yunxi scrutinized her closely and could discern her sincere affection for the children. "You're truly admirable. The children bring me immense joy." "Our relationship is reciprocal," Dong remarked with a smile. "The Jingzhou prefecture has already posted portraits of the children. Perhaps clues will emerge soon. For now, it would be prudent not to allow the children to leave Fuxianfang. You may resume your tasks. I shall not intrude further," Jiang Yunxi advised. Outside Fuxianfang, a guard is stationed every few steps, so it is quite safe here. "Very well, I shall escort you out. Once again, thank you on behalf of the children." Dong expressed her gratitude. Jiang Yunxi smiled faintly. After departing Fuxianfang, she pondered deeply as she walked. "Have you also become involved in the reward case from the Jingzhou prefecture?" Jiang Jingyan asked. "Yes, I must expedite the search for the missing children," Jiang Yunxi stated seriously. She had intended to ascertain whether these children were still present, but since they had all been abandoned, Fuxianfang likely lacked their detailed birth information. Jiang Jingyan patted his chest. "Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Jiang Yunxi raised her gaze to him. "You have many acquaintances. Why not enlist their help in gathering information?" Jiang Jingyan chuckled. "No problem at all. You see, having numerous acquaintances has its benefits. As long as one does not engage in actions that contravene the law or morality, whether indulging in revelries or pursuing leisurely pastimes. Everyone has the right to choose their way of life." Jiang Yunxi understood and respected the choices of others. "We may indulge in merriment, but we shall absolutely refrain from engaging in any sordid affairs," Jiang Jingyan promptly declared, having been taught by his grandfather from a young age. His elder brother had always conducted himself with propriety. Although he enjoyed socializing, he never stooped to lowly deeds. Jiang Yunxi replied, "It is best to avoid such actions and to advise your friends to do the same. Otherwise, repercussions are inevitable. Even if one escapes consequences in this life, they will endure torment in the afterlife. No one escapes punishment." Jiang Jingyan nodded vigorously, recalling how her previous warning had nearly come to fruition. He found her formidable in this regard and felt compelled to heed her counsel. Suddenly, Jiang Yunxi halted, her gaze sharp as she fixed it upon a window on the second floor not far away. She sensed someone observing her from there. "That is a renowned tea house in the capital. Shall we pay a visit?" Jiang Jingyan remarked, noticing her unwavering attention. "Indeed," Jiang Yunxi responded, making her way directly toward the establishment. Upon reaching the entrance of the tea house, the attendant greeted them with great enthusiasm. Jiang Yunxi suggested ascending to the second floor, making her way towards the elegant private room where she had previously felt the gaze of another. "Is it occupied?" she inquired. "Not at all. Would you like to reserve this room?" The waiter inquired with a smile. "Are you certain there are no patrons inside?" Jiang Yunxi scrutinized him closely. The waiter, momentarily taken aback by her clear, penetrating gaze, replied, "Absolutely. This room is unoccupied today." Jiang Yunxi smiled. "Very well. I shall take this room." Her intuition was infallible. She was aware that moments ago, someone had indeed been standing by the window within this chamber, and that individual belonged to the mystical realm. Chapter 46. A gift for you. Jiang Jingyan ordered the finest tea and pastries from the tea house. Jiang Yunxi paced within the private room, ultimately pausing by the window, which was slightly ajar. Through the narrow opening, she could indeed see her and Jiang Jingyan walking along the street earlier. It was evident that someone had lingered there. However, upon reflecting, she realized that she had not noticed anyone departing after her arrival at the tea house. Suddenly, she dashed out of the private room and closed her eyes to concentrate. Someone had indeed been in that room, although they had expertly concealed their presence. She still sensed a trace of a distinct aura. As she focused further, she found no similar presence elsewhere in the tea house. The intruder had fled, like a turtle retreating into its shell, too timid to appear before her. "What are you doing, sister?" Jiang Jingyan asked, utterly perplexed by her peculiar behavior. Jiang Yunxi opened her eyes and replied, "I'm catching a thief." "Catching a thief? Is there really one?" "I haven't heard anyone shouting in the tea house," he replied, bewildered. The tea and pastries soon arrived, and Jiang Yunxi savored them with delight. "It's almost lunchtime. What would you like to eat?" "It's on me, dear brother," Jiang Jingyan generously offered. During her first day back home, he felt a certain unfamiliarity, unsure how to interact with her. But now it seemed they had become quite comfortable with one another, no longer requiring any pretense. "No, I intend to return to the Cold King's residence for lunch." Jiang Yunxi declined, aware that Zhan Beiyuan had surely arranged a nourishing meal for her, which she absolutely needed. Her strength had diminished significantly, and by next month, it would only weaken further. She had to ensure she replenished her blood. Lacking strength required compensating with vitality. Jiang Jingyan's eyes widened as he processed this information. "Didn't you say you disliked the Cold King? Why then are you suddenly willing to stay at his residence and dine there?" "I do not harbor fond feelings for him, yet that does not preclude me from enjoying a free meal at his palace. After all, why not take advantage of a complimentary feast?" Jiang Yunxi stated with utmost seriousness, as though her sole motivation for visiting the Cold King's residence was the allure of free food. "By the way, I need you to discreetly assist me with something. If you succeed, I shall present you with a gift," Jiang Yunxi said, her tone mysterious. "Speak, I'm all ears," Jiang Jingyan replied eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of receiving a gift from her. Upon reflection, he realized she had not gifted anyone since her return to the Duke of England's residence. He would soon be the first recipient. Jiang Yunxi shared the task she needed him to undertake, whispering that it must remain confidential. "Leave it to me. I will ascertain every detail for you," Jiang Jingyan assured, patting his chest in promise. The siblings parted ways at the tea house, with Jiang Yunxi heading directly back to the Cold King's residence. Upon entering the gates, she encountered Ling Jingyi exiting the premises. "What brings you to the Cold King's residence?" Ling Jingyi's gaze was icy. She harbored no fondness for Jiang Yunxi. "I reside here," I've returned for lunch. Jiang Yunxi replied nonchalantly, fully aware of the animosity directed at her, and it was evident that Ling Jingyi held affections for Zhan Beiyuan. Ling Jingyi's eyes widened, her rage surging uncontrollably. Why had she not married the Cold Prince, yet was residing in his palace? How utterly shameless! Since her arrival in the capital, she had never had the opportunity to stay at the Cold Prince's residence. If you have any objections, take it up with the Emperor, Jiang Yunxi retorted before departing. I will certainly investigate that incident from that night and ensure the Cold Prince sees your true colors, Ling Jingyi provocatively declared, storming away. Having already penned a letter back home, Jiang Yunxi knew that Zhan Beiyuan would undoubtedly send someone to Nyolan village to inquire. If he learned from the Du family that she had been drugged that night, he might deduce that she had forced herself upon him, mistaking him for an antidote. During lunch, Qi Yin visited Fanghua courtyard to summon Jiang Yunxi, informing her that Zhan Beiyuan had returned and invited her to dine with him in the front courtyard. Upon her arrival, she was greeted by a table laden with dishes, all as she had anticipated. Nourishing foods for replenishing blood. Black-boned chicken soup, stir-fried duck blood with chives, sautéed pig liver, steamed goose liver, stir-fried beef, spinach and pig liver soup, wood ear mushrooms with carrots, Crucian carp and tofu soup, pigeon soup, red bean and longan lotus seed porridge, alongside an array of pastries. Are these dishes satisfactory? If you desire anything else, do not hesitate to inform the kitchen. Zhan Beiyuan remarked, his voice calm, observing her well-being. These are perfect, Jiang Yunxi replied with contentment, truly pleased with the selection. Zhan Beiyuan picked up his chopsticks, sampling a dish before continuing. The Jingzhou Yin has condemned Lu Zan. The emperor, considering the merits of the Wenxin Marquis's past, has spared him the death penalty, opting instead for banishment to Lingnan. Jiang Yunxi responded, he was once a figure of great status as the Wenxin Marquis, and now he is reduced to an exiled criminal. The journey from the capital to Lingnan will be arduous for him. A swift execution would have spared him the torment. Indeed, he should endure both mental and physical suffering. That is the essence of punishment, Zhan Beiyuan agreed. I have a favor to ask of you, Jiang Yunxi said. Speak. Please greet the officials escorting him, instructing them to ensure that Lu Zan faces daily hardships, making his existence a living hell, Jiang Yunxi said with a seemingly innocent smile, her disdain for treachery evident. Very well, Zhan Beiyuan acquiesced, sharing her contempt for the Wenxin Marquis. The dowry of Xie Saru, along with the Lu family's acquisition of the Xie family's wealth, must be reclaimed for the benefit of charitable institutions such as Fuxingfang, which aid orphans and the elderly. Jiang Yunxi continued, you are right to consider these matters. I shall leave them in your capable hands. She nodded, then focused on her meal. The two fell into a comfortable silence, and once they had dined sufficiently, Jiang Yunxi returned to Fanghua courtyard. She took a brief afternoon nap before rising to meditate and cultivate her righteous energy. In her previous lives, upon realizing that her time was drawing near, she would seek a secluded haven, living anonymously, indulging in simple pleasures without concern for the world. When her time came, her body would simply vanish, requiring no burial. But this time was different. She had too many unresolved matters and must hasten to address them. As evening approached, Jiang Jingyan summoned the Cold King's residence, stating that his grandmother wished for Jiang Yunxi to return. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunxi immediately understood that her grandmother had prepared the list, and naturally, she was inclined to return and take a look. Instructing the kitchen not to prepare dinner for her, she accompanied Jiang Jingyan back to the Duke's residence. Upon arriving at the Duke's residence, Jiang Jingyan, upon seeing Butler Zhou, promptly requested that he prepare a selection of nourishing dishes for the evening, for it was late, and his sister ought to dine at home. Jiang Yunxi was taken aback by his attentiveness to this matter. It appeared that, within the Duke's residence, aside from her distant ties with the Moon mother and daughter, familial bonds were quite strong. The two proceeded directly to the old lady's courtyard. Chapter 47. She disdains to act. Yunxi has returned. How was your time at the Cold King's residence? The old lady inquired with a beaming smile, thoroughly satisfied with her son's arrangements from the previous night. Indeed, the two youngsters ought to spend more time together. It was quite pleasant, Jiang Yunxi replied, although it may disappoint the family. While I will engage in a cordial relationship with Zhan Beiyuan, it will not be in the manner they envision. Once Zhang Beiyuan acquires the righteous power, she plans to instruct him in a set of cultivation techniques to maximize its potential. Take a look at this. These are the guests who visited our home 20 years ago, the old lady said, handing her a piece of paper. In truth, the guests who stayed at the Duke of England's residence were few. Are they all relatives? Jiang Yunxi asked, glancing at the list, noting both male and female names. Yes, they are all distant relatives. The left side lists those from your grandfather's lineage, while the right side comprises my relatives, the old lady explained, pointing out the names. These individuals are rather suspicious. We should investigate them thoroughly. Which side do you suspect they may belong to, grandmother? Jiang Yunxi inquired with a smile. She doubted it was from her grandfather's side, as they all shared the Jiang surname, thriving together or suffering together, making it highly probable that the suspicion lay with her grandmother's relatives. I am not entirely certain, but it is likely from my side. I have fared better than they. The old lady sighed. It appeared her grandmother had developed suspicions. I cannot say for sure if it is her. She is my youngest cousin, who married into a modest family with limited means. The old lady pointed to one of the names. Jiang Yunxi looked closely at it, noting that it shared the same surname as her grandmother. The old lady continued. Years ago, she reached out to me several times for assistance, but I could not help her, and eventually, she came to the Duke of England's residence and stayed for 5 days. Jiang Yunxi scrutinized the name, finding it quite demure. How many did she bring with her? She was accompanied by a matron, 2 maidservants, and 3 attendants, the old lady articulated clearly. Her youngest cousin had personally sought her help back then, but she had ultimately provided no assistance, leading to an unpleasant parting. Thus, she remembered the details of that visit vividly. If it is indeed her, then one of her servants may have set the deadly trap. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Jiang Yunxi's eyes. Goodness, if it truly is my aunt. Her heart is exceedingly cruel, Jiang Jingyan exclaimed, astonished, having heard that she grew up alongside her grandmother. The old lady sighed heavily, recalling, years ago, she penned several letters urging me to persuade your grandfather to arrange a military position for her legitimate son. I declined her request. Subsequently, she came to the Duke of England's residence, seeking your grandfather without my knowledge, and of course he refused. Upon learning of this, I reprimanded her. I told her that if her son could earn a position in the military through merit, he would be considered for a good post. At that time, she smiled and agreed, staying for 2 days before departing. Jiang Yunxi raised her eyebrows, realizing her intentions of seeking favors. And what transpired afterward? After she left the Duke of England's residence, we lost contact. Later, I heard that her son ventured into business and amassed considerable wealth, with their circumstances steadily improving. The old lady concluded. It appears that she is highly suspect. Is her residence far from the capital? Jiang Yunxi inquired, asserting that she must personally investigate the matter. To travel there by carriage would take at least 5 or 6 days, the old lady remarked. Once I find a time, I shall go to ascertain whether she is indeed the person we seek. Jiang Yunxi's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Should it be her, she would undoubtedly face the consequences of her actions. I will accompany you, as it presents a perfect opportunity for me to return as well, the old lady quickly added. She is not from the capital. She is married into the British Duke's household. Ah, incidentally, she arrived at the British Duke's estate precisely when you were born. Jiang Yunxi's expression turned contemplative. It seems highly probable that she is involved, and my own substitution might be connected to her as well. However, she cannot leave just yet. She must resolve the matters concerning Fu Shenfang first. Jiang Jingyan's eyes widened in indignation as he clenched his fists. If it truly is her, she is exceedingly ruthless. I want to accompany you. Very well. Jiang Yunxi did not refuse. Her elder brother, indeed, needs to broaden his horizons. At the dinner table, the gazes directed at Jiang Yunxi from the second and third households had noticeably changed. They had all heard of the extermination formation and were astonished that she had uncovered its secrets. Yunxi, I hear you have been feeling unwell. Come, have some chicken soup. Yang from the second household offered, serving her a bowl. Now, in their attempts to unravel the extermination formation, they could only place their hopes upon her. In recent days, they had sought out other masters, only to find that none were even aware of the existence of the extermination formation, rendering them utterly unreliable. Yunxi, you are too thin. A woman ought to consume more red meat. Here, have some beef, Tong from the third household said, using a clean pair of chopsticks to serve her a generous portion of stewed beef. Thank you, second aunt, third aunt, Jiang Yunxi replied with a gentle smile. The old lady was quite pleased with the conduct of her two daughters-in-law. Casting a cold glance at Mu, she remarked with displeasure, Yunxi is unwell, and yet you, as her mother, show no concern? You are truly disappointing. No wonder Yunxi is reluctant to be close to her. But she seems to be in good spirits, Mu countered, glancing at Jiang Yunxi, whose complexion was rosy and eyes bright, hardly indicative of poor health. Could she be feigning illness to garner sympathy? It was surprising that she resorted to such petty tactics. What a revelation! Is this the attitude one should expect from a mother? The old lady was genuinely enraged, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Even if Yunxi were not unwell, her mother should still express concern. Just as Mu was about to retort, she reconsidered. Regardless of her feelings, Jiang Yunxi was indeed her biological daughter, and even if she harbored disdain, she ought to maintain a semblance of civility to avoid inciting the old lady's wrath, which could adversely affect Chun Yu's dowry. Although she was now the Duchess of the British estate, it was still the old lady who held the most influence in the family. Yunxi, I have neglected you these past days. Please accept my apologies. It is primarily because we have never truly interacted. I promise to treat you well from now on, Mu said with restrained emotion. Jiang Qinyu's hand, holding the chopsticks, stiffened slightly, her heart feeling a pang of bitterness. Is her mother truly beginning to show kindness to Jiang Yunxi? Let us eat, she suggested. Jiang Yunxi smiled faintly, determined to perform. Yet she held no regard for the pretense. Mu's family observed her indifferent demeanor, gritting their teeth in frustration, though they dared not reveal their feelings. The old matriarch, however, was pleased, hoping that her words were not mere empty promises. After dinner, Jiang Yunxi returned to the cold king's residence. As night fell, she completed her cultivation of the righteous aura before retiring for the night. Yet, in the midst of slumber, she was abruptly awakened, sensing something amiss. Swiftly, she threw off her covers and dashed out of her room. The night sky was enveloped in darkness, obscuring all from the eyes of others, but she discerned the truth. Someone was manipulating forbidden techniques. In the next moment, she raced towards the main courtyard of Zhan Beiyuan. Chapter 48. Curse Zhan Beiyuan, awaken, quickly awaken, Jiang Yunxi urged, gently patting his shoulder. Zhan Beiyuan abruptly opened his eyes, and, upon seeing the figure beside his bed, instinctively waved his hand towards her. It's me. Jiang Yunxi dodged his gesture. You. Zhan Beiyuan sat up, bewildered as to why she was beside his bed at such an hour. Come with me. Someone is manipulating forbidden techniques. There may be an evil cultivator involved. Jiang Yunxi spoke in a serious tone, still sensing the faint, ominous disturbance. All right. Zhan Beiyuan was intrigued. The events of the previous night had opened a new realm of understanding for him. The two swiftly exited the royal residence. Jiang Yunxi headed east, where she felt the disturbance emanating from. It was around the hour of the pig. She recalled that today marked the first day of the lunar month, a date chosen deliberately for the manipulation of forbidden arts, likely for some ritualistic purpose. Zhan Beiyuan followed closely, aware that even with 7 days yet to pass, he could still perceive entities invisible to others. The spirits they passed by observed them curiously but kept their distance. The duration of their journey through the streets was uncertain. But Jiang Yunxi eventually halted, a frown creasing her brow as the disturbance had vanished. Did you find it? Zhan Beiyuan inquired. Not at all. The source has ceased. Jiang Yunxi replied, her brow furrowing deeper. While she could no longer sense it, she was certain it had originated from the eastern direction. Should we continue searching? Zhan Beiyuan asked. Jiang Yunxi looked up at him. I am quite certain it was from the east, but now that the source has stopped, I cannot pinpoint its exact location. Do you wish to investigate further? She offered him the choice. Yes. Zhan Beiyuan quickly made his decision. Having already ventured out, and with no trace of sleepiness, he preferred to explore. Very well, Jiang Yunxi smiled. The duo continued eastward, gradually entering a more desolate area. The houses appeared antiquated and densely packed, the streets narrow, a clear indication of a typical slum inhabited by those living in dire conditions. Jiang Yunxi narrowed her eyes. The one controlling the forbidden techniques must be within this vicinity. This was indeed the capital S slum, a place rife with all manner of individuals. She had not anticipated that forbidden arts would be practiced here. Zhang Beiyuan's sharp gaze swept the surroundings, his handsome jawline taut. The more chaotic it is, the better it is for fishing in troubled waters, Jiang Yunxi remarked with a knowing smile as she stepped further inside. Zhang Beiyuan contemplated her words, finding them rather sensible. Upon entering, the streets were eerily quiet. The inhabitants had succumbed to slumber, their homes cloaked in darkness. However, as they ventured deeper, a faint light began to emerge, accompanied by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Jiang Yunxi quickened her pace, wondering if there might be a night market within. Upon reaching the end of the street, they encountered two paths, the left shrouded in darkness, while the right was ablaze with light. The shops lining the street were illuminated by candlelight, and vendors were bustling, offering a variety of food and drink. The atmosphere was particularly lively. "Shall we indulge in some food first?" Jiang Yunxi suggested. "Certainly." Zhang Beiyuan glanced at the slender woman beside him, recalling the blood she had lost the previous night, realizing she ought to eat more. Jiang Yunxi gazed at him with a smile in her eyes, teasingly remarking, "I thought you would refuse." "Why would I refuse?" Zhang Beiyuan replied, perplexed by her words. "You are the esteemed cold king of the Tonglong kingdom, accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood. To me, it seems improbable that you would indulge in street food." She expressed her thoughts, which was why she was surprised. "In times of war, I have dined on hard, cold buns and sipped rice soup. When pushed to the brink, I have consumed wild fruits and vegetables. Surely, street food is a more palatable option than those," Zhang Beiyuan countered. "I never imagined you had such experiences. You are quite resilient. Let us go. Tonight, I shall treat you," Jiang Yunxi replied with a smile. Zhang Beiyuan remained silent. The two of them discovered a noodle stall run by an elderly couple, bustling with patrons who were enjoying their meals and engaging in conversation. Upon noticing Jiang Yunxi and Zhang Beiyuan, the diners cast curious glances in their direction. Though the woman was dressed simply and modestly, her exquisite, delicate features and the ethereal aura surrounding her indicated she was no ordinary girl. The man, adorned in luxurious brocade, possessed strikingly handsome features and inscrutable, deep-set eyes. The air of innate regality and authority he exuded made him impossible to overlook, instilling a sense of awe and reluctance to approach. Jiang Yunxi and Zhang Beiyuan settled at a table. "What would you like to order?" The elderly woman inquired with a warm smile. "We are here for the first time. Please serve us 2 bowls of your signature noodles," Jiang Yunxi responded warmly, noting the woman's age to be around 60, dressed in simple yet clean attire. "Very well. Please hold on for a moment," the woman replied before returning to the kitchen. In the kitchen stood an elderly man in a gray robe, skillfully preparing the noodles. Soon, the elderly woman emerged with 2 bowls of egg noodles, garnished with tender meat and sprinkled with chopped green onions, making them visually appetizing. "Enjoy your meal. Feel free to let us know if anything is unsatisfactory," she said. "It looks delicious. We are certain to enjoy it," Jiang Yunxi assured her before picking up her chopsticks. She was genuinely hungry at that moment, and, as she took her first bite, a look of satisfaction spread across her face. She and T expected such delightful noodles to be hidden here. "How does it taste, young lady?" the elderly woman asked with a smile. "It's exceptionally delicious," Jiang Yunxi replied. "That's wonderful to hear. I can tell you we're first-time visitors. Enjoy your meal," the woman said before departing. Zhang Beiyuan picked up his chopsticks and tried the noodles for the first time. They were far more delectable than he had anticipated. The two of them continued to eat earnestly, enveloped in silence, as if they had come specifically to this place for a midnight feast of noodles. Suddenly, a furious voice erupted, "Get away, you filthy creature!" Jiang Yunxi turned her gaze toward the source of the commotion and saw a disheveled, emaciated man rummaging for pig trotter bones on the ground. As he spoke, someone kicked him, causing him to fall, yet he clung tightly to the bones. The elderly woman quickly approached, addressing the customers with a smile. "I apologize for the disturbance. I will have him removed immediately. Please do not be upset, as I wouldn't wanted to disrupt your meal. The guest, upon hearing her words, said nothing and turned back to continue his meal. Here for you, the old woman said, offering a braised pig's trotter to the man, her face adorned with a warm and gentle smile. The man glanced at her, trembling as he reached out to accept it. Once in his possession, he swiftly rose and fled, seemingly fearful that the item might be snatched from his grasp. Jean Bayuan observed the man's diminishing silhouette, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Should he extend a helping hand? Jiang Yunxi shook her head, indicating no assistance was necessary. He was a man already on the brink of death, for he, like her, had been cursed by others. Chapter 49. The prince has no desire to learn. Jean Bayuan gazed at her, pondering whether, as a member of the scums, she could discern the life and death of others with but a glance. Indeed, he had little time remaining. Jiang Yunxi calmly remarked that her own days were slightly more plentiful than his. How do you know? Jean Bayuan inquired. By observing with my eyes. Jiang Yunxi responded with a smile. Jean Bayuan's handsome visage darkened slightly. I have no desire to learn, he declared, then bent his head to resume his meal. Jiang Yunxi cast a glance in the direction he had departed, pondering the nature of the curse upon him. Strangely, she could clearly sense that he was indeed afflicted by a curse, and that his life was nearing its end. She was all too aware of her own curse, which condemned her to not live beyond the age of 22 in each life. The reasons for her curse and its origin remained shrouded in mystery. While she possessed countless memories of her past lives, she was certain there were even more that eluded her. In her earliest recollection, she was born with an extraordinary righteousness, imbued with memories of the scums, which followed her through each reincarnation. The accumulation of these lifetimes endowed her with considerable knowledge of metaphysics. At the time of settling the bill, it was Jiang Yunxi who paid, a mere 10 copper coins. The noodles were delicious. We shall return, she said with a smile, finding the place intriguing amidst its colorful patrons. You're always welcome, but you young couple should arrive earlier next time. It's quite late, and young people ought to rest. The old woman chuckled, reminding them. Jiang Yunxi was taken aback by their misunderstanding as a couple. However, to clarify in the dead of night would only invite further speculation. Very well, we shall take our leave, she said, turning to depart. Jean Bayuan matched her pace. Why did you not deny it just now? He asked. You did not deny it either, she countered. Jean Bayuan fell silent. A playful glimmer flickered in Jiang Yunxi's clear eyes as she stated earnestly. If I were to deny it, those present might speculate that we were engaged in some clandestine affair, or that we were conspiring under the cover of night. You need not say more, Jean Bayuan interrupted, wishing to avoid any further startling remarks. It was indeed late, and if they were not a couple, it would surely lead to unfounded conjecture. Having just enjoyed a bowl of noodles, let us casually stroll and digest before returning, Jiang Yunxi suggested. Indeed, Jean Bayuan replied, feeling increasingly alert rather than drowsy. The streets were lined with various shops, all ablaze with light, resembling a city that never sleeps. As they approached the end of the street, a figure suddenly dashed out to block their path. It's you, Jean Bayuan recognized the man from before, the vagabond. The man ignored him, his eyes, obscured by hair, scrutinizing Jiang Yunxi. I sense it. We are both nearing death, are we not? Jiang Yunxi. She believed she was the only one with sensitivity, unaware that the other party shared the same trait. Cease your nonsense, Jean Bayuan exclaimed, his brow furrowing slightly. Could it be that this individual was a fool? Indeed, cease your nonsense, Jiang Yunxi declared, delivering a swift strike to the man's neck. He collapsed weakly to the ground. Jean Bayuan. Jiang Yunxi gazed at the fallen man, sighing inwardly. Apart from the old man Qingshu, she had disclosed her rapidly diminishing lifespan to no one else, and naturally, she wished to keep it that way. What shall we do now that you've knocked him out? Jean Bayuan inquired, taken aback by her swiftness. First, let us move him to a safer location, Jiang Yunxi suggested after pondering for a moment. The two of them assisted the man to a corner, where other homeless individuals were peacefully slumbering along the street. Could you fetch him some food while I keep watch? Consider it an apology for knocking him out. Jiang Yunxi cleverly fabricated an excuse to send Jean Bayuan away. He regarded her with a penetrating gaze before nodding, understanding her intent, and departed in search of a vendor selling buns. Once he left, Jiang Yunxi retrieved a silver needle from her sleeve and deftly inserted it into the man's acupoint. He shuddered in pain, slowly opening his eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Yunxi, he recoiled in fear, trembling uncontrollably. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. As long as you refrain from speaking out of turn. Understood?" Jiang Yunxi spoke gently. The man scrutinized her for a moment before nodding. "Are you aware that your time is nearly up?" Jiang Yunxi asked. "Yes," he replied with a nod. "May I see your left hand?" After a moment's hesitation, he extended his left hand, but his long sleeves concealed it entirely. Jiang Yunxi seized his arm, pulling up his sleeve to reveal a hand that was dark and filthy, obscuring the true color of his skin. As she continued to pull up the sleeve, she noticed that the skin on his wrist resembled the desiccated bark of a tree. She inspected his other arm, finding it identical. Then, she tugged at his collar, revealing that the skin beneath was also like dried bark, with only his neck appearing unblemished. His face was likely the same. Once the bark-like skin enveloped his neck and face, his lifespan would reach its end, estimated to be just over a month remaining. "Who did this to you?" Jiang Yunxi inquired, recognizing the malice of the curse that had begun to transform his skin into bark, subjecting him to excruciating pain daily. The man shook his head. "Have you been wandering here all this time?" He nodded. Jiang Yunxi contemplated for a moment. "Would you like to come with me?" The man shook his head. "If you come with me, you will no longer have to wander, nor will you need to worry about food," Jiang Yunxi assured him, driven by a sense of shared suffering and a desire to provide him with a semblance of comfort in his final days. "No, I can eat pig trotters here." He flatly refused. Jiang Yunxi's lips twitched slightly. "Are you foolish? If you come with me, you will have an endless supply of pig trotters." The man's eyes brightened. "Really?" "Yes, I will go with you." Jiang Yunxi smiled faintly, resolute in her intention to take him away tonight, even if it meant resorting to binding him. Zhan Beiyuan soon returned, having purchased a few meat buns. Jiang Yunxi offered one to the man, who swallowed hard before accepting it and began to eat slowly. "I must take him back," Jiang Yunxi remarked, casting a glance at Zhan Beiyuan. "Indeed," he replied, not refusing her. He had sensed that the wandering man harbored secrets when she had discreetly sent him away. The three of them returned to the cold king's residence, where they enlisted the help of servants to bathe the man and provide him with fresh attire. When Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan beheld the man upon his emergence, they were both taken aback. Chapter 50. What a foolish woman! After the man had cleansed himself, his face appeared immaculate, devoid of any blemishes, featuring delicate and beautiful features. His eyes were bright and clear, unmarred by any impurities, yet they bore a vacant expression, as if his intellect were somewhat impaired. "What is your name?" Jiang Yunxi inquired. He appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old, unexpectedly fair-skinned, though his skin resembled that of tree bark. It was no wonder that a normal person might be driven to madness under such torment. "I have no name," the man replied, shaking his head. Jiang Yunxi felt a wave of frustration wash over her. It seemed he had forgotten much. "You should rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I will have someone prepare pig trotters for you." The man's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded eagerly. Zhan Beiyuan gestured for Qian to take him away to rest, ensuring that he was watched closely to prevent any erratic wandering within the palace. "Why did you choose to save him?" Zhan Beiyuan asked Jiang Yunxi. Once the man had distanced himself, "He is utterly pitiable, afflicted by a curse with scarcely over a month left to live," Jiang Yunxi confessed, no longer concealing the truth. "Indeed, he is unfortunate," Zhan Beiyuan acknowledged. "My reasons for bringing him back are manifold. Perhaps he may assist us in uncovering the one who manipulated the forbidden arts tonight. Remember to have someone prepare pig trotters for him tomorrow. I shall retire for the night." As she spoke, Jiang Yunxi yawned and turned to return to the Fenghua courtyard. Zhan Beiyuan. The following day, Zhan Beiyuan rose early and made his way to the man's quarters. Upon seeing him, the man nervously retreated to a corner, his clear eyes reflecting both trepidation and wariness. "I will not harm you. I merely wish to ask you a few questions." "What did you mean when you said we were about to perish last night?" Zhan Beiyuan inquired. as Jiang Yunxi had deliberately left him with the impression that there were further matters at hand. I said nothing. The man quickly refuted, covering his mouth with his hands, his expression laden with anxiety. He had promised not to speak. Zhang Biyuan's expression darkened. It was evident that the man was mentally troubled. His denial only suggested that he had indeed spoken. Qian. At his summons, Qian entered, carrying a large platter of pig trotters. Instantly, the room was suffused with an enticing aroma. The man's throat convulsed as he swallowed hard, his gaze fixated immovably on the trotters. Speak the truth to me, and these pig trotters shall all be yours. Furthermore, what you share with me will remain between us, Zhang Beiyuan promised. Really? The man's face contorted in uncertainty. Of course, Zhang Beiyuan assured him, waving Qian away. Qian promptly exited, closing the door behind him. Now speak, Zhang Beiyuan said, settling down at the table. I'm about to die, and she is too. The man quickly rushed to the table and seized a pig trotter to gnaw on. And who is she? Zhang Beiyuan inquired, though he already suspected it was Jiang Yunxi. The beautiful sister, the man replied between bites. Zhang Beiyuan, Jiang Yunxi is about to die? She does not appear to be an ailing person. How do you know she is nearing death? Ikansen Saitalia. Because I'm about to die, she is too, the man stated, his mouth greasy, yet his expression earnest. How did you come to sense this? Zhang Beiyuan questioned, furrowing his brow. The man appeared utterly bewildered, shaking his head in uncertainty. I don't know. It just came to me. Oh, she told me not to speak of it. So please don't tell her I confided in you. As he spoke, a palpable tension washed over his face. Zhang Beiyuan pondered, so Jiang Yunxi is aware of her impending demise? In an instant, numerous thoughts began to coalesce in his mind. It was no wonder she had mentioned needing him to care for the children more over the next 5 years. Her bringing the children to see him was not without purpose. She was cognizant of her fate and feared that, in her absence, no one would look after them. As their biological father, he would inevitably care for them. Had she not known of her imminent death, she would likely never have introduced the children to him. Nor would she have allowed him to know of Mo and Mion's existence. A tempest of anger surged within Zhang Beiyuan, intertwined with a myriad of other emotions, rendering his feelings rather complex. Her visits, her healing of the emperor, her connection with the British Duke's household, each action was merely a means to secure a future for her children, ensuring they had a support system. As a mother, she fulfilled her role admirably. Reflecting on the dry well of the Xie family, it was infuriating to know that she, aware of her fate, would injure herself and bleed profusely. What a foolish woman. We must keep our conversation confidential. I shall not speak of this to anyone, Zhang Beiyuan declared, rising with a grave tone. All right, if you want to tell the beautiful sister, I'll want to either, the man nodded earnestly, fearing that should he divulge their discussion, the beautiful sister would undoubtedly reprimand him. Do not refer to her as beautiful sister, Zhang Beiyuan admonished. Oh, he reminded him again, our discourse must remain between us, otherwise, you shall never enjoy pig trotter again, he warned, intent on keeping Jiang Yunxi in the dark about their exchange. I promise I won't speak of it. The man affirmed with a serious nod. Zhang Beiyuan departed swiftly. When Jiang Yunxi awakened, the room was flooded with light, and glancing at the time, she realized it was already past the hour. She could only blame her late-night slumber. Quickly, she dressed and set out to find the man from the previous evening. Before even entering his courtyard, she was greeted by an enticing aroma. Hastening inside, she discovered the man joyfully gnawing on a pig trotter at the table, surrounded by a number of bones. Have you begun feasting without me? She inquired, surprised. Why you? How did you come here? The man's expression was somewhat awkward, as he realized he had nearly devoured the entire platter of pig trotters. Is it delicious? Jiang Yunxi asked with a smile. He nodded in affirmation. Jiang Yunxi cast a glance at the nearly empty porcelain dish. Did the man from last night prepare this for you? He nodded once more. Did he ask you anything? She continued, a knowing smile gracing her lips, fully aware that Zhang Beiyuan must have spoken with him. He inquired about my identity and origin. But I truly have no idea. The man's face was a mask of confusion and distress. Do you genuinely not remember? Jiang Yunxi gazed intently into his eyes. He shook his head in response. With a gentle smile, She pressed further. Did he not ask you anything else? Such as when you mentioned that we are all going to die? He shook his head again. In comparison, he found that man to be far more intimidating than the beautiful sister. Really? Jiang Yunxi chuckled, her gaze fixed upon him. The man shook his head, his gaze clear and unwavering. Jiang Yunxi refrained from further inquiries, lost in her own thoughts, absurdly believing that Zhan Beiyuan would be concerned for her life. In his eyes, she remained a suspect, and it was possible he would soon uncover her deceit. Instead, she ought to consider how to manage the situation once he learned the truth. You shall reside here temporarily, your needs will be met, and you shall have pig trotters to eat daily. Since you lack a name, you shall henceforth be called Wuming. Jiang Yunxi casually bestowed upon him a name. Wuming, good. Wuming obediently nodded. Without lingering, Jiang Yunxi departed. Upon seeing her, Butler Bai hurried towards her. Miss Jiang, the prince has instructed that once you awaken, you are to visit the Grand Emperor. I shall prepare a carriage for you at once. Very well, Jiang Yunxi replied readily. It was the perfect opportunity for her to visit the Grand Emperor. Chapter 51. Master, save me at the entrance of the palace. Jiang Yunxi alighted from the carriage and walked directly towards the palace gates. After explaining her purpose to the guards, she was promptly escorted to the Defu Palace. Upon arriving at the Imperial Garden, she encountered Concubine Li and others. Miss Jiang, Concubine Li called out to Jiang Yunxi, her voice laced with a hint of mockery. The reputation of the Wenxin Marquis had been utterly destroyed, reduced to a mere shell, all thanks to Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Yunxi regarda concubina les exquisitely maintenant haute full visage. Pondering the means by which she preserved her beauty, and whether it came at the expense of others. You have come to the palace, too. Concubine Li inquired with a smile. To see the Grand Emperor. Is there something you need, Concubine Li? Jiang Yunxi replied coldly. Had it not been for Concubine Li's interruption, she would not have acknowledged her, for they were hardly acquainted. It was likely that the animosity stemmed from the affairs of the Wenxin Marquis, but she remained indifferent, harboring no regrets for her actions. The emperor had not confiscated the Wenxin estate. Should Concubine Li dare to act against her, she would not hold back. Concubine Li scrutinized the young woman before her, noting her striking beauty, youthful yet seemingly derived from some arcane means of preservation. I have heard that Miss Jiang is of the Xinmin sect. Might you offer a fortune-telling for me? I can only impart one piece of wisdom. One reaps what one sows. The Grand Emperor awaits my presence. I must take my leave, Jiang Yunxi replied before departing. Watching Jiang Yunxi's retreating figure, Concubine Li's gaze grew cold and contemplative. Had she discerned something? Aunt, is she the one responsible for my father's exile? Lu Bingning whispered, her family now in tatters thanks to Jiang Yunxi, uncertain if they could regain their status as a noble house. Indeed, you must remember her, Concubine Li responded, turning her attention to the young woman who had spoken. She is the daughter of the Yao family. I will remember, Lu Bingning vowed. I shall avenge my father and uphold the honor of the Wenxin Marquis. If it were not for Xie Sairu's affection for her father, he would have married her mother. All her misfortunes were of her own making. At the Fu Palace, upon her arrival, Jiang Yunxi observed Zhan Beiyuan instructing two children in martial arts within the garden. The little ones were earnest in their practice, rosy-cheeked, and visibly dedicated. Mother. The two children rushed towards Jiang Yunxi, their joy uncontainable. Father did not deceive us. He said you would come, and you truly have. Are you adjusting well to life in the palace? Jiang Yunxi inquired, affectionately ruffling their hair. Yes, our imperial grandfather treats us splendidly. Mo grinned, his eyes sparkling. Indeed, our imperial grandfather adores us. There are many delicious treats and fun activities every day, Mian chimed in, beaming with delight as she recounted her joyful times with her brother. Then continue to accompany him until he recovers, Jiang Yunxi advised. Today marked the second day of the 10th month, and the abductor of the children had yet to be apprehended. It was safer for Mo and Mian to remain with the Grand Emperor. The siblings nodded obediently, having reached a consensus with the Grand Emperor. They wished for their parents to be together and were currently devising strategies to facilitate that reunion, although no plans had yet come to fruition. They, too, have no desire to return. Jiang Yunxi gazed at Zhan Beiyuan and said, I shall go see how the Supreme Emperor is faring. I shall accompany you. Zhang Biyuan's eyes held a profound intensity as he regarded her. Clearly, she was unaware of what the man had conveyed to him, for otherwise, her reaction would not have been as it was. After entering the palace that morning, he had subtly inquired with Mo, and Mian, who appeared oblivious. It seemed the people of the British Duke's residence were also in the dark. Why was she concealing from everyone that her time was limited? The Supreme Emperor, originally reclining, beamed upon their arrival. The sight of the four of them together was simply delightful. Supreme Emperor, how do you feel? Jiang Yunxi inquired with a smile. With 2 children to converse with, my spirits are lifted, and thus my health improves. I believe I can rise from my bed early. The Supreme Emperor replied with a twinkle in his eye, having grown weary from lying down for 2 days. He vowed to heed her advice in the future and to temper his arrogance. As long as you do not feel unwell, you may get up and move about, but it is advisable to limit your time for now. Jiang Yunxi was not insistent that he remain bedridden for 10 days or half a month. It depended on his recovery. Very well, Mo, and Mian are here with me, so you may rest easy and attend to your affairs, the Supreme Emperor chuckled, as the 3 generations were pondering how to bring them together. Jiang Yunxi thought to herself, are they urging us to leave? The 2 departed the palace together. Thank you for preparing pig trotters for Wu Ming, Jiang Yunxi expressed. Wu Ming, that is the name I have given him, Zhang Beiyuan replied, his expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. What a peculiar name, but at least it is memorable. Do you intend to keep him? Yes. When I return to the British Duke's residence, I shall take him with me. What prompts such kindness towards him? He is but a stranger, Zhang Beiyuan queried, deliberately provoking her. Is it sympathy born from shared suffering? I am simply a good person, Jiang Yunxi declared. Zhang Beiyuan remained silent. As they reached the main street, Jiang Yunxi said, I must set up my stall now. You may go about your business, Prince Han. I wish to observe your fortune-telling. I find myself suddenly intrigued. Zhang Beiyuan replied. Jiang Yunxi recalled his outright refusal from the previous night. Upon reaching her stall, she had scarcely settled when a figure rushed toward her in a flurry. Master, save me, please, Feng Sheng cried, his face a mask of despair as he sank onto the stool before her, his complexion an ashen hue. You, a fortune-teller, do you dare to take money from the deceased? If not from you, who else would he seek? Jiang Yunxi scoffed, having recognized his misdeeds when he had come to provoke her the day prior. Feng Sheng's eyes widened with discomfort as he stammered, How can you, as a fortune-teller, not know that one must not take what is not theirs? Jiang Yunxi admonished sternly. Had he not given her 10 copper coins, she would not have entertained his plight. I was wrong. I shall never take again, Feng Sheng promised earnestly. Return all that you have taken, and remember to burn some paper money at the grave while bowing 3 times. Then use this talisman, burn it, and drink the water. He shall cease to trouble you. Jiang Yunxi instructed, handing him a talisman. Feng Sheng promptly accepted, expressing his gratitude to the master, assuring that he would comply. Jiang Yunxi did not engage with him further, continuing to read fortunes for others. Zhang Beiyuan stood a short distance away, observing, was this how she once earned a living, predicting fortunes to support her child? As dusk fell, Jiang Yunxi sought out Wu Ming for dinner. However, upon arriving at his quarters, she found it empty, realizing he was no longer at the Han Wang Fu. Upon returning from the military camp, Zhang Beiyuan noticed Jiang Yunxi preparing to leave. Where are you going? It is dinner time, he inquired. Wu Ming is gone, she replied. If he wishes to leave, so be it. Perhaps he has grown accustomed to wandering and dislikes remaining at the royal residence. Zhang Beiyuan spoke in a calm tone, unfazed by the other's departure. That's not the case. He was summoned away, Jiang Yunxi asserted with certainty. Are you sure? Zhang Beiyuan frowned. Indeed. The one who cast a curse upon him must be in that vicinity. I intend to investigate, Jiang Yunxi remarked, her expression contemplative. Chapter 52. Are you gambling? This prince will accompany you. Zhang Beiyuan exhibited a certain curiosity regarding the matter. Whatever, Jiang Yunxi replied, knowing she would not decline. It would be beneficial for him to broaden his horizons. Upon their arrival at the slums of East City, the streets buzzed with liveliness, comparable to the main thoroughfare, with an array of stalls lining either side, significantly more affordable than those on the main street. The onlookers regarded Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan with scrutiny, perceiving them as beings from a different realm, evidently from affluent families. Having been there before, Jiang Yunxi made her way directly to the innermost part. Once she reached a familiar area, it appeared particularly desolate compared to the bustling outside. Most shops along the street were shuttered, and only a few stalls remained open, indicating that the nightlife had yet to commence. "You arrived too early. You should come back at the hour of the high," a vendor remarked kindly from a short distance away. Jiang Yunxi approached him. The vendor was selling snacks, specifically sweet rice dumplings. "I'll take 2 skewers," she said. "For copper coins," he replied. "I'll give you 6 if you could answer a question." "Ask away," the vendor said, his face brightening as he accepted the coins and promptly handed over the dumplings. Jiang Yunxi took the treats and offered one to Zhan Beiyuan. "Would you like to eat?" Zhan Beiyuan initially hesitated, but accepted it when she offered. As she ate, Jiang Yunxi inquired, "You frequently set up here? You must have seen a beggar whose skin resembles tree bark. That poor fellow is quite unfortunate. No one knows how his skin became like that. They all call him a monster, an eyesore, and he's often bullied," the vendor replied, instantly recognizing whom she referred to. "How long has he been here?" "He has been around for several years, I believe." Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow slightly. "What does he usually eat?" "Strangely enough, he is quite picky. He typically refuses most food, but has a penchant for pig-s trotters. There's a noodle stall in the alley where he often begs for scraps. The vendor there is quite kind and frequently gives him pig's trotters," the vendor explained. "That elderly couple seems quite benevolent," Jiang Yunxi remarked with a smile. The vendor sighed. "They are pitiable as well. I've heard that their son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren have all passed away, leaving just the 2 of them." "Indeed, that is quite tragic," Jiang Yunxi said lightly, though she had already discerned the situation, merely attributing it to karma. "Yes, with no descendants left. Yet the elderly couple endures this hardship every night at their stall. It's incomprehensible," the vendor expressed his confusion. Jiang Yunxi smiled softly, aware of the reason. "By the way, are there any formidable masters of the mystical arts here?" "There is indeed. There's a remarkable shaman," the vendor replied excitedly. "How remarkable?" Jiang Yunxi feigned keen interest. "It is said she can converse with the deceased. Many seek her counsel, but she only accommodates 5 clients each day. So one must queue in advance," the vendor explained. "Where can I find her?" "Follow this road to the end, turn right, then left. There's a sign there." "Thank you," Jiang Yunxi said before departing, with Zhan Beiyuan following closely behind. The 2 individuals swiftly spotted a small sign as directed by the vendor. At that moment, a considerable number of people were queuing at the entrance of the courtyard, all clad in attire that suggested affluence. Jiang Yunxi hurried over and noticed a sign posted at the entrance, detailing various services with clearly marked prices. Given these rates, it was no wonder that the establishment only catered to 5 patrons each day. The accumulation of coins from just 5 customers would suffice to ensure her opulence for a lifetime. At the courtyard's entrance, someone was jotting down names and collecting fees. As Jiang Yunxi walked past, she observed an elderly woman, approximately in her 60s, seated at a table, offering fortune-telling services. "What are you doing?" "Go to the back of the line." A middle-aged man barked sharply, his demeanor unfriendly. "I do not wish to have my fortune told," Jiang Yunxi replied with a smile, her gaze assessing the elderly woman, quickly concluding that she was not a practitioner of forbidden arts. "What are you doing here if you're not seeking a reading?" "Move along," the middle-aged man insisted, his tone increasingly hostile. Jiang Yunxi chuckled lightly, cautioning the elderly woman not to take what she ought not to, lest she face dire consequences in due time. With that, she turned to leave. Zhan Beiyuan followed, inquiring, "Is there something amiss with that fortune-teller?" "She possesses certain abilities, though they are not particularly formidable. She is not one who wields forbidden techniques," Jiang Yunxi replied, her words laden with implication and revealing the reason for her visit. "Where do we go now?" Zhan Beiyuan asked. "To the food stall from last night. We should be able to locate Wu Ming nearby." "Why do you believe you will find him there?" "If I were to suggest that the elderly couple had cast a curse upon Wu Ming, would you believe me?" Jiang Yunxi said, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Zhan Beiyuan appeared astonished. They seemed like an ordinary couple, and the vendor had previously mentioned that their offspring had perished. Why would they resort to such actions? "Revenge," Jiang Yunxi succinctly replied. How can you discern so much after just one encounter? Zhan Beiyuan asked, filled with curiosity, pondering even the national master of Tonglong might struggle to match her acumen. I am of the Xianmen, Jiang Yunxi stated simply. The Xianmen individuals I am acquainted with do not possess such prowess, he countered. Yet here I stand, Jiang Yunxi said, her countenance radiant with confidence, her eyes gleaming with brilliance. Zhan Beiyuan thought to himself, her audacity is remarkable, boasting so freely. I possess a unique vision that allows me to perceive certain karmic connections in individuals without needing to examine their facial features, palms, or birth charts, Jiang Yunxi explained, revealing her innate ability that she had recognized since her first life. Facial and palmistry reading are commonplace. Anyone willing to learn can master them. Can you discern anything from me? Zhan Beiyuan inquired. Your fate is quite exceptional. I cannot ascertain it, Jiang Yunxi replied candidly. Otherwise, she would have seen it already. Have you ever looked into your own fate? Zhan Beiyuan asked teasingly. Jiang Yunxi shook her head, offering a casual excuse. Fortune tellers do not predict their own fortunes. Zhan Beiyuan was skeptical. If she had never inquired about her own fate, how could she be aware of her imminent demise? Observing her demeanor, she did not appear ill. Then why would you perish? As the two approached the food stall, they spotted an unnamed figure huddled in the corner, clad in a soiled white robe. His body convulsed, suggesting he was in considerable pain. The figure, known as Wu Ming, suddenly opened his eyes wide in astonishment upon seeing Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan. His lips trembled as he stammered. Why you? How did you come here? We've come to take you back, Jiang Yunxi replied with a gentle smile. I won't go back now. Wu Ming's voice quivered, and his body curled up tighter, as if gripped by an overwhelming fear. Jiang Yunxi spoke softly. I can save you. Last night, when you agreed to come with me, you were also wagering on my ability to rescue you, weren't you? Chapter 53. The Mad Ramblings. Suddenly, the Nameless One lifted his gaze, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he regarded her. He had not anticipated that she would discern the truth. I do not comprehend what you are saying. He could not share his plight with others, for he feared the consequences would be even graver. He was weary of pain, having endured more than enough. It is the curse bestowed upon you by that elderly couple. You cannot stray too far from them, lest you suffer unbearable anguish. Thus, you returned of your own accord today, Jiang Yunxi articulated slowly and clearly, each word resonating with gravity. The Nameless One stared wide-eyed. Shock etched across his visage, shaking his head fervently. No, it is not like that. You need not fear. I shall confront that elderly couple, Jiang Yunxi declared. Were it not for her encounter with them, she would have refrained from intervening. However, having perceived the intricate ties binding them, she found herself unable to remain a mere bystander. The heavens had granted her a unique ability, and there were matters she could not ignore. Why do you wish to assist me? The Nameless One's voice quivered, frail and powerless. Because you are an innocent soul. Were you to bear any malice, I would turn a blind eye to your plight. Jiang Yunxi explained a rationale. Tears brimmed in the Nameless One's eyes as he shook his head. You cannot save me. It is futile. No one can rescue me. You should trust her. She is no ordinary person, Zhan Beiyuan interjected. Having grasped Jiang Yunxi's principles, she did not extend her help indiscriminately. She stood firmly on the side of justice. Jiang Yunxi was taken aback by his defense of her. Turning to the Nameless One, she said, Believe it or not, it is your choice. We must proceed to the noodle stall now. With that, she glanced at Zhan Beiyuan, signaling him to move forward. As the Nameless One observed their departing figures, a flicker of hope ignited within his dim eyes. Why not give it a try? After all, remaining stagnant yielded nothing. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope if he ventured forth. Thus, he decided to follow them from a distance. Upon arrival at the noodle stall, Jiang Yunxi found that the elderly couple had already set up their stand. Granny, I would like 2 bowls of noodles just like last night. With a fried egg and meat, Jiang Yunxi smiled as she approached the elderly woman. It is you too. I remember you well. Your presence together is quite captivating, making it hard for one to forget, the elderly woman exclaimed upon recognizing them. Thank you for your kind words. Please have a seat. It will be ready shortly. Jiang Yunxi replied, nodding as she and Zhan Beiyuan settled into a nearby spot. Jiang Yunxi scrutinized her, aware that she was facing imminent peril, yet she remained undeterred, optimistically championing the cause of justice. "What do you find so fascinating about me?" Jiang Yunxi inquired, her eyes reflecting confusion. "You are a good person," Jiang Yunxi replied, pondering the events of 6 years prior. Surely, there lay some hidden circumstances. Otherwise, she would not have acted so brazenly against him. Although the informants he dispatched to Nilan village had yet to return, he was almost certain that Jiang Yunxi had initiated the confrontation that night. Jiang Yunxi smiled in response. "Thank you for your compliment." During this period, she involved him in everything she did, subtly revealing her character in hopes that, when he learned the truth from 6 years ago, he might not harbor thoughts of harming her. Soon, an elderly woman brought over 2 bowls of noodles. Her smile warm as she said, "Enjoy your meal." Jiang Yunxi picked up her chopsticks to eat. Although Jiang Yunxi was not particularly fond of noodles, he felt compelled to partake when he saw her enjoying them. At that moment, a figure approached. It was Wu Ming, who kept his distance from the stall. Upon noticing him, the elderly woman waved cheerfully. Wu Ming glanced at her before slowly walking over. "Here, take this," she said, handing him a braised pig's trotter, her gaze appraising him. He had cleaned himself up and changed into fresh clothes. With trembling hands, Wu Ming accepted the trotter and squatted down and gnawed on it. The elderly woman observed him for a moment before returning to her preparations. Jiang Yunxi took in the scene, continuing to savor her noodles. By the time she finished, Jiang Yunxi had set down his chopsticks, his bowl still filled with noodles. It turned out he did not enjoy them. She found the elderly woman's noodles to be quite delectable. "This time, I shall treat you," Jiang Yunxi declared. Then add another bowl. "Are you not full?" Jiang Yunxi's lips twitched slightly, recalling that she had given some to Wu Ming. Jiang Yunxi remained silent. "Granny, please make a bowl of noodles for him," Jiang Yunxi said, pointing to Wu Ming, who was still on the ground, devouring the pig's trotter. The elderly woman glanced at the man gnawing on the bone and replied with a smile. "My dear, he won't eat it." "Granny, why you curse him?" Jiang Yunxi asked directly, feeling satisfied after her meal and ready to address the matter at hand. The elderly woman's expression stiffened momentarily before returning to normal. "Dear girl, what are you saying? My husband and I simply sell noodles. We know nothing of curses. Everyone desires longevity, or even more, but achieving it through the suffering of others will inevitably bring retribution. The demise of your descendants is a consequence of your own actions," Jiang Yunxi stated calmly. Her piercing gaze saw through the karmic ties surrounding the couple. As members of the Xianmen, they had surely engaged in numerous dark deeds in pursuit of extended lives, ultimately facing backlash that fell upon their descendants. Their son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren all perished, serving as shields against their own retribution. "Young lady, have you mistaken us for someone else?" The elderly woman furrowed her brow, looking at her with confusion. "If you have come to enjoy our noodles, my husband and I welcome you. However, if you intend to cause trouble, despite our age, we are not easily intimidated." The elderly man approached from the noodle-making area. Jiang Yunxi smiled slightly. "You know very well what I am saying. Your son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren were burned alive. Their fate was a means of shielding you from your own retribution. Initially, I thought you a good girl, but it seems your mind is troubled, speaking in madness." The elderly woman retorted coldly, her expression darkening. "Since you have finished your meal, pay your bill and leave promptly." The elder, with a face full of fury, began to shoo people away. "Sister, what are you doing here? Who is this man? Are you two secretly dating?" Jiang Jingyan's voice rang out, laced with astonishment. He rushed over in haste, only to realize that it was Jiang Yunxi, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Jiang Yunxi looked at him and asked, "Did you come here to play with your dubious friends?" Jiang Jingyan exclaimed, "How could you think that? It truly hurts my feelings. I am here to assist you. I have uncovered the matter you asked me to investigate." As he spoke, a smug expression adorned his face, as if eagerly awaiting praise. "Very well. Do tell me what you have found." Jiang Yunxi was keen to learn the results of his inquiries. Chapter 54. Is it tomb raiding? Jiang Jingyan glanced at Jiang Yunxi, then at the elderly couple beside him. Should I say it now? Wouldn't that let others overhear? Jiang Yunxi fixed a sharp gaze upon him. "Am I not allowed to hear?" Jiang Jingyan looked towards Jiang Yunxi, wondering if it was really his decision to make. After all, he would heed his sister's words. Jiang Yunxi smiled. He can hear. The husband of the Dong family was named Cheng Zimu, an orphan who had passed away 6 months prior. I have thoroughly investigated the location of his burial. Jiang Jingyan stated with pride. As long as you have investigated thoroughly, we shall proceed to exhume the grave shortly. Jiang Yunxi replied earnestly. What did you say? I must have misheard. Jiang Jingyan's voice rose sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. You did not mishear. We will dig up the grave together, Jiang Yunxi reiterated. Jiang Jingyan's lips twitched violently. At this hour, you want to exhume a grave? Indeed, the dark of night is perfect for mischief, Jiang Yunxi said with utmost seriousness. It seems you have engaged in quite a bit of mischief under the cover of night, Zhan Beiyuan remarked, his gaze penetrating as he looked at her. Jiang Yunxi felt a flush of embarrassment under his scrutiny, but maintained her composure. I have indeed done my share of grave digging. Zhan Beiyuan. Jiang Jingyan's eyes darted around, and he exclaimed excitedly, Why would we dig a grave at night? Is it tomb raiding? Isn't that illegal? If it isn't, please take me along. Jiang Yunxi, feeling exasperated, clarified. It is not tomb raiding. It is an examination of the corpse. Tomb raiding is indeed against the law and should not be undertaken. Oh! Jiang Jingyan's face fell in disappointment, as he had thought they were off to raid a tomb. Have you finished your discussion? If so, let us depart. The old lady pressed, suppressing her rising anger. She had long sensed that this couple was not of ordinary stock, discernible from their demeanor and the air of nobility that surrounded them. Initially, she had assumed they were merely there to eat, but it appeared they had come seeking trouble. We shall not leave until the matter is resolved, Jiang Yunxi stated firmly, gazing at the couple. What has transpired? Jiang Jingyan inquired, bewildered. It dawned on him that there was indeed an issue at hand. He wondered how his sister ended up in such a mixed company with the cold king. Jiang Yunxi turned her cold gaze upon the old woman. You and your husband continue to inflict suffering even after your descendants have perished. Have you considered their existence in the underworld? Their lifespans were not yet concluded. Due to your premature demise, they endured a life of torment while alive, and now, in death, they toil in the underworld, enduring the most wretched, laborious existence, all thanks to you. What nonsense are you spouting? The old lady's voice trembled slightly, her composure faltering. After their son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren had been cruelly burned to death, they personally performed rituals to guide them, praying for their peace. They had long since been reborn and begun anew. Do you dare deny that you have not dreamed of them often? They weep, they cry out, they complain, question, rage, and blame you. Jiang Yunxi spoke coldly. This time, the old lady fell into silence. Indeed, she often dreamt of them. Their existence was far from peaceful. She was unwilling to accept this bitter truth, even wishing to halt their visits in dreams. Yet, she yearned for them dearly, longing for the chance to encounter them once more in her dreams. Your son met with a tragic accident while concocting elixirs. The alchemical furnace exploded, resulting in the death of him and his family, including his wife, son, and daughters. Yet, you have unjustly placed the blame on the creator of the furnace, namely his father. After murdering his parents, you allowed your hatred to manifest in a cruel curse upon him, subjecting him to excruciating pain daily, causing his skin to harden like bark, forcing him to wander aimlessly in this vicinity, reduced to scavenging for bones and treated like a dog. He is innocent, and you should not harbor resentment towards the creator of the furnace. The true culprits are you. Had you not pursued immortality, your son would never have engaged in alchemical practices. He has but a month left to live. If you truly mourn your son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren, you should lift the curse afflicting him. Otherwise, they will endure endless torment in the underworld, and you will suffer unceasingly after your demise. As practitioners of the mysterious arts, you should understand this better than I do. I have said all that needs to be said. Should you fail to make a decision, I will employ my own methods to resolve this matter. After speaking, Jiang Yunxi rose to leave. The elderly lady and gentleman stared in shock, unable to believe what they had just heard. How could she know all this? Suddenly, they glanced at the nameless figure nearby. Could it be he who revealed this? No, he wouldn't dare. I did not say anything. I said nothing. The nameless one's voice trembled, equally astonished by Jiang Yunxi's clarity, as if she were a first-hand witness. For her words rang true. His parents had been murdered. Jiang Yunxi and her companions swiftly exited the slums. Do you have a way to save the nameless one? Zhang Beiyuan inquired. No, Jiang Yunxi replied, shaking her head. She could not lift her own curse, nor could she alleviate the nameless one's plight, for it was too late. Had he been newly afflicted, she could have helped him. Now, only the elderly couple could break the curse, but the cost would be their rapid aging and demise. Hence, she spoke as she did. If they were unwilling to lift the curse, no one could compel them. It was now up to their own desires. What did you mean by resolving it your way? Zhang Beiyuan asked. To kill them, Jiang Yunxi stated without hesitation. You intend to commit murder? Jiang Jingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Yunxi smiled sweetly at him. Do not fear, my dear brother. I only target those who deserve to die and will not harm the innocent. She held firm to her principles. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not take a life, as it would entangle her in karmic retribution. But those guilty of heinous crimes deserve death. Jiang Jingyan's lips twitched. I am not afraid. I merely did not expect one who appears so delicate to be capable of murder. Does my appearance truly suggest fragility? Are you certain your vision is clear? Zhang Beiyuan questioned, doubting his judgment. That evening at the Wang residence, he sensed that she was far from ordinary, despite her seemingly innocuous appearance. Jiang Jingyan. Now lead us to the burial site of the Dong family patriarch, Jiang Yunxi commanded. Are we truly heading there at this hour? Jiang Jingyan initially believed she was jesting. It seemed quite bizarre to exhume a grave in the dead of night. Naturally, you refer to the Dong family, the head of Futianfang? Zhang Beiyuan inquired. Voicing his curiosity, Jiang Yunxi nodded in affirmation. Zhang Beiyuan, perplexed, asked, Why would you dig up her husband's grave? I visited Futianfang that day and learned in conversation that Dong's husband had passed away. Strangely, upon observing her features, I sensed that her husband would not have died prematurely. Jiang Yunxi expressed her doubts. Hence, she instructed her second brother to investigate the circumstances surrounding Dong's husband. Upon discovering his burial site, she was determined to see for herself and ascertain whether Dong's husband was indeed deceased. Chapter 55. So many people in the past. Zhang Beiyuan would have never believed what Jiang Yunxi claimed. However, after spending time by her side and witnessing her numerous accomplishments, he had come to trust in her abilities. If she believed that the husband of the Dong family was not dead, then it was indeed possible that he was alive. Yet, why would the Dong family assert otherwise? The trio returned to the Cold King's residence. After all, they were about to unearth a grave, and they were uncertain how long it would take. Zhang Beiyuan instructed Qi Yin to gather tools and accompany them. Outside the capital, Jiang Jingyan led the group into the mountains, guided by the intelligence he had gathered. Sister, you promised to reward me with a gift if the task is accomplished. What do you intend to bestow upon me? He inquired eagerly as they walked. I shall reveal it once we finish digging, Jiang Yunxi teased, keeping him in suspense. Very well, Jiang Jingyan replied, his face alight with anticipation. He envisioned flaunting his gift at home the following day. Although it was not yet the hour of the pig, the mountains were eerily quiet. Qi Yin and his companions wielded torches, the only sound being their footsteps echoing in the stillness. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through. Jiang Jingyan felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively scanned the area with wary eyes. However, remembering that his sister was adept in the mystical arts, his fear dissipated. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, they soon encountered a cemetery, though he had always prided himself on his courage. The sight of the numerous tombstones made him uneasy, prompting him to seek refuge behind Jiang Yunxi. What are you doing? Jiang Yunxi questioned, puzzled by his retreat. This place feels a bit unsettling, Jiang Jingyan admitted candidly, admitting his trepidation as it was his first visit to a graveyard at night. Jiang Yunxi smiled at him. Are you afraid? Jiang Jingyan's expression turned sheepish. A little. Then allow me to present you with your gift now. It will alleviate your fear, she said with a playful smile. Yes, please do, he urged eagerly, wondering if she was about to gift him a protective talisman. Jiang Yunxi bit her finger and pressed it against his forehead. Jiang Jingyan was taken aback, bewildered by her actions. Zhang Beiyuan observed, intrigued by her unconventional gift. Eager to see Jiang Jingyan's reaction. All done, Jiang Yunxi retracted her finger. The blood she had pressed into his forehead now absorbed. What did you gift me? So many people. Why are there suddenly so many of them? And why are they wandering in a graveyard? Aren't they afraid? Jiang Jingyan exclaimed, bewildered by the scene before him. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. They are not human. Ghosts. So many. Jiang Jingyan trembled in fear, instinctively hiding behind Jiang Yunxi and clutching her garment tightly. Zhan Beiyuan found his reaction amusing, unable to suppress a smile as he observed how she skillfully teased even her own brother. Jiang Yunxi, with an innocuous smile, said, if you are not frightened, then face your fears. Observe them closely, and you shall no longer be afraid. This is my gift to you. Can we exchange it? Jiang Jingyan nearly cried. No exchanges. Jiang Yunxi replied coldly, denying his request. Jiang Jingyan wore a mournful expression, lamenting whether he could forego the gift. Once a gift is given, it is unreasonable to take it back. Jiang Yunxi once again declined. Jiang Jingyan whimpered, deeply wishing to shed tears. Take a closer look at them. They are not observing us at all. As long as you do not provoke them, they will not initiate contact with us. Jiang Yunxi encouraged him to overcome his fears. Jiang Jingyan raised his gaze and indeed noticed that they seemed oblivious to their presence. Some were consuming offerings at graves, others engaged in physical exercises. Some gathered to play chess, others were gambling, while a few chatted animatedly, creating quite a lively atmosphere. In this light, they did not seem so terrifying after all. Sometimes, human hearts can be more daunting than these apparitions. Of course, they possess their own menacing qualities. If you carry this talisman, they will not approach you, Jiang Yunxi said, retrieving a golden talisman from her sleeve. Jiang Jingyan eagerly grasped it, feeling as if he had swallowed a calming charm. Jiang Yunxi continued onward. Soon, they arrived at the tomb of Lord Dong, where a gravestone bore the name of her husband, Cheng Zimu. Do we really need to dig it up? What if her husband lies buried here? That would be highly disrespectful. Jiang Jingyan hesitated, gazing at the gravestone, aware that it was indeed someone else's resting place. Shall we wager? I bet it is empty inside, Jiang Yunxi asserted confidently. I too wager it is empty, Zhan Beiyuan declared without hesitation, likely having understood her character after spending time together. She would never desecrate another's grave without cause. Such an act was against her moral code. Thus, the coffin must surely be vacant. Jiang Jingyan's eyes widened in alarm, exclaiming, I refuse to bet. If I lose, I would have to offer double the stakes. Absolutely not. I will not be a fool. I can lose to my sister, but not to Zhan Beiyuan. Jiang Yunxi. Zhan Beiyuan. You may proceed. Zhan Beiyuan instructed Qian. Qian promptly led several guards to begin the excavation. Sister, they have begun. All of them are now staring at us. Jiang Jingyan quivered under the weight of so many gazes, retreating behind Jiang Yunxi once more. Jiang Yunxi cast a dispassionate glance. Do not mind them. They will not come closer. Oh, Jiang Jingyan's tense body gradually relaxed, yet he could not resist stealing glances at them, casting his eyes away only to look again. Jiang Yunxi. This is a classic case of being both timid and curious. Moments later, Qian and his men unearthed Cheng Zimu's grave, directly opening the coffin, which was filled to the brim with clothing and bedding. There must be someone below, or why else would there be so many items? Jiang Jingyan dared not approach too closely, fearing to witness something he should not. Retrieve those items, Zhan Beiyuan commanded. Qian and the guards hastily complied. Once all the belongings were extracted, the interior was found to be utterly vacant, devoid of any corpse. Jiang Jingyan's eyes widened in astonishment. He was utterly shocked. No one had anticipated this. I had inquired, and the local populace unanimously asserted that Dong's husband had perished. But where is the body? Zhan Beiyuan's expression grew increasingly grave. Even if Cheng Zimu had died 6 months ago, it would be inconceivable for decomposition to have occurred so swiftly. And even in decay, the remains would not appear as they do now. There is categorically no corpse here, Jiang Yunxi declared with unwavering certainty. On that day, Dong had mentioned that her husband had passed away half a year prior. What, then, is the current predicament? Could it be that someone has absconded with the body? The corner of Jiang Jingyan's mouth twitched violently. Jiang Yunxi remained silent, instead approaching the coffin for a meticulous inspection before stating, "No one has stolen the body. Rather, there was no one in the coffin at the time of burial." Indeed, she had just observed that the coffin had been sealed without any signs of having been reopened. Where has Dong's husband gone? Chapter 56. Why did you allow the Cold King to receive her? Shouldn't a person be buried after death? What purpose does it serve not to bury them? Jiang Jingyan was astounded. It was his first encounter with such an extraordinary occurrence. Well asked, praised Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Jingyan's lips twitched. Could it be that she was not dead? But if she were alive, the surrounding villagers wouldn't claim her husband had perished. Nor would the Dong family assert such, especially after a funeral had been conducted. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. Do you harbor any suspicions? Zhan Beiyuan inquired, gazing at Jiang Yunxi. Otherwise, she would not have come to unearth Chen Zimu's grave without reason. What do you think? Jiang Yunxi retorted. Zhan Beiyuan glanced at the empty coffin. Perhaps the person had died, yet before the burial, the body had been removed. But no one would take a corpse without a purpose unless it was deemed useful. Yet you mentioned that Dong's husband was not dead. In an instant, he too found himself perplexed. Given Dong's demeanor, her husband would certainly not have died early, Jiang Yunxi asserted with unwavering confidence. Then why do she and the surrounding villagers claim that Cheng Zimu is dead, and why is there a headstone at the grave? Jiang Jingyan, in a state of confusion, pondered deeply yet could not comprehend. Jiang Yunxi fixed her gaze upon the gravestone for a moment. Brother, you should inquire further about Cheng Zimu tomorrow, once you have clarity. I shall continue to bestow you with gifts. Very well, Jiang Jingyan replied, perhaps the gifts can be set aside. It seems I must venture to Fuxianfang again tomorrow. Jiang Yunxi mused, stroking her chin. I shall accompany you, Zhan Beiyuan declared, sensing the complexity of the matter. It was not as simple as it appeared. Jiang Yunxi looked up at him. Are you quite free? Zhan Beiyuan replied earnestly. It is my duty to ascertain the truth of this matter. The group swiftly returned to the capital. Zhan Beiyuan first instructed Qian to escort Jiang Jingyan to the Earl of England's residence. Thank you for your care these past few days, Cold King. I shall return home today, Jiang Yunxi announced, lifting the curtain of the carriage to alight. Zhan Beiyuan. Jiang Yunxi rapped on the carriage. I will visit Fuxianfang tomorrow morning. If you are also going, could you perhaps come to the Earl's residence to fetch me? Zhan Beiyuan did not lift the curtain, but, with an air of aloofness, replied, very well. Once Jiang Jingyan observed the carriage receding into the distance, he remarked, why did you allow the Cold King to receive you? I could have taken you. You have your own matters to attend to. Make haste to investigate Cheng Zimu, Jiang Yunxi said, striding toward the residence. She had initially intended to return to the Cold King's manor, but had just discerned that there were affairs to attend to at the Earl's residence the following morning, leading her to decide to stay. Oh, Jiang Jingyan pouted. As the siblings entered the courtyard, they encountered Mu Shi. Seeing them return so late, she was about to express her ire, but, recalling her words in front of the old matriarch, she suppressed her anger. Why have you returned so late? Mother, we were visiting the night market, Jiang Yunxi interjected, cutting off Jiang Jingyan. Jiang Jingyan, is that truly what you were doing? In the future, make an effort to return earlier. You should go rest now, she instructed. Mu spoke with suppressed anger. It's all because of Jiang Yunxi. If it weren't for her, Jingyan wouldn't have returned so late. Jiang Yunxi said nothing and walked away, prompting Jiang Jingyan to hastily follow her. Mu was taken aback by her attitude. Despite her polite tone, Jiang Yunxi displayed no courtesy whatsoever. Fine, once Chun Yu is splendidly wed, I won't have to feign civility with her any longer. The following day, after meditating for a while, Jiang Yunxi went to the dining hall for breakfast. Before she even reached the hall, she heard a cacophony of voices filled with anger and cursing. Upon arriving at the entrance, she was met with a throng of people. Yunxi, you're back, Jiang Jingyan exclaimed, surprised to see her. I returned late with my second brother last night, and didn't he have the chance to greet you? Jiang Yunxi smiled, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, landing on a young woman whose face was swollen, clearly a victim of violence. She vaguely remembered this woman from her return to the Duke of England's residence, though she could not recall her name. How could they dare to strike my daughter? My poor Shishua. Yang wept bitterly, her face a mask of rage and helplessness. "Father, what on earth is happening?" Jiang Yunxi inquired. Realizing this was the morning affair at the Duke's residence. "She is your second uncle's eldest daughter, married to the second son of the Wenchang Marquis household. After 4 years of marriage without bearing children, her husband has taken 2 concubines, both of whom have already given birth. This Wei Han Xian is truly excessive. It was one thing to neglect Shi Xue, but to resort to violence is utterly unacceptable." Jiang Jingyin's anger flared at the thought. This is an affront to the Duke of England. How dare a count's household act in such a manner? Jiang Yunxi approached the tear-streaked Jiang Shi Xue. "Crying resolves nothing. What are your intentions now? Are you considering divorce? Or do you wish to remain the second mistress of the Wenchang Marquis household?" Her words drew the attention of those present. Divorce? The wives of high-ranking officials in the capital had never pursued such a course. What would become of a woman after a divorce? Jiang Shi Xue looked up at Jiang Yunxi, recognizing her cousin. This was their first meeting, and she felt deep admiration for her cousin's boldness, qualities she herself lacked. She had never dared to voice her grievances or retaliate against her oppressors. It was only after enduring unbearable treatment that she had returned to the Duke's residence. "Yunxi, this divorce wouldn't be good for Shi Xue, would it? What will she do afterward?" Yang lamented, tears streaming down her face, her maternal heart aching for her daughter. After 4 years of marriage without a child, she knew her in-laws must have treated her poorly, having heard whispers from other noble women. Yet, she dared not cause a scene at the Wenchang Marquis' residence. A woman who had been married for 4 years without children would naturally be blamed. Staying married is also an option, but soon enough, you may find yourself facing a corpse, Jiang Yunxi stated bluntly, noticing the dark aura gathering around Jiang Shi Xue's brow. Yang suddenly stood up, her eyes wide with shock. Mu could no longer contain her indignation, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Shi Xue is perfectly well. How dare you curse her?" The elder lady spoke firmly. "Everyone, be silent and listen to Yunxi. Poetic Snow is her granddaughter, and her safety is of paramount concern to her." Jiang Yunxi firmly grasped Jiang Shi Xue's right hand, pulling up her sleeve to reveal numerous scars adorning the young woman's fair arm, some old, some new. It was evident that she had endured countless assaults. While her arm bore the marks, one could only speculate about the condition of the rest of her body. Gasps of shock rippled through the onlookers, their anger surging dramatically. The perpetrator was a domestic abuser, and the violence inflicted upon her was not a solitary occurrence. It had transpired many times over the years. This particular episode had nearly cost Shi Xue her life, prompting her to return and seek solace in tears. Jiang Yunxi spoke softly, "Shi Xue, my dear daughter, such an abundance of wounds. Are my words true? Does he frequently strike you? How did he harm you this time?" Yang, her mother, felt tears blur her vision, her heart aching in profound empathy. The right side of her daughter's face was swollen, yet blows to the face do not claim lives. The collar of her garment was pulled tightly around her neck, suggesting she had come perilously close to suffocation. Jiang Yunxi articulated each word with deliberate gravity. Chapter 57. What is your choice? Shi Xue, is it not so? Yang inquired, her eyes reddened. Jiang Shi Xue lowered her head in silence, haunted by the events of the previous night, shivering uncontrollably at the recollection of nearly being choked to death by Wei Han Xian. "Shi Xue, if you do not speak the truth now, no one will be able to assist you," the old lady remarked sternly, her heart heavy with helplessness. For years ago, at the tender age of 17, she had chosen Wei Han Xian for herself. He was the legitimate second son of the Duke of Wenchang, handsome and well-mannered, with a noble identity that naturally led them to approve of the union. In retrospect, it was a grave misjudgment on their part. Even if Shi Xue were to bear children after marrying him, she would likely remain ensnared in a fate of violence. Grandmother is right. If you do not stand up for yourself, you shall become nothing more than a pile of mud that cannot be propped up. Consider carefully whether you wish to part ways or continue to endure such beatings, Jiang Yunxi warned in a cold tone. If you do not seek a divorce, assistance may be rendered this time, but you will continue to suffer. What is there to deliberate over such a man? The only course of action is to sever ties. Jiang Yunxi lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Yunxi's steadfast eyes, which seemed to instill within her a newfound strength. Slowly, she lowered her collar, revealing the bruises on her neck left by the strangulation. The sight was harrowing, purples and blues marking her skin. Gasps of shock echoed among the onlookers. "How outrageous!" exclaimed Tong from the third household, unable to contain her rage, distressed at the thought of her eldest daughter having been married for years without bearing children. Would her family treat her the same way? Heavens, how could it have come to this? Mu cried out, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Shishue, why did you not confide in us sooner? We could have avenged you. The Duke of Wenchong has gone too far," Jiang Xinyu interjected, stepping closer to Jiang Shishue to express her indignation. Jiang Jingyan paced back and forth, fists clenched. "Let's go to the Duke of Wenchong's residence now and teach this Wei Hanxian a lesson." "Calm down," Jiang Jinghua interjected. "Assaulting him now will not resolve the issue. There will be ample opportunities for that later, but it is certainly not the time. My dear Shishue, he seeks to take your life. He is a beast worse than an animal. I should have never allowed you to marry into the Duke of Wenchong's household," Yang lamented, her voice choked with tears. Initially, she had been enamored with the noble status of the family, unaware that her daughter would endure such a life after the marriage. "I will go to the Duke of Wenchong's residence to demand an explanation," Jiang Shaoan said, nearly fainting with fury, unable to comprehend how his beloved daughter could be subjected to such brutality. Although he was not a high-ranking official, the second household had always been part of the Duke of England's family. How could the Duke of Wenchong show such blatant disregard? "Stop," Jiang Yunxi commanded, halting him in his tracks. Jiang Shaoan turned to her, questioning why they could not go. "It is not that you cannot go, but rather that we must consider your daughter's decision. If she is unwilling to seek a divorce, your outcry now will only worsen her circumstances. Unless you intend to guard the Duke of Wenchong's residence daily. Is that feasible?" Jiang Yunxi spoke in a measured tone. Jiang Shaoan was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by despair. How easy would it be to broach the topic of divorce? The public would mock them, and what would become of his daughter afterward? Surely, she could not remain within the Duke of England's household for a lifetime. "So what is your choice?" Jiang Yunxi gazed at Jiang Shishue, recognizing her indecision, knowing she could not assist her. I. Jiang Shishue felt torn and hesitant within. 4 years prior, she had been instantly captivated by Wei Hanxian, only to discover that he reciprocated her feelings, leading to their swift decision to wed. During their first year of marriage, their bond was inseparable, until Madame Wenchong began incessantly pressing for children. They were compelled to make plans, yet after 6 months, there was no sign of pregnancy. During this time, Madame Wenchong provided her with numerous remedies, but still, she did not conceive. Consequently, the intimacy between the couple gradually waned. Eventually, he took 2 concubines, who began to reside with him, and it was not long before news of their pregnancy reached her ears. Madame Wenchong then began to mock her cruelly, taunting her inability to bear children. At this moment, Steward Zhou approached. "Madam, someone from the Wenchong residence has arrived. It is the son-in-law, here to take Shishue back and to offer his apologies," he reported truthfully. "Let him enter," the matron replied with a cold expression. In a moment, a man clad in elegant azure robes entered with a steady gait. Upon entering, he immediately knelt, exuding an earnest desire for forgiveness. "Grandmother, father, mother, I am at fault towards Shishue. I had too much to drink last night, which led to that incident," Wei Hanxian said, his face filled with remorse. "You wretched scoundrel! How could you dare to strangle Shishue and strike her? You beast!" Yang scolded, attempting to advance and strike Wei Hanxian. Jiang Shaoan hastily restrained her, exclaiming, "He struck her last night due to excessive drinking, but what of the past? Why did he strike her then? Father-in-law, what are you saying?" Wei Hanxian feigned ignorance. Jiang Shaoan, recognizing the insincerity in his demeanor, realized that this son-in-law was unreliable, playing the fool even in such a critical moment. "You are a domestic abuser," Jiang Yunxi stated firmly. His features were handsome, with dark eyebrows, small ears, and skin resembling orange peel, a temper that was evidently volatile, an unmistakable sign of a domestic abuser. "What are you talking about?" Upon hearing the term domestic abuse, Wei Hanxuan's anger flared, especially as he noticed a woman he had never seen before, which emboldened him slightly. Jiang Yunxi ignored him, focusing solely on Jiang Yunxi. What is your choice? Jiang Yunxi wrung her hands tightly. With a sudden thud, Wei Hanxian rose and knelt before Jiang Yunxi, a pained expression on his face. Madam, I promise before your family that I shall never strike you again. I swear by the heavens. Will you grant me one more chance? Jiang Yunxi met his sincere gaze, her heart a tumult of confusion, for they had once shared genuine affection. Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow. You shall decide for yourselves. With that, she turned and departed. Having said all that needed to be said, should Jiang Yunxi choose to remain, that was her own affair. Exiting the Duke of England's residence, Jiang Yunxi spotted the carriage of the Prince of Coldness just as it came to a halt. She hurried over and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Mother, are you surprised? Was unexpected. Mian winked at her with a charming smile. Mother, quickly come aboard, Momo said with a handsome grin. Yesterday, they conferred with the Emperor's grandfather and devised a strategy, deciding to return today to put it into action. However, they unexpectedly encountered Father, who was on his way to find Mother, and naturally, they had to accompany him. Jiang Yunxi was indeed taken aback, not anticipating their presence. Upon seeing Jiang Yunxi board the carriage, Qi Yin immediately made his way towards Fuxianfang. En route, Jiang Yunxi and her companions purchased a few items, and she took the opportunity to have breakfast. By the time they arrived at Fuxianfang, the children were playing joyfully in the courtyard. Mo and Mian, upon spotting so many little ones, excitedly dashed over. Today, it was imperative to keep a close watch on the children, a thought that reminded Jiang Yunxi of what Zhan Beiyuan had said. This prince will take good care of them. After uttering those words, Zhan Beiyuan approached Mo and Mian. Jiang Yunxi intended to seek out Dong Shi, and by coincidence, she happened to be walking towards her. Miss Jiang, what brings you here? Dong Shi inquired, glancing at the two children who had rushed over. Chapter 58. How did he pass away? They are my children. The boy is named Mo, and the girl is Mian, Jiang Yunxi introduced. Mo possesses a rather reserved demeanor, while Mian is quite the social butterfly. At this moment, both children were engaged in play with their peers. They truly are delightful to behold. A glimmer of envy sparkled in Dong's eyes. If you had children, they would likely be around the same age as mine. They are merely 5 years old, Jiang Yunxi remarked with a radiant smile, her gaze lingering on the soft features of her companion. With a sigh tinged with regret, Dong replied, I too lament not having left behind children for my husband. You are so young. How could he possibly have passed away? Jiang Yunxi inquired casually. He was a renowned performer in a theatrical troupe in the capital, and during a performance, a tragic accident occurred. As Dong spoke, her eyes grew misty, her face etched with profound sorrow. Jiang Yunxi observed her closely, sensing that her grief was genuine. Her husband had indeed departed from this world, yet she trusted in her own abilities. The features of the woman before her suggested that her husband should not have died prematurely. However, the indentation in her relationship palace indicated that there were issues in their marital bond. My apologies for bringing up your sorrow, Jiang Yunxi expressed, her intentions being merely to uncover the truth. Dong wiped her tears and, with a quivering voice, lamented, he left too abruptly. We never had the chance to say a proper farewell. As her words trailed off, she was overcome with emotion. It seems you shared a profound bond as a couple. If so, why did you not consider having a child earlier? Jiang Yunxi perceived the depth of Dong's feelings for Cheng Zimu. Her sorrow was undeniably sincere. Logically, they should have had children by now. We had a strong connection, but due to our circumstances, he wished to earn more and secure our livelihood before contemplating parenthood. Thus, we never had children, Dong choked out. She regretted not having listened to him and having a child sooner. Now, he had left her alone and desolate. Seeing her in such heartbreak, Jiang Yunxi gently placed a hand on her shoulder. You must look forward. He would not wish to see you in such anguish. Dong nodded earnestly, quickly regaining her composure. I have brought some items for the children from Prince Han. Please have someone take them inside to distribute later, Jiang Yunxi said. On behalf of the children, I thank you. By the way, has there been any progress from the Jingshuan office? Dong's eyes grew red once more. hinting at tears. There are no leads at present. In recent months, has anyone particularly noteworthy visited Feng Tianfang? The children's disappearance was premeditated. Otherwise, it could not have been executed so flawlessly. It is certainly not a spur-of-the-moment crime, Jiang Yunxi asserted with certainty. Dong pondered carefully before shaking her head. There are usually some who donate items, but no extraordinary visitors have come. Do not worry excessively. The Jingshuan office will spare no effort in their investigation, Jiang Yunxi reassured her. Yes, I will send someone to move the items. Very well. After Dong walked away, Jiang Yunxi's expression turned contemplative as she strolled further. Arriving at the scene where Zhan Beiyuan was surrounded by the children, everyone was posing questions to him. She could discern the man's discomfort, yet he remained calm, patiently answering each inquiry. Upon noticing Jiang Yunxi's approach, Zhan Beiyuan addressed the children, saying, "That sister is remarkable. Feel free to ask her anything, and she will provide an answer." Jiang Yunxi. Hearing this, the children rushed toward her, their young minds brimming with countless questions, eager for answers. Jiang Yunxi had no choice but to respond to each one with patience. After extricating himself, Zhan Beiyuan found a place to sit. The woman had a gentle demeanor, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. Yet he felt weary after merely a short while of being surrounded by the children. Over the years, Mo, and Mian must have constantly clung to her, and she had endured it all alone. The thought of her impending demise weighed heavily on his heart. The nameless curse could be lifted by that elderly couple, but what of the curse she bore? Could it be that finding the one who cast it would lead to its resolution? Yet, it seemed insurmountable. Otherwise, with her capabilities, she should have resolved it long ago. Was there truly no other way? As noon approached, Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan departed with the two children, personally escorted by Dong Shi, who also presented handmade gifts from the children. Inside the carriage, Zhan Beiyuan inquired, "Did you glean anything from your conversation with Dong Shi?" Jiang Yunxi recounted their discussion with a serious expression, stating, "This Cheng Zi Mo warrants thorough investigation. Although your second brother has already looked into it, I shall send someone as well," Zhan Beiyuan replied. Logically, at their age, they should be eager to have children immediately after marriage. No need. I intend to handle this personally. This matter requires swift resolution, Jiang Yunxi asserted, as she had formed a tentative hypothesis in her mind. However, she needed to verify it to confirm. "Do you already have an inkling of the situation?" Zhan Beiyuan, noticing her expression, sensed that she might possess knowledge of something. Jiang Yunxi gazed at him, uncertain, realizing that she needed to visit Cheng Zi Mo's troop for clarity. "I shall accompany you," Zhan Beiyuan expressed, equally eager to unravel this mystery. The magistrate of Jingshuan reported to him daily, yet they had no leads. To uncover the enigma surrounding the missing children from Fuxianfang, they could only rely on Jiang Yunxi. The pair first returned to the Duke of England's residence. The theater troupe was too crowded, so Jiang Yunxi decided against bringing the children along. Upon arriving at the Duke's residence, the farce had concluded. Jiang Jingyan, upon seeing the family of four, hastened to instruct the kitchen to prepare additional dishes as lunchtime approached. "Your Highness, thank you for taking care of Yunxi these past few days," he said. "It is my duty. After all these years, she has cared for Mo and Mian splendidly," Zhan Beiyuan remarked, offering rare praise. Jiang Jingyan felt a surge of joy at this acknowledgement, aware of his daughter's hardships. "Indeed, we must all treat her with greater kindness from now on." Zhan Beiyuan, observing the beaming expression of his companion, felt a twinge of discomfort, for they remained oblivious to Jiang Yunxi's imminent fate, a truth he alone bore. "Yes, we will," he affirmed. She bore him two children and diligently cared for them, hoping that he would treat her better in the future. Jiang Yunxi took the children to the backyard to find the old matriarch. As soon as Momo and Mian entered, they affectionately embraced the old lady, their sweet words bringing joy to her heart and a smile to her face. Jiang Xinyu observed them with disdain, thinking it was rather petty to curry favor at such a young age, especially since their grandmother was clearly pleased by such flattery. She herself could not utter those insincere compliments. Mu Shi felt a twinge of discomfort as the two children clung to the old matriarch, realizing that, despite being their maternal grandmother, they paid her no mind. Although she had not shown them warmth upon their return, could they not extend a bit of enthusiasm towards her? Chapter 59. She is innocent, grandmother. Has the matter concerning my cousin been resolved? Jiang Yunxi inquired directly. Will she truly be in danger if she returns? The old lady asked tentatively, revealing her intent to intervene. Yet the second house had decided to afford Wei Hanxian another opportunity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunxi instantly discerned the decision Jiang Yunxi had made. She would not seek a divorce, and that would lead to her demise. The old lady's body trembled slightly. Her complexion turned ashen. What nonsense are you spouting? The second son of the Wenchang Marquis assured us in our presence that he would never harm Yunxi again. Mu Shi expressed her discontent, disapproving of such declarations. She seems to think she is divine, speaking with such certainty as if it were her decision alone. I'm not speaking nonsense. Believe it or not, that is up to you. Jiang Yunxi retorted coldly, for she had perceived that Jiang Yunxi possessed a character marked by indecision. Otherwise, she would not have endured for so many years. Her inability to bear children had left her plagued by guilt, allowing her husband to take a concubine and subjecting herself to both familial and concubine-esque abuse. However, if she continued on this path, it would only lead to her own ruin. The old lady turned to Chun Mama and instructed, quickly, summon the second house here. She was evidently inclined to believe Yunxi's words. You, do not speak indiscriminately. Refrain from uttering anything that might provoke displeasure, Mu Shi cautioned Jiang Yunxi. I will not speak recklessly. I only speak the truth, Jiang Yunxi asserted earnestly. Mu Shi glared in frustration, knowing full well she would retort. Mother, Sister Yunxi is correct. Yunxi is our cousin. We cannot abandon her. Jiang Chenyu interjected, grasping Mu Shi's arm. She was eager to witness the extent of Jiang Yunxi's capabilities, as she had unexpectedly unraveled the case concerning the Wenxin Marquis. Yunxi has merely had a disagreement with her husband. It is not severe enough to warrant such dire consequences. Besides, does Wei Hanxian dare to take Jiang Yunxi's life? Would the Wenchang Marquis not fear incurring the wrath of the British Duke? You need not concern yourself with saving her. You are incapable of doing so. Instead, you should hasten to find someone suitable to marry, Jiang Yunxi replied nonchalantly. Sister Yunxi, marriage is a lifelong commitment. I cannot simply marry anyone, Jiang Chenyu whispered, biting her red lips. Jiang Yunxi smiled knowingly. If you do not wish for a hasty marriage, then move out of the British Duke's residence in 3 months. Jiang Chenyu's eyes widened in shock. Jiang Yunxi, you have gone too far. I intended to foster a good relationship with you. Why can you not accept Chenyu? Mu Shi stood up in anger, nearly beside herself with rage. First, pressuring Chenyu to marry within 3 months. Now insisting she leave the British Duke's residence. You fear she will suffer if she departs the British Duke's residence. Then you may accompany her to care for her, Jiang Yunxi suggested earnestly, her expression serious. You. Mu Shi was taken aback, unable to believe such words could come from her daughter. How could she speak to her mother in such a manner? The old lady pressed her fingers to her temples and spoke firmly. Chenyu, you must find a suitable household to marry into within 3 months, or else you shall move out of the British Duke's residence. Grandmother, Jiang Chenyu's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression one of profound distress. It is not that grandmother insists on expelling you. Rather, 22 years ago, an extermination scheme was laid against the Duke of England's residence, aimed at severing the Jiang family's lineage, and you were deliberately brought in as part of this scheme. You can no longer remain within the Duke's household. The Jiang family is not devoid of compassion. Should you remain unmarried within 3 months, they will arrange a residence for you. The old lady remarked that the Duke's household has acted responsibly. Even if she wishes to keep you, she must consider the many individuals within the Duke's estate. Jiang Chenyu wept bitterly. Grandmother, mother, is it truly that grave? Do not heed Jiang Yunxi's wild claims. Chenyu was but an infant at that time. She is innocent. Mushi furuit herbruth. Even if Jiang Yunxi's assertions held truth, the blame lies with the one who devised the scheme, not with Chenyu. The old lady fixed a sharp gaze upon Mu Shi, having never witnessed such a lack of clarity from her before. Previously, her most cherished Chenyu was the legitimate daughter of the Duke, without conflict. She could naturally discern matters. Now, with her beloved Chun Yu no longer in that position, her bias has become apparent. Muinrong, you are the lady of the Duke's estate. I ask you, in your heart, who holds greater importance, Chun Yu or the Duke's household? The old lady's voice was cold and solemn. Hearing her name, Mu Shi felt a jolt of fear. It was the first time in years that the old lady had publicly called her by name, indicating her genuine anger. Mother, the Duke's household is indeed important, but Chinyu's been raised beside us. She's now 22, no longer a helpless infant. We cannot heartlessly cast her out. The old lady pronounced each word with deliberation. Jiang Yunxi observed the tearful Jiang Chunyu, aware of her own selfishness. She was reluctant to part with the Duke's wealth and glory, or perhaps her prolonged stay without marrying served another purpose. Anyone with a modicum of awareness, knowing that their family harbored calamity for over 2 decades, would proactively choose to leave. Moving out does not equate to severing all ties. Why not relocate? Soon, Jiang Shaoan and Yang Shi from the second branch arrived. However, when lunchtime arrived, the group had to proceed to the dining hall in the front courtyard. Upon seeing Zhanbei Yuan, everyone offered their greetings. At the dining table, the old lady spoke with Jiang Shao and Yang Shi about Jiang Shi Shui, warning that her stay at the Wen Changbo's residence could endanger her life. Yunxi, is it truly that dire? Yang Si gasped. Though she too was reluctant for her daughter to return, yet with Wei Han Xian's assurances, her daughter decided to grant him one last chance. If we do not part ways, she will perish, Jiang Yun, she stated gravely. Yang Shi swayed slightly, her face ashen. Sister-in-law, do not place too much faith in her words. Mu Shi interjected, questioning the certainty of her claims. Her words must be taken seriously. Zhanbei Yuan's voice was cool and low. In matters of life and death, he was certain that Jiang Yun, she would never jest. Mu Shi. Yang Shi's complexion paled further. If even the cold king deemed Jiang Yunxi's words credible, she could not afford to dismiss them lightly. After lunch, Jiang Yunxi and Zhanbei Yuan visited the largest theater in the capital. Upon their arrival, they chanced upon Jiang Jinghuai and Jiang Jingyan emerging together. Jiang Jingyan had deliberately brought Jiang Jinghuai along, wishing for their younger sister to present the gift to their elder brother, in the spirit of shared fortune and adversity. What brings you here? Jiang Jingyan inquired, taken aback. Have you uncovered the truth? Jiang Yunxi asked with a smile. Sheng Ziluo passed away 6 months ago. Everyone in this theater is aware of that, Jiang Jinghuai remarked, adding that only today had he learned of Yunxi's investigation into the disappearance of the children from Fushunfang, as well as the revelation that Sheng Ziluo's coffin was empty. Jiang Yunxi gazed thoughtfully at the entrance of the theater, pondering aloud. Do you think it is possible that the one who truly perished was not Sheng Ziluo? After all, he was an orphan. Otherwise, one could ascertain his fate through the analysis of his birth date. Chapter 60. The object of infidelity. Zhanbei Yuan, Jiang Jinghuai, and Jiang Jingyan wore expressions of astonishment. What did her words imply? Are you suggesting that it was not Sheng Zimu who encountered an accident during the performance? If that were the case, why would he resort to feigning death? Zhanbei Yuan speculated that there might be hidden truths behind this. This is indeed the very point that perplexes me, Jiang Yunxi mused. Contemplating that to unravel this mystery, one must investigate the theater. Jiang Jinghuai shared his perspective. A rational individual would not feign death. His choice to do so might indicate a desire to escape from his spouse. This is quite plausible. Jiang Yunxi nodded in agreement, noting that from the analysis of the Dong family's marital palace, their relationship evidently harbored issues, contrary to the claim of their harmonious bond. When I inquired among the locals near their residence, they insisted that the couple shared a strong relationship. Jiang Jingyan appeared bewildered. A seemingly good relationship can certainly be performed. As Jiang Yunxi spoke, she made her way towards the theater, which at that moment was devoid of performances and rather desolate. She approached the theater's manager to inquire about Sheng Zimu. The manager responded that he possessed remarkable talent in singing and excelled in various performances, earning the audience's admiration. Did he have any close female acquaintances within the troupe? Jiang Jingyan asked directly, harboring a thought that perhaps his interest in another woman could have prompted him to feign death. No, there is no such thing. Everyone is aware that he is married. Huyin contemplated before responding. Jiang Jingyan. Did he misjudge the situation? Jiang Yunxi inquired further. Did he have any close male friends here? He was particularly close to Ji Lingfeng. It was well known that their bond was exceptional. Following Cheng Zimu's mishap, Ji Lingfeng was profoundly grief-stricken and subsequently left the theater. Huyin added with a sigh. They were the pillars of this establishment, and losing two of them at once was a source of great sorrow. Where is Ji Lingfeng now? Jiang Yunxi expressed her desire to seek him out. Previously, he resided on Wanfuji, but after leaving the theater, it is uncertain whether he has moved. Huyin searched his memory briefly. Thank you for the information, Jiang Yunxi said with a warm smile. Huyin suggested they explore the theater at their leisure while he attended to other matters. Cheng Zimu had not been close to any other women, which likely indicated that there were no issues in his romantic life. Jiang Jingyan mused thoughtfully. Jiang Yunxi shot him a glance and said earnestly, the object of a man's infidelity may not solely be a woman. It could also be another man. Zhan Beiyuan, Jiang Jinghuai, Jiang Jingyan. Her line of thinking was truly expansive. Although there indeed exists a phenomenon of same-sex affection, its occurrence remains relatively rare. The four swiftly departed the theater and proceeded towards Wanfuji. After inquiring among the locals there, they located Ji Lingfeng's residence, only to find the courtyard gate locked from the outside, indicating no one was home. Are you searching for him? He is not at home. An elderly woman from next door emerged to gently inform them upon hearing their knocking. Excuse me, madam. Has he been away for long? Or is he simply not home today? Jiang Yunxi asked with a gentle smile. The elderly woman reminisced, recalling that it was likely 4 or 5 months ago. In any case, she had not seen him return in recent months. Has anyone come here searching for Ji Lingfeng? Jiang Yunxi inquired casually. The woman scrutinized them with her gaze. He has gone missing. We wish to find him, Jiang Yunxi replied in a natural tone. The woman's eyes widened in surprise, realizing that he was indeed missing. No wonder he had not been seen. He was renowned in the capital for performing opera, and there had always been a fellow artist who came to seek him out. They could often be heard rehearsing together within the confines of the house. Jiang Yunxi smiled faintly, expressing gratitude for the information. That fellow must be Cheng Zimu. The elderly woman waved her hand dismissively and returned to her home. How could he have been absent for these past few months? Even if Cheng Zimu had perished, it would not warrant such a significant reaction, Jiang Jingyan remarked. Confusion etched across his face. Jiang Yunxi regarded him thoughtfully. If Ji Lingfeng had died, it would be entirely natural for him not to be home. Jiang Jingyan's eyes widened as he stammered. Are you implying that the deceased is Ji Lingfeng? Oh my, is that so? So, Ji Lingfeng has perished, and Cheng Zimu has taken the opportunity to feign his own demise. Zhan Beiyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Has he then fled the city with the one he loves? Jiang Jingyan's expression turned disdainful. What kind of scoundrel behaves in such a manner? It is utterly outrageous. Jiang Yunxi glanced at the tightly shut gate of the courtyard and then turned to Zhan Beiyuan. May I enter and conduct a search? Given the context of the missing children case in Fuxianfang, it is permissible to investigate, Zhan Beiyuan replied, leading the way with agile movements into the premises. The matter had already reached the attention of the Jingshuan office. They certainly needed to clarify the situation, which would not be considered an intrusion. Jiang Yunxi swiftly followed him inside, with Jiang Jinghuai trailing behind. Jiang Jingyan remained silent. The courtyard was neither large nor small, impeccably tidy rather than disordered, with numerous flowers and plants flourishing along the walls. Jiang Yunxi's gaze sharpened. It seemed curious that after months of neglect, the flora thrived so well. Surely someone had been tending to it. Indeed, if no one had watered them, these plants would have long since withered. Jiang Jingyan exclaimed as he hurried over, observing that the greenery was thriving and well hydrated. Zhan Beiyuan promptly made his way to the main house. Although it was locked, he effortlessly opened the door with a subtle application of his internal energy. The four swiftly entered. The outer room was quite simple, likely intended for receiving guests, while the inner chamber was the master's bedroom, equally unadorned and unmistakably masculine in its decor. After finding nothing of interest, Jiang Yunxi proceeded to the room on the left side of the main house. Upon opening the door, She was met with rows of costumes, various colors and styles, alongside some headgear and masks, with a bookshelf nearby, filled with tomes on opera. It seems he truly has a passion for performing. No wonder Qing Zimu frequently came to rehearse with him, Jiang Jingyan remarked after surveying the scene. Jiang Jinghuai shot him a glance, thinking his younger brother rather dim-witted. Could he not perceive the obvious? Ji Lingfeng's relationship with Cheng Zimu was certainly unusual. Jiang Yunxi surveyed the room before casually rifling through the desk and examining the drawers. There were portraits within. Jiang Jingyan retrieved a roll of paper from the wardrobe and unfurled it. Upon beholding the figures depicted, his eyes widened in astonishment. Two men, strikingly handsome, adorned in theatrical costumes. One in red and the other in blue. Do they not complement each other quite well? Jiang Yunxi remarked, gazing at the image. Ah, are you referring to them? Jiang Jingyan responded, taken aback. Cheng Zilu and Ji Lingfeng must have had a close bond. Ji Lingfeng tragically met with an accident on stage, and Cheng Zilu seized the opportunity to feign his demise. Jiang Yunxi asserted with unwavering conviction. Jiang Jingyan remained perplexed. Was the purpose of the stage death merely to escape his wife? Not necessarily. Jiang Yunxi uttered those 3 words before departing, though she already harbored a vague hypothesis. How could 2 disparate individuals be mistaken for his feigned death? Jiang Jingyan was engulfed in confusion. Chapter 61. Deliberate Provocation. Oh, your intellect. Jiang Jinghuai could not help but sigh. Jiang Jingyan, with a darkened expression, retorted, "What is wrong with my intellect?" They were the mainstays of the theater, frequently swapping roles in performances. If they were indeed lovers, they would undoubtedly be intimately acquainted with each other's every move. Additionally, given the heavy makeup worn during performances, it was likely that those present could not distinguish one from the other. Perhaps, in the aftermath, Cheng Zimu had employed some method to alter her appearance. Jiang Jinghuai spoke slowly. "I suspect that." Jiang Jingyan exclaimed, "Heavens, how did I not think of that?" Jiang Jinghuai raised a hand to his forehead, teasing, "Perhaps you're a bit slow." Jiang Jingyan responded. His elder brother's conjecture proved accurate. Jiang Yunxi praised him, for she had entertained the same thought. She had even discovered a human skin mask within a drawer. It was possible that Ji Lingfeng and Cheng Zimu had frequently disguised themselves as one another in the past. Zhan Beiyuan wore a pensive expression, pondering whether Cheng Zimu's feigned death could be linked to the disappearance of the children from Fushunfeng. What had happened to the corpse in the coffin? I know. It must have been taken by Cheng Zimu. Jiang Jingyan declared confidently, his face brimming with assurance. Jiang Yunxi smiled at him. It may not necessarily be her. If not her, then who could it possibly be? Jiang Jingyan was momentarily taken aback. "Let us return for now," Jiang Yunxi said as she walked towards the courtyard's exit. Logically, one would assume that Cheng Zimu had taken it. Yet she harbored a vague sense that it might not be the case. The 4 of them swiftly departed. Upon reaching the street, Jiang Jinghuai turned to Jiang Yunxi and inquired, "Yunxi, what do you fancy? I shall procure it for you." In the span of these 22 years, during which she had not resided at the Duke's residence in England, they had failed to fulfill their familial duties. Now that she had returned, he naturally wished to make amends. Jiang Yunxi initially intended to decline, but after a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I would like to visit the place where Jiang Qinyu often acquires her accessories." Very well, Jiang Jinghuai readily agreed. The group arrived at the largest accessory store in the capital. "Sister, Qinyu frequently purchases these jade items. Today, there happens to be a lovely green bracelet she adores. Brother, would you like to buy it for her as well?" Jiang Jingyan suggested, glancing at Jiang Jinghuai. "Certainly," Jiang Jinghuai acknowledged, knowing well that Jiang Qinyu had been feeling disheartened lately. Jiang Yunxi's eyes sparkled as she interjected, "Brother, could we refrain from purchasing for her today? Allow me to be a bit selfish. I wish for you to buy something for me today." Jiang Jinghuai reflected on the years he had spent acquiring gifts for Jiang Qinyu. This was his first opportunity to buy something for Yunxi, and he replied, "You're not being selfish. It is I who failed to consider your feelings." Upon uttering this, an apologetic expression graced his handsome face. "It is my fault, I misspoke." Jiang Jingyan instantly realized, wishing he could slap himself for his thoughtlessness. For years, they had lavished Jiang Qinyu with various splendid gifts. and today was a rare occasion to buy something for his sister. Yet he had carelessly suggested a gift for Qinyu. You certainly did misspeak, Zhang Beiyuan remarked coldly. Though it was evident that Jiang Yunxi had ulterior motives, she did not strike him as the type to be jealous. Jiang Jingyan dared not retort. Jiang Yunxi selected a green bracelet and a pair of jade earrings, noting that Jiang Qinyu also wore similar ones. They exited the accessory store. Jiang Yunxi resolved to return to the Duke of England's residence. I shall accompany you to bring the child back to the royal manor, declared Zhang Beiyuan. Today, I will take the child with you to the manor, Jiang Yunxi replied, casting a glance at the man. She had an inkling that a fortuitous opportunity would soon present itself to help him fully awaken the righteous energy within him. Zhang Beiyuan appeared somewhat surprised. Very well. Jiang Jinghui and Jiang Jingyan exchanged silent glances as the four of them swiftly made their way back to the Duke's residence. Upon entering, they unexpectedly encountered Madame Mu, who was preparing to take Jiang Qinyu out. Madame Mu, taken aback by the sight of Jiang Yunxi, felt a wave of displeasure, yet restrained herself from showing it in the presence of Zhang Beiyuan. Greetings, His Highness, she acknowledged. Jiang Qinyu followed suit, but her gaze lingered on the jade earrings adorning Jiang Yunxi's ears, momentarily stunned. Why did she possess earrings identical to her own? Mother, are you and Qinyu heading out? Jiang Jingyan inquired. There are those eager for Qinyu to marry, so I'm taking her to meet potential suitors, Madame Mu replied with a hint of sarcasm, alluding to a house and a good family with a dowry. Naturally, she hoped Qinyu would opt for the latter. Jiang Yunxi approached with a smile, deliberately revealing the verdant bracelet on her wrist. Indeed, it is time to make careful observations. Madame Mu's eyes narrowed upon noticing the vibrant bracelet. Where did you acquire such an item? My elder brother gifted it to me, along with the earrings, Jiang Yunxi responded, feigning innocence. She was eager to observe Jiang Qinyu's reaction. That night, she had employed forbidden techniques to uncover a deadly formation laid upon the Duke's residence, resulting in her vomiting blood in the garden. Upon returning to the spot the following day, she found no traces of blood in the grass, which was peculiar. Even after a night, there would typically be remnants. It was evident that someone had come and wiped away her blood. Clearly, there were individuals within the residence who concealed their true nature. Jinghui, you are well aware that Qinyu adores the verdant bracelet. Why did you purchase an identical one for Yunxi? Did you not buy anything for Qinyu today? Madame Mu frowned. We have previously bought numerous gifts for Qinyu. Today, I wish to buy something solely for Yunxi. I will buy for Qinyu next time, Jiang Jinghui replied coldly, feeling exasperated with his mother's unreasonable behavior. Her evident disdain for Yunxi was so palpable that even he found it hard to bear. My brother initially intended to buy for Jiang Qinyu, but I dissuaded him. I desired to experience the feeling of being the sole recipient of my brother's gift. Qinyu, you wouldn't hold this against me, would you? Jiang Yunxi said with a bright smile, intentionally provoking her. Sister Yunxi, how could I possibly resent you? In the past, I enjoyed everything that belonged to you. Jiang Qinyu quickly retorted, though internally she seethed with rage. How could she deny her brother the chance to buy her something? Such pettiness. I am glad to hear you think so. Now, off you go to meet your suitors, Jiang Yunxi said nonchalantly, hinting that the potential match would soon be wed. Madame Mu, seething at her demeanor, dared not unleash her frustration with Zhang Beiyuan present. She suppressed her anger, thinking that Qinyu was sensible and would not dwell on such matters. Oh, Jiang Yunxi's voice floated lightly in the air. Suddenly, a group of people hurriedly approached from a distance. Yunxi, something terrible has happened. Mian Mian is missing. The old lady was on the verge of tears, utterly unprepared for the intrusion into the Duke of England's residence. Father, mother, Momo exclaimed as he dashed towards Jiang Yunxi and Zhang Beiyuan. Zhang Beiyuan strode towards him, catching him and inquiring what transpired. This afternoon, my sister and I grew tired from our play and fell asleep in our room. When I awoke, she had vanished. Momo retorted, his small face puffed in indignation at the audacity of someone abducting his sister. Jiang Jingyan, taken aback, bellowed in fury. Which scoundrel dares to intrude upon the Duke's estate to abduct a child? Do not fret, I know where she is, Jiang Yunxi reassured, explaining that both children were wearing her specially crafted talismans, which would enable her to locate them. While she had previously been uncertain about certain matters, she had now nearly discerned the reason behind the children's disappearance in Fuxingfang. However, she had not anticipated that the adversary would dare to venture into the Duke's residence to carry out such a heinous act. Chapter 62. Mian Mian is here, Yunxi. You must hurry to find Mian Mian. It appears that someone has come specifically to the Duke of England's residence to take her away. I hope nothing untoward happens. The elderly matriarch expressed her deep concern. The situation unfolded too suddenly, leaving them all astonished by the audacity of the perpetrator. Grandmother, do not worry. The Cold King and I will go at once, Jiang Yunxi declared with gravity. I shall accompany you, Jiang Jinghua asserted, confident that his martial skills might prove beneficial. I will go too, Jiang Jingyan exclaimed, eager to confront the scoundrel who dared to abduct a child in broad daylight, an act of sheer audacity. Mu's expression was icy. It was all because of Jiang Yunxi. What kind of trouble had she stirred? Such an outrageous incident had never occurred in the Duke's residence before. This time it was abduction. Who could predict what would happen next? The four of them swiftly departed from the Duke of England's estate. Jiang Qinyu felt a sense of schadenfreude, believing that Jiang Yunxi had provoked someone she should not have. After all, why would anyone take such a risk to abduct her daughter? She even harbored a dark hope that something unfortunate would befall the young girl. So Jiang Yunxi would be engulfed in sorrow, especially after the display she had just put on before her. Upon exiting the Duke's residence, Jiang Yunxi produced a talisman from her pocket, igniting it with a specific gesture. Following the direction of the smoke, they made their way towards Mian Mian, swiftly arriving at the impoverished eastern district. Isn't this the place we visited before? Mian Mian was brought here? Jiang Jingyan remarked. Familiar with this chaotic locale due to his frequent visits, Jiang Yunxi was somewhat taken aback that Mian Mian had been brought here, confidently stating, "It seems the missing children from Fuxingfang are all here." That night, someone was manipulating forbidden arts in this very location. Everything aligns. All of them are here? Zhan Beiyuan queried, astonished. Indeed, Jiang Yunxi replied, her expression hardening as they pressed further inside, still a distance from Mian Mian. Sister, do you have any idea what is happening? Jiang Jingyan inquired, his heart racing with urgency and confusion. Jiang Yunxi smiled faintly. I have a general idea, but I cannot disclose it just yet. Jiang Jingyan. Ah, is it truly so tantalizingly vague? The quartet continued deeper, finally arriving at a secluded courtyard that appeared rather unremarkable and modest. Mian Mian is inside, Jiang Yunxi stated with unwavering certainty. Seeing that the courtyard door was locked, Zhan Beiyuan employed his inner strength to force it open. The four rushed inside. The courtyard was clean yet stark, indicative of a life of poverty, devoid of furnishings. Jiang Jinghua and Jiang Jingyan dashed toward the house. Jiang Yunxi remained rooted in place, sensing that the courtyard's arrangement contained an array of formations, indicating someone was manipulating forbidden arts with the intent to resurrect the dead. Is Chengzi attempting to revive Jilingfeng? Zhan Beiyuan speculated. Uncertain. We will only know once we locate Mian Mian. Jiang Yunxi's gaze hardened, increasingly frigid. Why did it seem that some individuals were ever intent on defying the natural order? Even if successful, they would face the consequences of their actions. Zhan Beiyuan stepped toward the house, but Jiang Yunxi grasped his arm. Something is amiss. My older brother and second brother have fallen silent since entering. Zhan Beiyuan also sensed that something was amiss. Your second brother would not be this silent. Jiang Yunxi, Jiang Jinghua, Jiang Jingyan, Zhan Beiyuan called out loudly. In the room, Jiang Jinghua and Jiang Jingyan were bound, unable to move or speak. At that moment, they silently pleaded for Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan not to enter. The moment they stepped inside, they inexplicably found themselves immobilized. The room was devoid of children, eerily empty, yet filled with peculiar objects. No need to shout. They must be restrained, Jiang Yunxi asserted. The children are hidden here. The courtyard is too easy to access. The master must have set up some traps inside, allowing intruders to be controlled upon entry. Otherwise, how can anyone get in so effortlessly? Can you break the formation here? Zhan Beiyuan inquired. I can, Jiang Yunxi responded, and began to dismantle the array. She took a brush and drew a symbol on the ground, then recited an incantation to activate it. In an instant, the formation within the room shattered. I can move. I can speak. Sister, don't come in, Jiang Jingyan shouted, then hurriedly darted out like an arrow released from a bow. Once Jiang Jinghui felt the sensation of restraint dissipate, he swiftly followed suit. Sister, something is amiss inside, Jiang Jingyan said anxiously. I know. The formation in the room has been broken. We must find Mian, Jiang Yunxi declared as she stepped into the room. Jiang Jingyan. He reluctantly followed her inside, this time staying directly behind Jiang Yunxi, no longer daring to take the lead. Upon entering, Jiang Yunxi immediately sensed an abnormal aura. After surveying the room, she remarked, there must be a mechanism here. The children are hidden below. Zhan Beiyuan quickly began to search. Jiang Jinghui and Jiang Jingyan joined in the search. The four of them rapidly scoured the entire house, yet found no mechanisms. Could they be elsewhere? Jiang Jingyan pondered, stroking his chin. No, they are right here, Jiang Yunxi said with conviction. She had employed this method to locate Mo and Mian countless times, and it had never failed her. This time would be no different. Jiang Jingyan, we haven't checked the kitchen yet, Zhan Beiyuan declared, heading towards the kitchen on the left. Jiang Yunxi followed closely. After a brief search, they quickly discovered cellar. Upon descending, they found a hidden door within the cellar. There's a door. It must be here. I'll open it, Jiang Jingyan exclaimed excitedly, stepping forward to push it open. Don't touch that, Jiang Yunxi stopped him. Jiang Jingyan shuddered in fear. Could there be a trap on the door? Jiang Yunxi approached, sensed the atmosphere, and then cautiously pushed it open. Inside was pitch black, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Zhan Beiyuan, too, detected the odor. He retrieved a fire starter from his sleeve and ignited it. Upon noticing torches on the wall, he lit one. In an instant, the passage illuminated. As they ventured deeper, another door appeared, and faint voices of children could be heard from within. Don't be afraid. My mother will surely come to rescue us, Mian gently comforted her 5 older sisters, even though she was unaware of their surroundings. Yet she was aware that her mother would surely come searching for her once she discovered her absence. The girls huddled together, their eyes filled with trepidation, revealing that they had encountered something profoundly terrifying. Why are you here? Mian inquired, her large, watery eyes wide with concern. I do not know. Zhu Chui shook her head. On that fateful day, she had accompanied everyone to Bai Luo Mountain for fruit picking, but was captivated by a snow-white rabbit and had pursued it. By the time she realized what had happened, she was lost, and then suddenly lost consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself in this place. Mian's small face was puffed up, and it was evident that, like her, they too had been captured after losing consciousness. What have the villains done to you? She asked, noting the palpable fear etched on their faces. Chapter 63. The prince forces him to speak suddenly. A commotion echoed from the entrance. Zhu Chui, trembling in fear, dared not utter another word, her gaze fixated in terror upon the stone door. Gradually it creaked open, revealing 4 figures stepping inside. Mother, Father Mian dashed towards them, knowing her mother would surely come to find her. She felt no fear whatsoever. Jiang Yunxi, relieved to have located her daughter, still harbored concerns that those who had abducted her might inflict harm. It seemed they had merely taken her away. Her eyes then fell upon 5 little girls not far away, and she sighed in relief, profoundly grateful that they were still alive. The thought of such young children being brutally slain was too heart-wrenching to bear. Ah, are these the 5 little girls who went missing from Futianfang? How wonderful! They are alive, Jiang Jingyan observed, his heart aching at the sight of the huddled children, their eyes reflecting deep-seated fear. An overwhelming sense of pity and anger surged within him. They had taken one every month. He could only imagine the horrors they had endured in this dark place. Zhan Beiyuan crouched down to examine his daughter. Her cherubic face bore no traces of fear, her eyes glistening with innocence. Aren't you afraid? He inquired. Mian shook her head, a smile brightening her features. I knew you and mother would come to rescue me. Besides, I have some means of defense. Zhan Beiyuan tenderly ruffled her hair, praising her calm demeanor, which took him by surprise. Mian blinked, her cheeks flushed, and she grasped his hand. Father, you and mother must hurry and save them. They are so pitiful. Zhan Beiyuan nodded. At that moment, he yearned to awaken the righteous energy within him. Upon entering this place, he had sensed an unusual aura. Let us approach them first, Jiang Yunxi suggested, moving towards Zhu Chui and the other girls. Upon seeing them advance, Zhu Chui instinctively took a step back. Do not be afraid. This is my mother. She is incredibly powerful, as is my father, and so are my uncles. Mian Mian extolled her family's virtues. Jiang Jingyan felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, followed by a tinge of embarrassment. He realized he must strive to become stronger, to live up to his niece's praise. Zhu Chui, encouraged by Mian Mian's words, relaxed slightly. At 10 years old, she was the eldest among them. Are you here to rescue us? She asked. Yes, Jiang Yunxi replied gently, her gaze surveying the surroundings. Aside from the children, there were no others in sight. Yet, she was acutely aware of the presence of a corpse nearby. You cannot save us, Zhu Chui said, shaking her head in fear, her eyes dimming. She said we must remain here forever and can never leave. Is she a woman? Jiang Yunxi inquired. Yes. Do you know her? She was dressed in black. Her face veiled, so I cannot discern her features. What did she bring you here for? As Jiang Yunxi approached, she noticed one of the young girls appeared particularly unwell, likely the 6-year-old from the beginning. Zhu Chui trembled slightly as she replied, to take our blood. Jiang Yunxi's eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. Were there other concealed doors here? She pressed against a spot on the wall and entered. Zhu Chui pointed to a nearby wall. Zhan Beiyuan hastily approached. The wall was adorned with intricate patterns, and the mechanism must lie within. As he explored and pressed down, a resounding rumble echoed, and a stone door creaked open, revealing a dazzling interior. He spotted a man lying on a stone bed in the distance. Someone, Jiang Jingyan exclaimed. Jiang Yunxi swiftly advanced. The space inside was modest. Merely a stone bed surrounded by walls adorned with flickering candles, enveloped in an array of mystical symbols. This was no ordinary formation. It was a form of witchcraft. Perhaps we should first escort the children outside, Zhan Beiyuan suggested, proposing that once the children were safe, they could address the other matters. Agreed, Jiang Yunxi concurred, wishing to avoid any harm to the children during their endeavors. Zhu Chui bit her lip, recalling the woman's warning that if they ventured outside, they would perish. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunxi approached them, gradually discerning the predicament. The adversary had ensnared all 5 of them, entangling them within the formation. Should they attempt to escape, death awaited. They must dismantle the formation before they could leave the courtyard, or else face demise. Good heavens, how malevolent! Jiang Jingyan fumed, appalled by the notion of sacrificing 5 young girls to resurrect a corpse, truly twisted. Can you dismantle this formation? Jiang Jinghua inquired, as they were all bewildered by such matters. I can, Jiang Yunxi replied. In the past, she had been capable of dismantling most formations, yet her powers had waned day by day. The formidable formations were beyond her current capabilities, but she could still break them, albeit through the use of secret techniques. Employing such powerful methods would inevitably invoke corresponding consequences. Each use would result in a backlash. She recalled her first life, when she had been brash and reckless, unreservedly employing various secret arts, only to later realize that such practices came with repercussions. In that lifetime, she had met her end before reaching the age of 22, unable to withstand the backlash. After enduring the harsh lessons of that life, she had learned restraint, refraining from secret arts. Yet now, it appeared she had no choice but to engage them once more. With just over 2 months remaining, what did it matter if backlash awaited? She was determined to confront these malevolent individuals and dismantle the extermination formation of the Duke of England's estate before her departure. Excellent. Hurry and dismantle it. Jiang Jingyan's spirits lifted. You all take the children outside. As long as they remain within the courtyard, they will be safe, Jiang Yunxi instructed, wishing for them to leave this place. Zhan Beiyuan glanced at Jiang Jinghua. You take Mian Mian and the others outside. I will remain here. Jiang Jinghua nodded in agreement. Mian Mian, her dark eyes twinkling, obediently followed along, and Zhu Chui and the others trailed behind. Jiang Yunxi turned to Zhan Beiyuan and urged, You should leave as well. I will not go, Zhan Beiyuan replied, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He feared she intended to harm herself. Recalling how she had bled profusely in the dry well, would she resort to blood once more? Why won't you leave? Jiang Yunxi questioned, puzzled by his refusal. Are you planning to use your own blood to dismantle the formation once again? Zhan Biyuan's handsome visage was taut, as he often found himself perplexed by the thoughts of this woman. Jiang Yunxi smiled and shook her head, asserting that her own blood was unnecessary. Then how will you breach the formation? Zhan Beiyuan furrowed his brow. There are myriad methods within the Xianmen to break formations. It is not always requisite to use blood. Jiang Yunxi replied, cleverly misleading him, for he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Xianmen. I am not a child of 3, easily deceived, Zhan Beiyuan retorted coldly. Jiang Yunxi fell silent. Zhan Beiyuan's dark, profound eyes, filled with an icy intensity, could no longer contain his concern as he voiced, "You are on the brink of death. Why do you disregard your own well-being?" Jiang Yunxi glared at him. How do you know? Did that nameless one tell you? That insufferable brat. It must have been him. I compelled him speak, Zhan Beiyuan scoffed. Jiang Yunxi fell silent again, observing his prideful demeanor. Suddenly, the man lying on the stone bed sat upright. Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan could clearly see each other's faces. Had he been resurrected? Zhan Beiyuan's countenance remained stern as he witnessed this miraculous event for the first time. Chapter 64. Indeed, it is her. No, he is but a corpse, devoid of life, Jiang Yunxi asserted with unwavering conviction. She truly struggled to comprehend the motivations of those who orchestrated such deeds. Even if he were resurrected, what would it matter? To save him by sacrificing the lives of innocent souls would yield a brief existence for him, and the one manipulating these events would bear a heavy burden of karma, ultimately leading to a fate worse than death. Unless she could transfer this karmic debt onto another, even then, upon her arrival in the underworld, she would be met with even harsher retribution. How could he possibly rise? She mused. He is merely a puppet, controlled by sorcery, Jiang Yunxi remarked coldly, surprised by the formidable nature of her adversary. Did she have someone backing her? Zhan Beiyuan, silent, contemplated the implications. Thus, the other party possessed no consciousness. Jiang Yunxi instructed him, step back. I shall handle this and dismantle the formation. Are you truly not using your own blood? He inquired. No, she replied, prompting him to retreat a few steps. As she beheld the figure emerging, she recognized him as one from the portrait, though without a name. She could not discern whether he was Cheng Zimo or Ji Lingfeng. Fortunately, she would soon discover the truth. Closing her eyes, she silently chanted the chaotic phoenix mantra, and gradually a brilliant crimson light enveloped her. In an instant, a resplendent red phoenix materialized behind her. The fiery phoenix emitted a piercing cry and surged towards the man, circling him before darting into the inner chamber. As it spread its wings, sparks of flame cascaded down like scattered stars. Soon it re-emerged, soaring around Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan, with fiery embers raining down, only to vanish upon touching the ground. Zhan Beiyuan sensed the unusual aura gradually dissipating. Had it been consumed by this ethereal fire phoenix? Who was Jiang Yunxi capable of summoning such a creature? Was this also an esoteric art of the mystical sect? After several laps, the fire phoenix returned to Jiang Yunxi's side, affectionately brushing against her before disappearing. The formation has been shattered, Jiang Yunxi mused, marveling at the prowess of the secret technique. Yet, she realized that having utilized it today, she would soon face backlash. Any ordinary individual employing potent mystical arts would inevitably encounter repercussions. Such was the nature of these arts. Without restraint, the world would descend into chaos. Is it truly that simple? Zhan Beiyuan expressed disbelief. Jiang Yunxi smiled indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhan Beiyuan remarked, I wish to learn this. This knowledge shall not be shared. Jiang Yunxi promptly declined, for unless he could evade the constraints of karma, it would be best for him not to wield such power. The two observed the scene below before departing. Upon reaching the surface, they found Jiang Jinghuai and the others gathered in the courtyard. Sister, have you resolved it? Jiang Jingyan rushed towards them. Yes, the formation has been dismantled, Jiang Yunxi replied, glancing at Zhu Chui and the others, who were no longer pale, but gradually regaining their rosy complexion. They had returned to normalcy. Jiang Jingyan wore a proud expression on his face. Shall we proceed now? Indeed. We must head to Fushunfeng. Jiang Yunxi replied with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor dismissive. We must go to Fushunfeng. The children need to be taken back. Jiang Jingyan thought her consideration quite thorough. Jiang Yunxi shot him a glance, clarifying that it was not merely about returning the children, but rather about seeking those responsible for their disappearance. Jiang Jingyan's eyes widened as his mind raced. Are you implying that the abductor is associated with Fushunfeng? Jiang Yunxi nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is indeed someone from Fushunfeng. Zhan Beiyuan, upon hearing this, quickly deduced, are you referring to Dong? Precisely, it is she. Jiang Yunxi confirmed. What? It cannot be. Isn't she the mistress of Fushunfeng? How could she bear to harm these children? Jiang Jingyan felt his worldview being utterly shattered. The day he visited Fushunfeng with Yunxi, Dong had appeared quite amiable, professing her fondness for children. How could she commit such a heinous act? You might find it inconceivable, yet it is indeed her doing, Jiang Yunxi asserted with unwavering conviction, for had she not been certain, she would not have spoken so boldly. Initially, she had hesitated, considering the possibility of someone feigning death. However, once her daughter was taken, her certainty regarding Dong solidified. That morning, she and Zhan Beiyuan had accompanied 2 children to Fushunfeng, and by afternoon, Mian had ended up here. This indicated that she had been targeted almost immediately, coincidentally after Dong had seen Mian earlier that day, leading her to suspect Dong. Jiang Jingyan remained silent. Zhan Beiyuan instructed Qi Yin, who was stationed outside, to stay behind while their group proceeded to Fushunfeng. Upon reaching the main street, they encountered the guards. He instructed them to send someone to the Jingshuoyan's residence to request Chu Xinwen to post guards at the courtyard. By the time they arrived at Fushunfeng, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Yunxi halted, perceiving a shroud of ominous energy hovering above Fushunfeng, indicating that Dong had anticipated their arrival. She has disrupted her formation. She must be aware of our presence, she mused. Thus, she has set up a trap at Fushunfeng. If things go awry, she may very well destroy it. None of you should enter. Han Wang, you shall accompany me, Jiang Yunxi instructed, recognizing Zhan Beiyuan's latent righteous energy that could counter malevolent forces. Very well, Zhan Beiyuan agreed eagerly. In recent days, following Jiang Yunxi, he had opened the door to a new realm, encountering aspects of the capital he had never imagined existed, filled with hidden talents. Are we to remain outside? Jiang Jingyan inquired. His curiosity piqued as he yearned to witness the unfolding events. It is perilous inside, Jiang Yunxi replied with a knowing smile. Jiang Jingyan stiffened, conceding, oh, then I shall keep Mian and the others outside. He possessed enough self-awareness not to overestimate his abilities. Jiang Jinghuai sensed the uneasy atmosphere and, with a grave expression, cautioned, Yunxi, please prioritize your safety once you enter. If the situation becomes dire, the guards from the Jingshuoyan's residence are nearby. Have them assist. They will be of no use. Jiang Yunxi shook her head. Entering would mean either death or severe injury. Jiang Jinghuai. Although he was not particularly well-versed in the mysteries of the Xianmen, he had heard whispers of its extraordinary practitioners, individuals endowed with exceptional abilities. It is likely that such formidable forces have existed in the capital all along. Yet their disinterest in the Xianmen meant they remained oblivious to these enigmatic figures. Mother, father, please exercise caution. A glimmer of concern shone in Mian's bright eyes. Having always been close to her mother, she was acutely sensitive to malevolent energies and sensed an ominous presence in the courtyard of Fushunfeng. Jiang Yunxi winked at her, signaling her to remain at ease. The two entered Fushunfeng, ensuring the door was securely shut behind them. The lanterns in the courtyard had been lit, casting a serene glow. Yet it was eerily quiet, with the children absent. Suddenly, from a short distance away, a faint silhouette clad in pale green emerged. It was none other than Dong. Chapter 65. What will you do? Indeed, everything was orchestrated by you. Jiang Yunxi regarded the other person with a frosty gaze. She appeared just as amiable as when they first met, yet her actions had spiraled into madness. When they first encountered each other, Jiang could discern nothing from her visage. Even upon closer inspection now, she still failed to perceive any malevolence. This was the source of her perplexity. She had never misjudged a countenance before. During her initial visit to Fuxianfang, she had noticed the dishes in the kitchen were all nourishing blood, and an unsettling feeling had crept into her mind. However, witnessing the children thriving, she dismissed her apprehensions as mere overthinking. It was only upon learning of the sudden demise of Dong's husband, Cheng Zimu, that her suspicions began to stir. "How did you know it was me?" Dong inquired calmly, devoid of anger, panic, or unease. Her gaze remained as gentle as ever. "Initially, I was uncertain it was you. It was only when my daughter vanished that I became convinced of your involvement. You abduct a child each month, extracting their blood in a bid to resurrect the deceased," Jiang Yunxi stated flatly. How peculiar. She sensed no wicked energy emanating from her adversary. She appeared to be an ordinary individual. Dong pursed her lips, realizing that her own impatience had led to her exposure. "After all, your daughter was the one I sought. Her blood should be the most potent, possibly granting me immediate success. Thus, I could not afford to delay, stealthily infiltrating the Duke's residence to abduct her. I had planned to act during the hour of Z, when the Yin energy was at its peak. Who could have anticipated that Jiang Yunxi would so precisely uncover her hiding place and dismantle the array she had set? At that moment, she sensed a disturbance in Fuxianfang. After the array was disrupted, she was struck by a backlash, spitting out blood in fury. Months of meticulous effort were on the brink of fruition, only to culminate in utter failure. Consequently, she re-established the array in Fuxianfang, awaiting her arrival. "Why are you doing this?" Jiang Yunxi inquired. "I must resurrect him. He cannot remain dead." Dong's expression began to falter, her eyes brimming with hatred, on the cusp of achieving her goal. Observing the madness in her opponent's demeanor, Jiang discerned that she had succumbed to her frenzy, inflicting harm on the innocent and defying the natural order through sorcery. "I shall not permit you to succeed. Why do you oppose me?" Dong roared in anger. Had she not intervened, she might have found Jiang likable. "It is not an opposition to you, but rather an allegiance to justice," Jiang Yunxi replied coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. Were it anyone else committing such acts, she would still rise to confront them, refusing to stand idly by. Dong laughed, though her smile was unsettling. Through gritted teeth, she spat. "You know nothing, yet you prattle about justice. I too am a victim. Who has ever sought justice for me? A victim?" Jiang Yunxi decided to lend an ear to her tale, though no matter her experiences, they could never justify her harm to the innocent. "Zimu and I were both orphans, inseparable companions since childhood, the closest of kin. Our bond was deep, and eventually, we wed as per our promise. After our marriage, we were blissful until another individual appeared." As Dong's words trailed off, her face reflected desolation and anguish. The person in question was Jiling Feng, as Jiang Yunxi articulated. Upon hearing that name, a wave of hatred surged within Dong. It was he who had shattered her bond with Zimu. It was he who had destroyed their home, and she loathed him for it. "So the accident on stage was orchestrated by you, with the intent to kill Ji Lingfeng," Jiang Yunxi conjectured. "Otherwise, what a coincidence it would be for such calamity to occur." "It was I," Dong replied, her voice laced with bitterness. "I thought that if he were dead, Zimu would return to me, but I never anticipated that he would love that man so deeply. He even went so far as to make it appear as if Ji Lingfeng were dead, while coercing me. If I did not resurrect Ji Lingfeng, he would never be with me." Dong's expression twisted with rage as she shouted, her heart burdened with profound grievance. From childhood, her world had revolved solely around Cheng Zimu. She loved him dearly. He was her everything. Upon learning that he had developed feelings for another man, she was plunged into despair, resentment, and turmoil. She had given him chances, yet he still chose Ji Lingfeng, which drove her to take action. Otherwise, she would never have resorted to murder. Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan stood in stunned silence. Previously, they had surmised that Dong believed Cheng Zimu to be dead, prompting her to switch the body before burial and abduct children to extract their blood for resurrection. They had not anticipated that she knew the body belonged to Ji Lingfeng, whom she had killed. What astonished them further was the revelation that Chang Zimu had compelled her to employ sorcery to resurrect Ji Lingfeng. In light of the entire ordeal, she could be seen as a victim. The ones you ought to confront are Chang Zimu and Ji Lingfeng, not harm the innocent children of Fuxianfeng. Those children are blameless. Do not claim you were coerced. If you could kill Ji Lingfeng, you could also take down Chang Zimu, Jiang Yunxi stated coldly. While her circumstances evoked sympathy, her actions were deeply detestable. Every grievance has its source, every debt its owner. No matter how furious or hateful you may feel, you should direct your wrath towards those who have wronged you, rather than inflicting harm upon the innocent. Upon hearing the final words, Dong's countenance turned frigid. Zimu is my everything. I could never kill him. It is you all who have wronged me. If it were not for you, once I resurrect Ji Lingfeng, Zimu and I could be together forever. He promised me that as long as Ji Lingfeng lives, they would be separated. Jiang Yunxi chuckled derisively. You are truly consumed by love. Do you not realize that once you resurrect Ji Lingfeng, Chang Zimu will likely kill you? Such is human nature. Chang Zimu has completely moved on. He witnessed Ji Lingfeng die before his very eyes. Yet he swiftly resolved to manipulate the situation to appear as if Ji Lingfeng had died. He is ruthless. He knows how much Dong loves him. As long as he pressures her, she will assist in resurrecting Ji Lingfeng. Once Ji Lingfeng is alive, he will undoubtedly kill Dong without hesitation. Ultimately, it is they who will be together. You lie. Zimu would never deceive me. He assured me that if I resurrect Ji Lingfeng, he would return to me, and we would be a loving couple with children of our own. I despise you all. Why must you destroy us? Dong screamed with a distorted visage. Her eyes ablaze with fury as Jiang Yunxi advanced toward her step by step. What do you intend to do? If you approach me any closer, I shall activate the formation, bringing about the demise of all the children in the Fudian courtyard. As Dong's gaze fell upon the approaching figure, a fade of delicate beauty and gentle smile adorned her face, yet an inexplicable dread enveloped her. She felt an invisible pressure bearing down upon her. Just as she was poised to initiate the formation, Jiang Yunxi raised a finger and pointed it at her forehead, uttering, "You have brought this upon yourself. You shall not survive." Dong's countenance shifted dramatically. She found herself unable to move. What is happening? What are you doing? Release Mian Mian at once. Outside the courtyard, Jiang Jingyan bellowed in fury. Chapter 66. Why did he kneel? Upon hearing her brother's voice, Jiang Yunxi immediately sensed that something was amiss outside. She strode forward, delivering a swift blow that rendered Dong unconscious. Seizing her brush, she quickly inscribed a talisman upon the ground, subsequently biting her finger to let her blood drip into the symbol. A palpable disturbance rippled through the air, and the ominous black aura hovering over Fuxiandong swiftly dissipated. She had intended for Zhan Beiyuan to confront Dong, but with her daughter in peril, there was no time to waste. We must go, Jiang Yunxi declared, rushing out. Zhan Beiyuan cast a glance at the now clear sky before hastily following her. As they flung open the door, they encountered Jiang Jingyan, who was poised to push it open. Sister, hurry. Someone has abducted Mian Mian. The assailant was extraordinarily swift and struck without warning. We barely had time to react. It was Chang Zimu, Jiang Yunxi asserted with certainty. When they had sought out Dong, he must have been in Fuxiandong as well, perhaps even overhearing their conversation, prompting him to abduct Mian Mian in a bid to leverage her for assistance in resurrecting Ji Lingfeng. They ran that way. Jiang Jingyan pointed in a direction. Eldest brother. Second brother, please keep Zhu Chui and the others safe in Fuxiandong. Have the guard from the Jingshuoyan mansion bind Dong. Wang and I will search for Mian Mian. You need not worry. Jiang Yunxi spoke with calm resolve. Understood. Jiang Jinghuai recognized that their assistance would be futile, and it was wiser to remain behind. Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan swiftly boarded the carriage, with Jiang Yunxi seated inside, while Zhan Beiyuan took the reins. Upon reaching the impoverished eastern district, the area was aglow with lights. Given the narrow streets, they had no choice but to proceed on foot, passing by a noodle stall where an elderly couple still tended their stand. Albeit looking considerably more haggard than before, their once vibrant spirits dimmed. Upon sighting Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan, the couple's expressions darkened, mistaking their presence for coercion. However, the two simply hurried past the stall. When they arrived at the courtyard, both Qi Yin and Chu Xinwen were present. Your Highness, that man has taken the little princess inside. We dared not enter for fear he might harm her. Qi Yin reported urgently, their caution stemming from the desire to avoid provoking the assailant. Lord Chu, the 5 missing children have been found in Fushindong. The perpetrator is none other than the district lord, Dong. Zhan Beiyuan stated in a grave tone. Que Xinwen's phase displayed était choc. The case of the missing children from Fushindong has been resolved. The culprit is actually Dong, the district lord? This is beyond my imagination. Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan proceeded into the courtyard, which was devoid of any inhabitants. They made their way directly to the kitchen and descended into the cellar. Upon entering, they spotted a young man clad in a blue robe, appearing to be around 25 or 26, with delicate and graceful features, a striking resemblance to the figure in the portrait. Let's make a deal, Cheng Zimu stated bluntly. I refuse, Jiang Yunxi replied decisively. Cheng Zimu's expression darkened menacingly. If you do not assist me in resurrecting Ling Feng, your daughter will perish. Jiang Yunxi's smile was laced with defiance. My daughter has a long life ahead of her, far surpassing your own fleeting existence. Do not provoke me. It would be of no benefit to you. Cheng Zimu clenched his fists tightly, his elongated eyes radiating a dangerous and chilling intent. He harbored an intense hatred for Jiang Yunxi, that wretched woman. If it were not for her, the Dong family might have resurrected Ling Feng tonight. They had not spoken in 6 months, and he missed his voice terribly, longing for him to open his eyes and gaze upon him. What do you intend to do? Threaten me with my daughter? A cold smirk danced upon Jiang Yunxi's exquisite face. You would do well to recognize your position and assist me in reviving Ling Feng, or I shall take her life. Cheng Zimu's expression twisted slightly, madness flickering in his eyes. What qualifications do you possess to negotiate with me? Jiang Yunxi approached him, a captivating smile gracing her lips, her clear, bright eyes seemingly imbued with enchantment. For a moment, Cheng Zimu was entranced, and then, as if compelled, he fell to his knees. He was bewildered. What was he doing? Why was he kneeling before this woman who had thwarted his desires? As Jiang Yunxi drew closer, she delivered a swift kick to his chest. You heartless wretch! If it were not for your infatuation, the Dong family would not resort to sorcery to harm innocent children. You are the true architect of this calamity. Cheng Zimu emitted a muffled groan of agony, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. This was of her own making. She knew of his love for Ling Feng, yet refused to support it, ultimately leading to Ling Feng's demise, and now she must face the consequences. Zhan Beiyuan exuded an icy aura, coldly declaring, This is the first time I have encountered such shamelessness. It truly tarnishes the dignity of manhood. You are married, yet in your affection for another man, you subject your wife to emotional abuse, compelling her to commit murder. Ji Lingfeng's death is on your hands. Jiang Yunxi's face betrayed her utter disdain. She abhorred individuals lacking self-control and competence. You lie. How could I possibly be responsible for Ling Feng's death? I love him. He is the one I cherish most. Cheng Zimu shouted in a fit of agitation. In the end, he was both laughing and crying, resembling a madman. Jiang Yunxi crouched before him, grasping his shoulders, sensing that he was merely an ordinary man. Why would the Dong family possess knowledge of sorcery? I do not know. I do not know. Cheng Zimu shook his head repeatedly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Do you wish for me to destroy Ji Lingfeng's corpse? Jiang Yunxi threatened him. Cheng Zimu abruptly raised his head, pleading desperately, No, do not destroy him. I beg you. Help me revive him. I will do anything you ask. Jiang Yunxi inquired, How does the Dong family comprehend sorcery? I truly do not know. Cheng Zimu shook his head again, his body instinctively shivering. Jiang Yunxi scoffed, stepping toward the inner chamber. I genuinely do not understand how she acquired such knowledge. We grew up together, and she had never studied it before. Once, I witnessed her injuring someone in a peculiar manner, and she became strange. Cheng Zimu's voice quivered as he spoke. You find her frightening and wish to separate from her. Yet she is unwilling. Ji Lingfeng, who has been by your side, shows you kindness, and thus you fell in love with him, taking advantage of her affection for you without restraint. Jiang Yunxi articulated her conjecture, having traversed several lifetimes and witnessed a myriad of events. Ling Feng surpassed her in understanding. He was truly the one who comprehended me best. How could that venomous woman, Dong, have slain him? Cheng Zimu's visage was marred by profound hatred and anguish. In a fit of rage, Jiang Yunxi delivered another fierce kick to him, exclaiming, "You are the most despicable one." At that moment, Zhan Beiyuan emerged from the inner chamber, carrying the unconscious Mian. Jiang Yunxi hurried forward, and upon confirming her daughter's safety, declared, "We must leave." Observing their intent to depart, Cheng Zimu cried out in desperation, "I implore you, save Ling Feng. I am willing to die, to exchange my life for his." Chapter 67. Jiang Yunxi. You truly are ruthless. Jiang Yunxi chose to ignore him, departing without a backward glance. How could she possibly undertake an act against the heavens for the sake of a scoundrel? She would ultimately have to bear the consequences. Upon their return to the surface, Zhan Beiyuan recounted the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the children in Fushunfeng to Chu Xinwen, instructing him to escort Cheng Zimu back to the Jingshuian residence. Although he had not directly committed murder, he had coerced the Dong family into abducting the children to resurrect Ji Lingfeng, thereby rendering him culpable. Ji Lingfeng's remains had also been laid to rest. Inside the carriage, Zhan Beiyuan cradled Mian while Jiang Yunxi sat beside him, with Qi Yin handling the reins. "Do you suspect the Dong family?" Zhan Beiyuan inquired in a hushed tone. "Indeed, there are concerns. Her formidable witchcraft indicates she possesses unique powers. Yet I sense nothing from her, which is rather peculiar." Jiang Yunxi pondered thoughtfully. The fact that she could not see through Dong was the most curious aspect. "Once we arrive at Fushunfeng, you may interrogate her," Zhan Beiyuan suggested. "Agreed," Jiang Yunxi nodded. They soon reached Fushunfeng, but upon encountering Dong, they discovered her to be utterly deranged. "Zimu loves me the most. His heart belongs solely to me. We grew up together, and he has always treated me with unparalleled kindness. Zimu, where have you gone? Zimu, you promised to love me forever, and you will always love me, won't you?" "I shall love you eternally," Dong babbled, bound hand and foot, seated on the ground with a dazed expression, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Jiang Yunxi approached, took her pulse, then withdrew her hand. Dong was truly mad, not feigning madness. Zhan Beiyuan remarked, "Such a coincidence that she has lost her sanity?" Realizing that questioning Dong would yield no fruitful information, Jiang Yunxi decided to leave the subsequent matters to Chu Xinwen. The Jingshuian residents would impose appropriate penalties based on their crimes. As they exited Fushunfeng, they encountered a lavish carriage slowly coming to a halt, from which Lu Qingbai, clad in snow-white attire, gracefully descended. "Prince Han, Miss Jiang, have you just come for Fushunfeng? How goes the investigation into the missing children?" Lu Qingbai approached them swiftly. "The case has been resolved. You need not concern yourself," Zhan Beiyuan replied coldly, his expression impassive. "What brings you here, young Master Lu?" Jiang Yunxi inquired with a smile, curious as to why he had come so late. "I mentioned assisting in the investigation, but the recent demands from Prince Han have kept me occupied. Today, I finally had the opportunity to visit Fushunfeng," Lu Qingbai stated plainly, casting a glance at Zhan Beiyuan. Jiang Yunxi's lips twitched slightly. She had wondered why Lu Qingbai had been absent in recent days. Zhan Beiyuan maintained his composure and interjected, "It is not that this prince sought to burden you, but with the year's end approaching, there are indeed numerous matters requiring the national master's attention. In your absence, it naturally falls to you to manage them." Lu Qingbai fell silent. "The missing children from Fushunfeng have all been located. It was Dong, the head of Fushunfeng, who orchestrated the abduction. She aimed to use the blood of the children to resurrect a deceased individual," Jiang Yunxi explained, detailing the situation with Dong and her accomplices. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingbai frowned, recognizing that the true culprit was Cheng Zimu. Had he managed the situation adeptly, the subsequent events could have been averted. Indeed, it was he. Jiang Yunxi believed that Cheng Zimu was the most deserving of blame. Had he not coerced the Dong family, they likely would not have resorted to harming the children. However, since the Dong family did act, they must also bear their due responsibilities. As dusk approached, Zhan Beiyuan reminded, "It is getting late. We should return." Jiang Yunxi bid farewell to Lu Qingbai, while Jiang Jinghuai and Jiang Jingyan departed together. As night fell, Jiang Jingyan encountered many individuals he ought not to have seen. "Sister, did you not mention wanting to give a gift? You should bestow it upon elder brother." He yearned to share both fortune and adversity with his elder brother. "Very well, I shall ponder what to gift him tomorrow," Jiang Yunxi replied with a beaming smile. Jiang Jingyan pondered, "Are we not to present the same gift? That would be quite a loss for him." The carriage soon arrived at the Duke of England's residence. Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan entered with Mian, assuring everyone of her well-being, while also retrieving Momo, and the four of them returned to the Cold King's manor. Upon reaching the manor, Zhan Beiyuan advised Jiang Yunxi to rest the children early. She considered protesting, but ultimately acknowledged that their day had been quite exhausting and rest was indeed warranted. Once back in the Fenghua courtyard, after watching the two children fall asleep, she retreated to her own chamber, yet slumber eluded her. She felt an inexplicable madness surrounding the Dong family. Their behavior was decidedly abnormal. Logically, being orphans like Cheng Zimo, they should have had no exposure to sorcery. There was an unmistakable peculiarity about her. The following day, Jiang Yunxi awoke deeply, and when she finally opened her eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. This was a consequence of her life's countdown, as she had experienced in her previous lives, where the final 3 months were marked by such profound slumber. In the last 10 to 15 days, she would resemble an elderly person nearing the end of her days, even finding walking a struggle. Realizing there were matters still to attend to, she could no longer remain in bed. With the situation in Fuxingfang resolved, she needed to hasten her efforts to dismantle the Annihilation Formation at the Duke of England's residence. Upon exiting, her maid promptly assisted her in her morning rituals. "Miss Jiang, the young lord and young princess are in the prince's courtyard. After you rise, the prince wishes for you to have breakfast before joining him," the maid, Xian, softly informed her once she was ready. Jiang Yunxi nodded and, after breakfast, proceeded to the main courtyard. Upon her arrival, she found the three of them seated in a pavilion, Zhan Beiyuan teaching them to write. Observing this heartwarming scene, Jiang Yunxi smiled, feeling no regret for bringing the children to find Zhan Beiyuan, despite their brief time together. She knew she could entrust her children to him without a second thought. "Mother," Momo and Mian exclaimed joyously upon seeing her. "Your writing is excellent, but now you may play for a while," Jiang Yunxi said with a twinkle in her eye, aware that Zhan Beiyuan had summoned her for a reason. Momo and Mian exchanged glances and happily dashed away. It seems father and mother are growing closer. Jiang Yunxi seated herself, gazing at Zhan Beiyuan with a smile. "What is it you wish to discuss?" Zhan Beiyuan cast a penetrating gaze upon her, for he had already unveiled the truth of her precarious existence. "Indeed, there is something. Speak." Jiang Yunxi was aware of his unspoken thoughts. As astute as the Cold King, he must have surmised that my presence, accompanied by the child, was a consequence of my impending demise. Were it not for the shadow of death looming over me, neither I nor the child would stand before you. Zhan Beiyuan's handsome visage darkened, an intimidating chill enveloping him, although he had anticipated this revelation. Hearing it from her lips still ignited his ire. "Jiang Yunxi, you are truly ruthless." He had not expected her to be on the brink of death, yet her appearance belied such a fate. Jiang Yunxi smiled faintly. "Will the Cold King take my life now?" Zhan Beiyuan's expression soured. His teeth clenched as he retorted, "You are on the verge of death. Do you truly believe I would still execute you?" Jiang Yunxi's smile blossomed like a flower. "Ah, then allow me to recount the events of 6 years ago." Chapter 68. I am merely praising you. "You see, my lord, I hope you will refrain from fabricating tales." Zhan Beiyuan's voice was cold and deep, his dark eyes as frigid as a frozen pond. Jiang Yunxi felt a wave of frustration. It was clear he had never believed her stories. After all, he was the stoic and formidable god of war of the Tunglong kingdom. How could he easily trust the words of someone of unknown origin? 6 years ago, my adoptive parents sold me to the Du family to bring fortune to their son, who was incapable. His father wished to take my virginity in his place, and naturally, I resisted and fled, only to be drugged by them. I encountered you, unconscious, on the mountainside, and under duress, I resorted to certain measures to ensure you forgot that episode. Jiang Yunxi gazed into his eyes, unreservedly revealing the truth. At this juncture, there is no need for further fabrication, especially since Zhan Beiyuan was aware of her imminent demise. Indeed, it was you. Zhan Beiyuan spoke in a low voice, realizing his initial intuition had been correct. Given the torment from the medicinal effects, how could he have acted in such a manner towards her? It was I. Jiang Yunxi conceded. You have done it, and yet, you made me forget that segment. Zhan Beiyuan roared, his handsome visage resembling a landscape blanketed in millennia of ice. Upon observing your countenance, I discerned your extraordinary nature. To avert future conflicts, I believed it prudent for you to forget, and my decision has proven to be wise. Jiang Yunxi stated earnestly. Otherwise, if he remembered that night, he would undoubtedly seek her out. Coupled with the matters concerning the Du family, he would swiftly deduce her identity and would not spare her. Jiang Yunxi. Zhan Beiyuan's thin lips were tightly pressed, his expression rife with fury. How could she speak of it so nonchalantly? Do not be agitated. Had you known at the time, you would surely have killed me, thus leaving you without your sons and daughters. Jiang Yunxi replied with a wink. Zhan Beiyuan, when I brought the children to visit you, I had no choice but to weave those tales. Otherwise, given our unfamiliarity, you would still harbor animosity towards me. Jiang Yunxi spoke languidly. Therefore, during this period, you have been intent on allowing me to understand your character, so that even if I were to uncover the truth, I would not resort to violence against you. Zhan Beiyuan gritted his teeth. Truly astute, Jiang Yunxi generously praised him. Initially, they were strangers, lacking understanding of one another. Had she approached him with the truth from the outset, the powerful Cold King would undoubtedly have been enraged at being so offended by a country girl, perhaps even contemplating her demise. Anyone in his position would have reacted with fury. She could only deceive him for the time being, awaiting a suitable opportunity to disclose the truth. Little did she anticipate that he would learn of her impending death from an unnamed source. Now was the most opportune moment to reveal the truth. Zhan Beiyuan, his face darkened with anger, exclaimed, Jiang Yunxi, you are exceedingly cunning. Jiang Yunxi smiled lightly. You are correct. I am indeed shrewd. She had indeed played her cards carefully. Zhan Beiyuan, in my lifetime, I have committed but one wrongdoing, which was that night when I acted as I did towards you. Although I was compelled by the effects of the medicine, it remains my fault, Jiang Yunxi said candidly. The fury within Zhan Beiyuan gradually subsided. He could not deny the intelligence of this woman. Having uncovered the truth, he found himself devoid of the ruthlessness he had possessed the night she arrived at the royal residence. Moreover, he was incapable of inflicting harm upon her. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became, irritated by his own softness of heart, feeling as though he was being manipulated. For the first time in his life, he felt utterly defeated. For the sake of the two children, he resolved not to hold her accountable for that night 6 years ago. After all, she was a woman on the brink of death. What was there for him to contest with her? I knew the Cold King was magnanimous and understanding, discerning what is right and wrong. Enough with the flattery. Zhan Beiyuan interrupted her. Jiang Yunxi, with an innocent smile, replied, I am merely praising you. Zhan Beiyuan cast a cold gaze upon her. Why are you on the verge of death? Surely, you are not conspiring with the nameless one to deceive me? Upon finishing his words, his eyes sharpened, filled with suspicion, recalling her past attempts to mislead him. Jiang Yunxi's lips twitched slightly. I am not deceiving you. I am indeed nearing death, with just over 2 months remaining. Zhan Beiyuan was taken aback, his expression darkening. You appear to be in good health. I am not ill. I simply cannot survive beyond the age of 22. After the New Year's Eve, I will completely vanish, and as my lifespan dwindles day by day, I will grow weaker, Jiang Yunxi stated calmly. Have you also been cursed? Zhan Beiyuan thought of the nameless one as situation. Yes, Jiang Yunxi nodded. Is it unbreakable? Unbreakable. Zhan Beiyuan fell silent. Do not speak of my impending demise to anyone, especially not to Mo and Mian. Jiang Yunxi cautioned him, for revealing her curse would only serve to increase their worries unnecessarily. Understood. Zhan Beiyuan acquiesced. He observed her usual confidence. Now, as she spoke of the curse being unbreakable, he believed her. You must awaken the righteous energy within you soon. I have a foreboding sense that something significant will occur in the future. After I am gone, you must protect Mo and Mian, Jiang Yunxi warned gravely. Zhang Biyuan's expression darkened slightly as he replied coldly, "You are simply giving up on yourself? There is still over 2 months. There may yet be a way." Jiang Yunxi chuckled softly. "If I were to tell you that I have lived many lives, each ending at the age of 22, would you believe me?" She was not one to easily relinquish hope. She had struggled against her fate in the past, but ultimately could not escape it. In the end, she decided to cease her struggles, opting instead to find a comfortable place to wait for death in her final 3 months. After all, she had no one to care for, and there would always be a new life to look forward to. "I believe you," Zhang Beiyuan replied. In the past, he would have dismissed such claims, but having spent time with her recently, he had witnessed extraordinary phenomena. Any further absurdities would not astonish him. "I have fought against this fate, yet I still meet the same end at 22, Jiang Yunxi said matter-of-factly. In this life, she had contemplated resistance, but she would never take his life to prolong her own. Zhang Beiyuan, once you awaken the formidable power of righteousness, I shall impart some techniques to you. In the future, when you encounter malevolent spirits, you will be able to confront them on your own." Jiang Yunxi replied with a smile. "I wish to learn the abilities you employed yesterday," Zhang Beiyuan reiterated, sensing a hint of peculiarity. That night in the desolate well, she could have utilized the very techniques from the previous day. Why then did she restrain herself and instead draw upon her own blood? Jiang Yunxi felt a wave of frustration, surprised that he still lingered on her secret art from yesterday. Considering the backlash she would likely face in the coming days, it seemed futile to conceal the truth any longer. Rather than offering explanations later, it would be prudent to disclose it to him now. Suddenly, Qi Yin rushed in. "Your Highness, the Jingzhao Yin's residence just sent word that the Dong family has perished, and Cheng Zimu is missing. They request your presence along with Miss Jiang." Jiang Yunxi felt an unsettling sense that this matter was far from resolved. She had not anticipated that, after just one night, the Dong family was dead and Cheng Zimu had vanished. Chapter 69. The repercussions arrive in the residence of the Jingzhao Yin. Upon the arrival of Zhang Beiyuan and Jiang Yunxi, Chu Xinwen promptly approached them. "Your Highness, last night I confined them to their cell alone, and this morning the guards discovered that the Dong family member was dead, while Cheng Zimu had vanished." As he spoke, a tremor of anxiety coursed through his heart. The case had been solved by Jiang Yunxi and the Cold Prince, with the Jingzhao Yin's office contributing little to the effort. Yet, after apprehending the criminals, they had failed to ensure their custody, a clear dereliction of duty. "How did she die?" Zhang Beiyuan inquired coldly. "Her heart was extracted, and Cheng Zimu somehow managed to escape the cell," Chu Xinwen replied, bowing with trepidation. "What purpose does the Jingzhao Yin serve if you cannot even guard 2 prisoners?" Zhang Biyuan's voice brimmed with ire. Jiang Yunxi tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Do not blame Lord Shu. Cheng Zimu is likely no ordinary individual. The guards probably could not restrain him even if they witnessed his escape." Zhang Beiyuan remained silent. Chu Xinwen felt profoundly touched, astonished that Jiang Yunxi would speak in his defense. The guards who had changed shifts that morning found the previous watchers lying unconscious on the ground. Upon rousing them, they were bewildered, unaware of how they had succumbed to slumber. "Where is Ji Lingfeng buried?" Jiang Yunxi inquired. "It was too late last night for the burial. He remains in that courtyard." Kuxinwen Kiki responded. Jiang Yunxi turned to Zhang Beiyuan and said, "Let us proceed there." "Do you believe he is going to find Ji Lingfeng?" Zhang Beiyuan's brows furrowed. Though he could not comprehend how Cheng Zimu, being no ordinary person, could breach the confines of the Jingzhao Yin's prison. "Absolutely," Jiang Yunxi asserted with conviction. "When we departed yesterday, he expressed his willingness to exchange his life for Ji Lingfeng's survival. His obsession runs deep. Will Mian be in danger?" Zhang Beiyuan asked, concern etched upon his face. Jiang Yunxi smiled reassuringly. "I have set up an array at Fanghua Courtyard. He cannot penetrate it." Upon learning of Cheng Zimu's escape from the Jingzhao Yin's cell, she realized the situation was far more complex than it appeared, prompting her to establish a formidable array. Even if Cheng Zimu had mutated, he would still be unable to breach it. Zhang Beiyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing her words. Before their departure from the palace, they had instructed Mo and Mian Mian to remain at Fanghua Courtyard, where he had arranged for hidden guards nearby, while the palace had also intensified its defenses. "Your Highness, I shall accompany you with my men," Chu Xinwen offered, eager to assist in capturing the fugitive. "There is no need. You would be of no help," Zhang Beiyuan coldly declined. Chu Xinwen felt a pang of rejection at this dismissal. Jiang Yunxi and Zhang Beiyuan swiftly departed for the eastern slums. Upon their arrival, they encountered a nameless figure huddled by the street, his newly acquired garments soiled. "Nameless," Jiang Yunxi called out as she approached. Hearing the familiar voice, the nameless one quickly looked up, and upon recognizing Jiang Yunxi, his eyes sparkled with hope. Although the elderly couple had not helped him break the curse, he remained grateful to Jiang Yunxi for her sincere intentions. Even if the curse remained unbroken, he would always appreciate her kindness. She was the finest person he had ever encountered. "What brings you here? Please do not waste any more time on my behalf." "I am well." The nameless one beamed with a radiant smile, for he was no longer burdened by regrets. "Stay put and do not wander," Jiang Yunxi admonished him. He nodded earnestly. Jiang Yunxi and Zhang Beiyuan swiftly departed, for pressing matters awaited them. Once the situation with Chang Zimu was resolved, she intended to seek out the elderly couple. Upon their arrival at the courtyard, they found all the guards of the Jingzhou Yin mansion sprawled on the ground. Jiang Yunxi approached to inspect them. They were merely unconscious. However, when they ventured into the underground chamber, both Cheng Zimu and Ji Lingfeng were absent. Could they be in Ji Lingfeng's courtyard? Zhang Beiyuan speculated. "It is likely," Jiang Yunxi concurred. Thus, they proceeded to Ji Lingfeng's residence on Wanfuji Street. Upon their arrival, the courtyard door stood ajar. As they entered, the door to the main house swung open, revealing Cheng Zimu clad in a blue theatrical costume. "To kill even when death looms over you, you truly deserve your fate." Jiang Yunxi's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Regardless of the crimes committed by the Dong family, it was the duty of the Jingzhou Yin mansion to handle them. She deserves her fate. Had it not been for her, Lingfeng and I would have grown old together, singing until we could sing no more, Cheng Zimu stated calmly. Jiang Yunxi scoffed. "It is a tragedy for Dong to have encountered you. Even if you desire to be with Ji Lingfeng, you ought to part ways with her rather than straddle two worlds. Your arrival is fortuitous. I offer you a chance to resurrect Ji Lingfeng. Otherwise, do not expect to leave here today." Cheng Zimu's eyes glinted with malice. "I shall deal with him," Zhang Beiyuan declared, a murderous intent brewing within him. "Such a wretch should not be allowed to live." "Wait, he is no ordinary person. He has been corrupted," Jiang Yunxi spoke gravely, having sensed the evil aura surrounding Cheng Zimu. Zhang Beiyuan furrowed his brow. "Corrupted? This is the first I've heard of it." Jiang Yunxi elaborated, his malevolent thoughts, obsessions, anger, hatred, and dissatisfaction have twisted and magnified, causing him to attract dark forces, resulting in his corruption and the acquisition of extraordinary powers. This explains how he managed to escape the Jing Zhaoyin mansion. "I understand now. He has made a pact with dark forces and has become a demon." Zhang Beiyuan responded solemnly. "Indeed," Jiang Yunxi affirmed, "but Dong, she still fails to comprehend. Her knowledge of witchcraft does not equate to being corrupted." Zhang Beiyuan looked at her and said, "I will confront him. Although he is not a cultivator of evil, corruption fundamentally belongs to a similar category." Jiang Yunxi admired his courage. "Go forth. Perhaps it will awaken the righteous spirit within you." Cheng Zimu, observing their nonchalance, felt his inner malevolence surge. His eyes darkened, and his features began to twist into a sinister expression. "I have given you a chance. If you refuse it, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Jiang Yunxi raised an eyebrow and found a place to sit, preparing to watch. Zhang Beiyuan advanced step by step towards Cheng Zimu. Noticing that he was the only one taking action, Cheng Zimu smirked derisively. "A mere ordinary person dares to confront me?" He roared and shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Zhang Beiyuan remained unperturbed. Having faced evil cultivators before, he would not take a corrupted Cheng Zimu lightly. In truth, he hoped for a more formidable opponent. Only when one is ensnared in adversity, feeling an intense sense of crisis, can the noble essence within awaken in its full glory. With a resounding crash, a formidable force struck directly at Zhan Beiyuan, who, in a swift turn of internal energy, attempted to resist, only to be propelled backward several meters. Cheng Zi, witnessing this, wore a smug expression as he soared to attack once more. He sought to eliminate him, to eradicate them all, for they had thwarted his ambitions. Jiang Yunxi's gaze remained fixed on Zhan Beiyuan. She discerned that he was on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand the malevolent dark force suffused with sinister intentions. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet. The once clear sky gradually darkened ominously. Jiang Yunxi's eyes widened, nearly uttering an expletive. Just yesterday, she had employed a secret technique, and today, the backlash had arrived. Chapter 70. Succumbing to resistance, the thunder rumbled, a tempestuous roar, as lightning cleaved the heavens. The sound reverberated like a furious beast, jarring and profound. Both Zhan Beiyuan and Cheng Zimo halted in their tracks, astonished by the sudden spectacle. Logically, the day was radiant, the sky a brilliant blue, yet an ominous storm seemed imminent. Shadows enveloped the surroundings, imparting an inexplicable sense of oppression. In an instant, a bolt of lightning descended like a sword, fierce and unrelenting. Jiang Yunxi, aware that it was aimed at her, swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping as the spot she had just occupied was struck, leaving a moderate crater in its wake. Ha ha ha, retribution! Cheng Zimo realized that the lightning sought Jiang Yunxi, a serendipitous twist of fate. How dare that wretched woman thwart his plans? Just a moment more, and Ling Feng would awaken. Such a kind soul should not succumb to slumber at a tender age. Behold, even the heavens conspired to assist them. Once Zhan Beiyuan regained his composure, he dashed towards Cheng Zimo, delivering a powerful kick. Cheng Zimo, reacting in time, evaded the blow. I will not engage you. I desire her demise. Cheng Zimo bellowed, his visage twisted with malice. It was Jiang Yunxi who had disrupted his bond with Ji Lingfeng. He was determined to eliminate her. Thunder reverberated through the sky, and bolts of lightning, fierce as enraged dragons, cascaded downwards, all targeting Jiang Yunxi. Within, she could only exclaim in despair. One bolt could be evaded, but multiple strikes posed a daunting challenge. No matter where she fled, escape seemed elusive. Yet, she refused to remain passive and await her fate. Cheng Zimo, initially intent on advancing, recoiled in fear upon witnessing the multitude of lightning strikes, retreating swiftly with a sinister grin, as if the situation had absolved him of action. How could a mere mortal withstand such divine fury? Zhan Beiyuan, observing the bolts descending upon Jiang Yunxi, swiftly dashed to her side, grasping her hand and urging her to flee. Jiang Yunxi, taken aback by the tension in his jawline, blinked in surprise. It's futile. I cannot escape. You must withdraw. Even if she evaded one strike, the lightning would relentlessly pursue her until it found its mark. What do you mean? Zhan Beiyuan asked. Confusion etched across his features. This is the backlash I must endure. It is inescapable. You must confront Cheng Zimo and strive to awaken the righteous energy within you. With that, Jiang Yunxi extricated her hand and fled. Zhan Beiyuan watched helplessly as she darted away, his fists clenched in frustration. In the next moment, he turned to charge at Cheng Zimo, realizing that he could only assist her once he harnessed the righteous power within himself. Cheng Zimo, witnessing Zhan Beiyuan's aggressive approach, regarded him with disdain, thinking him foolishly reckless. Just yesterday, he would have feared such an encounter. Yet now, endowed with formidable dark powers, these insignificant mortals were no match for him. As Zhan Beiyuan approached, Cheng Zimo clenched his fists and prepared to retaliate. Zhan Beiyuan's face was as cold and hard as frozen frost, his pitch-black eyes filled with a bloodthirsty ferocity, each strike delivering a lethal intent, yet failing to inflict harm upon his adversary. Instead, he found himself compelled to retreat step by step under the relentless pressure of his opponent's strength. As the adversary closed in further, a raging inferno ignited within his eyes, and something within his chest felt poised to erupt. Suddenly, a distinct muffled groan escaped Jiang Yunxi's lips as a bolt of lightning struck her back, causing her to stagger forward a few steps before regaining her balance. Almost immediately, another bolt of lightning struck her shoulder. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she resolved not to evade any longer, allowing the subsequent lightning strikes to rain down upon her. After all, evading only prolonged the inevitable. It was better to confront it head-on. In her first life, she had fought and struggled in vain, ultimately ending up battered and bruised. Perhaps this time, a change in strategy was in order. If resistance proved futile, perhaps submission would yield unexpected results. Zhan Beiyuan observed the scene from a distance, astonished to see Jiang Yunxi standing resolutely, permitting the furious bolts of lightning to strike her. The agony of her flesh enduring such torment must have been excruciating, yet she remained silent. Witnessing the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, his eyes began to glow with a crimson hue, a sensation akin to an invisible hand tightening around his chest, suffocating him with pain. Suddenly, a gentle golden radiance began to emanate from his being, both divine and radiant. Chang Zimu, sensing the surge of power emanating from him, was seized by an inexplicable dread, prompting him to flee into the house, intent on taking Ji Lingfeng away. These two individuals were undeniably peculiar, and he wished to avoid further confrontation. In a flash, Zhan Beiyuan leapt forward like a bolt of lightning, blocking his path. The murderous intent in his icy gaze gradually receded. His face, as if sculpted by divine hands, remained calm and impervious, exuding an air of sacred authority. Chang Zimu met his gaze, his heart pounding with escalating fear, as if something were piercing his very soul, leaving him trembling uncontrollably in trepidation. Zhan Beiyuan advanced step by step, still shimmering with a holy light reminiscent of a deity. He slowly raised his hand, and Chang Zimu found himself lifted into the air. "What are you doing?" Chang Zimu attempted to struggle, but discovered he was powerless to move, engulfed by a pain that felt as though sharp instruments were tearing at his flesh. Almost immediately, something began to seep out from within him. A dark, malevolent aura emanated from his body, only to vanish almost as swiftly. Upon witnessing the complete dissolution of the dark power within Chang Zimu, Zhan Beiyuan waved his right hand, casting him heavily to the ground. Unable to withstand the ordeal, Chang Zimu succumbed to unconsciousness. Not far away, Jiang Yunxi continued to endure the onslaught of lightning, this time offering no resistance, but merely accepting the pain. Although suffering intensely, she sensed no imminent death. Suddenly, her body weakened, and she began to collapse to the ground. A figure swiftly rushed forward, catching her. At that moment, the thunder and lightning ceased. Jiang Yunxi grasped Zhan Beiyuan's hand tightly, her dark eyes sparkling with excitement. "It worked!" she exclaimed. Zhan Beiyuan. At such a critical moment, she was still concerned about whether he had awakened the righteous power of Howren. "What about Chang Zimu?" Jiang Yunxi inquired. Having rendered her unconscious, the prince carried her back. Zhan Beiyuan spoke as he swept her into his arms. Jiang Yunxi clutched his arm, inquiring if he had another residence, expressing her concern that Mo and Mian would worry if she returned in such a state. Zhan Beiyuan cast a sidelong glance at her, remaining silent as he strode forward. Inside the carriage, Jiang Yunxi found herself still cradled in Zhan Beiyuan's embrace, stealing glances at the man. What could possibly be troubling him? Had he not awakened the formidable righteous energy within him, a development that ought to elicit joy? Ahem. Jiang Yunxi deliberately cleared her throat a few times. Zhan Beiyuan seemed oblivious to her attempts, his handsome visage taut and devoid of any expression. With a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, Jiang Yunxi slowly articulated, "Do you understand why I refrained from teaching you the secret technique I employed yesterday? Such methods invite backlash. Is it the consequence of being struck by lightning?" Zhan Beiyuan replied in a low, icy tone. Chapter 71. Which scoundrel indeed? Using it once invites a backlash. In my first life, I could not withstand the repercussions and perished prematurely, never to employ it again, Jiang Yunxi remarked. This time, it was unavoidable. In each life following the first, before my lifespan expired, my innate power sufficed to vanquish malevolent spirits. In the final 3 months, I secluded myself, encountering no challenges that necessitated the use of secret arts. At this moment, She felt a twinge of regret for not having brought Mo and Mian to seek out Zhang Beiyuan sooner. She had assumed the capital was devoid of troubles. Yet upon her arrival, she was met with a multitude of matters. The Duke of England's residence had fallen victim to a devastating extermination array, one of the 10 most vicious forbidden formations. Even more alarming was her vague premonition of impending calamities, compounded by the fact that her instincts had always proven remarkably accurate. Do not employ it again. I've already awakened the power of righteous energy. Should I encounter malevolent spirits, I shall resolve the issue, Zhang Beiyuan declared with solemnity. You are but one among the masses. You have done sufficiently well and should not bear such burdens. Tomorrow, I shall teach you a set of techniques. You currently possess only righteous energy. It is through the techniques that you can unlock its full potential, Jiang Yunxi replied with a gentle smile. She had not erred in her choice of companion. He was indeed a man of responsibility. The carriage ambled along the main thoroughfare. Miss, that is the carriage of the Cold Prince, a maid pointed out as they passed by. Follow it, Lin Weiwei instructed, promptly mounting her horse. Despite Zhang Beiyuan's earlier remarks, she remained undeterred. She refused to succumb to fate. They were on the cusp of marriage, and it was Jiang Yunxi who had disrupted their union. The servant deftly urged the carriage onward. Zhang Beiyuan escorted Jiang Yunxi to a secluded villa. Though somewhat remote, it was tranquil, surrounded by several exquisite and luxurious estates belonging to affluent families. Once the carriage came to a halt, Zhang Beiyuan lifted Jiang Yunxi down and led her into the courtyard. Lin Weiwei, following behind, felt her heart swell with an uncontainable mix of envy and resentment upon witnessing this scene. The Cold Prince had never before embraced any woman, and yet here he was holding Jiang Yunxi. However, observing Jiang Yunxi's condition, it became evident that she had sustained significant injuries, igniting a flicker of malicious thought within her. She had interfered with her romantic fate. Any harm befalling her was merely poetic justice. Inside the courtyard, Zhang Beiyuan carried Jiang Yunxi to the guest room. She had been struck by lightning multiple times. Her garments were tattered in places, revealing wounds that bled profusely, a sight both shocking and tragic. I can tend to my own wounds. You may leave, she insisted. Can you manage the injuries on your back? Zhang Beiyuan inquired. Jiang Yunxi hesitated. It appears I cannot. Remove your clothing, he commanded, retrieving a medical kit from the cabinet. Jiang Yunxi recalled their prior intimacy. Although he had been delirious that night, and the darkness had concealed much, she felt no embarrassment now. Instead, she gracefully unfastened her belt and lowered her garments. Turning her back to Zhang Beiyuan, she said, Please assist me with the wounds on my back. I shall handle the front myself. Very well, Zhang Beiyuan replied. Turning to see the woman's pale, slender back marred by numerous wounds, all the result of the lightning strikes. To his astonishment, she surprisingly endured the onslaught of so many lightning strikes. Were it another adult man, he might not have withstood such a trial. Perhaps it was due to her being a practitioner of the mystical arts, endowed with a peculiar strength. Otherwise, she would surely be either dead or grievously injured. What other secrets do you harbor? Zhang Beiyuan inquired while tending to her wounds, aiming to divert her attention, as the depth of the injury would undoubtedly cause her pain during treatment. I have disclosed everything to you. You are the first to know all my secrets, Jiang Yunxi remarked, momentarily taken aback by her own admission. In all her lifetimes, it was indeed the first time she had confided such matters to another. Does this mean it is an honor for this prince? The chill in Zhang Beiyuan's eyes dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of delight at being the sole keeper of her secrets. Of course, Jiang Yunxi affirmed. Zhang Beiyuan swiftly attended to the wounds on her back, shoulders, and arms, instructing, You can manage the ones in front. With that, he stood and departed. As Jiang Yunxi heard the door close, she turned to treat her front wounds, grimacing in pain. She had endured silently until now, cursing the wretched backlash. Who was the fool that had created this absurd rule? Wasn't he the secret art meant for use? She had not indiscriminately killed. Why should she suffer such consequences? After a brief moment, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, Jiang Yunxi responded, still sitting with her back to the entrance. There are no women's garments here. Put on this prince's attire. Do you intend to recuperate here or return to the royal manor? Zhan Beiyuan placed a set of white clothing upon the bed. I shall recover here. Jiang Yunxi contemplated before speaking. The stench of blood clung to her, and Mo Mian would undoubtedly sense something amiss. She wished to spare them from worry. Moreover, she did not want to return to the Duchess' residence, lest her grandmother and others become anxious. Zhan Beiyuan naturally respected her decision. Very well. Attend to your matters and inform Mo Mian that I will not be returning today, Jiang Yunxi instructed. There are maidservants in the courtyard. Should you require anything, communicate with them. Zhan Beiyuan had other matters to attend to. Understood, Jiang Yunxi replied. Zhan Beiyuan cast a glance at her before swiftly departing. Once she confirmed he had left, she hastily changed into his clothing, which still bore traces of his masculine essence. She fell into a deep slumber. When she awoke, the room was enveloped in darkness. As she shifted, the wounds throbbed with a fiery pain. After lying still for a while, she sat up and noticed something peculiar about her body. Although her wounds ached, she sensed a transformation within her flesh and blood, though she could not articulate the exact nature of this change. It was an extraordinary sensation. As Jiang Yunxi emerged from her room, a maid rushed to greet her, announcing that the kitchen had prepared porridge and chicken soup, among other light dishes. Shortly thereafter, a lavish spread of food adorned the table, chicken soup and nourishing delicacies. Go inform everyone to return to their rooms and rest. Regardless of what transpires outside, no one is to emerge without my command, Jiang Yunxi declared with a bright smile. Sensing impending danger, perhaps due to the lightning strike, her intuition had sharpened considerably. The maid swiftly exited, conveying her words. The prince had instructed that they should heed Miss Zhang's every command. Inside the room, Jiang Yunxi leisurely sipped her chicken soup, sensing three distinct presences, not arriving simultaneously. How brief had her return to the capital been for so many to conspire against her? After satisfying her hunger, she extinguished the candles upon the table. She was curious to see which unfortunate souls had come. Time passed, and faint footsteps echoed outside the room, followed by someone gently pushing the door open and hastily entering. In the pitch-dark chamber, a chorus of terrified screams erupted, and soon several burly men fled in a frantic rush, their speed remarkable. In the corner, Jiang Yunxi stood quietly, when suddenly she felt something rapidly approaching her from the ground. A slow smile graced her lips. The ancestral figure of the Wenxin Marquis had arrived. Was this an attempt to take advantage of her vulnerability and claim her life? Chapter 72. I wish to borrow your blood. Jiang Yunxi swiftly appeared by the table, her fingers flicking to ignite the candlewick. Instantly, tendrils of vines surged towards her with a menacing aura. The ability to manipulate plants, truly a testament to the ancestral prowess of the Liu family. This familiar presence belonged to the individual who had clandestinely observed her at the tea house that day. She had suspected as much then. As the vines approached her feet, Jiang Yunxi deftly formed a hand gesture, and in an instant, the ground beneath her was engulfed in flames. The vines recoiled in terror, retreating hastily, deterred from advancing further. Since you are here, why not reveal yourself? Jiang Yunxi remarked with a cryptic smile, quickly honing in on a specific direction. She stepped outside her small courtyard, the vines trailing behind her. Emerging from her abode, she soon encountered 6 burly men wielding torches. Their faces, previously marked by panic, now bore a semblance of confidence, perhaps emboldened by the flames in their hands, which made them less fearful of the spectral figure they had previously witnessed. However, upon seeing Jiang Yunxi clad in white, they were momentarily astonished. Yet, upon closer inspection of her exquisite and delicate visage, they found themselves captivated. Though she lacked overt allure, there was something about her that held their gaze, particularly her eyes, clear and pure, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Who sent you? Jiang Yunxi inquired as she approached them, aware that they were not associated with the ancestral line of the Wenxin Marquis. We would never betray our employer, the leader declared resolutely. Jiang Yunxi smiled faintly, raising her hand to extinguish their torches as a slender figure emerged behind her. Ah, ghost! The men screamed, recognizing the specter they had encountered before, their terror palpable. This was the first time they had truly laid eyes on a ghost, their hairs standing on end, frozen in place as if their feet were laden with lead. Jiang Yunxi found their panic amusing, saying, "I shall offer you another chance. Will you speak, or shall we engage in a more intimate encounter?" She had not anticipated the presence of a ghost in the courtyard, but it proved fortuitous. The ghost. He was not inclined to engage with them closely. "I will speak. It was Miss Lin who instructed us to teach you a lesson," the leader blurted out, nearly wetting himself as the ghost's unwavering gaze bore into him. He no longer wished to earn this money. He simply wanted to flee home. Lin Weiwei? Jiang Yunxi arched an eyebrow, already forming a conjecture. Upon returning to the capital, she had not offended many. Lin Weiwei was one, along with the Wenxin Marquis and Li Fei. Beyond that, she had not made many enemies. Oh, Jiang Qinyu. She surmised that the latter harbored resentment towards her. Yet, she would not be so foolish as to act so directly against her. Who else orchestrated this? The elderly couple certainly had no reason to conspire against her. It was indeed her. She desires to meddle in your affairs. The leader confessed, abandoning all pretense. Jiang Yunxi. Lin Weiwei still believed that she had ruined her chances with Zhan Beiyuan. Her arrival in the capital had been purely coincidental, and when she decided to seek out Zhan Beiyuan, she was entirely unaware of his impending nuptials. At that moment, she had arrived at the gates of the royal residence. She had contemplated leaving with her child, yet ultimately chose to remain. The 3 years with Zhan Beiyuan were destined not to culminate in matrimony. However, from Lin Weiwei's perspective, she indeed played the role of the villain. "You may leave now. Return to Lin Weiwei and inform her that I have settled our grievances. Should she pursue me further, I shall not show mercy." Upon finishing her words, Jiang Yunxi swiftly exited the courtyard. The burly men stood frozen in fear, their faces pale as they witnessed the specter approaching, causing them to flee in terror towards the main gate. Jiang Yunxi, having left the courtyard, headed purposefully in a particular direction, the injury on her back burning painfully as she bore the brunt of the thunderous strike. Nearby lay a desolate bamboo grove, blanketed by a thick layer of fallen leaves. As she drew closer, a faint smile graced her lips. An array had been set here, upon her entry. She would be instantly cut off from the outside world, and even if a fierce battle erupted within the bamboo grove, those outside would remain oblivious. This suited her well, as she sought to avoid drawing excessive attention. "I have arrived. Come forth," Jiang Yunxi called out, surveying her surroundings. The capital indeed harbored hidden talents, and this formation was quite formidable. Any outsider who ventured in would find their abilities suppressed, an invitation for her to step inside. With her injuries and suppressed strength, she would be relatively easy to subdue. A crackling sound echoed as footsteps approached. Jiang Yunxi swiftly turned to see a figure clad in a black robe standing not far away, their face obscured by a black mask, revealing only a pair of somber eyes that exuded an eerie aura. Despite the obscured visage, she discerned from those eyes that the individual was of advanced age. "Are you the ancestor of the Wenxin Marquis' residence?" Jiang Yunxi inquired with a smile that held an edge of mockery. The heavy aura of malice surrounding this figure suggested that the ghostly servants were likely under their thrall, and the souls of the CF family had been refined into malevolent entities by their hand. It was unexpected that the Liu family harbored such a formidable practitioner of the arcane. "Your abilities are quite remarkable for one so young," the ancestor rasped, his voice gravelly yet powerful. "And what of it?" Jiang Yunxi replied with a knowing smile. The ancestor, hands clasped behind him, stated, "I harbor no ill will towards you. Liu Zhan's fate is as it is, and I shall not seek vengeance on his behalf." Jiang Yunxi was somewhat taken aback. "Then why have you brought me here? You are indeed capable. You left a formation within the dry well and dispelled all my traps, even restoring the corrupted CF family members to their former selves. I wish to borrow your blood." The ancestor revealed the purpose of luring her here. "So, you desire my blood," Jiang Yunxi remarked, feigning understanding. "If you are willing to offer me a drop of your blood, I shall never oppose you," the ancestor assured her. Jiang Yunxi smiled. "What if I refuse?" The ancestor returned her smile. "Then I shall be compelled to take it by force." He had never fathomed that human blood could possess such extraordinary power. It indicated that her blood was indeed unique, and adding it to his formations would undoubtedly enhance their potency. That depends on your capabilities, Jiang Yunxi replied, her eyes gradually reflecting a chilling resolve. Having suffered a backlash today, she could not afford to utilize any secret techniques again, lest she face another recoil, leaving her injuries unhealed. The ancestor recognized her unwillingness and solemnly declared, "You brought this upon yourself." With that, the conversation concluded. The bamboo leaves on the ground all soared into the air, each one resembling a sharp blade, aligned menacingly towards Jiang Yunxi. Unfazed, she thought to herself, isn't this merely a contest of spells within the Xianmen? She was more than capable of handling it. With her palms pressed together, she swiftly formed a series of seals, summoning a violent gust of wind that instantaneously scattered all the bamboo leaves. Seizing the moment of chaos, Jiang Yunxi once again executed her incantation. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, though it was but an illusion, not genuine thunder. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he observed this scene, and he swiftly evaded, his hands forming seals in response. He was eager to discern the true extent of this insolent girl's abilities. Wait, she has entered his formation. Why has her power not been suppressed? When Zhan Beiyuan arrived at the courtyard, only the lanterns at the entrance flickered with light, casting the yard into complete darkness. Nonetheless, he sensed an unusual aura within. Chapter 73. Is it a coincidence? Zhan Beiyuan hastily made his way towards the small courtyard where Jiang Yunxi resided. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a slender figure not far away. It was not a human, but a spirit. A fierce chill swiftly emerged in his eyes, and an overwhelming force surged around him. I mean no harm. She has gone out, the man said quickly, sensing an intense pressure. Where has she gone? Zhan Beiyuan inquired in a low voice. That direction, the man pointed urgently, lamenting his ill fate for being out that night. Zhan Beiyuan leaped towards the direction indicated, and upon exiting the courtyard, he soon encountered a grove of bamboo. As he approached, he sensed a faint ripple of power, yet he saw no one engaged in combat. He scrutinized his surroundings, but still found no one. Suddenly, the air around him shifted, and a black figure emerged in a flurry, hastily retreating upon spotting Zhan Beiyuan. At that moment, Jiang Yunxi strolled out leisurely, though her complexion was far from favorable. What are you doing here? She asked, somewhat surprised. The man, clad in a dark purple robe, exuded an air of cold nobility and elegance. His refined features sharp and profound, with a glint in his eyes akin to a blade. His powerful presence commanded respect, instilling a sense of caution in those who dared approach. Who was that person just now? Zhan Beiyuan questioned. The ancestor of the Wenxin Marquis. He is quite capable. Jiang Yunxi replied. It was evident that the individual had lived for a considerable time, at least over 80 years, if not longer. Zhan Beiyuan studied her intently. Are you injured? Jiang Yunxi shook her head. The wound has reopened. Zhan Beiyuan remained silent. Jiang Yunxi glanced in a certain direction before returning to her separate courtyard. Inside the room, Zhan Beiyuan tended to the wound on her shoulder, applying medicine. What did he want with you? He seeks my blood. Jiang Yunxi's expression darkened. Is it because you used a significant amount of blood that night in the dry well? Has he discovered that your blood is extraordinary? Zhan Beiyuan remarked, astonished by the potency of human blood he had encountered for the first time. Indeed, Jiang Yunxi replied, seemingly untroubled. My blood is not easily obtained. Zhan Beiyuan set down the medicine bottle. Can I contend with him? Not possible, Jiang Yunxi stated bluntly. Although he had awakened the power of righteous energy, the opponent was an old master who had surely cultivated numerous esoteric techniques, making victory a daunting task. Zhan Beiyuan, how did you arrive here? Jiang Yunxi hadn't anticipated his visit at such a late hour. I happened to pass by and thought to check in, Zhan Beiyuan offered as an excuse. Jiang Yunxi smiled faintly. There is nothing worth seeing here. Aside from the backlash from the secret technique that could cost me my life, no one else can harm me. I will survive until New Year's Eve. This was indeed true. The curse placed upon her decreed that she would not live beyond the age of 22. Apart from the first life in her memories, which ended prematurely due to the backlash, in every subsequent life. She had vanished to the underworld right after the New Year's Eve of her 22nd year. Rest well. I shall stay here tonight, Jean Beiyuan declared, then stepped outside. He seldom visited this courtyard, where only the matron and maidservants resided, and it seemed necessary to assign some shadow guards to ensure safety. Jiang Yunxi experienced an unusually tranquil night of slumber. Upon awakening the following day, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the pain from her wounds had significantly diminished. Eagerly, she threw aside the covers and rose from her bed, only to find Jean Beiyuan standing in her courtyard. "What brings you here so early?" she inquired. "I await your guidance in the martial arts," he replied. Jiang Yunxi was taken aback by his diligence. After breakfast, she imparted a set of techniques to Jean Beiyuan, known as the Haoranju. This particular practice, designed for men, comprised 7 levels, each more potent than the last, yet increasingly challenging to master. She believed it was the most suitable for him. Once Jean Beiyuan attained the 7th level, coupled with the righteous energy within him, he would be adequately equipped to combat the sinister forces of darkness. "Focus intently. I shall be out to forecast fortunes," Jiang Yunxi declared before departing, leaving him to recuperate at home. Restless, she preferred to venture out and accumulate merit through her fortune-telling endeavors. Jean Beiyuan mused, "Is she truly a woman? With so many injuries, why does she roam about?" Upon exiting the courtyard, Jiang Yunxi surveyed her surroundings with a smile gracing her lips. The feng shui of this locale was exceptional, with a majestic mountain behind and a river in front, meticulously arranged for optimal energy flow. The adjacent courtyards were of similar dimensions, creating an aesthetically pleasing and refreshing atmosphere reminiscent of an upscale villa district in Huaxia. Indeed, judging by the standalone courtyards, the inhabitants were undoubtedly affluent. It was likely that several members of the royal family resided here. Jiang Yunxi held no interest in the residence. She merely sought refuge in Jean Beiyuan's villa to recuperate. Having received directions from maid, she followed the path outward. At an intersection, she encountered a familiar face. "Miss Jiang?" Lu Qingbai exclaimed, astonishment evident in his gaze. "What brings you here, young Master Lu?" Jiang Yunxi replied, her expression serene, as he approached clad in his pristine white attire. "I reside in this vicinity," Lu Qingbai responded. Jiang Yunxi glanced behind him, noting the pleasantness of the area, not far from the imperial palace. "What are you doing here so early?" he inquired with a gentle smile. "The Cold Prince's villa is nearby. I'm borrowing it for a few days. I wouldn't want to impede your visit to the palace," Jiang Yunxi replied candidly, recognizing his intent to leave. "Very well. We shall converse at another time," Lu Qingbai said before taking his leave. Jiang Yunxi observed the slender, upright figure of the young man, her expression contemplative. His unexpected appearance at Fuxianfang that night was surprising, especially given the late hour and the chaos caused by the Dong family. Was it mere coincidence? She hoped her thoughts were unfounded. On the main street, Jiang Yunxi set up her fortune-telling stall, quickly attracting customers. After completing her 3rd reading, a couple approached, cradling a wailing young girl. "Master, could you please help my daughter? She has been crying incessantly for days, and despite consulting numerous doctors, nothing has improved," the woman pleaded, her face etched with worry as she gazed at her distressed child. Others had suggested the girl might be possessed, prompting their visit for a reading. Jiang Yunxi discerned the issue with a mere glance. She sought out a crossroads, cradling the child as she walked, calling out the child's name, assuring that they were returning home, and within the span of a single incense stick, the child would cease to weep. "Is it truly that simple? Are you capable of such a feat?" The man furrowed his brow, incredulous at the ease of her assertion. Just a few nights prior, he had returned home, inebriated, having wandered past a graveyard. It was his dalliance with the supernatural that had caused the child's incessant cries, Jiang Yunxi remarked coldly, her expression devoid of warmth. "I," the man exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "How could she possibly know? Master, how much do I owe you?" The woman decided to heed her advice, having heard others speak of her accurate predictions. 10 copper coins, Jiang Yunxi replied. The woman shot a glare at the man, who hastily produced the coins, and together they ventured toward the crossroads with the child in their arms. "Next," Jiang Yunxi announced, "Master, I've been plagued by dreams of my deceased eldest son. He weeps daily in my dreams. What could this signify? The woman inquired, her voice trembling with concern. His birth chart, Jiang Yunxi responded. The woman promptly divulged the information. Jiang Yunxi examined the birth chart with a faint smile, stating, in life, he was a scoundrel, committing numerous misdeeds. In the afterlife, he undoubtedly faces punishment. He is condemned to wash clothes in the underworld, where the waters erode the skin, hence his constant weeping. The surrounding crowd was left astounded. The woman, wide-eyed and stammering, asked, what should I do? Burn him a few pairs of paper gloves, Jiang Yunxi suggested. 10 copper coins, next. The woman quickly produced the coins and hurried to procure the paper gloves for her son. Moments later, a flamboyantly dressed young woman settled herself at the table. Master, I wish to have my fortune told. Jiang Yunxi regarded her intently, immediately discerning the nature of her inquiry, realizing that there was an unexpected connection between them. Chapter 74. She died disfigured. What are you? Jiang Yunxi inquired with a playful smile. The other party possessed an exquisite beauty, delicate and soft, her eyes shimmering with a flirtatious allure. With a mere display of charm, she could easily captivate the hearts of men. However, she hailed from a humble background, cursed by fate, and could only aspire to become a concubine in the households of the affluent. In the capital, the positions of legitimate wives in powerful families were almost exclusively reserved for those of equal social standing. I wish to know if I can become the legitimate wife of a wealthy family, Jiang Yunxi boldly asked. Since she had come to seek her fortune, it was only natural she wished to learn of certainties. It was said that Jiang Yunxi's predictions were remarkably accurate. She was eager to test this claim. Rumor had it that she was the true, legitimate daughter of the Duke of England, the cousin of Jiang Yunxi. Absolutely not. A concubine is merely a concubine. Jiang Yunxi replied bluntly, her demeanor unyielding in the face of provocation. She was well aware of her own identity as Jiang Yunxi, the fortune teller whose reputation had spread far and wide. The other woman, a concubine of the second son of the Wenchangbo estate, dared to inquire if she could ascend to the role of a legitimate wife, an affront to the Duke of England's household. Jiang Yunxi's expression faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to a facade of composure. With a smile that belied her anger, she retorted, I have seen many concubines rise to the status of legitimate wives. Why should I not be able to? If others could achieve this, so could she. Moreover, Wei Hanchuan's affections were entirely devoted to her. She had borne him a son and a daughter, and her mother treated her exceptionally well, showering her with kindness. Your fate is unfortunate. You are destined to remain as you are. Others may ascend due to their good fortune and inherent virtue, but what about you? You harbor deceitful intentions and engage in base tactics, Jiang Yunxi stated coldly, her expression devoid of warmth. Do masters of divination also resort to personal attacks? Jiang Yunxi seethed internally, though her exterior remained composed, projecting an image of meekness as if she were a victim of injustice. Speak plainly. It will cost you 10 copper coins, Jiang Yunxi indicated for payment. Jiang Yunxi, observing her haughty demeanor, wore a challenging smile. They say your predictions are precise, but it appears they are not so impressive after all. I shall undoubtedly become the legitimate wife. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward the stall. Yunxi, can you assist Yunxi? Yang Shi, from the second house of the Duke of England, approached with a face full of anxiety. Upon spotting Jiang Yunxi, her expression twisted into one of fury, her eyes blazing with animosity. What's she doing here? Since this woman entered the Wenchangbo estate, her daughter had begun to suffer. Mu Shi recognized Jiang Yunxi as well. She had attended several tea gatherings in the past, where her demeanor and airs made it easy for one to mistake her for the legitimate wife. Why are you with her? She demanded, directing her question at Jiang Yunxi. Ignoring her, Jiang Yunxi turned her attention to Yang Shi. Second aunt, what has happened? Mu Shi was taken aback, flabbergasted that her daughter would disregard the woman who bore her. Regardless of their differences, she felt her maternal bond warranted respect. Did she come here to seek her fortune? Yang Shi glared at Jiang Yunxi through gritted teeth. She came to inquire if she could become the legitimate wife, and I told her she could not. Jiang Yunxi replied with unwavering honesty. Listening to these words, Yang's anger subsided somewhat. Some individuals truly harbor delusions. Even if my daughter Shishua were to divorce, it would not be her place to assume the role of the primary wife. Possessing refined upbringing, she refrained from uttering harsh words. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to verbally lash out at her opponent. Even if I cannot become the primary wife, it is still preferable to those who have been married into the Wei family for 4 years without bearing any children. At least I have my daughter by my side. Jiang Yunxi, with a smile that held a hint of mockery, pricked at her sore spot, and naturally, she could retaliate. Indeed, Yang's chest heaved with indignation. And what was even more frustrating was that she found herself unable to counter the words thrown at her. Ah, they shall remain as mere illegitimate children for a lifetime, Jiang Yunxi remarked with a sharp tongue. Indeed, illegitimate children, Yang countered swiftly, feeling a sense of triumph upon witnessing Jiang Yunxi's change in expression. Suddenly rising to her feet, Jiang Yunxi turned to Jiang Yunxi and declared, "That is still better than your situation of bearing an illegitimate child before marriage. You may not be the princess of the Cold King, but your child is still an illegitimate offspring." Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, "What of bearing an illegitimate child? What of illegitimate offspring? They are still the children of the Cold King, 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times better than yours." Regardless of MO or Mian status in the Cold King's residence, she could not afford to lose face in this confrontation. The path ahead is long. Who knows if my child may one day become a legitimate heir? Jiang Yunxi, unwilling to yield, asserted that Yang's words held some truth. Even if Jiang Yunxi's child was not legitimate, they were still the offspring of the Cold King, undeniably superior to her own. However, at that moment, she could not concede defeat. "I send this word back to you as well. How can you be so certain that my child will not become the legitimate heir of the Cold King's residence?" Jiang Yunxi replied with a calm smile. She was indifferent to the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate. Perhaps, in her past lives, she had always been alone. In this world, where the lines between legitimacy and illegitimacy were starkly drawn, she could afford to be unconcerned, yet her children would have to live here for a lifetime, and she ought to fight for their sake. Jiang Yunxi gazed at the woman's exquisite face, her teeth clenched in frustration. Despite the fact that her opponent had not cast any harsh words, she felt a sense of defeat. She dropped 10 copper coins and stormed away, brimming with indignation. Yang watched her retreating figure and scoffed. "What a person." Mu remarked, "She spoke the truth. It is indeed a fact that Yunxi bore a child out of wedlock." "Elder sister, what are you saying? Yunxi is your daughter. Why do you not defend her?" Yang furrowed her brow. It was one thing to favor Jiang Xinyu at home, but out in the world, when others bullied Yunxi, should she not protect her own daughter? She indeed bore a child out of wedlock. How am I to defend her? Mu retorted. Yang was left speechless. Jiang Yunxi felt no ripple of emotion at Mu's words. From the very first day, she returned to the Duke's residence. She had made her stance abundantly clear. She remained indifferent to her daughter. Thus, she chose not to speak further. One reaps what one sows. Mu would face her own consequences. In the future, should she feel regret, fall into despair, or suffer greatly, it would be of no concern to Jiang Yunxi. By that time, she would no longer be around. Second aunt, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Jiang Yunxi inquired, looking at Yang. Could you possibly persuade Shishua for me? I am genuinely concerned for her well-being. Please assist my aunt if you would. Yang's gaze was pleading. She had experienced a most unsettling dream the previous night. In it, Shishua visited a temple to offer incense and pray for blessings, only for her carriage to tumble off a cliff. She perished, her visage irrevocably altered. Upon awakening, Yang was terrified, repeatedly assuring herself that dreams are often the opposite of reality. Yet, the words of Yunxi lingered in her mind, leaving her in a state of disquiet. Unable to remain any longer, she rushed to the Cold King's residence, only to be informed by the steward that Shishua was not present. Consequently, she sought her fortune-teller instead. Jiang Yunxi understood her genuine concern for her daughter. In this lifetime, they shared a familial bond through blood. Once I finish with the clients in line, I shall accompany you to the residence of Lord Wenchang, she assured. She would not interfere in Jiang Shishua's life. Every individual is born with their own destiny. She would merely offer her counsel once more. But whether to heed it or how to make choices would ultimately rest with Shishue. Chapter 75. Cheng Zimo expressed her desire to meet you. All right, you carry on with your tasks, Yang said, her heart brimming with gratitude at the willingness to assist. In truth, she had sought out Shishue the previous day, but her daughter was reluctant to heed her words, forcing her to return home. Little did she know that she would be haunted by a terrifying dream that night. Mu frowned, contemplating whether her cousin's matters took precedence over her own endeavors. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Sister-in-law, perhaps you should return home first, Yang suggested, pulling Mu aside to avoid disturbing Yunxi's fortune-telling. Since I have accompanied you, it is unreasonable for me to leave early. I shall accompany you to the Wenchangbo residence shortly, Mu replied with determination, curious to witness what Jiang Yunxi could achieve there. Yang felt it inappropriate to send her back, saying, you may go, but refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Mu's expression darkened. What do you imply by that? After all, Yunxi is your daughter conceived over 10 months. You're being rather excessive. Yang could not help but remind her that she had been overly indulgent towards Jiang Chenyu for years, allowing her to overshadow the daughters of the second and third households. Though she held reservations, Mu, as the Duchess of the British Earl, dared not voice her discontent. Mu retorted coldly, sister-in-law, do you believe she can assist Shishue? Which is why you defend her. Yang smirked inwardly, responding with a calm demeanor. Even if Yunxi cannot aid Shishue, I shall still advocate for her. For your bias is evident. Ask anyone upon your return. I am not the sole one who perceives it. Mu fell silent. As Jiang Yunxi was preparing to conclude her market stall, a couple carrying a child approached her. The child in the woman's arms had ceased crying, now gazing around with wide, expressive eyes. Master, my daughter is no longer crying. It truly works. Thank you so much, the woman expressed, her face radiant with gratitude. For the child had been inconsolable for days. Jiang Yunxi turned to the man, her expression stern. In the future, return home less often in the dead of night. This time it was your child's cries. Next time, it could cost you your life. The man felt a chill run down his spine and hastily replied, I shall heed your advice, never again to wander aimlessly at night. Thank you for your help. Initially skeptical, he had no choice but to believe after their child had miraculously quieted upon following her guidance. After the couple departed, Jiang Yunxi followed Yang to the Wenchangbo residence. Upon learning of her mother's arrival, Jiang Shishue hurried to greet them. However, upon seeing Jiang Yunxi, she felt a tinge of discomfort, for she had not listened to her that day. Despite her tears and promises, she had chosen to give Wei Hanxian another chance, as he had been gradually changing over these past few days. She had heard of the extinction formation laid upon the British Earl's residence. Once it was dispelled, she would conceive, and they would surely rekindle the love they had shared during their marriage. Aunt, Sister Yunxi, Jiang Shishue greeted warmly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Sister Yunxi has something to discuss with you, Mu stated with a frosty demeanor, then turned her gaze towards Jiang Yunxi, eager to see if she could persuade Jiang Shishue. Jiang Shishue led them to her courtyard, instructing a maid to prepare tea and pastries. I am a practitioner of the Xianmen, skilled in the art of divination. Wei Hanxian is not a suitable match for you. Being with him will not yield favorable outcomes. Of course, you may choose to disregard fate and decide to be with him, for it is your life to live. Jiang Yunxi spoke to the woman with solemnity, marking this as her final warning. Should she refuse to heed it, she would no longer offer counsel. Shishue, listen to your elder sister Yunxi. Her divination skills are truly remarkable, and many common folk seek her guidance, Yang Shi implored, grasping her daughter's hand, anxiety gnawing at her heart as she recalled the unsettling dream from the previous night. Jiang Shishue, contemplating Wei Hanxuan's demeanor over the past few days, found herself unable to let go. For years prior, she had fallen for him at first sight, and since then, he had occupied her thoughts and heart. If he were willing to change, she would not dwell on his past. Mother, Han Xian has truly changed. He has treated me well these past few days. Foolish child. When I visited your sister Yunxi's divination stall, I encountered Zhuang Yumi, who was inquiring whether she could become the principal wife. Do you think that shrewd woman will allow you both to prosper? Yang Shi's tone was tinged with exasperation. Yet as her own daughter, she could not turn her back on her. As long as I become pregnant and give birth to a child, I can secure my position as the principal wife. Han Xian would never elevate her to that status, Jiang Yunxi asserted, biting her crimson lip, sensing that Han Xian had feelings for her. You. Yang Shi was at a loss for words. What was she thinking? Zhuang Yumi harbored such ambition. How could she wait until Shishua was with child? Surely, she would devise a scheme to usurp the position of the principal wife long before that. It was all her fault for raising her to be so naive, unaware of the world's treachery. Since you have chosen Wei Han Xian, the 6th day is propitious. Why not visit the temple outside the city to pray for the Bodhisattva's blessings? Jiang Yunxi suggested with a smile. Jiang Shishui's eyes brightened. Did this mean her sister Yunxi approved of her relationship with Wei Han Xian? When he returns, I will tell him. Remember, it must be on the 6th day. Jiang Yunxi's lips curled into a subtle smile. Thank you, Sister Yunxi. Jiang Shishui expressed her gratitude, her heart fluttering with excitement. Why had she not thought of this sooner? She ought to visit the Bodhisattva more often, seeking blessings for her and Han Xian to grow old together. Yang Si, listening to their exchange, felt her complexion drain of color, her heart racing. The path to the temple outside the city included a treacherous cliff. Oh heavens! Could the events of her dream be coming to pass? Suddenly, her legs felt weak. Yunxi, Aunt, trust me, I will not harm Sister Shishua. Jiang Yunxi interrupted, a meaningful smile gracing her face. Yang Shi gazed in her eyes, her heart skipping a beat. Why did it seem as if she knew her thoughts? Was it truly so miraculous? If she possessed such knowledge, did her suggestion for Shishua and Han Xian to offer incense hold a deeper purpose? As Jiang Yunxi departed, she crossed paths with Zhuang Yumi, walking past her without a glance. Zhuang Yumi's lips were pressed tightly together, her brows furrowed. Why was she at the Wenchangbo residence? Was she there to assist that wretched Jiang Shishua? The three of them exited the Wenchangbo residence. Did you not assert that her association with Wei Han Xian would lead to an unfavorable outcome? Why then do you permit them to burn incense and implore the Bodhisattva for blessings? Mu could not restrain her voice from questioning. She insists on being with him, and I cannot forcibly separate them. I can only allow them to seek the Bodhisattva's protection, just as you cannot help but favor Jiang Yu. I shall not wield a knife to compel you to abandon your partiality, Jiang Yunxi replied with a smile that lacked genuine warmth. Mu, Young. Miss Jiang, we have finally located you. Fortunately, you remain at the residence of the Duke of Wenchang. Lord Chu requests your presence at the Jingshuian's estate. Cheng Zimo has expressed a desire to meet with you to discuss matters regarding the Dong family and their witchcraft, an official panted as he rushed forward. He had previously sought her at the fortune-telling stall, where he was informed of her presence at the Duke's residence, prompting his hurried arrival to avoid missing her. Chapter 76. A Pot of Flowers? Second Aunt, you may return, Jiang Yunxi stated, instructing the constable to lead the way. Cheng Zilu, eager to see her, was a visit she would certainly entertain. The sudden revelation that Dong, an ordinary person, possessed sorcery was perplexing, especially since she remained unaware of it. Mu, witnessing Jiang Yunxi's abrupt departure, glared in frustration. Look at her attitude. How might I treat her kindly? Yang sighed internally, rolling her eyes. Sister-in-law, on the day Yunxi returned, you received her with coldness. Do you expect her to approach you with warmth after that? What nonsense is this? She is my junior. I am her elder. Why must she be so calculative? Cannot she extend goodwill towards me? Mu's displeasure was palpable. As the lady of the Earl, she was accustomed to being revered. Yunxi is a fine young woman, Yang remarked before departing. In truth, she was taken aback upon Yunxi's return. The girl had commanded respect and established her authority without deference. Mu quietly scoffed, thinking to herself that if not for Jiang Yunxi's assistance, Yang would have hardly praised her. After all these years, she understood well the nature of her sister-in-law. At the Jingzhaoyin residence, Chu Xinwen awaited Jiang Yunxi's arrival at the entrance. Upon her approach, he hurried toward her. Miss Jiang, you have arrived. Cheng Zilu has been clamoring to meet you since last night. His persistence compelled me to send for you. I shall see him, Jiang Yunxi replied with a faint smile, hoping Cheng Zilu would speak truthfully this time. She suspected he would, for he had thoroughly failed and now sought her assistance. Reaching the prison cell, Jiang Yunxi instructed Chu Xinwen to attend to his own affairs while she met Cheng Zilu alone. Chu Xinwen, understanding her wishes, stationed the guards at the cell's entrance, ensuring not to intrude upon her meeting. Fearing that Cheng Zilu might act erratically as he had previously, he was placed in solitary confinement, devoid of other prisoners. Cheng Zilu huddled in a corner, still clad in his blue theatrical costume, his disheveled hair rendering him a picture of desolation, far removed from his former elegance. "You sought me?" Jiang Yunxi queried from the threshold of the cell. Hearing her familiar voice, Cheng Zilu's eyes widened, and he staggered toward the door like a man grasping at salvation, his limbs bound by heavy iron chains. "I wish to negotiate," he proclaimed. "You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Provide me with the knowledge I seek, and I shall consider your request," Jiang Yunxi replied with an air of haughtiness, indicating that only to her satisfaction would she entertain his desires. Dong was merely an ordinary woman, yet she had an occasional understanding of sorcery. I once inquired how she acquired such knowledge, but she remained reticent. "However, I have discerned a peculiar detail." Cheng Zilu spoke slowly. "What detail?" Jiang Yunxi arched an eyebrow. She nurtured a pot of flowers, something she had never done before. Yet she tended to this particular pot with great care. On one occasion, I inadvertently witnessed her feeding it with her own blood. I suspect that it is this pot of flowers that endowed her with her sorceress abilities, Cheng Zilu stated earnestly. "A pot of flowers?" Jiang Yunxi wore a contemplative expression, though she did not entirely dismiss the possibility. The world is vast and filled with wonders. She had encountered spirits before. The crimson flower, seemingly known as Manjusaka, once adorned her home until she relocated to Fuxianfeng. Cheng Zimu suddenly spoke up. Jiang Yunxi narrowed her eyes slightly. Manjusaka, also referred to as the flower of the dead, is indeed prevalent along the banks of the underworld's river. "I have divulged all I know to you," Cheng Zimu implored while kneeling. "I have but one wish, to be buried alongside Ling Feng after my demise." Jiang Yunxi retorted coldly, "Your devotion is commendable, yet Ji Lingfeng may not desire to share a resting place with you. It was your actions that led to his demise. Yes, I am responsible for his death. Had it not been for me, he would have enjoyed a bright future, continuing to pursue his passion for opera, and surely he would have become a household name." Cheng Zimu's face reflected guilt and regret, acknowledging his fault. "Why did you succumb to dark transformation that night?" Jiang Yunxi inquired, eager for an answer. Cheng Zimu tensed at her voice, hesitating to respond. Jiang Yunxi smiled. "You would do well to speak the truth." Meeting her piercing gaze, Cheng Zimu's heart raced. That night, witnessing the deranged Dong, I felt immense rage, believing she was responsible for Ling Feng's death. Then, I vaguely heard a voice. It asked me if I hated the fact that I could have spent my life with the one I loved, only to be separated by death. Naturally, I felt hatred and sought vengeance. In that moment, my animosity peaked, and suddenly I was imbued with power. He recounted the experience truthfully, unaware of the source of that power. A subtle smile graced Jiang Yunxi's lips. Her suspicions were confirmed. Someone had wholly awakened the malevolence within him, intertwining his dark thoughts with murderous intent, thus granting him sinister strength. Everyone harbors dark thoughts, but one does not easily succumb to transformation unless provoked by something profound, coupled with malevolence. She pondered how it was possible for Cheng Zimu to suddenly become corrupted. Indeed, there was someone behind it all. Who was this person? She queried. I only heard a voice, a deep, husky male voice, Cheng Zimu replied, initially believing it to be a figment of his imagination, yet it undeniably resonated in his ears. In your next life, strive to be a better person, Jiang Yunxi remarked before swiftly departing. As Cheng Zimu observed her leaving, he clutched the bars of his cell tightly, pleading, I beg you, I implore you. Allow me and Ling Feng to be buried together. Jiang Yunxi ignored him. Upon exiting, she found Chu Xinwen still present. Lord Chu, let Cheng Zimu be punished according to his crimes, she stated flatly. As for his desire to rest alongside Ji Lingfeng, she could not acquiesce, despite his unwavering devotion. After all, he was the architect of this calamity. Indeed, Chu Xinwen nodded, agreeing with her assessment. After leaving the Jingshuian mansion, Jiang Yunxi headed directly to Fuxianfang. With Dong deceased, the other managers there were temporarily overseeing matters. She swiftly located the room where Dong had resided, and the manager informed her that it had remained undisturbed. Dong's room was immaculate and orderly. However, after thoroughly inspecting her living quarters, she found no sign of the Manjusaka that Cheng Zimo had mentioned. "Are you certain that nothing has been disturbed here?" Jiang Yunxi inquired of Zheng, who had previously assisted Dong in managing Futian Lane. "No, the authorities have not sent anyone here, and we dared not interfere," Zheng replied earnestly. Upon learning the truth about the children's disappearance, they were all filled with sorrow, and the news of Dong's demise left them with mixed emotions. They had worked alongside her for a considerable time, and she was indeed a commendable person. Jiang Yunxi then asked, "Have you ever seen a pot of red flowers in Dong's room?" Chapter 77. An interest in him, red flower? As Zheng recalled, her eyes brightened with recognition. Indeed, there was a red flower she cherished, cautioning us not to touch it. I remember it was placed there. Upon finishing her sentence, she gestured toward the corner of the room near the window. "Oh, that pot of red flowers used to sit on that shelf." Zheng's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon seeing the empty tabletop. Jiang Yunxi swiftly approached, her lips pressed tightly together, clearly indicating that someone had taken it before her. After spending considerable time in Fuxianfang, she had finally departed. Walking along the bustling street, Jiang Yunxi observed the lively crowd, yet her demeanor was unusually grave, her instinct warning her of impending significant events. Could the recent occurrences be linked to that monumental incident? At the Wenchang mansion, "Husband, you have returned. Shall we visit the temple outside the city to offer incense on the 6th day? I wish to pray for your prosperous future." Jiang Yunxi greeted Wei Hanchuan with a tender smile as he entered her courtyard. Does offering incense truly have merit? Wei Hanchuan, a scholar, naturally held skepticism towards such practices and had no desire to visit any temple. "Of course it does. Shall we go together?" Jiang Yunxi affectionately grasped his hand and gave it a gentle shake. Seeing her playful demeanor softened Wei Hanchuan's heart. Very well. He recalled that night when, in a drunken mishap, he had struck her. He truly regretted it afterward. Initially, they were instantly drawn to one another, and their subsequent union unfolded seamlessly. In the first 6 months of their marriage, they shared a passionate love and experienced happiness together, until her inability to conceive cast a shadow over their joy. Although he did not mind, his family did. Gradually, fissures began to appear in their relationship. He took a concubine and was exposed to the allure of other women. Upon hearing his agreement, Jiang Yunxi's face radiated with a sweet smile, knowing that he still held affection for her. At Qiushui courtyard, did that wretched woman request the second master to accompany her to the temple on the 6th? Zhuang Yimayan clenched her handkerchief tightly, her expression fierce. Why would she want to take the second master to offer incense? Could it be that Jiang Yunxi had suggested this? No, she absolutely could not allow Jiang Yunxi to reclaim the second master's heart. Yulan had mentioned this, affirming that the second master had consented. Is the first lady planning a counterattack? Chun Chan inquired, hoping her mistress would ascend to the status of the principal wife, thereby elevating her own standing. A flash of malice crossed Zhuang Yimayan's eyes. "Come here." Chun Chan quickly approached. Zhuang Yimayan whispered instructions in her ear. "The servant will attend to it immediately. Remember to be cautious." "Yes." Jiang Yunxi visited a secondary courtyard before returning to the Han Wang mansion. Though her injuries had yet to heal, she knew that lingering away would raise suspicions in Mo and Mian, those astute little ones. Her absence the previous day was due to the overwhelming scent of blood on her, coupled with her poor condition. Mother, Mo, and Mian rushed toward her upon her return. "Stop!" Jiang Yunxi called out immediately. The two little ones had no choice but to halt. "Have you noticed something? You have gained weight," Jiang Yunxi stated with utmost seriousness. It must be said, the faces of the two little ones indeed appeared rounder, exuding a healthier glow. Mo, with a grave demeanor, proclaimed, plump and radiant, like a shining star. Mian blinked her eyes and chimed in, plump and adorable. "Oh, so cute." Jiang Yunxi. "Mother, Where did you go yesterday? Mo inquired, stepping forward to scrutinize her. I was struck by lightning yesterday, and, fearing it might frighten you, I did not return. Last night, your father kept me company, so there's no need to worry. Jiang Yunxi decided to tell the truth after pondering, knowing her son was not easily deceived. Ah, struck by lightning? How come you didn't turn black? And your hair didn't stand on end? Mian gazed at her curiously, her eyes wide. Jiang Yunxi, is it the main point? You truly are my daughter. Mo's lips twitched. Sister, your focus is rather peculiar. With father looking after you, both Mian and I feel at ease. No wonder their father had mentioned going out last night, instructing them to stay in Fenghua courtyard and sleep obediently. Mother, are you really all right? Mian clutched her small hand, her tiny face reflecting immense concern. If anything were to happen to me, I would not have returned today. Jiang Yunxi reached out to pat her head, and Mian felt reassured by her words. After playing with the two children for a while, Jiang Yunxi retreated to her room to practice her cultivation. This time, the flow of energy felt smoother than ever before, leaving her utterly astonished, as though her body had been tempered. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis struck her. Was it the lightning? Zhan Beiyuan returned to the royal mansion in the evening after spending the afternoon at the military camp. Upon his return, he went straight to the other courtyard, where the matron informed him that Jiang Yunxi had returned to the royal mansion. At the dinner table, Jiang Yunxi occasionally glanced at Zhan Beiyuan, hesitating whether to disclose the identities of Mo and Mian within the royal mansion. Zhan Beiyuan observed her intently. What is it you wish to say? How is your understanding of the cultivation technique coming along? Jiang Yunxi asked. If I were to say that I have successfully mastered the first level, would you believe me? Zhan Beiyuan's gaze deepened as he looked at her. Jiang Yunxi smiled. I would. Not everyone possesses the righteous energy within them. Those who do are truly favored by destiny. Given his already unique fate, it was possible he was someone of great significance in a past life. Zhan Beiyuan had expected her to look down upon him. Yet curiously, after she taught him the Howren technique, he found it easier to comprehend than he anticipated, swiftly mastering the first level. He intended to practice the second level that very night. Never before had he felt such an intense yearning for greater power. After dinner, they played with the children for a while, and once they saw them asleep, they quietly left the room. I plan to take Mo and Mian to the palace to see Father Emperor tomorrow. You should come along, Zhan Beiyuan said, looking at her. Jiang Yunxi nodded. By the way, I would like to ask for your assistance on the 6th day. Zhan Beiyuan was taken aback by her request for help. What do you need? Jiang Yunxi shared her plans with him. Zhan Beiyuan cast a glance at her, affirming, I have agreed. Thank you, Jiang Yunxi replied with a beaming smile. Have your injuries healed? Why are you running around today? Zhan Beiyuan said sternly, his expression darkening. He had never encountered anyone as restless as she. It is nothing serious now. I even visited Cheng Zimo at the Jingshuan office today, Jiang Yunxi revealed, candidly sharing their conversation along with her visit to Fuxianfeng. Upon hearing this, Zhan Beiyuan immediately sensed the underlying issues. He hadn't anticipated that such an incident concealed a hidden hand. Jiang Yunxi pondered for a moment before inquiring, Are you familiar with Lu Qingbai? Zhan Beiyuan's handsome face tightened, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes as he replied in a low voice. What do you ask him for? Jiang Yunxi smiled subtly. I am simply intrigued by him. Chapter 78. Will he truly marry? Why are you interested in him? As Zhan Beiyuan uttered these words, he could feel an unsettling discomfort within himself. They had only met a handful of times, yet she seemed to harbor an interest in Lu Qingbai. During this period, he had been the one by her side, naturally piquing her curiosity. Jiang Yunxi remarked. Zhan Beiyuan's expression grew increasingly grim. It was inconceivable for a woman to be inexplicably intrigued by a man. Was she truly smitten with Lu Qingbai? I'm not acquainted with him. With those words, he swiftly departed. Jiang Yunxi, if you are unacquainted, why the fierce temper? Why did she sense such hostility from him towards Lu Qingbai? The following day, as Jiang Yunxi accompanied him into the palace, Zhan Beiyuan did not engage her in conversation. Naturally, she would not seek to initiate dialogue without reason, while the two children chattered away. Father, why did mother get struck by lightning? Mian inquired curiously, sitting next to Zhang Beiyuan with wide eyes. Zhang Beiyuan glanced at Jiang Yunxi and replied solemnly. Perhaps her eyesight was poor, and the heavens could no longer tolerate it. Hence she was struck by lightning. Jiang Yunxi. How is her eyesight poor? Mian tugged at Jiang Yunxi's sleeve. Mother, you should improve your eyesight. If you cannot see well, you can ask father for assistance. Sister is right, Momo chimed in approvingly. Mian and Momo are correct, Zhang Beiyuan concurred. Jiang Yunxi. She smiled silently, quietly observing the three of them. The carriage soon arrived at the palace gates. Jiang Yunxi alighted first, and coincidentally, Lu Qingbai was also disembarking nearby. Miss Jiang, are you entering the palace? Lu Qingbai greeted her. Yes, are you also entering? Jiang Yunxi replied with a subtle smile. Lu Qingbai nodded, and upon seeing Zhang Beiyuan and the two children dismount, he addressed him, Your Highness, Prince Han. As soon as Zhang Beiyuan caught sight of Lu Qingbai, his well-defined features suddenly turned cold, and with a detached grunt, he took the hands of his son and daughter, proceeding towards the palace doors. Jiang Yunxi regarded Lu Qingbai. Shall we enter together? With a warm smile, Lu Qingbai replied, Certainly. Zhang Beiyuan. Was she genuinely infatuated with Lu Qingbai? Young Master Lu, have you been in the Xianmen since childhood? Jiang Yunxi casually inquired, unaware of Lu Qingbai's level, but she knew the Xuanmen's abilities were formidable. After all, the national master of Tunglong Kingdom would not have allowed him to govern the palace in his absence. I have been by my master's side since childhood, learning from him. And you? Lu Qingbai asked, observing her. She appeared to have also studied from a young age. Jiang Yunxi smiled faintly. I learned along the way. I cannot compare to you. Zhang Beiyuan cast a sidelong glance at her, his face bearing disdain. She was indeed lying without the slightest hint of shame, just as she had when she brought Momo and Mian to find him before. Fabrications flowed from her lips effortlessly, devoid of any guilt. Was her claim of having lived several lifetimes merely a half-hearted endeavor? Miss Jiang, you are too modest. My intuition tells me you possess genuine talent. Lu Qingbai remarked with a light laugh. Let us discuss the Xuanmen's techniques together sometime. Jiang Yunxi extended an invitation. Lu Qingbai readily agreed. All right. Zhang Beiyuan's expression darkened as he hurriedly led his son and daughter away, eager to avoid any further conversation. Mo's dark eyes twinkled with curiosity. Father, why are you walking so fast? Are you reluctant to see Mother and Uncle Lu together? Are you feeling jealous? Mian exclaimed, as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. Zhang Beiyuan's lips twitched slightly as he replied sternly, You are overthinking it. I merely wish to avoid hearing your mother's nonsensical chatter. It is wrong to lie. What kind of lessons had she imparted to their daughter? Such a young age, and she already understood jealousy. Father is right. Lying is not good, so you mustn't lie either, Mian said innocently. Indeed, adults should not lie. Mo added with a serious expression. Zhang Beiyuan. Due to the divergence in their paths, Jiang Yunxi and Lu Qingbai concluded their conversation and swiftly caught up with the father and children. Why are you walking so quickly? Jiang Yunxi inquired. Mother, father dislikes you speaking with Uncle Lu. Mian quickly replied. Jiang Yunxi. She looked up at the man. Zhang Beiyuan coughed slightly, meeting his daughter's wide, innocent eyes that resembled those of a fawn. He found it difficult to scold her and cleared his throat. This prince does not like him. Jiang Yunxi replied, In that case, there's no helping it. I will have to engage with him in the future, as it is unavoidable. Zhang Beiyuan. The family of four soon arrived at Difu Palace. Upon their arrival, the Emperor Taishang had already risen from his bed and was leisurely enjoying his breakfast. When he saw Jiang Yunxi, he looked alarmed and attempted to retreat to his bed. Jiang Yunxi, exasperated yet amused, said, Your Majesty, since you can get out of bed, there's no need for such dramatics. I'm not insisting you lie down for half a month. As long as you feel well, it's perfectly fine to get up and move around. The Emperor Taishang, relieved by her words, admitted, I felt much better today, so I decided to get up. Lying down for too long made me uncomfortable. Zhang Beiyuan, with a cold expression, remarked disdainfully, I never thought you would exhibit such timidity. The Emperor Taishang looked at him. Retorting in a mocking tone, Can you guarantee that you will never exhibit such timidity in the future? Zhan Beiyuan. Have you all had breakfast? The Emperor Taishang asked with a beaming smile. Great-grandfather, we specifically came to the palace to have breakfast with you, Mian said with a charming smile. The Emperor Taishang felt his heart melt at her words and glared at Zhan Beiyuan, disdainfully stating, Look, the children are far more endearing than you. They've always known how to irritate me. Just see how you will fare in finding a wife. I have no intention of marrying, Zhan Beiyuan replied nonchalantly. You wretched boy. The Emperor Taishang became furious and began to scold. Do not worry. He will marry one day. He is just being stubborn now, Jiang Yunxi said with a smile in her eyes. He is destined for love, so marriage will certainly come, albeit later. Ha ha, if you say he will marry, then he most assuredly will, the Emperor Taishang said with a broad smile, now particularly believing her words. Zhan Beiyuan, will he truly take a wife? Had it not been for the imminent demise of the emperor, compelling him into this charade, he would not even have feigned interest. Even though Lin Weiwei was permitted to enter the manor that day, the ceremony of the wedding would have been non-existent. Soon, Eunuch Qin arranged for a sumptuous breakfast to be served. The Grand Emperor observed them with a smile, inquiring, Did you come specifically to visit me? Zhan Beiyuan replied coolly, Not at all. The Grand Emperor. Jiang Yunxi turned to Zhan Beiyuan, saying, Did you not mention yesterday that we would enter the palace today to see the Grand Emperor? I have legitimate matters to discuss with him. Zhan Beiyuan replied indifferently. Pray tell, I am curious to hear what pressing matters you wish to address, the Grand Emperor remarked, casting a frosty glance at him, knowing well that this insufferable young man relished in provoking his ire. Chapter 79. You should protect me. The identity of Mo and Mian has been publicly acknowledged, and the question now arises as to when they will be inscribed in the royal genealogy. Zhan Beiyuan articulated his purpose for entering the palace, which pertained to this significant matter. The former emperor's expression initially hardened, but soon transformed into a smile. Have you made up your mind? Once they are recorded, they will be recognized as your legitimate son and daughter. Should you marry a primary consort thereafter, any offspring will be placed behind them in the line of succession. The young rascal possesses certain commendable traits that one cannot overlook. He had long been preoccupied with this matter, yet he refrained from voicing it. Now that he took the initiative to address it, it was undoubtedly the best course of action. Indeed, Zhan Beiyuan asserted with unwavering conviction. During their time together, he felt no discomfort. Everything unfolded so naturally, as if destined. He had grown fond of the two children and gradually embraced the role of father. Very well, I shall arrange this matter, the former emperor exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Jiang Yunxi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Zhan Beiyuan's invitation for her to accompany him to the palace was to announce Mo and Mian status as the legitimate heirs of the Cold King's residence. From this point forward, outsiders would no longer dare to belittle them. Your Highness, are you certain? Please do not act impulsively, Jiang Yunxi said earnestly, hoping he had thoroughly contemplated this decision to avoid future regret. I did not act on impulse, Zhan Beiyuan replied firmly. Jiang Yunxi smiled gently, reassured. That is good to hear. I merely feared that should you have children in the future, you might regret today's decision. Thus, she felt compelled to voice her concerns in front of the former emperor. Zhan Beiyuan's demeanor grew stern. I am not that sort of person. Even if I were to have more children in the future, Mo and Mian will always remain my legitimate son and daughter. No one can usurp their position. Naturally, he had no intention of having any more children. A son and a daughter sufficed, especially given his own physical afflictions. Thank you, Jiang Yunxi expressed sincerely, relieved that her concern was resolved. Mo and Mian would no longer be subject to discussions regarding their legitimacy within the Cold King's residence. Zhan Beiyuan glanced at her, but refrained from further comment. As they departed, they left Mo and Mian in the Defu Palace and returned to the royal residence. Upon their return, Butler Bai promptly approached, informing them that a messenger from the Jingzhou estate had reported that Cheng Zimo had committed suicide in his cell the previous night. Jiang Yunxi frowned. His suicide did not come as a surprise to her. Ji Lingfeng was dead, and so was the Dong family. No one could resurrect Ji Lingfeng for him, and with his recent imprisonment, He had likely lost the will to live. Should we go see? Could have been foul play? Zhan Beiyuan inquired, furrowing his brow. Jiang Yunxi shook her head. There is no need for the shadowy figures behind him to resort to murder. Upon hearing her words, Zhan Beiyuan chose not to pursue the matter further. I shall go practice the Howren method, he stated, and swiftly returned to the main courtyard. The previous afternoon, he had visited the military camp primarily to arrange certain matters. He intended to devote the next few days to diligently mastering the Howren method, striving for a complete understanding at the earliest opportunity. On the 6th day of the month, early in the morning, Jiang Yunxi and Wei Huanshuan boarded a carriage bound for the temple outside the city, departing from the Wenchongbo residence. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yunxi took the initiative to converse, reminiscing about their previous visit to a temple. Wei Huanshuan had long forgotten, yet to please her, he feigned remembrance. In truth, he had no desire to visit the temple today, but having promised her, he felt compelled to comply. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. What was happening? Wei Huanshuan's tone was laced with displeasure. Second young master, armed bandits have appeared ahead, stammered the driver. There are 10 of them, and we are but 3. The crucial point is, we are unarmed. Wei Huanshuan's face paled at the news, instinctively shrinking back. As a scholar, he was ill-equipped for physical confrontations. What would he do if they encountered bandits? Jiang Yunxi's expression also shifted dramatically. How could they encounter bandits outside the capital? Second young master. They are approaching. A cry of despair escaped the driver, followed by the sound of a fall and desperate pleas for mercy. A chill ran down Wei Huanshuan's spine, his body retreating further as he clutched Jiang Yunxi tightly. She, too, was paralyzed by fear. It was the first time in her life she faced such a perilous situation, leaving her utterly disoriented. Get out of the carriage, or I will not hesitate to kill, bellowed the lead bandit, his voice dripping with menace. Naturally, Wei Huanshuan dared not descend until the carriage shook violently, prompting him to hastily lift the curtain and emerge, pulling Jiang Yunxi along with him. Upon seeing the 10 imposing figures before him, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he instinctively sought refuge behind Jiang Yunxi. Ah, this young lady is quite lovely, remarked Mu Yuan, brandishing a large knife over his shoulder. He had never anticipated that one day the prince would send him to masquerade as a bandit. It was rather amusing. Hearing this, Wei Huanshuan suddenly pushed Jiang Yunxi forward, exclaiming, "If you desire her, I can relinquish her to you, but you must let me go." He sought to preserve his own life, aware that he faced 10 robust men, all armed. Jiang Yunxi, taken aback by his words, felt a chill envelop her, followed by disbelief. Turning to him with teary eyes, she pleaded, "Husband, I have treated you well over these 4 years. You have not given me a child. And now, in this dire situation, can't you help me?" Wei Huanshuan grasped her hand tightly in desperation. "I am your wife. How can you abandon me for your own survival?" Jiang Yunxi's tears streamed down her face. She had never imagined he would act so ruthlessly. After 4 years of companionship, he had so readily thrust her aside without a moment's hesitation to protect her. Had he only been willing to stand up for her, even without words, she would have willingly sacrificed herself for his safety. But now her heart felt cold. The last time he had knelt and wept at the Duke's residence, begging for another chance, she had hoped for a fresh start, only to realize it was a delusion. In his heart, she was nothing. What are you saying at a time like this? You are my wife, and I am your husband. It is your duty to protect me, Wei Huanshuan declared with misplaced conviction. At that moment, he could no longer maintain the facade. All he desired was to survive. Jiang Yunxi was taken aback by his words, momentarily perceiving him as a stranger. In such a perilous moment, what kind of selfishness could prompt such utterance? Suddenly she smiled. No wonder Sister Yunxi remarked that he was not her suitable match. "I will not exchange your life for mine. Do not even think about it." A sharp slap echoed through the air. Jiang Yunxi was sent tumbling to the ground. Mu Yuan, witnessing this scene, felt his expression darken instantaneously, his gaze towards Wei Huanshuan brimming with murderous intent. Was this still a man? Having uttered such selfish words before, now he even struck his own woman. It appeared that he needed a thorough lesson. Just as he prepared to advance with a knife in hand, a group of individuals dressed like bandits suddenly emerged. On the nearby hillside, Jiang Yunxi observed the new wave of arrivals and, with a smile in her eyes, looked at the man beside her. Did you arrange for 2 groups? Chapter 80. A face of curiosity, no, spoke Zhan Beiyuan, who had only arranged for a group led by Mu Yuan, with 9 soldiers disguised as bandits to commit robbery, a request from Jiang Yunxi that day. Such a trivial matter. He was naturally willing to assist. Wonderful, a splendid show awaits, Jiang Yunxi said with a twinkling smile. Initially, she had merely instructed Zhan Beiyuan to arrange for some guards to feign a robbery, intending to allow Jiang Yunxi to discern Wei Huanchuan's character. She had not anticipated an additional group to be involved. She knew who was behind it, Zhuang Yumian. That day, instead of allowing her second aunt to summon Jiang Yunxi back to the Duke of England's residence, she deliberately chose to visit the Duke of Wenchang's estate. Zhuang Yumian had come to provoke her at the fortune-telling stall, and of course, she would respond by going to the Duke of Wenchang's estate. In due course, the other party would undoubtedly inquire about her visit and learn that on the 6th day of the month, Jiang Yunxi and Wei Huanchuan were at a temple outside the city to pray for their marital affection. She was indeed taking action. Zhan Beiyuan. Why was he here to witness this tiresome spectacle? On the official road, Mu Yuan observed the approaching group, his eyes narrowing slightly. They were imposter bandits, while the newcomers were genuine bandits. How intriguing. He had not expected that amidst the theatrics, there would also be a bandit extermination. Upon seeing the arrival of 8 burly men, Wei Huanchuan turned pale with fright and rushed towards the fallen Jiang Yunxi, reaching out to assist her. Jiang Yunxi's face was streaked with tears, her fair complexion slightly swollen. Was he regretting his actions? Wei Huanchuan grasped her hand tightly. Yunxi, for the sake of the kindness I've shown you over the years, please help me. If you accompany them, they will surely spare my life. Jiang Yunxi's heart turned cold, her face adorned with a sorrowful smile, which soon transformed into tears. Despite the changes in him over the past 4 years, her heart still belonged to him. She had believed that he held some affection for her as well. Yet, in the face of danger, his heartlessness and selfishness were revealed. Perhaps he did harbor some feelings for her, but in comparison to his own life, she was nothing. Wei Huanchuan, I truly regret ever having taken a liking to you, Jiang Yunxi cried, her heart feeling as if it were being mercilessly pierced by a dagger, leaving her breathless. Do you not love me? Do you wish to watch us perish together? You are truly selfish. Wei Huanchuan could not comprehend her thoughts. She loved him. Should she not selflessly save him? How could she still be calculating such matters? Jiang Yunxi, upon hearing his words, was rendered speechless by her fury. She could only gaze at Wei Huanchuan through tear-filled eyes, his countenance soft and scholarly. It was this very face that had initially drawn her to him. Yet now, she found it exceedingly repugnant. Give me a divorce decree, and I shall use myself to save you. From henceforth, our paths will part, Jiang Yunxi stated calmly, wiping her tears. She wished to sever all ties with him. Her sister Yunxi and her mother had been right. It had been her one-sided affection that led her to believe she and Wei Huanchuan could return to their former selves. All right, I will write it immediately. Wei Huanchuan recalled that there were writing materials in the carriage and hastily made his way towards it. Jiang Yunxi gazed at his unwavering demeanor, her heart no longer stirred by tumultuous waves she had seen through the facade. With no expectations, there would be no disappointment. For a heartless man, she was willing to sacrifice herself for his survival. Mu Yuan furrowed his brow, perplexed by this woman. He had encountered foolishness before, but never such profound folly. Jiang Yunxi lifted her gaze to meet his, her face devoid of fear or panic. You won't harm me, will you? She inquired. Though she was indeed gentle and not particularly astute, that did not render her a fool. Sister Yunxi had insisted that she and Wei Hanxian visit the temple today, likely hoping to reveal Wei Hanchuan's true nature to her. She had visited temples before. This was the official road, not far from the city gates, and it was improbable that bandits would dare to attack here. The 10 individuals before her were likely sent by Sister Yunxi. Suddenly, she noticed the other 8 approaching, her hands clenched into fists. What a remarkable coincidence it was for two groups of bandits to converge at this time. If you were to exchange yourself for him, we cannot guarantee what we might do. Mu Yuan intentionally sought to frighten her, hoping to sway her decision. You wouldn't dare, Jiang Yunxi asserted with conviction. Mu Yuan replied, Brothers, what are you doing? Why not let her come with us? The leader of the group fixed his gaze on Mu Yuan, stating, The employer instructed us to take this young lady. Mu Yuan scoffed, Why should we concede her to you? 8 of you against 10 of us. Even if it comes to blows, you would surely lose. The burly man assessed the 10 before him, all robust and armed. Clearly seasoned fighters. A flicker of trepidation crossed his mind. In a real confrontation, they would indeed be at a disadvantage. Thus, he fell silent. If they could take the young lady, it would suffice, as the employer's directive was to prevent her from leaving with the second son of the Wei family. Wei Hanxian swiftly completed the divorce document and rushed towards Jiang Yunxi, exclaiming, Yunxi, I've finished it. Take a look, this is the divorce decree. Jiang Yunxi gazed at the document he presented, her heart pricked with pain akin to 1,000 needles. She reached out to accept it, noting the elegance of his handwriting, which had once captivated her. At the bottom, he had signed his name. Once she inscribed her own and submitted it to the authorities, they would be severed forever. Here's the brush, he offered, handing her the wolf hair brush, concerned she might wish for alterations. Jiang Yunxi bit her crimson lip, quickly inscribing her name. This was the final time their names would be aligned. After completing the signature, she cast the brush aside, her expression devoid of resentment, calmly stating, Wei Hanxian, we are no longer husband and wife. You may leave. I will delay them. Hearing her words, Wei Hanxian turned without a backward glance, summoning his carriage attendant. He climbed aboard, and the carriage departed swiftly. Jiang Yunxi watched the vehicle recede into the distance. Sorrow etched upon her face. At that moment, she felt no anger, only regret for having misjudged a man devoid of compassion and loyalty. Capture them all, she commanded. Mu Yuan gazed at the other soldiers and remarked, Though that ungrateful wretch has departed, there will be ample opportunities to settle accounts with him in the future. Upon hearing this, the soldiers, filled with fervor, seized their weapons and charged towards the 8 burly men, swiftly encircling them. The 8 ruffians were taken aback. At that moment, Jiang Yunxi and Zhan Beiyuan approached. Your Highness, Mu Yuan promptly bowed in respect. Take them back and hand them over to the authorities, allowing Lord Chu to conduct a thorough investigation into who orchestrated their arrival. Zhan Beiyuan cast a somber gaze upon the 8 bandits. Understood, Mu Yuan replied respectfully. The 8 thugs were rendered speechless. Jiang Yunxi stepped forward to Jiang Yunxi and said, It was I who initially engaged this group. My intention was merely to unveil the true character of Wei Hanxian. Whether you resent me or harbor hatred, it is your prerogative. Should you choose to loathe me, know that from this day forth, you shall no longer have a cousin. Mu Yuan, with an expression of astonishment, realized that it was indeed Zhang's idea, and that the prince had acquiesced to her suggestion of having the soldiers masquerade as bandits. Truly, the sun must have risen from the west. Chapter 81. She commanded him, if she harbors resentment towards you, then she truly deserves it. Mu Yuan could not help but remark, his intellect finally grasping the situation. The performance stage today primarily aimed to unveil the true nature of this young lady's husband. In a moment of peril, he had callously thrust his own wife into danger to save himself, which was nothing short of astonishing, truly despicable. Jiang Yunxi turned her gaze towards the man who spoke, recalling her previous visit to the military camp to fetch Mo, and Mian. She glanced at Jiang Yunxi and then back at him, her expression imbued with significant meaning. Mu Yuan met her smile, his heart pounding. He had heard that she was a priestess from a Taoist temple, quite formidable in her abilities, having not only solved the case involving the Wenxin Marquis estate from a decade ago, but also recovered the missing children from Futianfang. Miss Jiang, do I have any issues? Am I destined for misfortune? Mu Yuan asked anxiously, fearing she might have discerned something from his features. You are quite well. Misfortune will not befall you, Jiang Yunxi replied with a smile. Upon hearing her reassurance, Mu Yuan gradually relaxed, relieved and terrified at the same time. Previously convinced he was doomed. Quickly, escort them to the office of the Jingzhou Inn, Zhang Beiyuan commanded coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, Mu Yuan answered, feeling somewhat perplexed by the prince's demeanor. Had he truly said anything amiss? Why did the prince appear so displeased? After their departure, only Jiang Yunxi, Zhang Beiyuan, and Jiang Shishue remained by the roadside. Sister Yunxi, thank you for helping me see the true character of Wei Hanxian, Jiang Shishue said gratefully, her feelings towards her devoid of resentment. Her dreams had shattered. Even without today's events, she had a long future ahead, and anything could transpire. Wei Hanxian would ultimately heartlessly abandon her. Rather than waiting for that moment, it was better to cut her losses early. It is good that you can think this way. Better a short pain than a long one. Now that we have obtained the divorce decree, I shall accompany you to the government office. And afterwards we will proceed to the Wenchang Marquis residence to reclaim what is rightfully yours, Jiang Yunxi stated, pleased to see that she had not completely succumbed to infatuation, managing to remain clear-headed enough to secure the divorce decree. Otherwise, had Wei Hanxian realized she orchestrated this scheme, he would likely kneel and beg for forgiveness, perhaps even hesitating to write the divorce decree, as it was he who faced humiliation today. All right, Jiang Shishue nodded, resolved to follow her advice. She understood that there was no returning to Wei Hanxian. Even if he were to regret his words later, she would not grant him forgiveness. Each word he had spoken today felt like a sharp knife piercing her heart. She had never anticipated that the man she had shared her life with for 4 years could be so selfish and ruthless. Zhang Beiyuan accompanied them to the government office. With the presence of the Cold King, the divorce decree was swiftly processed, and Jiang Shishue's marriage to Wei Hanxian was dissolved, her household registration amended accordingly. Your Highness, you have matters to attend to. I shall accompany her to the Wenchang Marquis residence, Jiang Yunxi said to Zhang Beiyuan. Do you not require this prince as assistance? Zhang Beiyuan inquired. Jiang Yunxi pondered for a moment before responding, Oh, could you kindly make a trip to the British Duke's residence and ask my uncle and aunt to send someone to the Wenchang Marquis residence to retrieve the dowry? Zhang Beiyuan. Jiang Shishue's eyes widened in shock. Yunxi's sister was extraordinarily bold to command the illustrious Prince of Cold, renowned throughout the capital. At the Wenchangbo mansion, Zhuang Yumian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The fact that the second master had returned alone indicated that Jiang Shishue had indeed been taken by the bandits, which was quite delightful. It was likely that the second master would soon annul his marriage with Jiang Shishue, allowing her to ascend to the position of the primary wife. Yumian, I made a mistake today. Wei Hanxian expressed regret after regaining his composure. He had unceremoniously abandoned Jiang Shishue, perhaps too callously. After all, she was the legitimate daughter of the second house of the British Duke's residence, and if anything were to happen to her, the Duke's family would certainly hold him accountable. Second Master, what troubles you? Zhuang Yumian feigned concern as she inquired. Wei Hanxian recounted the events leading to their visit to the temple. Good heavens, how could such a thing occur? Second Master, you are not at fault. As the head of the family, it is only right that Sister Shishue returns for you, Zhuang Yumian gently reassured him. Yet, she was astonished to learn that 2 groups had attempted to rob them. Is that truly the case? Wei Hanxian felt a measure of relief at her words. Zhuang Yumian nodded earnestly. You are blameless. Had I been in your position, I too would have willingly offered myself to ensure your safe return. Hearing her heartfelt declaration, Wei Hanxian felt an overwhelming surge of emotion and embraced her tightly, realizing that this was the woman who genuinely loved him. Thus, he had made no error. Zhuang Yumian, aware of his emotional turmoil, secretly reveled in her success, as this was the effect she had aimed to achieve. After a brief moment, a matron arrived, summoning Wei Hanxian to the front hall. Zhuang Yumian, recognizing her as a trusted servant of her mother, volunteered to accompany him. Upon their arrival at the front hall, they found Jiang Yunxi and Jiang Shishue present, along with Lady Wenchang and the lady of the main house. Mother, Wei Hanxian exclaimed, surprised to see Jiang Shishue unharmed. You wretched child, kneel. Lady Wenchang, Su Shi, shouted furiously, having learned of the day's events and the impending divorce. Jiang Shishue had returned to collect her dowry, armed with official documents indicating her reinstatement to the British Duke's Wen's household registry. She was truly exasperated. Wei Hanxian, taken aback by her wrath, immediately knelt, stammering, "Mother, please do not be angry. It harms your health. Let's discuss this calmly." Su Shi hurled a teacup at him, scolding, "How could I have given birth to such a heartless wretch? Why did you treat Shishue in such a manner? Apologize to her at once. Should word of today's event spread, the Wenchangbo mansion will be utterly humiliated. Madam, my relationship with young Master Wei has reached its conclusion. For years ago, I entered the Wenchangbo with my dowry list. I request that you prepare everything as listed, for my family will soon come to collect it," Jiang Yunxi replied coolly. She had no need for Wei Hanchuan's apology, nor would she soften her resolve or reconsider her decision. Jiang Yunxi, listening to her words, felt a sense of satisfaction. She had always maintained that unless she stood up for herself, no one would come to her aid. As events unfolded, Su did not compel Wei Hanxian to apologize. However, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Wei Hanxian could only kneel, bow his head, and weep as he begged for forgiveness. Jiang Yunxi observed his demeanor with a sense of scorn, feeling no stirrings of emotion within her. When the members of the British Duke's household arrived, they were met with this scene. "Yunxi, are you all right?" Yang swiftly rushed forward to embrace her daughter. Having hardly slept the previous night, she had spent the morning in a state of anxiety, fearing for her daughter's safety. It was only when the cold king descended from the palace and directed them to the Wenchangbo residence that she felt a sense of relief. Now, seeing her daughter unharmed, her worries began to dissipate. Jiang Yunxi shook her head and succinctly recounted the events. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Shaoan and Yang were incensed and rushed over to fiercely strike Wei Hanxian, calling him a beast. "Sister," Jiang Jingyan cheerfully approached Jiang Yunxi. "What brings you here?" Jiang Yunxi inquired, gazing at him. With a spirited demeanor, Jiang Jingyan replied, "I have come to assist in moving the dowry. Once we have transported the gifts, we must hurry back. Qinyu is to be wed." Chapter 82. The enemy of my enemy, is she finally getting married? Which young master is it? Jiang Yunxi inquired with a smile, fully aware that Jiang Qinyu would undoubtedly choose to marry rather than settle in a separate residence. To her, this seemed somewhat disadvantageous. With her cunning nature, she would naturally opt for the choice most beneficial to herself. It is the fifth prince, Jiang Yunxi. He already has a princess and a secondary consort. If Qinyu goes to the Yiwang manor, she can only be a concubine, Jiang Jingyan whispered. "Are you certain it is Jiang Yunxi?" Jiang Yunxi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If her memory served her correctly, Jiang Yunxi was the son of the Li Fei. Li Fei, the legitimate daughter of the Wenxin Marquis, entered the palace at a young age and captured the affections of Emperor Su Ming, remaining in his favor to this day. Indeed, it is the fifth prince, Jiang Jingyan affirmed confidently, expressing his surprise upon learning of this news that morning. He recalled that Qinyu and the fifth prince had not been particularly close. How had it come to pass that she was marrying into the Yiwang manor? However, given Qinyu's advancing age, finding a legitimate husband among other noble families would be challenging. Otherwise, she would have to settle for a second marriage. In such a case, entering the royal household was preferable. Although a concubine is still a concubine, it is certainly better than being married into a lesser family. That's quite good. Who introduced her? A significant smile graced Jiang Yunxi's face. Perhaps Li Fei had chosen Jiang Qinyu herself. The enemy of my enemy is indeed my friend. If they were to conspire together, they could create mischief, but should they confront her, she would not hold back. Last night, Qinyu attended a banquet and accidentally fell into the water. It was the fifth prince who jumped in to save her, and everyone present witnessed it. "Ah, I see." Jiang Jingyan continued. Initially, Mother was reluctant, but eventually, she consented. After all, marrying into the royal household is a significant step, and preparations for her dowry have already begun. "That's fine," Jiang Yunxi replied with a gentle smile, knowing that the dowry was not her concern. For the past 22 years, Jiang Qinyu had been by her family's side. Now, the Duke of Britain was sending her off in marriage. It was a beginning and an end. As for the matter of the extermination formation, if Jiang Qinyu had not participated, she would not be implicated. Otherwise, once she broke the formation, she would have to bear the consequences, which no one could escape. The deadly formation within the forbidden arts operated in such a manner. Most practitioners of the Xinyuan sect would refrain from using it. Failure to break the formation would result in backlash, and once broken, the repercussions would be far from ordinary. No one could shoulder that burden. After Jiang Qinyu's marriage, she ought to visit her grandmother's family. In-laws, let's have a proper conversation. Upon seeing her son battered and bruised, Su Shi could not bear it any longer. It could only gently persuade. Had it been in the past, Jiang Yunxi marrying into the Wenchang marquis household without producing an heir would have given her the confidence to speak. However, given the events of the day, it was evident that Han Xian had erred. Yang Shi, having vented her frustrations, cast a cold glance at Su Shi. Who is your in-law? They are already divorced. Madam Wei, please prepare my daughter's dowry promptly. Shi Xue's dowry has always been managed by herself. You may retrieve it from her courtyard, Su Shi stated. It is managed by myself, but Wei Han Xian has taken quite a bit over the years. I kindly asked the Wenchang marquis household to compensate me. Jiang Shi remarked that, had it been in the past, she might have hesitated. But now she had completely lost hope. What she needed, she would certainly claim. She had no intention of remarrying, and thus would ensure she retained a significant amount of wealth. Su Shi glared at Wei Han Xian. Scolding, you scoundrel, go and calculate how much Shi Xue is owed, then retrieve it from the storeroom to make amends. Yes, yes. Wei Han Xian was eager to escape, lest he endure further reprimands. Jiang Shaoan and Yang Shi accompanied him, determined to keep a watchful eye on Wei Han Xian, fearful he might plead for forgiveness and sway their daughter's heart. This time, no matter what, they were resolved to bring their daughter back home. Before long, Jiang Shi and the others emerged. Yunxi, we can depart now, Yang Shi said as she approached her, overflowing with gratitude. Had it not been for Yunxi, Shi Xue's continued stay at the Wenchangbo residence could have led to dire consequences. Jiang Yunxi rose, smiling at Su Shi, Madam Wei. The first wave of bandits was orchestrated by me, but the second wave was not my doing. With that, she cast a glance at Zhuang Yumiang, who, without a doubt, was the culprit. Zhuang Yumiang felt a chill run down her spine under Jiang Yunxi's penetrating gaze. Upon hearing this, Wei Hanchuan's eyes widened in shock as he rushed toward Jiang Yunxi, bellowing, "You schemed against me. Why did you sabotage my relationship with Shi Xue?" It dawned on him that she had orchestrated the entire affair. With a sharp slap, Jiang Yunxi struck him. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. What gives you the right to question me? Had you defended Shi Xue today, I would have respected you as a man. Now, you are even less than a beast. Jiang Yunxi's eyes glinted with a fierce sharpness. Jiang Jingyan kicked Wei Han Xian. Who gave you the right to yell at my sister? He was familiar with Wei Han Xian, a weak scholar, and felt emboldened to act. Let us go, Jiang Yunxi declared, striding away. The rest of the British Duke's household followed suit. Wei Han Xian seethed with rage. Mother, it's all that, Jiang. You wretch. Now that we are divorced, you will live a modest and orderly life. I will find you another wife. Su Shi sharply interrupted him, then coldly eyed Zhuang Yumiang. Under her gaze, Zhuang Yumiang felt her heart constrict, overwhelmed by a sensation akin to plummeting into an abyss. The notion of finding another wife meant that her dreams of being the main lady had shattered. Yes, I will heed my mother, Wei Han Xian replied begrudgingly. His heart filled with resentment. He recalled the day he had gone to the British Duke's residence to plead for Jiang Xue's forgiveness. At that time, he had seen Jiang Yunxi but had dismissed her, never realizing she was the one who had disrupted their marriage. This debt he would not forget. At the British Duke's residence, the old matriarch sighed in relief upon seeing them return with the dowry. Shi Xue, it is good that you are back. You need not worry about the future. The family can support you. Thank you, grandmother, Jiang Yunxi replied, her eyes glistening with emotion. She vowed to lead a good life henceforth, sparing her family any further concerns. Mother, we owe our gratitude to Yunxi this time. Yang Shi finally understood why Yunxi had insisted that Shi Xue visit the temple to pray on the 6th day of the month. It turns out she had long been prepared. Fortunately, her actions allowed her daughter to see through Wei Huanchuan's despicable nature. The old lady beckoned to Jiang Yunxi. Jiang Yunxi quickly approached, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she called out, "Grandmother." The old lady grasped her hand, expressing her gratitude. "Thank goodness for you. It was Shue who rescued herself. Had she remained oblivious, she would likely still be heartbroken at the Wenchangbo residence. Jiang Yunxi spoke candidly, relieved that she was not one overly consumed by romantic notions. Otherwise, her efforts would have been nothing more than a futile endeavor. Your contributions are not to be overlooked. Please do not be modest. The old lady said with a gentle smile. Had it not been for your words, they might have allowed Shue to linger at the Wenchangbo residence. Jiang Yunxi smiled lightly. Grandmother, where does my great-aunt reside? I intend to visit and resolve the annihilation formation as soon as possible. Chapter 83. Unacceptable, the old matriarch of Jiangzhou spoke with a hint of concern in her heart. Very well, I shall prepare to visit, Jiang Yunxi resolved, feeling the urgency of time. Naturally, Mo and Mian would remain in the capital under the watchful eye of Zhan Beiyuan. The endeavor to break the formation would undoubtedly carry its perils. Noticing her determination, the old matriarch inquired gravely, will it be perilous? Should we not enlist others to accompany you? Jiang Yunxi replied with a gentle smile, there is no need. Their presence would not be of assistance. The 10 fierce formations within the forbidden arts are not ordinary. Even those from the mystic sect may struggle to dismantle them. The person who crafted this formation must be an entity beyond the mystic realm, a more formidable being. Is it safe for you to venture alone? Yang Shi asked with concern, knowing that this journey was for the Duke of England's estate. Yes, it will be dangerous, Jiang Yunxi stated plainly. There is no need to feign otherwise. The old matriarch felt a tightness in her chest upon hearing this, and said, we shall wait for your father to return, and then we will deliberate thoroughly before making a decision. You cannot embark on this journey alone. Her words carried weight. When she spoke of danger, it was indeed a grave matter. Jiang Yunxi nodded, adding, by the way, when does Jiang Xinyu plan to visit the Prince of Yi's estate? After her departure, I will proceed to Jiangzhou. Mu Shi, who stood at the doorway, felt a heaviness in her heart but dared not show it on her face. With Qinyu's impending marriage, she wished for no unexpected developments regarding the dowry. In recent days, she had accompanied Qinyu to several gatherings, where the ladies had made one excuse after another, reluctant to form a connection with the Duke of England's estate, which left her infuriated. Yet, she could not afford to confront them openly. Qinyu's age was a matter of concern, and she was no longer the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household. Those women looked down upon her, and she was acutely aware of this. Now, as she was to marry the 5th prince as a concubine, Mu Shi felt dissatisfied. A concubine, after all. However, after much contemplation, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Even as a concubine, she would hold a noble status, which was preferable to being wed into a lesser family. At the very least, she would have a life free from want in the Prince of Yi's estate. On the 8th day, Mu Shi remarked coolly, feeling a mix of frustration and anticipation as Chunyu was finally to be married. The day after tomorrow will be an auspicious occasion. Congratulations. Jiang Yunxi said with a radiant smile. Jiang Xinyu quietly asked, thank you, Sister Yunxi. After I am married, will I still be able to visit the Duke of England's estate? I have grown up here, and my family has always treated me well. I wish to come back and see them often. Why would you not be able to return? Even after your marriage, you will still be a part of the Duke's household, Mu Shi quickly replied. Can a concubine frequently leave the royal residence? Jiang Yunxi asked earnestly. Jiang Qinyu's expression faltered. She was neither a princess nor a secondary consort. Thus, it was indeed not permissible. Yang Shi chuckled, saying, Yunxi, as you have recently returned to the capital, you may not fully understand. The rules of the royal residence are quite strict. A concubine is a secondary wife and cannot freely come and go. Oh, Jiang Yunxi responded with a feigned understanding. Mu Shi, hearing her light-hearted "oh," felt an inexplicable sense of mockery directed at Qinyu for assuming the role of a concubine. Although she could not freely enter and exit the royal residence, there would still be opportunities to return. Grandmother, after the 8th day, I will go to Jiangzhou to seek out the one who set the extermination formation against the Duke of England's estate. Jiang Yunxi did not conceal her intentions for this undertaking. If the people from Jiangzhou had learned of her intentions beforehand, it would further indicate that there is an insider within the British government. Let's deliberate thoroughly on this matter once your father returns. The old lady believes that this issue requires careful consideration over time. Sister, shall I accompany you? Jiang Jingyan offered proactively. Jiang Yunxi scrutinized him for a moment and replied, All right. The old lady expressed her astonishment. Why would you take him along? He lacks any real ability. Jiang Yunxi, with an innocent smile, remarked, He indeed lacks any remarkable skills, but he can provide some amusement. Jiang. Well, being entertaining is a virtue in itself, he conceded. Sister Yunxi, could I join you as well? I can assist in your daily needs. Jiang Yunxi hesitated for a long time before summoning the courage to speak. She had never traveled far and yearned to see the world beyond. Very well, Jiang Yunxi agreed. This time, her decisiveness and clarity impressed her. Although Yang was worried for her daughter, the mere presence of Yunxi brought her an inexplicable sense of reassurance, even if she acknowledged the dangers of this journey. She felt that her daughter would manage. Sure, Shua. Let us first move your belongings to your courtyard. All right. Jiang Shaoan immediately led the way to transport her dowry back. In the Rue E courtyard, Yang held her daughter's hand with a solemn expression, saying, Now that you are divorced from that scoundrel, do not dwell on it any longer. A trip with Yunxi will do you good. Mother, I am sorry to cause you worry. Now that I have made my decision, I will not regret it. I will look forward, Jiang Yunxi softly replied, acknowledging her previous fixation, believing that Wei Huanshuan loved her, which led her to endure much. Hearing her daughter's words eased Yang's mind considerably. So much had transpired today. She urged her to rest well. Jiang Yunxi nodded, feeling both physically and mentally exhausted, longing for a moment of quiet contemplation about her future. Yang chose not to disturb her further. Jiang Yunxi entered her inner chamber and lay down on her bed. Closing her eyes, memories of the past 4 years flooded her mind. A tear slipped down her cheek, and a smile crept on her lips. One must always look forward. She would let go of everything from the past. Gradually, she fell asleep, and in her dreams, a voice spoke to her, claiming that Jiang Yunxi had disrupted her marriage, causing her and her husband to part ways. Had it not been for that robbery, Wei Huanshuan would not have revealed his selfish side, and she would not have felt such heartache. Jiang Yunxi awoke suddenly, sitting up in bed, cold sweat on her brow, those voices still echoing in her mind. Jiang Yunxi returned to the Cold King's residence in the evening, having already conferred with her family regarding the trip to Jiangzhou. Upon entering the palace, she found Zhan Beiyuan had also returned. Have matters been resolved? Zhan Beiyuan approached her. Jiang Yunxi nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips as she said, On the 9th of the month, I plan to go to Jiangzhou. Please take care of Mo and Mian, and I have one more request. What is it? Zhan Beiyuan inquired. Keep an eye on Lu Qingbai, Jiang Yunxi stated, as her journey to Jiangzhou would require some time. I want help. The man you have your eye on. Why should I assist you in watching him? Zhan Beiyuan's handsome face was as dark as a pot's bottom, filled with an overwhelming anger, for he was acutely aware of his disdain for Lu Qingbai. Jiang Yunxi's eyes widened in surprise as she questioned, What are you pondering? Who said I was interested in him? Zhan Beiyuan retorted, Are you not intrigued by him? Does that not imply interest? Jiang Yunxi looked skyward in exasperation. I merely sense that there is something amiss with him. He harbors secrets that pique my curiosity. Zhan Beiyuan, taken aback, mused, You believe I harbor feelings for him, which is why your emotions shifted so dramatically at the mere mention of his name. Could it be that you are envious? Jiang Yunxi, as if uncovering a significant revelation, reflected on her solitary existence throughout her lives, devoid of romantic entanglements. Yet she understood the nuances of affection between genders. I do not hold any affection for Lu Qingbai. Yet your interest in him naturally vexes me, Zhan Beiyuan stated solemnly, pondering the folly of her thoughts. Jiang Yunxi considered this, and, adopting the tone of a wise elder, earnestly advised, Beiyuan, do not allow yourself to develop feelings for me. I am but a dying person, and such an attachment would be ill-fated. Chapter 84. Ancestors, her days were numbered, and if he cherished her, he would face an interminable stretch of time after her departure, a notion she found unbearable. As she spoke, Zhan Beiyuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How dare she address him in such a tone at her tender age? Though I have lived but 22 years in each of my lifetimes, I have accrued many lives, enough to be considered your ancestor, Jiang Yunxi calculated. Zhan Beiyuan remained silent, a dark cloud shadowing his expression. You must remember what I just said, Jiang Yunxi reminded him. I shall not harbor feelings for you, Zhan Beiyuan asserted, sensing that her words had somewhat affected his emotions, though he attributed it merely to her being the mother of his child and her inherent kindness that drew his attention. That is well, Jiang Yunxi replied with a faint smile, hoping he would adhere to his word. She could only ascertain that he would not wed within the next 3 years, yet she could not foresee who his future spouse might be. Are you certain that Chu Jiao is heading to Jiangzhou? Zhan Beiyuan inquired. Indeed, she affirmed. She is accompanied only by my elder brother, my second brother, and Jiang Shishua, and they're first visiting my grandmother's home. My elder brother has been to Jiangzhou before and is familiar with the area. His guidance will be beneficial. I too shall journey to Jiangzhou, Zhan Beiyuan stated matter-of-factly. Having entered the palace that afternoon and learned of the troubling occurrences in Jiangzhou, he felt compelled to intervene. You're going as well? Jiang Yunxi exclaimed in surprise. Zhan Beiyuan nodded. A peculiar incident has transpired in Jiangzhou, with numerous deaths occurring. I must attend to it. Jiang Yunxi furrowed her brow. Then let us go together and take Mo and Mian with us. I cannot leave the children here unattended. You previously mentioned suspicion regarding Lu Qingbai. What did you mean by that? Zhan Beiyuan recalled, initially thinking she had developed affections for him, only to realize he had misinterpreted her intentions. I suspect that the madness afflicting the Dong family is linked to him. Do you remember that night he unexpectedly appeared in Fushunfang? It was coincidental that the Dong family went mad. Jiang Yunxi shared her conjecture. Zhan Beiyuan pondered this carefully. His sudden appearance had indeed surprised him, although his excuse at the time had been plausible. His reluctance to involve himself in the case of the missing children in Fushunfang had inadvertently led to some complications. There may indeed be an issue, Zhan Beiyuan concluded, finding a peculiar pleasure in her suspicion of Lu Qingbai, his previously furrowed brow easing. Does Lu Qingbai truly pose a threat? He has always been by the National Master's side, his most favored disciple. If he is compromised, what a National Master. He has been in seclusion for some time now. After we leave the capital, arrange for trustworthy individuals to keep a discreet watch on him. Do not be too conspicuous, as he is a member of the Xianmen and would easily detect your efforts, Jiang Yunxi advised. I will make the necessary arrangements, Zhan Beiyuan replied with seriousness. In the coming days, focus on practicing the Haoran technique. It will serve you well in Jiangzhou, Jiang Yunxi suggested, her smile carrying a weight of significance. Her instincts warned her that their trip to Jiangzhou would be fraught with intensity. Once they identified the individual behind the extermination formation, she would undoubtedly employ secret techniques. Zhan Beiyuan murmured in agreement, as he too had been contemplating the matter. Upon entering the palace today and learning of the events in Jiangzhou, he sensed something peculiar. This was no mere accident. On the 8th day of the month, Jiang Yunxi arrived at the Duke of England's residence, intent on witnessing Jiang Xinyu's departure. Grandmother, father, mother, elder brother, second brother, I am eternally grateful for your care over the past 22 years. This kindness will forever reside in my heart. Jiang Xinyu expressed as she knelt on the ground, bowing thrice. Dressed in a delicate pink attire, her makeup was exquisite, adorned with shimmering jewels. As she was to enter the Yi Wangfu as a secondary consort, she could not don a bright red bridal gown nor be greeted by a wedding procession. Instead, she would be carried in a palanquin through the side entrance of the palace. Xinyu, please rise quickly. Once you reach the Yi Wangfu, take good care of yourself. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to us. We shall always be a family, Musher urged as she hurried to assist her, tears brimming in her eyes. Though not by blood, for the past 22 years, she had regarded her as a daughter, and it was impossible for her to sever ties so abruptly. Xinyu, I truly should have arranged for your marriage sooner. You would have certainly found a worthy husband back then, and it would not have come to this. Jiang Jing'an lamented, trailing off in regret. Although not biologically related, they had spent 2 decades together, and a secondary consort remained a concubine. Father, do not blame yourself. Perhaps this is fate. All that matters is that Xinyu finds happiness at the Yi Wangfu. Jiang Jinghuai reassured, at least there, she will lack for nothing. Xinyu, should anyone mistreat you, remember to inform us, Jiang Jingyan said earnestly, Though you're not my biological sister, you are still my sister in spirit. Jiang Yunxi listened in silence, uncertain of Jiang Qinyu's awareness of the situation, and thus refrained from speaking out. Jiang Qinyu gazed at the four individuals before her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. How she wished they were her true family. If only Jiang Yunxi had not returned. Her presence posed a challenge. Time pressed on, and the old matriarch, her expression warm, urged, "Qinyu, it is time for you to depart. Remember to uphold the rules at the Wangfu. If you face any grievances, you can always confide in us. Grandmother, thank you for your affection since my childhood. I will cherish your words," Jiang Qinyu replied, her eyes misty as she prepared to leave the duke's residence. This departure would surely dilute the bond she shared with them. The matriarch nodded, signaling Jiang Jingyan and Mu Shi to escort her to the palanquin, while Jiang Jinghuai and Jiang Jingyan followed suit. The old matriarch smiled at Jiang Yunxi, saying, "When it is your turn to marry, we shall ensure your wedding is a grand affair." Indeed, Jiang Yunxi replied with a light laugh, choosing not to dampen the spirits of the moment. "Yunxi, I wish to speak with you." Jiang Shishua hesitated briefly before approaching Jiang Yunxi. For the past few nights, a certain voice had haunted her dreams. "Let's speak outside," Jiang Yunxi suggested, stepping out, with Jiang Shishua quickly following her. In the garden, Jiang Shishua recounted her recent dreams. Jiang Yunxi was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this, not expecting her to have such a dream. It implies that you do not concur with the words spoken in the dream. Over these past 4 years, I have recognized my own self-imposed compromises, yet a flicker of hope has persisted within me. I am aware of the truths and falsehoods. Jiang Shishua responded with a radiant smile. How could she possibly blame her? It was she who had enabled her to awaken completely, freeing her from the mire. "You will find happiness," Jiang Yunxi said with a profound smile. Jiang Shishua replied, "Thank you, Sister Yunxi, but why do I keep having such dreams?" This was the source of her confusion. Experiencing one such dream might be overlooked, but to have it recur incessantly was as if that voice were provoking her, urging her to harbor resentment towards Sister Yunxi. Chapter 85. The Zhuge family Yu and Wei Hanxian have been married for 4 years. It is likely that the words he uttered the day you departed from the Wenchong Bo residence left a profound impact on you, as he believed I was the one who disrupted your union. Do not dwell on it. Your decision to confide in me today suggests that such dreams shall no longer haunt you," Jiang Yunxi remarked with a radiant smile, though a fleeting glimmer of sharpness flashed in her eyes. There are those who seek to provoke the malevolent thoughts within Jiang Shishua, aiming to lead her astray. Much like the incident with Cheng Zimo. "After sharing this with you, I feel a great sense of relief," Jiang Shishua said gently. Otherwise, this matter would have weighed heavily on her heart. She had not returned to the British Duke's residence these past few days, nor did she wish to seek out the Cold King's residence. Anticipating her arrival today, she chose to wait until now to speak of it. Jiang Jingyan and Mu Shi soon returned, and Jiang Yunxi along with Jiang Shishua made their way back to the front hall. Upon seeing everyone gathered, the matriarch spoke with gravity. "Tomorrow, Yunxi, Jinghuai, Jingyan, and Shishua shall go to Jiangzhou. This journey is for the benefit of our British Duke's residence. Regardless of the outcome, I do not wish to hear any grievances or unkind words." Her remarks were clearly directed at Mu Shi as well as the third branch. The second branch would remain silent, for Shishua would also be present, and given the significant assistance Yunxi had offered them, they would have no choice but to side with her if they possessed even a modicum of conscience. "Rest assured, Mother, Yunxi acts for our sake. Should anyone utter harsh words, they would be utterly inhumane." Yang Shi was the first to voice her strong sentiments. Regardless of whether they can break that particular formation, the second branch will express their gratitude to Yunxi, for at least they have uncovered the truth regarding the familial state of unmarried men and barren women. Sister-in-law is right. How could we ever blame Yunxi? Were it not for her, we would still be in the dark, and to speak ill of her would indeed be excessive. Tongshi also made her stance clear. Listening to their words, Mu Shi felt increasingly displeased, sensing their remarks were aimed at her. "Mother, I feel somewhat unwell. I shall take my leave." The departure of Chun Yu left her feeling quite forlorn, and at this moment, she had no desire to engage in disputes. As for whether Jiang Yunxi can break that formation, it would depend on her capabilities. If she fails, she would remain silent. If she succeeds, she would also refrain from boasting. The matriarch intended to voice her thoughts, but ultimately chose silence, wishing to avoid any disruption of the mood. She had hoped to find an opportunity for the mother and daughter to reconcile, but it appeared unnecessary now. Some individuals, alas, possess a stubborn heart, resistant to change. Thus, there is no need for coercion. As Yunxi stated, their maternal bond is tenuous. Without Mushu, there are still others. Jiang Yunxi spent her days at the British Duke's residence. Once more examining the extinction-killing formation with her blood, it remained unchanged since her last observation. The web of crimson threads still tightly enveloped the British Duke's residence. Only in the evening did she depart, gifting each person a talisman to wear close to their person, excluding Mushu. She did not return directly to the cold king's residence, but instead ventured to the slums. By the time she arrived, darkness had fully descended, and the elderly couple had set up their noodle stall. Jiang Yunxi approached and took a seat, ordering a bowl of noodles. The elderly couple displayed no reaction upon seeing her. They remained remarkably calm, as if they had anticipated her visit. After a brief moment, the old woman placed a bowl of noodles before Jiang Yunxi, who promptly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. "Aren't you afraid we might poison the noodles?" the old woman inquired as she seated herself opposite Jiang Yunxi, her gaze devoid of any chill, exuding the same warmth and kindness as when they first met. "You shall not commit further acts of violence. Such actions will only bring greater suffering upon your descendants in the afterlife," Jiang Yunxi remarked leisurely after finishing her mouthful. The old woman's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. "If we lift the curse on that child, will they fare better in the afterlife? Indeed, you're not deceiving us. We, as practitioners of the mystical arts, should be well aware of karmic consequences. Had you not slain the nameless child's parents or cast a curse upon him, their suffering would have been vastly diminished," Jiang Yunxi replied coldly. The old woman fell silent, her heart burdened with regret. In their grief, they had acted without hesitation, driven by sorrow and hatred after losing their son and daughter-in-law, along with their grandchildren, to a devastating fire. Over the years, witnessing the torment of that child, who lived a fate worse than death, had weighed heavily upon them. "We will lift the curse for him," the old woman stated calmly. Having reached an understanding with her husband, particularly after recently dreaming of their grandchildren, whose anguished cries had pierced their hearts, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. "Very well," Jiang Yunxi replied with a smile. After she finished her meal, the elderly couple dismantled their noodle stall, taking down the sign that usually hung on the wall, for they would no longer return. Jiang Yunxi called for the nameless one nearby and led him to the couple's home, a modest courtyard. She waited outside while the elderly couple assisted the nameless one in breaking the curse. She could sense the fluctuations of power, gradually witnessing wisps of dark energy disperse and vanish, accompanied by the nameless one as muffled groans of pain. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, the nameless one emerged from the house. Though pale, his eyes sparkled with vitality, free from the deathly pallor that once enveloped him. "Sister Jiang, they wish for you to come inside." "Thank you," he expressed gratefully, his skin, once akin to tree bark, now restored to normalcy, unshackled from his previous burdens. He had awaited death daily, never imagining he would see a day of recovery. Jiang Yunxi smiled at him and stepped into the house. The elderly couple appeared visibly aged, as if they had lost a decade in mere moments, resembling withered flowers in winter, clearly nearing the end of their time. "Our wealth is hidden in this room. The courtyard and the money are to be given to that child. If he does not want it, he may dispose of it as he wishes," the old woman said, her voice frail. "Very well." Jiang Yunxi accepted her proposal without hesitation. The old woman hesitated before continuing. "After we pass, could you assist us with a rite of passage?" Jiang Yunxi replied coldly, "I cannot. You bear the weight of karma yourselves, and to assist you in your passage would mean I must also bear that burden. We would not force you. I trust you are also afflicted by a curse, dear girl," the old woman remarked with a faint smile, having discerned the truth long ago. Indeed, Jiang Yunxi did not deny it. The elderly man retrieved a book from his bosom and tossed it towards her, proclaiming, "This is a treasured manuscript of our Zhuge family, containing various curses that may prove beneficial to you." Jiang Yunxi scrutinized the book in her hands. The pages were yellowed and tattered, revealing its considerable age as an ancient tome. "Thank you," she replied. Regardless of its potential usefulness, she was inclined to peruse its contents. The elderly couple said no more, gesturing for her to depart. They were aware of their impending demise and harbored no concerns about their burial. Although this young woman would not perform rites for their souls, she would undoubtedly ensure they received a proper interment. That was sufficient for them. As Jiang Yunxi turned to leave, her gaze unexpectedly fixated on a nearby corner, where a vibrant red cluster amaryllis bloomed resplendently. "Is that the flower from the Dong family?" she wondered, hastening towards the couch where the elderly couple sat. Chapter 86. He might be like you. As Jiang Yunxi uttered those two words, she witnessed the elderly couple collapsing, their eyes shut tight. She reached out to check, and they had already breathed their last. After standing for a moment, she approached the flower, which indeed was a cluster amaryllis. Holding it up for a closer examination, she found nothing amiss. It was merely an ordinary cluster amaryllis. After a moment of silence, she carried the pot outside. In the courtyard, Wu Ming rushed towards her upon seeing Jiang Yunxi emerge. "Sister Jiang, they have passed away, leaving all their possessions to you." Jiang Yunxi conveyed the elderly couple's last wishes to him. "I do not want it." Wu Ming shook his head, refusing their belongings. Jiang Yunxi smiled and asked, "Do you resent them?" Wu Ming met her gaze and replied calmly, "Initially, I harbored deep resentment towards them, but that has faded. I no longer have family. What good does it do to hold on a hatred?" Jiang Yunxi nodded, recalling their words, "If you do not want it, you may dispose of it as you wish." "Sister Jiang, let us distribute their belongings to those in need," Wu Ming suggested thoughtfully. Though he no longer held animosity towards them, he still would not accept their possessions, even if he were destitute. "Accompany me to Fushunfang. Any donations should be made in your name," Jiang Yunxi said with a gentle smile, refusing to act in the name of the elderly couple. Wu Ming appeared conflicted. Jiang Yunxi understood his dilemma. They had stated that if he did not want it, he could deal with it as he saw fit, indicating he had not accepted their possessions. "I will follow your lead," Wu Ming nodded. "Wait for me a moment. I need to check the courtyard," Jiang Yunxi said, taking the flower pot to inspect the other rooms. Once she confirmed that everything was in order, she departed with Wu Ming. The two made their way to Fushunfang. Upon their arrival, Ms. Zheng welcomed them warmly, expressing her gratitude upon learning of Wu Ming's intention to donate items to Fushunfang. "I will ensure that the authorities settle the accounts before sending them to Fushunfang, so the children can receive new things," Jiang Yunxi said, uncertain of the couple's wealth. It was best to handle such matters through official channels, but it was essential to find someone trustworthy for the task. She would leave that to Zhan Beiyuan. "Understood. I will make arrangements," Ms. Zheng nodded. "By the way, do you recognize this flower?" Jiang Yunxi revealed the flower she had been concealing behind her. Ms. Zheng glanced at it, astonished. "Isn't this a flower from the Dong family? I remember this pot distinctly." "Where did you find it, Miss Jiang?" "It was in the courtyard of the elderly couple," Jiang Yunxi replied with a knowing smile. "What a coincidence. I was seeking a flower, and it just happened to be in their home. How could it possibly end up in someone else's home?" Ms. Zheng's expression was one of puzzlement. "Perhaps they picked it up. Take good care of the children at Fushunfang. You will receive what you deserve," Jiang Yunxi replied, her smile reassuring. Ms. Zheng appeared quite amiable, and Jiang Yunxi hoped she was not akin to the Dong family. "It is what I ought to do, Miss," Zheng stated earnestly, having spent considerable time at Fushunfang. They exited the establishment. Jiang Yunxi gazed at the nameless one and inquired, "Do you have a place to go?" The nameless one shook his head and, mustering his courage, replied, I accompany you? You see, I'm nearing my end, and you have informed Zhan Beiyuan of my impending demise." Jiang Yunxi regarded him with a bemused smile. "I apologize, Sister Jiang. I truly did not mean to. He is quite terrifying." The nameless one shrank back, his countenance reflecting remorse. Jiang Yunxi remarked, "Is Zhan Beiyuan truly so fearsome? Look at how he frightens the child." "Sister Jiang, I promise to refrain from speaking out of turn in the future." I will stay for as long as you have left. Consider it my way of repaying your kindness." The Nameless One expressed with sincerity in his eyes. With only him remaining in his family, she was the first benevolent soul he had encountered. He wished to repay her. Very well, Jiang Yunxi consented, sensing that he was no ordinary individual. Otherwise, he would not have had the fortune of crossing paths with her. Had he not met her, he would have succumbed in a little over a month. Yet, upon encountering her, he had gained a normal lifespan. "Thank you, Sister Jiang." The Nameless One revealed a rare smile. The two proceeded directly to the Han King's residence. When Zhan Beiyuan beheld the Nameless One, his expression remained unperturbed. "How did you bring him back?" "He will accompany me from now on," Jiang Yunxi replied, subsequently recounting the events of the night and the pot of Lycoris radiata in her possession. Zhan Beiyuan instructed Qi Yin to take the Nameless One to the courtyard where he had previously resided. Soon, only the two of them remained in the room. "This flower. I showed it to Zheng Shi. She claimed it belonged to the Dong family, but I doubt that," Jiang Yunxi said, a knowing smile gracing her lips. It seemed the other party was already aware that she was investigating. Zhan Beiyuan's expression darkened slightly. "Is it Lu Qingbai?" Jiang Yunxi pressed her lips together. "I lack evidence. I cannot assert it was he. It could very well be another individual. That night, the ancestral figure of the Wenxin Marquis was driven away by me. Besides him, there are formidable practitioners of the mysterious arts hidden within the capital, merely biding their time in the shadows, perhaps observing the unfolding drama. I have made arrangements. Someone will be watching him," Zhan Beiyuan stated, not having disclosed this matter to his father or the emperor. Until he was certain, he would not share it with anyone else, lest he alert the enemy. "We depart tomorrow morning. You should rest early tonight," Jiang Yunxi concluded, preparing to leave. "Is this Nameless One a potential issue?" Zhan Beiyuan inquired, recalling how they had encountered him under mysterious circumstances. Jiang Yunxi pondered for a moment before responding. "He may possess a power within him that has been sealed, similar to yours." Zhan Beiyuan's expression grew serious. "Are you implying that I am not the only one with special powers? Surely, you do not believe you are the sole possessor?" Jiang Yunxi regarded him with a playful smile. Zhan Beiyuan, "Indeed, I had held such a belief." Jiang Yunxi recognized her intuition had been correct, while others might possess powers. Not everyone harbored the noble righteousness that he did. He remained quite exceptional, with a unique fate. "Very well," Zhan Beiyuan nodded. The residence of the Prince of Yi, Jiang Qinyu, sat quietly in her chamber, uncertain whether the fifth prince would visit her this evening. Regardless of his presence, it held little significance. She was merely a secondary consort. News of her status as the illegitimate daughter of the Duke of England had spread, and the noble ladies who once adored her now mocked her behind her back. Her confidence to vie for favor within the royal residence had dwindled. Suddenly, Qingji burst into the room. Miss, the Prince of Leisure will be coming shortly." Jiang Qinyu was taken aback by the news of his impending arrival. During the banquet that fateful night, she had never anticipated falling into the water, and it was the fifth prince who had rescued her. Both of them drenched before the public eye. Zhan Yang had assured her that he would take responsibility for her, yet he had a legitimate wife and a favored consort. She could only occupy the position of a secondary consort. There was no alternative for her. In the hierarchy of the royal household, a secondary consort was still preferable to the primary wife of a lesser family. Yet a sense of discontent lingered within her. For now, she could only navigate her circumstances one step at a time. Chapter 87. Not human. Upon the arrival of Prince Zhan Yuyang, Jiang Qinyu quickly rose to greet him with a respectful bow. "You are the legitimate daughter of the Duke of England. Forgive me for the inconveniences you have endured." Zhan Yuyang smiled as he regarded her. Indeed, Jiang Qinyu possessed a certain beauty, and he could afford to keep several women in his harem. The crux of the matter, however, was that she hailed from the Duke's household. Alas, she was but a misplaced false daughter, likely harboring intense resentment towards Jiang Yunxi's return. It was this very reason that made her his choice. Jiang Qinyu's expression grew slightly solemn as she softly replied, "Your Highness, I am no longer the legitimate daughter of the Duke of England." Zhan Yuyang chuckled. "Did you yield so readily upon Jiang Yunxi's return? After all, you have spent 22 years in the Duke's household. Surely, there are feelings attached." Jiang Yunxi lifted her gaze to him, biting her red lip in a show of grievance. But Jiang Yunxi, you're now mine. In the future, I shall provide you with protection. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the palace to meet Mother. Zhang Yang wrapped his arm around her waist. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Qinyu's face reflected a mixture of surprise and delight, genuinely astonished that the esteemed consort wished to see her. On the 9th day, Jiang Yunxi did not anticipate that the Grand Emperor would quietly arrive at the Cold Prince's residence early in the morning. Must you go to Jiangzhou? For how long? When shall you return? The Grand Emperor queried in rapid succession, having slept poorly the night before after learning of this development. We must go. The duration is uncertain, and the return is also unknown, Zhang Beiyuan replied. The Grand Emperor shot him a glare before turning to Jiang Yunxi. She smiled and responded, We must indeed go. The length of our stay is uncertain, and the time of our return is also unclear. She spoke candidly, aware that providing a specific time frame would only lead to disappointment if they were unable to return on schedule. The Grand Emperor sighed. Grandfather, we shall endeavor to return as soon as possible. Mo winked at him, while Mian cheerfully added, Grandfather, await our gifts. The Grand Emperor was comforted by the children's words. They were indeed endearing, and though he wished to accompany them, he ultimately refrained, realizing their journey to Jiangzhou was of significant importance. After the Grand Emperor's departure, Jiang Yunxi and her companions prepared to set off. Your Highness, how fortunate you are still here. Otherwise, I would have had to chase after you. The 6th Prince, Zhang Luocheng, burst into the Cold Prince's residence in a flurry. What brings you here? Zhang Beiyuan inquired with indifference. Father commanded me to accompany you to Jiangzhou to handle that matter. Zhang Luocheng stood upright, clearly stating his purpose. Understanding that Zhang Luocheng would not dare to lie, Zhang Beiyuan nodded. Zhang Luocheng, relieved by his tacit approval, waved to Mo, and Mian. Little cousin, we meet again. You have yet to present us with a greeting gift. Mian remarked with a playful smile. Ahem, I promise to bring one next time, Zhang Luocheng assured, realizing he had indeed arrived empty-handed today. Mo grinned at him. We shall be waiting. Zhang Luocheng remained momentarily speechless, while Jiang Yunxi regarded him with a hint of amusement. At the city gates, Jiang Jinghuai, Jiang Jingyan, and Jiang Shishue had been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing the carriage from the Han royal manor approaching, they hurried to greet it. Once the two groups converged, they promptly set forth towards Jiangzhou. Jiang Yunxi was acutely aware that time was of the essence. She dared not linger, her sole desire being to reach Jiangzhou as swiftly as possible. After 5 days of travel, the party finally arrived in Jiangzhou. Jiang Yunxi lifted her gaze to the skies above Jiangzhou, her eyes narrowing slightly. There was something decidedly amiss about this place. Even before entering the city, she could sense an overwhelming presence of malevolence. Without uttering a word, she led everyone into the city. Within the city, the streets were wide and bustling with traffic, throngs of pedestrians traversing the thoroughfares. Do you feel a chill in the air? Jiang Jingyan could not help but voice his discomfort. Despite the bright sunshine of the day, he felt a coldness surging from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Though it was winter, such a sensation was rare even in the capital. You felt it too? I sensed it the moment I entered the city, but I dared not speak of it. Zhang Luocheng exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Jingyan shot him a sidelong glance, wondering if he was foolish. What was there to be afraid of saying? How could they know if others shared the same feeling if it remained unspoken? Your Highness, perhaps you should first visit the government office while I accompany my elder brother and the others to the Zhen family, Jiang Yunxi suggested. Acknowledging that he had come to Jiangzhou for official business and should meet with the local authorities first. Later, I shall visit the Zhen family to find you, Zhang Beiyuan replied, as this trip was intended for a case investigation, preventing him from accompanying her to the Zhen family at the moment. Very well. Jiang Yunxi nodded in agreement. Zhang Beiyuan took Zhang Luocheng to the government office, while Jiang Yunxi and her companions headed in the opposite direction towards the Zhen family. Along the way, Jiang Jinghuai introduced the Zhen family, as he had been the only one to visit previously, making him somewhat familiar with both the family and Jiangzhou. As they veered off the main road leading out of the capital, the streets gradually lost their opulence, The houses they passed were adorned with white walls and black tiles, and the trees lining the riverbanks stood withered and yellowed. Observing this scene, Jiang Yunxi was reminded of an ink painting. If it were spring, this place would undoubtedly be breathtaking. She raised her eyes to the sky, where a thin veil of black mist loomed ominously. This city was fraught with danger. Suddenly, a boat glided along the river, and it appeared that there were voices emanating from within the cabin. A male voice sang softly, followed by a female voice, tinged with melancholy. Jiang Yunxi harbored little interest in traditional opera. Without paying close attention, she could not discern the lyrics. However, as the curtain of the boat was blown open, revealing the interior scene, her gaze sharpened. "Elder brother, wait!" Jiang Yunxi halted her steps, her eyes fixed intently on the leisurely moving boat. "Do you enjoy listening to opera?" Jiang Jinghua inquired, following her gaze. Jiang Yunxi looked up at him, a glimmer of interest in her eyes. Seeing that there was still ample time, Jiang Jinghua suggested, "Since you enjoy it, why not take a moment to listen? It's still light, and there is no rush to the Zhen family." Jiang Yunxi smiled and replied, "All right." The riverbanks were dotted with numerous boarding spots. As long as someone waved, the passing boat would stop depending on the circumstances. The boat they flagged down halted, as it had not yet reached full capacity and was picking up passengers along the way. Jiang Jinghua led everyone aboard and paid the fare. "Elder brother, you all go ahead and find a spot," he instructed. Jiang Yunxi paused on the deck of the ship, her gaze fixed upon the shore. "Are you not coming in?" Jiang Jinghua expressed his concern for her solitude here, despite knowing her capability for self-defense. "Wow, that girl is truly beautiful. Why is she holding an umbrella in broad daylight? The sun isn't even harsh." Following Jiang Yunxi's line of sight, Jiang Jingyan spotted a slender young lady. Her skin was as white as exquisite mutton fat jade, remarkably delicate and without a single blemish. She donned a light blue, waist-cinching long dress, her figure slender and elegantly proportioned. Jiang Yunxi turned to him, asking, "Isn't she stunning?" Jiang Jingyan nodded emphatically. "Indeed, she is beautiful. But why is she using an umbrella? We haven't seen anyone else with one during our walk." Jiang Yunxi smirked. "Because she is not human." Jiang Jingyan's eyes widened in shock. "No, not human." Chapter 88. She smiled at his elder brother, Shishua, Momo, Mian Mian, and you. "Can you see her?" Jiang Jingyan, regaining his composure, inquired of Jiang Jinghua and the others, casting a glance at the enigmatic figure trailing behind. He pondered where his sister had met this captivating girl. Could it be that this fellow had ensnared his sister with mere beauty? Otherwise, why would she bring someone she had only recently met to Jiangzhou? "Yes," Momo and Mian Mian echoed simultaneously, though they found the sister to be rather peculiar. "Of course we can see her, but what does Yushi mean when she says she isn't human?" Jiang Shishua questioned, a look of bewilderment crossing her face as she stole another glance at the stranger. Suddenly, a thought struck her, causing her complexion to shift, and she involuntarily shivered. Could she be the legendary ghost? Yet, it was broad daylight, and the sun shone brightly. Wasn't it said that ghosts feared the light? "Yushi, are you implying she's a ghost?" Jiang Jinghua asked directly, equally astonished. How could such a being exist in broad daylight? If it were night, he would certainly believe it. Jiang Jingyan exclaimed in disbelief. "What? You all can see her too? Didn't they say they only come out after dark? Why can you all see her?" He had thought he was the only one who could perceive her, only to discover that everyone else could as well. Jiang Yunxi cast him a sideways glance, her gaze once more settling on the woman gliding gracefully like a lotus. She was no ordinary spirit, and the umbrella she held was extraordinary as well. It was a white oil paper umbrella, adorned with depictions that seemed to mirror the scenery along the riverbanks at that moment. The woman appeared youthful, perhaps only 17 or 18, with a standard oval face, willow-like eyebrows, a delicate nose, and lips akin to cherries. She wore a light touch of makeup, her gaze pure and untainted. Her long, raven hair was braided and draped elegantly in front of her, exuding an air of refined grace. Her dress was uniquely designed, seemingly crafted with a special technique, reminiscent of the attire worn by women in the Republic of China era. Suddenly, the woman on the riverbank turned her gaze toward them, her eyes soft and gentle, a subtle smile gracing her lips, akin to a flower blooming, sweet, and tender. Captivating their attention, Shishi smiled at us, Jiang Jingyan stammered, trembling as he stepped behind Jiang Yunxi, a chill creeping down his spine. This was the first time he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Ever since his sister had gifted him a present that day, he could see what others could not as night fell, and he dared not wander outside after dark again. As he could not ignore their presence, they moved about right before him. Jiang Yunxi returned the smile, then turned to enter the cabin of the boat. Observing this, Jiang Jingyan hurriedly followed suit. Jiang Shishue felt uneasy and dared not linger. Despite having the talisman Yushi had given her for protection, she still sensed a chilling aura enveloping her. Jiang Jinghuai held Momo's hand with his left and Mian's with his right. As Wu Ming brought up the rear, he turned to glance at the woman by the shore before swiftly stepping into the cabin. This was a pleasure boat, comprising 2 levels. At the center of the first floor stood a small stage, where a male and a female performer were currently engaged in a theatrical performance, surrounded by numerous patrons. A glance at their attire revealed they were not common folk, but individuals of considerable means. Jiang Yunxi's gaze was fixed on the male performer, whose costume seemed strikingly familiar. She had seen it at Ji Lingfeng's residence. The performer's face was heavily made up, obscuring his features from her view. After listening for a while without discerning anything significant, she was about to leave when a thunderous crash echoed from above, startling everyone on the first floor, including the performers. The sounds of destruction continued, accompanied by a woman's pleas for mercy. "Continue. You may continue," a middle-aged man in the corner bellowed towards the stage. Prompted by his words, the 2 performers resumed their singing, while the accompanying musicians hastily returned to their duties. Jiang Yunxi glanced upwards, contemplating a look at the commotion above. "Jiang Jia, I will accompany you," Wu Ming declared, having recognized that something troubling was unfolding above. Jiang Yunxi nodded and led him towards the second floor. However, as they reached the staircase, 2 burly men blocked their path. "You cannot go up," the man on the left growled menacingly. "What if I insist on ascending?" Jiang Yunxi replied with a smile, producing a talisman that she affixed to the man, causing him to soften and collapse onto the ground. The man on the right, witnessing this, attempted to intervene but was halted by the icy sharpness of Jiang Yunxi's gaze, which inexplicably chilled him, causing him to retract his steps. Jiang Yunxi ascended the stairs with measured strides, Wu Ming trailing closely behind. The second floor was lined with private boxes, each entrance bordered by a railing. Jiang Yunxi paused at one of the box doors, pushing it open without hesitation. Inside, a corpulent man was attempting to force himself upon a young woman.